If Rhode Island did not keep your people from injuring the heathen or others, he threatened, it may draw upon yourselves and us uncomfortable consequences. 12. Hostilities intensified in 1662. Rhode Island ordered colonists to surrender their land east of the Pocketuck. The commissioners rejected their authority to do so. The Atherton Company, now led by Edward Hutchinson, an extensive landholder and son of the once exiled Anne Hutchinson, moved to strengthen its claims. Hutchinson and some partners met Ninigret and Scutup at Petaquamscut where, in the presence of 200 to 300 Indians, Scutup transferred ownership of the area by symbolically offering them turf and twig. They sent documentation to the king, complaining that turbulent spirited fanatics from Rhode Island had disturbed lawful settlers by cutting down their houses in the night. They enclosed a copy of the Sachem's protest against Rhode Island. 13. Hutchinson warned Governor Winthrop that the Narragansetts might be playing both sides. Rumor had it that they had sent agents to the king to complain against the English, and in special against ourselves, for taking away their lands. Perhaps they intended to submit to the king's protection, as in 1644. He did not believe it, but it was best to be prepared. 14. In fact, the rumor was true. Neither would Rhode Island be bullied out of Narragansett country. Connecticut received a rude awakening when Rhode Island Representative John Clark persuaded the Crown to reconsider Connecticut's charter since it injuriously swallowed up half our colony. Hutchinson urged Winthrop to defend Connecticut's claims tooth and nail, but Winthrop was loath to ruin relationships with Rhode Islanders like Roger Williams. They are friends that I always did and do respect and love, and had not the least intent of wronging them, he told Hutchinson. 15 Arbitrators helped him and Clark reach a compromise on April 7, 1663. In favor of Rhode Island, they agreed that the Pocketuck River would be its western boundary. In favor of Connecticut, they agreed that settlers on Atherton land around Richard Smith's trading post at Cocomscussock could choose to which of these colonies they will belong. 16. Winthrop sailed for home, having been away for 2 years. The Atherton proprietors met at Cocomscussock on July 3, Winthrop's sons Fitzjohn and Wade among them, and voted unanimously to join Connecticut. Connecticut quickly recognized the settlement, named Wickford after Mrs. Winthrop's birthplace. 17. Back in England, however, the Crown betrayed its confusion in a series of contradictory rulings. An Atherton Company agent persuaded it to declare that the company's laudable endeavors to establish a colony on justly acquired land were being unjustly molested by Rhode Island and call the United Colonies to protect its right and title. 18. A few weeks later, the Crown granted Rhode Island a charter that nullified the Winthrop-Clark Agreement, received the Narragansetts under the King's protection, and placed Narragansett country in Rhode Island. It also gave Rhode Island jurisdiction over Wampanoag land claimed by Plymouth 3 miles northeast and east of Narragansett Bay. Even more infuriating to Puritan sensibilities, it declared that Rhode Island was settled with religious intentions, including evangelizing poor ignorant Indian natives, and that it procured its land by purchase and consent of the said natives, to their full content. It also forbade the United Colonies to invade or molest the Narragansetts, they having subjected themselves unto us, and being by us taken into our special protection. 19. While London promulgated conflicting decisions, the colonies attempted to impose their will on each other. Connecticut asserted jurisdiction over New Haven, Long Island, and Southertown. New Haven had little choice but to accept annexation, which was completed in 1665. Massachusetts eventually ceded Southertown, renamed Stonington in 1666.20. Rhode Island attempted to enforce its jurisdiction east of the Pocketuck, where settlers tried to drive off competitors by harassment, vandalism, and the occasional kidnapping. It arrested several Atherton men at Wickford. Roger Williams knew such contention over land made mockery of Christianity in the eyes of the Narragansetts and wrote Winthrop in hopes of finding a way forward. Long gone was the model of love Winthrop's father had practiced, he lamented. I fear that Godland will be as great a God with us English as God gold was with the Spaniards. Winthrop proposed negotiations, but diplomacy proved futile as long as Connecticut refused to recognize Rhode Island's jurisdiction over Narragansett Country. 21. The endless contention persuaded the king that he needed representatives on the ground in New England. He dispatched 4 commissioners: Colonel Richard Nichols, Sir Robert Carr, Colonel George Cartwright, and Samuel Maverick, with full power and authority to investigate colonial affairs and adjudicate all complaints and appeals. The choice of Maverick, a Massachusetts expatriate, bitter critic of New England Puritanism, and advocate of direct royal rule, did not bode well for Massachusetts. The king informed Massachusetts of his intent to investigate the Narragansetts' complaint about breach of faith and acts of violence and injustice. He lectured that such injustice brought Christianity into prejudice and reproach with the Gentiles and inhabitants of those countries who know not God, the reduction of whom, to the true knowledge and fear of God, is the most worthy and glorious end of all those plantations. The king had decided to occupy New Netherland, so the royal commissioners arrived with some 500 soldiers in 4 frigates. Governor Winthrop helped persuade his friend Governor Stuyvesant to accept the generous terms offered by the crown, and New Netherland surrendered on August 29. Reconstituted as a proprietary colony and renamed New York, its borders were extended to include Long Island, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, and part of Maine. Colonel Nichols remained in New Amsterdam as governor, while the other royal commissioners proceeded to Plymouth, then Rhode Island. Winthrop braved snow, ice, and cold to meet them at Petaquamscut on March 16.22. Edward Hutchinson, the Atherton Company's executive, presented a deposition supporting his claim that the Atherton Company was the Narragansetts' protector. It was signed by the Narragansett sachem Scutup and his sister, their counselors, and the Christian Indian John Sassamon. Scutup, together with the rest of the Narragansett sachems, sold and made over all our lands in the Narragansett, Niantic, and Cohasset countries unto Major General Atherton and his friends, it declared. Scutup affirmed that the company have been always friends to me and asked that they will continue to be friends to my sister after me, and to all the Indians under me. The signatories then declared, "We all do so well approve of the government and manners of the English in the United Colonies that we voluntarily and of our own accord do desire to be governed by the English laws and governors, and desire to be no longer under the Indian government." 23. It sounded impressive, but Scutup was a junior sachem who had no right to speak for Ninigret or Pesicus. These senior sachems presented a copy of the Narragansett's 1644 submission to Charles I, reaffirming their submission to the king's protection. The royal commissioners needed little convincing. They declared Narragansett Country the king's province and authorized Rhode Island to govern it on his behalf. They gave the sachems 2 scarlet, silver-laced coats, a sword, and a belt as gifts from the king. The sachems gave 2 caps of pig and 2 clubs inlaid with pig for the king and a feather mantle and a porcupine bag for the queen. They promised 2 wolf skins annually as symbolic tribute. The sachems then offered a long petition summarizing their mistreatment by the United Colonies. 24 They complained about Atherton's purchases from Cojonaquant, asserting that Cojonaquant was simple and lacked authority to make such transactions. Furthermore, he was seduced, being made drunk and kept so for some days, and carried to Boston, where this sale was made, about 6,000 acres of the best in that province, for about £25. Winthrop professed surprise at this, protesting that Atherton had used his name without his consent and without his knowledge. The sachems also complained about the mortgage. The Indians never knew what selling of land or mortgaging meant till the English taught them, the royal commissioners concluded. Yet it was proved before the commission that the Indians sent to know where they would have the money paid before the time in the mortgage was expired. An answer was returned, they could not receive it now, because Mr. Winthrop was in England, yet after that seized upon the country as forfeited. 25. The royal commissioners voided the Atherton transactions on March 20. They instructed the Narragansetts to repay 1,035 fathoms of wampum they had received from the company and ordered colonists to remove themselves from the disputed lands by September. 26 They extended the order to settlers east of the Pawcatuck River, observing that while the United Colonies claimed that land by right of conquest, the Narragansett had conquered it first and sold it to the Rhode Islanders. The Royal Commissioners also tackled the long-standing dispute between Pomham's Shawimeys and the town of Warwick, founded by Samuel Gorton and his followers. Pomham still refused to give up Warwick Neck, maintaining that the Narragansett sachem Myantonimo had possessed no authority to sell Shawimet land in 1643. Roger Williams insisted that Myantonimo had the right and that the wild Shawimeys could be removed from the neck with little more trouble and damage than the wild beasts of the wilderness. Shawimet is a very den of wickedness, where they not only practice the horrid barbarisms of all kind of whoredoms, idolatries, and conjurations, he claimed, but living without all exercise of actual authority and getting store of liquors, it attracted the wildest and most licentious natives and practices of the whole country. He claimed the conflict cost Warwick £60 to £100 annually and blamed Massachusetts, which the Shawimeys invoked as their patron. A Massachusetts magistrate, by contrast, described the Shawimeys as an active, laborious, and ingenious people who performed excellent labor for colonists. 27 But the Royal Commissioners were biased against Puritan Massachusetts and ordered Pomham to leave Warwick Neck in exchange for a mere £20 worth of wampum, even though wampum was rapidly losing value and had been demonetized as legal currency. 28. Massachusetts, fearful that the king would curtail its autonomy, treaded carefully. Shortly before he died on March 15, Governor Endicott protested that the king had given his commissioners arbitrary and unrestrained power and implored him to preserve Massachusetts' liberty of self-government, lest the good work of converting the natives obstructed and the colony ruined. At the same time, Massachusetts repealed its law limiting voting rights to church members. 29 But the Royal Commissioners' ruling on Narragansett country provoked an immediate appeal. Pawcatuck landowners argued that they occupied their land by consent of the Indians who lived there and had spent years improving it, not doubting the justness of the title, being both conquered and long possessed. Forwarding their appeal, Massachusetts denounced their expulsion as a violation of the basic rights of Englishmen going back to the Magna Carta. It rehashed old arguments about the justice of the Pequot War and insisted that, for the sake of security, Pequot country had to be settled by colonists. By nullifying the United Colonies' authority, it added, the Royal Commissioners were undermining an institution that had maintained peace for nearly 2 decades. Already savage natives were growing insolent as fear of Massachusetts turned into contempt. With the Narragansetts freed from the United Colonies' bridle, what else could be expected but trouble from them? 30. Much to the settlers' relief, Chief Royal Commissioner Nichols agreed that the time frame for removal was too short. He permitted them to remain pending an appeal to the king, and while he left Narragansett country subject to Rhode Island, his stay fed hope that this too might be reversed. As it turned out, the king was distracted, and the Royal Commissioners' decisions proved unenforceable. The Atherton and Pawcatuck settlers retained their land. Narragansetts retaliated by burning hay, killing horses, and driving off Atherton settlers. They accosted travelers, throwing many stones at them and beating their horses with clubs and staves. Massachusetts berated the Narragansett sachems Ninigret and Pesicus for behavior not only contrary to humanity, but to the covenants made with us. 31. Nor would Pomham give up Warwick Neck, even when Royal Commissioner Carr offered double the original payment. Carr tried to bypass Pomham by dealing with his son, but when a constable attempted to evict the Shawimeys, 40 warriors prevented him. Pomham appealed to John Eliot, who was always willing to mediate for potential converts. It is His Majesty's pleasure to command us to deal well with the poor Indians, Eliot lectured Carr. Pomham and his people have suffered much hard and ill dealings by some English, and there hath been both force and fraud used towards them to drive them or deceive them out of their lands. Carr dismissed Eliot's intervention as yet another example of Puritan insubordination. 32. 62-year-old Roger Williams, whose hair had recently whitened, learned that Pomham was recruiting great numbers of Indians to defend his land. Williams offered to mediate. Since Pomham was the ancient possessor of Warwick Neck, Williams now questioned whether it be just to dispossess him. If there was violence, he feared, Ninigret and Pesicus might intervene, triggering a regional war. Barbarians are barbarians, he warned Carr. They are a melancholy people and judge themselves. Oppressed and wronged. You may knock out their brains and yet not make them peaceably to surrender. Yet with patience and gentle means will rise and draw and do good service. 33. Williams proved unable to negotiate a solution. One day Pomham's bitterness would drive him into just the sort of anti-English alliance Williams dreaded. As the dust settled from the Royal Commissioner's visit, Puritan leaders chafed at the Narragansett's newfound autonomy and sought opportunities to reassert control. During the winter of 1668 to 1669, Connecticut was alarmed to learn that longtime foes Ninigret and Uncas, sachems of the Narragansetts and Mohegans, respectively, along with many other Algonquians, were attending a dance hosted by Pequot leader Robin Cassasinnamon at Noank, where the Pequots had received a 500-acre reservation. The hot-headed Thomas Stanton, the Pequot's supervisory agent, found it terribly unnerving considering Ninigret and Uncas durst not look each upon other this 20 years but at the muzzle of a gun or at the pile of an arrow. 34 Deciding that nothing good could come of it, he brazenly marched soldiers into Noank and demanded Cassasinnamon hand over Ninigret, blustering that he would not leave without him even if he had to die in that place. Narragansett warriors rallied to their sachem's defense, and Cassasinnamon knew he had to act fast. I then saw Ninigret's men, almost 100 of them, have clubs in their hands, and the Englishmen laid their hands upon their swords ready to draw, he later reported. Should there be violence, Ninigret's men might have fried Englishmen's houses and a great deal of hurt might have come of it. Cassasinnamon cried out, demanding of Stanton what would satisfy him. A great deal of wampum, Stanton replied. Wampum was like the grass, Cassasinnamon admonished. When it was gone, it would come again, but if men be once killed, they will live no more. He offered £20 worth at the Indian exchange rate. Thankfully, Stanton accepted, and the crisis was averted, though Stanton eventually insisted on £40 worth. I hope you will consider my great love I have to the English and to the saving of men's lives, a relieved Cassasinnamon informed Connecticut. 35. But it was not over. The following spring, Long Island colonists reported that Montauk's were warning about an extensive Indian conspiracy for the destruction of the English. Supposedly the Montauk's were part of it, having sent Ninigret 200 to 300 fathoms of wampum. The Pequots were too. They expected guns and ammunition from Rhode Island, and even the French had offered to help them to destroy the English, and then they should have their land again and all would be as in former times before the English came. Indians were moving incredible sums of wampum, warned Connecticut's John Mason. They were probably only waiting for Mohawk support, and while the Mohawks remained friendly, Mason urged the colonies to kill such birds in the egg. 36. Reports emerged of militant rhetoric from Pequots who had been driven from their land at Caughatuck, near the Pawcatuck River, by Stanton and other Connecticut settlers. A woman claimed the Indians were conspiring to kill all the English as soon as green Indian corn was ripe enough to make their bread. A man boasted that if there was a war, the Indians would run down out of the woods and would first knock them of the head with their tomahawks. Because they hated them for living on Caughatuck land. It was probably just talk, but what if it was not? The truth is, they are very high of late and slight all authority of the English, Stanton claimed. Ninigret's messengers were running to and fro with great speed, inviting all manner of Indians to the greatest dance that ever was, and many were promising warriors and wampum. That is their last shift, he predicted. If they do anything it will be within these few days, and if God prevent them not, our town is like to undergo the first of their cruelties. 37. Mason had often warned of such dangers, but this time he was sure the threat was real. If I am not stark blind in Indian matters, he postulated, it's not far from as great a hazard as ever New England yet saw. It was imperative that Ninigret be seized and examined and the Narragansetts and Pequots compelled to surrender their arms. He even ordered the Mohegans to surrender some muskets. Connecticut ordered Captain Wade Winthrop, the governor's 27-year-old son, to summon Ninigret before them for examination. But Rhode Islanders intercepted Winthrop at the Pawcatuck River on July 19, declaring that Rhode Island protested against any such illegal or unlawful proceedings. Ninigret would answer before the government under whom His Majesty have put him, Rhode Island. 38. Having been alerted of a potential Indian conspiracy by a skeptical New York Governor Francis Lovelace, Rhode Island issued a warrant for Ninigret's arrest. But it treated him gently, lodging him in Newport at colony expense. Appearing before the council on July 28, Ninigret expressed amazement at their credulity. 4 years earlier, the king had acknowledged the Narragansetts as loyal subjects. The royal commissioner's exhortation to be faithful to all His Majesty's subjects was rooted in his heart, Ninigret declared, and he intended to honor it as long as he lived. A French alliance was manifestly ridiculous, and he had quarrels with the Mohawks. Colonists should not believe the rumors, for they came from a disgruntled Montauk, who was upset that his people had resumed paying Ninigret tribute. To each of the magistrates' questions, Ninigret offered a plausible response. Wampanoags had come to Niantic to bark cedar trees and to make bark houses, which his men had not good skill in, he explained. Another came to teach a dance. He did not understand how this could be taken for a plot. When asked why he was holding such a great dance, he replied, "It is known to you it is no unusual thing for us so to do, but that it is often used from the time after the weeding of our corn till such time as we do eat of it." It was a kind of invocation that they might have a plentiful harvest. 39. The council dismissed Ninigret and reported his fair and reasonable answers to New York and Connecticut. 4 Montauk's corroborated Ninigret's testimony. Governor Lovelace congratulated Rhode Island for the care you have shown in settling the minds of some overcredulous persons amongst us. Fear-mongering simply animated the heathens who, taking courage from our fear, might be apt to break forth into extravagances not to be redressed without a war and all the miseries attending it. 40. Rhode Island had protected Ninigret from another disastrous confrontation with the United Colonies, but it did not protect the Narragansetts from the Atherton Company. In 1668, after the sachem Scutup died, his mother Caapin, her councillor Potuck, and the sachem Cojonaquant's son Quinapin confirmed the company's title to land around Petaquamscut. 4 years later, in an obvious attempt to secure the company's allegiance and preempt Connecticut's claim to the region, Rhode Island declared the Atherton transactions valid, as if they had never violated Rhode Island law or been overturned by the royal commissioners. It did so, the government explained, to protect the Atherton settlers from barbarous Indians so ready to war. 41. Royal intervention alarmed Puritans, but it proved fleeting, and colonial expansion proceeded apace. New England now had some 80 towns with a population rapidly surpassing 50,000, dwarfing the Algonquian total of about 15,000. With the local fur trade collapsing and the English trading directly with the Mohawks through New York, many Algonquians found it necessary to work for colonists for wages, even as their sachems sold more and more land. Some decided the best hope of prosperity came from submitting to the English and accepting Christianity. Others bitterly resented English domination and the destruction of their way of life. 42. 12. Praying towns. 1665 to 1675. On a September afternoon in 1665, residents of Cambridge, Massachusetts, were stunned to see 5 Mohawks arrive at the home of the Taylor family. Each had a firelock gun, a pistol, an helved hatchet, a long knife hanging about their necks, and a pack, or knapsack, well furnished with powder and bullets. They did not resist arrest and were brought before the General Court in Boston a couple of days later. 1. Their presence was terrifying, especially for local Indians. For several years, the Mohawks had been fighting a coalition of Algonquians on New England's northern frontier. They had driven the upper Connecticut Valley Secaucus from their fort at Squakeag, and when a Mohawk sachem and his entourage were treacherously murdered at Pecumtuck, they destroyed that town too, killing Uncas's rival sachem Onapequin. 2 Mohawks also attacked the Penacooks of the Merrimack Valley, and it was during one such raid that 5 warriors ventured as far as Cambridge. They had no desire to do the least wrong to the English, the Mohawks informed the court, but to avenge themselves of the Indians, their enemies. The magistrates retorted that they were more like wolves than men, to travel and wander so far from home, merely to kill and destroy men, women, and children, and it was base and ignoble to do this in a secret, skulking manner, lying in ambushment, thickets, and swamps. Men of courage, valor, and nobleness of spirit would fight with their enemies openly and in a plain field. Local Indians poured into Boston, urging the court to kill the Mohawks. "These Mohawks are unto us as wolves are to your sheep," they explained. "They secretly seize upon us and our children, wherever they meet us, and destroy us." The magistrates discussed how to handle the situation as became wise and Christian men. They were anxious to avoid war with the Mohawks, but they were also obligated to protect their Indian subjects. 3 considerations informed their decision. First, it was neither honorable nor suitable to the Christian profession to begin a war with a people that had not killed or slain any Englishman. Second, it was immoral to join an Indian conflict, the cause whereof we knew not, or which party were the aggressors. Third, to execute men who had surrendered and not done us any wrong would be a great injustice. They sent the Mohawks home with coats and a letter asking their sachem not to attack Indians under Massachusetts' protection or within 40 miles of an English town. 3 A few days later, the United Colonies appropriated £5 worth of powder and shot for the praying Indians. 4 Massachusetts authorized more a year later. 5 Spearheading Massachusetts' involvement was the devout Captain Daniel Gookin, a magistrate since 1652 and superintendent of the praying towns since 1661. Born in 1612, Gookin had lived in Virginia and Maryland before his Puritan beliefs led him to Massachusetts. He owned extensive lands in all 3 colonies. He briefly returned to England during the 1650s, where Cromwell tasked him with recruiting colonists for Jamaica, but the restoration of the monarchy drove him back to Massachusetts. He was close with the missionary John Eliot and passionate about missionary work. 6 Arming Indians was controversial, but Gookin and his fellow magistrates were committed to protecting Christian Indians. Eager to benefit from such protection, more Algonquian communities began accepting Christianity, while a troop of Indian teachers trained by Eliot prepared to instruct them. The result was a rapid increase in the number of praying towns. Mohawk war parties terrorized Penacooks and Nipmucs. They ambushed Indians traveling along forest paths. They shot men fishing or collecting eel pots in the Merrimack. Praying Indians like those of Nashoba abandoned their cornfields and wigwams for the safety of a fort recently built at the Penacook praying town of Wamasett, where they labored in the employ of local colonists for wages. Captain Gookin sent soldiers to garrison Wamasett. But he forbade Wanalancet, the Penacook sachem at Pawtucket Falls, from sheltering his people at Wamasett unless they became praying Indians. So Wanalancet built his own fort. Gookin considered Wanalancet loving and friendly and suspected that he rejected Christianity due to pressure from his family and leading men. Colonists had jailed his brother for 2 years for debt, and Wanalancet had to sell a valued tract of land to secure his release. His bitterness must have been substantial. 7 In 1669 members of the Abenaki tribe from Maine began recruiting Penacook and Massachusetts men to invade Mohawk country. Gookin and John Eliot dissuaded most praying Indians from participating, but Wamasett sachem, Numthau, whose brother had been killed by Mohawks, decided to go. So did the apostate Massachusetts sachem Josias Wampatuck, who had given up Christianity out of concern that his subjects would forsake him. As many as 700 warriors marched 200 miles to Caughnawaga, where they attacked a Mohawk fort on August 18, only to be repulsed. They sieged it some days before illness and lack of food and ammunition forced them to return home. 20 or 30 miles down the trail, Mohawks ambushed them, killing Wampatuck and 50 of their chief men. The survivors returned with lamentation and mourning, only to discover that Wamasett was for the most part scattered, and their corn spoiled. Eliot and Gookin interpreted the catastrophe as God's judgment on the Pawtucket Penacooks for rejecting Christianity. They considered it a boon for the faith. Indians take notice of, Eliot told Robert Boyle of the New England Company. Algonquians grew ever more dependent on English protection. The following year, Mohawks attacked some Wamasets north of the Merrimack, killing some and scalping a teenage girl, fracturing her skull. An English woman from Woburn extracted skull fragments and nursed her back to health. The Pawtuckets finally yielded to the pressure and became praying Indians. Wanalancet, their sachem, did not become a Christian but agreed to observe the Sabbath and attend teaching, so Eliot sent him an Indian teacher named Peter Jethro. 8. Mohawks were not the only ones driving Indians into Massachusetts' arms. In August 1667, at least 125 Narragansett warriors raided Quontisset, a Nipmuc town of 100 inhabitants. They did not kill anyone, but they tore mats from wigwams and plundered guns, powder and shot, swine, wampum, deer skins, coats, kettles, food, and other items worth about 130 pounds. They had been sent by Ninigret's sister, the female Narragansett sachem Caapin, who was determined to demonstrate her power over her erstwhile tributaries following the deaths of her husband Mixino and son Scutup. When the Quontisets appealed to Eliot for help, he told them God was punishing them for standing off so long from praying to God. So they offered to become praying Indians and submit to Massachusetts in exchange for protection, and Eliot urged the government to intervene on their behalf. 9. Massachusetts summoned the parties to appear in court in October, reminding Caapin that the 1645 treaty prohibited her from waging war without their consent. Caapin affirmed the treaty but insisted she had not violated it. The raid, she believed, was well within her rights as sachem. The Quontisets had been her family's subjects time out of mind and had robbed her men, insulted her late son, and refused to pay tribute, she argued. Still, she sent deputies who professed great love and respects to the Massachusetts government and a readiness to be directed by them in all these matters. But the Quontisets denied being her subjects. True, they had often given the Narragansetts gifts, but in a way of love and as a present unto them, and not by way of right or due. So the court ordered Caapin to restore what her men had stolen and find trustworthy witnesses to prove that the Quontisets were her tributaries. 10. She turned to Roger Williams, who submitted a letter attesting abundant and daily proof that Quontisset was unquestionably subject to the Narragansett sachems. It was as plain and clear as that the inhabitants of Ipswich or Newbury are subject to the government of Massachusetts. Massachusetts was right to discourage the Narragansetts from oppressing tributaries, he conceded, but it had to recognize their God-given authority over the Quontisets, having no right to change Indian laws and customs. 11. The parties were instructed to appear again on May 8, but due to misreports carried to them, the Narragansetts did not make it. Many Nipmucs did, and not just from Quontisset. Tamutassakampanam, the grave and pious sachem who had professed his Christian faith in 1659, was there, as was Job Catananit, brother of Eliot's assistant. So were 8 sachems representing the towns of Quontisset, Monchage, Chabanaconcamuan, Hassanamset, Magancogue, and Wabquiset, a Mohegan tributary. These Nipmuc sachems formally submitted to Massachusetts on May 9. Convinced of our great sins and how good it is to turn unto the Lord and be his servants by praying and calling upon his name, they declared. We do solemnly, before God and this court, give up ourselves so to God. They had learned from experience how good it is to live under laws and good government, and how much we need the protection of the English. Narragansetts arrived 4 days later with something in way of proof that the Nipmucs, especially Quontisset, were their subjects, but by then the Nipmucs had departed. According to court records, the Narragansetts generously conceded that if the Nipmucs were real in their profession to serve God and to live under the government of the English, they were willing it should be so. The court then announced a trial period for the Nipmucs to prove the sincerity of their submission. It assured the Narragansetts that it considered them friends, promising to treat them with righteousness and equity. 12. Considering that the royal commissioners had ruled the Narragansetts free from the United Colonies, this was an aggressive move by Massachusetts. It set the stage for the rapid expansion of the Puritan mission. But to sachems like Cayapan and the Mohegan sachem Uncas, who were losing tributaries, it was further evidence that they needed to resist Christianity. John Eliot and the praying Indians of Natick were well prepared to take advantage of the Nipmuc's submission. Every 2 weeks during summer Eliot taught logic, theology, and rhetoric at Natick. Indians practiced their preaching under his tutelage, and he was satisfied that many could speak methodically and profitably unto any plain text of Scripture. Thus, while many Indians who studied at Harvard or the grammar schools dropped out or died of various causes, Daniel Gookin considered them casualties in the wars of the Lord against sin and Satan. Eliot had trained a generation of teachers. Now Natick sent them to sundry parts of the country, to call in their countrymen to pray unto God. While some colonists doubted the natives' capabilities or sincerity, Eliot believed they made the best missionaries. The work was difficult, paid poorly, and received little encouragement. Few colonists were willing to endure it. Gookin added that missionaries had to be very much mortified, self-denying, and of a public spirit, seeking greatly God's glory, and these are rare qualities in young men. More important, Indians appreciated the nuances of Algonquian language and culture. Many of their people were deeply suspicious of Christianity, so if the gospel had any hope of success, it had to be delivered by their own people. 13. To help train missionaries, Eliot published his Indian Dialogues in 1671. The book presented a series of partly historical conversations in which Indians presented objections against Christianity, and Indian missionaries responded to them. Some were based on real conversations, others were fictional. In one dialogue, an Indian asked his Christian relatives if the English invented Christianity to terrify the Indians that they might wipe us off our lands. A Christian Indian replied that God gave human beings the Bible before the English knew God. Indians should be thankful to the English and thank God for them, he added. For they had a good country of their own, but they heard of us, and of our country, and of our nakedness, ignorance of God, and wild condition. God put it into their hearts to desire to come hither and teach us the good knowledge of God. He added, we gave them leave freely to live among us. They have purchased of us a great part of those lands which they possess. They love us, they do us right, and no wrong willingly. If any do us wrong, it is without the consent of their rulers, and upon our complaints our wrongs are righted. True, the English were great sinners, so God sometimes punished them. But the Indians should imitate their faith, not their sin. 14. In Eliot's book, Indians protested that those who became Christians alienated family and friends and had to give up cherished customs, including pleasures and sports and delights and joys in this world. The Christian assured them that the gospel was worth it. But if you so love your old company, as that you choose rather to feed on trash and venture to perish among them, then perish you shall, and thank yourself for your foolish choice. A powwow retorted that they had their own gods. But the Christian replied that they worshipped the devil, for which they deserved to be damned in hell and to be tormented among the devils forever. Faith in Jesus could save them from this terrible fate. Jesus had pacified God's wrath and reconciled God toward humans by dying on the cross. Now, by his Spirit, he had begun to conquer the world by leading people to faith. Christ Jesus taketh possession of the heathen and utmost ends of the earth, Natick's leader Wabun said, and this is one description of our country. 15. Whether or not many praying Indians actually spoke this way, it reflected how Eliot wanted them to think about colonization. As Massachusetts' superintendent of praying Indians, Daniel Gookin was responsible for organizing praying towns among the Nipmucs who had recently submitted to the colony. A pious magistracy and Christian government is a great help and means for promoting, cherishing, encouraging, and propagating the Christian religion among any people, he explained, especially rude, uncultivated, and barbarous Indians. John Eliot had abandoned his strict views of biblical government, and Gookin was flexible about the process. In each town, Indians elected their own rulers, ideally wise and godly men. Gookin's task as chief magistrate was to confirm their selections and supervise their work. He made sure they prevented powwowing and punished drunkenness. He promoted morality, civility, industry, and diligence, believing idleness and improvidence are the Indians' great sin, and a kind of second nature to them. He trusted that by good example and wholesome laws, gradually applied with God's blessing, such flaws would be rooted out. He made sure they observed the Sabbath, attended worship, and supported teachers and rulers by paying a tithe. And he would help them establish schools for their children. 16. It was equally important to protect their land from acquisitive colonists. Massachusetts did this by issuing land grants, as stipulated by the 1652 law. Gookin knew that some critics, especially in England, considered this improper since it was all their native country and propriety before the English came into America. He summarized Massachusetts' position in a tract he wrote around 1674. Indians had a native title to their lands according to Genesis 1:28 and 9:1 and Psalm 115:16, he argued. Thus colonists could not dispossess them of lands they have subdued, or from their fishing places. All land Indians plausibly claimed had to be purchased, subject to the government's approval. But civil jurisdiction was a different matter. The king claimed New England by right of discovery, and the region's sachems had long since submitted to Massachusetts. Thus Massachusetts legally possessed most of the land within this jurisdiction, either by purchase or donation from the Indian sachems. Indians who wanted civil title to their land required a grant. This policy helped Indians preserve their land, Gookin argued. After all, many sachems, being poor, as well as improvident, are very prone to sell their land to the English and thereby leave themselves destitute. This problem was only intensifying, for the English were a growing and potent people, and grants were essential to prevent differences and contention among the English and Indians in future times about the propriety of land. The policy also had moral value, Gookin claimed. Abandoning their traditional way of life with its seasonal migrations, Christian Indians would settle in towns, without which neither religion or civility can well prosper. By planting crops, raising cattle, and producing trade goods, they would learn to live as civilized Christians. 17. Indians who rejected Christianity saw it differently. Why should the strength of their land rights depend on whether or not they became praying Indians? And what did it suggest about the future of those who did not? Debates within Algonquian communities must have been long and bitter. While some believed Christianity would secure their future, others viewed it as a scheme to rob them of their land. For them, the expansion of the praying town system was deeply disconcerting. 18. Quontisset was recognized as a praying town in 1669. There must have been resistance, since Eliot admitted that Indian teachers received too much discouragement there. Nevertheless, the seed is alive, he wrote. There doth only want strength to bring forth. 19. Another praying town was founded at recently established Magancogue, a place of great trees about 24 miles southwest of Boston. It was granted 3,000 acres encompassing a large, fertile hill. 20. In 1671 an Indian church was established at Hassanamsid, which joined Natick as a base for missionary work. Eliot's biggest problem was lack of funds to pay native teachers and officials. There were many things he wanted to do, he complained to the New England Company, but I cannot come at them for want of means. He needed reimbursement of his considerable debts, and if it should be refused, then my hands are tied. I can do little. Nevertheless, he continued, I am resolved through the grace of Christ, I will never give over the work so long as I have legs to go. If no man help me, yet mine eyes are to the Lord, who hath said he will never leave me nor forsake me. 21. The following year, about 45 nipmucs from Chabanakonkamuan, 20 miles northeast of Quantisit, formed a praying town. Chabanakonkamuan lay north of a very great pond, about 5 or 6 miles long, and was well accommodated with upland and meadows. Hassanamsit sent Joseph Petavit, a sober, pious, and ingenious person who could speak and read English, to serve as its teacher. Thanks to him, Gukin thought, its people were better instructed in the worship of God than any of the new praying towns. The following year, Gukin appointed Black James of Chabanakonkamuan, whom he considered diligent and courageous, faithful and zealous to suppress sin, as constable of the new towns. Pakachug became Massachusetts' 10th praying town, located on a fertile hill south of the new road from Boston to Connecticut. 22 Gukin was especially interested in it because in 1665 he and several entrepreneurs purchased 3,200 acres southeast of Quinsigamond Lake from its sachem, Sagamore John, where they were attempting to establish an English town. 23. Connecticut lagged far behind Massachusetts in missionary work. The United Colonies paid ministers to evangelize the Pequots, but they accomplished little. 24 However, Norwich's pastor James Fitch achieved a breakthrough that John Eliot thought he would never see, persuading Uncas to let him teach the Mohegans. The key was Uncas's patron John Mason. 25 Fitch had been Mason's pastor at Saybrook before following him to Norwich in 1659. He married Mason's daughter, and his son and daughter from a previous marriage married 2 of Mason's other children. 26. Connecticut supported Fitch's efforts, promising to encourage Mohegans who faithfully attended his teaching, while displaying an unpleasant countenance toward those who interrupt or hinder it. 27 This was not mere rhetoric, for the Mohegans depended on Connecticut to preserve their land. Even now, Connecticut Governor John Winthrop Jr. was arguing that when Mason was entrusted with Uncas's land, it was in his capacity as Connecticut's agent, meaning it belonged to Connecticut. Uncas faced growing pressure for land from towns like New London. 28. By September 1671 Fitch was teaching at his house every 2 weeks, and Uncas and his son Oweneko had promised to attend. Uncas's coming in is a great matter, Eliot informed the United Colonies commissioners. I desire the work may be countenanced and supported. 29 Then, in January, Mason died suddenly, leaving a gaping hole in Connecticut. Mohegan relations. 30 Fitch assumed Mason's role as mediator, but Fitch and Uncas never trusted each other, and his work suffered. 31 Nevertheless in 1673 Uncas signed a remarkable agreement, promising to attend upon Fitch at all such seasons as he shall appoint for preaching to and praying with the Indians, and to command his people to attend in a constant way and solemn manner. He vowed not to affright or discourage them from this good work, upon penalty of suffering the most grievous punishment that can be inflicted upon me. Time would tell whether or not he was sincere. 32. The Mohawk War petered out during the early 1670s, but it left the Penacooks devastated. Their population was perhaps 1,250, half of what it had been a generation earlier. This did not stop Praying Town Superintendent Daniel Gukin from criticizing the praying town of Wamasit's lack of spiritual progress. He praised its sachem Numthau and Numthau's son Samuel, a teacher who could read and write fluently in English and Algonquian. But Gukin complained that every spring at fishing time Wamasit was inundated with vicious and wicked men and women, which Satan makes use of to obstruct the prosperity of religion. He was equally frustrated at Wamasit's failure to channel its resources into meaningful prosperity. These Indians, if they were diligent and industrious, might get much by their fish, especially fresh salmon, which are of esteem and good price at Boston, he claimed. But their idleness and improvidence prevented it. Gukin was at the Penacook town of Pawtucket in 1674 when John Eliot challenged Wanalancet, its sachem, to stop wavering and accept Christianity. After some deliberation and serious pause, he recalled, Wanalancet stood up and made a speech to this effect: Sirs, you have been pleased for 4 years past, in your abundant love, to apply yourselves particularly unto me and my people, to exhort, press, and persuade us to pray to God. I am very thankful to you for your pains. I have all my days used to pass in an old canoe. And now you exhort me to change and leave my old canoe and embark in a new canoe, to which I have hitherto been unwilling. But now I yield up myself to your advice and enter into a new canoe, and do engage to pray to God hereafter. A colonist replied that while he went in his old canoe he passed in a quiet stream, but the end thereof was death and destruction to soul and body. Now, although perhaps he would meet with storms and trials, he should persevere, for the end of his voyage would be everlasting rest. Later they heard that Wanalancet prayed regularly with his family, lived soberly, and traveled 2 miles each Sunday to attend services at Wamasit. It came at a cost, for several of his people rejected his leadership. 33. Wushakim, a Nashaway town, was moving in the opposite direction. Although Massachusetts had ordered Major Simon Willard to arm the Nashaways, the war had so ravaged Wushakim that a population of about 300 in the 1640s had been reduced to scarcely 15 families. As the fur trade declined, many found themselves indebted to regional traders like Willard, who sought payment in land, while the nearby English town of Lancaster flourished and expanded at the Nashaways' expense. Local traders sold them alcohol illegally, with dire consequences. A Nashaway told Gookin some were desirously willing to pray to God, but others were very wicked and much addicted to drunkenness, and thereby many disorders were committed. Their Christian sachem, Matthew, had been succeeded by the bitter Shoshanim, whose leadership Eliot had openly opposed. Gookin blithely informed Shoshanim of his mission to govern Wushakim, promoting religion and civility. He sent him the praying Indian Peter Jethro, promising that if the Nashaways obeyed Jethro's teaching, observed the Sabbath, and abstained from drunkenness, whoredom, powwowing, and all other evils, they would find temporal and eternal happiness. But Shoshanim wanted nothing of it, and when Gookin tried to appoint a constable at Wushakim, his candidate admitted that it was futile without support from other Nashaways. 34. Gookin and Eliot recognized 4 new Nipmuc praying towns in 1674, raising the number in Massachusetts to 14. Gookin appointed Tamutasakampanam, who had orchestrated the Nipmuc's 1668 submission, as ruler of the new towns. They called him Captain Tom because he led a well-known Indian militia unit. Gookin, Eliot, and several Indian teachers set out on a tour to organize the new towns in September. The first was Monchage, about 10 miles southwest of Hassanamsit. Most of its 60 inhabitants were absent, but Eliot left them a teacher. From there they traveled to Chabanaconkamoon. After Eliot preached, they prayed, sang psalms, and discussed civil and religious polity well into the night. Next they traveled 7 miles west to Monexit, a town of 100 people near the Quinnebog River, where Eliot assigned another teacher. They bypassed Quantisset, crossed the river, and pressed another 6 miles to Wabquiset, a Mohegan tributary. 35. With 150 people, Wabquiset was the largest of the new towns, and its rich soil produced not less than 40 bushels upon an acre. The sachem was not home, but his wife generously welcomed them into her wigwam, which, at 60 by 20 feet, doubled as a meeting house. Samson Pettivit, Wabquiset's Nipmuc teacher, had an interesting story. He had been dissolute and lived very uncomfortably with his wife in recent years, but Gookin punished him, and now he was, through grace, changed and become sober and pious, and they lived very well together. Gookin found him very thankful to me for the discipline. As Eliot and Pettivit led the people in prayer, psalm singing, and preaching, one Indian sat sullenly. Afterward he informed them that the Mohegan sachem Uncas was not well pleased that the English should pass over Mohegan River to call his Indians to pray to God. He challenged right to and dominion over this people of Wabquiset. Eliot offered his usual misleading reply that it was his work to call upon all men everywhere as he had opportunity, especially the Indians, to repent and embrace the gospel, but he did not meddle with civil right or jurisdiction. Gookin told the Mohegan agent to inform Uncas that Wabquisett was under Massachusetts' jurisdiction. Nevertheless, they had no intention of robbing the Indian sachems of their just and ancient right over the Indians in respect of paying tribute or any other dues. Massachusetts' purpose was to bring them to the good knowledge of God in Christ Jesus and to suppress among them those sins of drunkenness, idolatry, powwowing or witchcraft, whoredom, murder, and like sins. This would hardly satisfy Uncas, but Gookin held court anyway. From Wabquisett they continued to Pacatchug, where Sagamore John kindly entertained them. Ephraim Curtis had established a trading post nearby at Quinsigamond, where several families were building houses, and Gookin had agreed to pay Sagamore John and other sachems £12, 2 coats and 4 yards of trading cloth valued at 26 shillings for an additional 8-mile square tract. After Eliot preached and Pacatchug's teacher James Speen led in singing a psalm, Gookin and Captain Tom held court, recognizing the town's leaders as clothed with the authority of the English government. They chose a grave and sober man named Matoonaz as constable. In 1671 the colony had executed Matoonaz's son for murder, his head still hung upon a pole in Boston. Matoonaz admitted he had wanted revenge, his heart so big hot within him, but now he was resolved to abide a faithful friend to the English. Time would show he had not forgotten his grievance, nor were Sagamore John's people entirely happy about Gookin's land deal. 36. The traveling party did not reach Weantug, where Eliot's former assistant James Printer was pastor, near the recently established English town of Mendon. Nor did they visit Quaboag. The General Court had authorized a 4,000-acre grant for Quaboag in 1664, and Gookin believed it was coming on to receive the gospel, but it had not become a praying town. Events would reveal that its opposition to Christianity was growing. 37. In one respect, Gookin and Eliot's tour was detrimental. Alarmed by their actions at Wabquisett, Uncas discouraged Mohegans from attending Norwich minister James Fitch's teaching sessions. These Indians do suffer much from reproaches, revilings, and threatenings, Fitch lamented about the 30 or so who persisted. He secured more than 300 acres for a praying town, promising it would be theirs so long as they go on in the ways of God. At that point Uncas became interested in his teaching again, but Fitch was under no illusions about his motives. 38. The older praying towns struggled to practice Christianity while maintaining something of their traditional way of life. The town of Punkapoag found a measure of prosperity raising cattle and hogs, fishing, and producing goods for sale in Boston and other markets. Its people earned many a pound cutting trees in a large cedar swamp and manufacturing shingles and clapboards. Nashoba was resettled by about 50 people after the war. They planted corn and apple trees, fished, hunted, and labored in nearby towns, but Gookin lamented the problem of drunkenness. "I have often seriously considered what course to take to restrain this beastly sin," he admitted, "but hitherto cannot reach it." Even if he could stop English traders from illegally selling alcohol, Indians produced their own from apples, grain, or barley. Nothing could conquer this exorbitance but the sovereign grace of God in Christ, he concluded. Hassanamsit, on the other hand, was thriving. It had rich land and plenty of meadow, being well tempered and watered, producing plenty of corn, grain, and fruit from several good orchards. Raising cattle and hogs, its inhabitants did better than any other Indians, though very far short of the English, both in diligence and providence. It had a meeting house and several other English-style structures, though its 12 families lived in wigwams. John Eliot's former assistant James Printer's brothers, Anaekan and Joseph Tuckaulipin, served as ruler and teacher, and their father, Naoas, was a deacon. Natick remained the model. Every Sunday morning and evening the beating of a drum summoned inhabitants to the meeting house. A teacher opened with prayer, followed by scripture and the singing of a psalm. Then the minister catechised the congregation, prayed, and preached. After further prayer and another psalm, the people were blessed and dismissed. They demeaned themselves visibly with reverence, attention, modesty, and solemnity, the menkind sitting by themselves and the womenkind by themselves, according to their age, quality, and degree. Gookin wrote. 39 Despite substantial cultural differences, the churches of Natick and Hassanamsid functioned much like English Puritan churches. When it came to discipline, Eliot claimed, they were so severe that he had to bridle them to moderation and forbearance. 40. Massachusetts' 14 praying towns had a total population of 1,100, by Gookin's count, and were growing rapidly. True, most praying Indians were not baptized and had not become church members. Most are catechised, do attend public worship, read the scriptures, pray in their family morning and evening, Gookin wrote, but have not yet come so far as to be able or willing to profess their faith in Christ and yield obedience and subjection unto him in his church. Many English Puritans put off church membership for similar reasons. Yet, Gookin claimed, all of them, young and old alike, could readily answer any question of the catechism, which, I believe, is more than can be said of many thousands of English people. 41. Eliot tried to be positive about relations between natives and colonists. Indians have a deep sense of their own darkness and ignorance and a reverent esteem of the light and goodness of the English, he claimed, and ordinarily in their prayers, they thank God for them and pray for them as the instrument of God for their good. When Indians and English celebrated the Lord's Supper together as brothers and sisters in Christ, it represented the community of which Eliot dreamed. Christian Indians frequented English homes, and dozens were educated in English schools. One even purchased a home in Boston. But Eliot lamented that even pious colonists often viewed Indians as the worst of men. Eliot had to persuade some ministers that since God received Indians into his church, they were obligated to do the same, and it was telling that his funding came almost exclusively from England. Another problem was the English obsession with land. Puritan ministers recognized the problem, but they viewed the primary sin as materialism or worldliness rather than injustice toward Indians. For Indians, Eliot confessed, the business about land giveth them no small matter of stumbling. 42. There were many other problems. For example, Massachusetts offered praying Indians the same legal rights as colonists, but juries and judges did not always treat them equally in practice. While they usually suffered the same punishments for the same crimes, prejudice left them vulnerable to discrimination and less likely to receive mercy, and they often lacked the resources to file appeals or pay fines. 43. Despite such challenges, Gookin was optimistic that New England's first people were on the verge of embracing Christianity wholesale and thought hard about how to integrate them into English society. The best approach, he thought, was to teach Indian children to speak, read, and write the English tongue. History demonstrated that changing the language of a barbarous people into the speech of a more civil and potent nation that have conquered them gradually transformed them unto the civility and religion of the prevailing nation. Once Algonquians spoke and read English, they would essentially become English. One way to accomplish this was to place Indian children with English families. Boys could learn a trade and girls could learn good housewifery, while being educated at their master's expense. Colonists might support such a program because New England was desperate for labor. The harder part was persuading Indian parents to part with their children. A second approach was to establish free, integrated schools in which English and Indian children could study side by side. Indian children would learn the arts and sciences, form friendships with English youth, and be evangelized. The funds could be raised in England, supplemented by minimal contributions from colonists and Indians. Gookin and Eliot reported that most of the known and pious Indians earnestly desired it and drafted a proposal for the United Colonies and New England Company. Gookin envisioned the praying town of Ocomacomiset as an ideal location because it bordered the English town of Marlborough. In between were 150 acres that could support a school, schoolmaster's house, and farm whose proceeds could pay the schoolmaster's salary. 44 But Gookin's judgment was naive, for relations between the two towns were as troubled as those between Dedham and Natick. In 1656 Massachusetts had granted Marlborough's founders land belonging to Ocomacomiset. Eliot appealed, and 2 years later the General Court ruled in Ocombemicamizet's favor. The ruling left the towns practically on top of each other and Marlborough embittered at losing prime land. While Ocombemicamizet grew plenty of corn and several good orchards, it languished under the shadow of the larger English town with its many livestock. Marlborough resented Ocombemicamizet's presence, and there was no chance that it would accept an integrated school. 45. Undaunted, Gookin urged readers of his 1674 tract to embrace the glorious opportunity and sober responsibility of building God's kingdom among the Indians. They could see in the poor forlorn Indians, as in a mirror or looking glass, the woeful, miserable and deplorable estate that sin hath reduced mankind unto, he wrote, for aside from their rational souls, they were not many degrees above beasts. Yet the English were no better by nature. The only difference was that by God's grace they were born and bred among civilized and Christian nations. Was God not exhibiting the same grace to many Indians? Had he not brought the English to America for this very purpose? God was fulfilling his promise in Psalm 2 to give Christ the heathen for his inheritance and the uttermost parts of the earth for his possession, and it was past time to get serious about evangelizing Indians. This involved acting righteously to prevent any stumbling block from hindering Indians in their travel towards the heavenly Canaan. They had to lure the Indians to salvation by love and justice. 46. For all its hubris about English cultural superiority, Gookin's proposal was the most specific and hopeful plan for English-Indian integration yet produced by a New England Puritan. But it came too late. Although many Algonquians had accepted Christianity, there were already many stumbling blocks in the way of their seeking a heavenly Canaan. Within a year, Gookin's hope of an integrated society would be shattered amid the fulcrum of war. Many colonists would abandon all thought of a heavenly Canaan that included Indians, instead envisioning an earthly Canaan whose first people needed to be destroyed. Despite missionary progress, by the late 1660s many ministers were convinced that the colonies were straying from their covenant with God and losing their way. The evidence of God's displeasure seemed manifold. Severe droughts were followed by destructive floods. Caterpillars and mildew devastated wheat crops. Fire and smallpox claimed property and lives. Conflict consumed communities, and prominent churches suffered schism, including the first churches of Boston and Hartford. In 1664 a comet blazed across the sky, and 3 years later a zodiacal light appeared, shaped like a spear and pointed at New England. 47 It troubled many that the esteemed ministers of the founding generation were dying. Is not the Lord packing up the chief goods he hath and removing them away? Asked Northampton pastor Eleazar Mather. When God dismisseth his righteous ones, it is a sign that he himself will be gone ere long. 48. Ministers concluded that God had a controversy with New England. They used special occasions such as elections or fast days to warn that God was disciplining his people and that if they did not repent, discipline would lead to judgment. Such sermons became known as Jeremiads because, like the ancient prophet Jeremiah, they warned of God's looming judgment. 49 They were sure God had a covenant with New England, similar though not identical to his ancient covenant with Israel. The Lord hath said of New England, surely they are my people, William Stoughton preached. God singled out New England above any nation or people in the world. True, God had his creatures in this wilderness before we came, and his rational creatures too, a multitude of them, but as to sons and children that are covenant born unto God, are not we the first such a relation? 50. To be God's first people meant being held to a higher standard. If they obeyed God, he would bless them, but if they disobeyed, he would punish them. God hath given New England many days of prosperity, warned Simon Willard's son Samuel, but meanwhile sin hath been growing upon us. As God's watchmen, ministers had to warn the people, identify their sins, and call them to repentance. 51. Unfortunately, ministers did not always agree about what those sins were. Many ministers lamented congregations' failure to bring young adults into church membership. You may fear that your children one day will curse you and wish that they had been the children of Indians, warned Eleazar Mather. 52 They fretted that the founding generation's passion for God's kingdom had given way to obsession with land and economic prosperity, resulting in pride, conflict, and exploitation. They complained about lack of financial support and challenges to their authority, and about the increasing toleration of Baptists and other dissidents, which produced such diversity of opinions that people know not what to believe. Towns petitioned for a formal investigation of the causes of God's displeasure against the land, triggering intense debate among the colony's leaders. They did not say much about evangelizing America's first people, let alone injustice toward Indians. Samuel Danforth, Eliot's colleague in Roxbury, did not even mention missionary work when discussing New England's purpose. 53. Urian Oakes preached one of New England's most memorable Jeremiads in 1673. Like Israel, he declared, God had granted colonists a Canaan that once belonged to the heathen. Was it not his almighty arm that vanquished the Pequots and put the dread and terror of you into the hearts of the natives? New England had become a little model of the kingdom of Christ, a city upon an hill, and by God's blessing the New England way would spread over the face of the earth. But this made their sin all the more grievous. We are making God our enemy, Oakes warned. Our defense and glory is departing from us. That strong hedge of protecting providence that hath been about us is breaking down. 54. A year later, 35-year-old Increase Mather, who would become Massachusetts' most influential minister, delivered an even more notable sermon. A son of Richard Mather, Increase had experienced an intense religious conversion at Harvard before heading to England for higher studies. He returned to Massachusetts, married the famous John Cotton's daughter, and became pastor of Boston's North Church. 55. Convinced that cataclysm was just around the corner, Mather assumed the role of a prophet. He selected Ezekiel 7:7 as his text, "The time is come, the day of trouble is near." God's ministers had been warning of imminent judgment, he argued, and if the Lord's watchmen do with one voice cry, "The day of trouble is near." It is so indeed. War is determined in heaven against us, he warned. Your enemies will come and make a general slaughter among you. Even now God was numbering many of the rising generation for the sword, as if the Lord should say, "I will bring a sword to avenge the quarrel of a neglected covenant." This is Emmanuel's land, he reminded them. Christ by a wonderful providence hath dispossessed Satan, who reigns securely in these ends of the earth for ages. God caused, as it were, New Jerusalem to come down from heaven. He dwells in this place. He would not abandon them, and if they repented, it is possible that this cloud may blow over. Then, even if all the nations of the earth should be gathered together against, they shall be broken in pieces. But they needed to pray like never before. Why then, up and be doing, Mather exhorted. If thou hast but one tear in thy eyes, if thou hast but one prayer in thy heart, spend it now. 56. His troubling prophecy was more accurate than he knew. War was coming to New England. 13. The Wampanoags. 1665 to 1675. As colonists acquired more and more land and settled ever closer to native communities, and as growing numbers of Indians accepted Christianity, tensions escalated. Nowhere was this truer than in Plymouth Colony. Plymouth had long maintained a stable relationship with the Wampanoags, but during the 1660s it began to deteriorate. Christianity lured Wampanoag communities away from control of the Pecanicut sachem Philip, son of the great Usamakan, while Plymouth aggressively asserted its power, triggering a series of crises that pushed the region to the brink of war. English entrepreneurs who bought up vast tracts of land were among the sources of tension. While 14 land transfers had been recorded during the 1650s, there were 61 during the 1660s. Even Philip sold prime land north of his home at Mount Hope, sometimes over the protests of Indians who lived there yet received no compensation. While Philip and other sachems sold land voluntarily and usually knew what they were doing, they did so under enormous economic, political, and demographic pressure and often regretted the results. Most sales presupposed that Wampanoags could continue hunting, fishing, and living on purchased land, but growing English populations increasingly crowded them out. This was especially true north of Mount Hope. Cattle devoured or trampled native crops, dug up storage pits and clam beds, and ate the plants, nuts, and berries that sustained wild game. Each year more Wampanoag complaints poured into colonial courts. The courts ordered colonists to honor shared use agreements, help Indians build fences, or pay compensation for damages, but enforcement fell short. When Indians retaliated against cattle, colonists responded harshly. When Wampanoags raised cattle, colonists fearing competition enacted laws discouraging it. 1. A growing number of Indians worked for English employers. The more that colonists and Indians came into contact, the more occasions there were for conflict, and the more frequently colonial courts asserted jurisdiction over Wampanoags. Courts tried to adjudicate fairly, but the power imbalance and cultural misunderstanding made abuses inevitable. Punishment often took the form of fines that Indians could pay only by entering servitude. In areas like Taunton and Middleborough, colonists lost patience with shared use agreements and pressured Wampanoags to move or sell their rights, leading to further legal battles. It did not bother them that the Wampanoag way of life was being destroyed, because they did not consider it worth preserving. As they saw it, sensible Indians would become Christians, settle in praying towns, and adapt to English society. 2. On Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket, and Cape Cod, where Wampanoags vastly outnumbered colonists and suffered less from colonization, many did become Christians. They had long resisted Usamakin's dominion and willingly shifted their loyalty to the English. Sometimes they turned to Christian missionaries to protect their land from sachems overly eager to sell it. The wealthy lay missionary Richard Bourne, who acquired substantial tracts of land, petitioned the General Court to establish a praying town at Mishpi in 1665. The court consented on condition that Mishpi continue paying homage to any superior sachem. 3. Bourne, the missionaries John Eliot and Thomas Mayhew, Plymouth Governor Thomas Prance, and other ministers and magistrates met the Mishpi Indians the following summer. A minister preached before they interviewed converts and received their testimonies. I saw myself as all Indians lost, but I continued to hear and read the word, looking to Jesus Christ for mercy, a man declared in broken English. Another confessed, first I heard Mr. Eliot preach, but I liked not to hear him. My heart said, I like it not, therefore I went away to strange places. Later, however, he was impressed by the many wise actions and works of praying Indians. He occasionally attended services, and after 3 of his children died, he recalled, at last I said to my wife, I will hearken no more to what men say, dissuading me from prayer, but I will hear what God saith. After hearing such testimonies, the ministers agreed that Mishpi was ready for a church and called Bourne as its pastor. 4. A similar process unfolded on Martha's Vineyard, where the energetic John Cotton Jr. began a tumultuous, short-lived partnership with Mayhew. Despite his famous father, Cotton's ministerial career had a rocky start when he was excommunicated for lascivious unclean practices with several women and for lying to cover it up. He repented, was restored, and became a missionary. 5 Wampanoags, who preferred his teaching to Mayhew's, took the opportunity to ask him whether it be a righteous thing for Mr. M to buy away so much of the Indians' lands. They complained that Mayhew required them to submit to their current sachems rather than giving them Christian rulers. But they also knew Mayhew helped them protect their community. He negotiated with the sachem to set aside land for a praying town in 1669, and he gave freer rein to Wampanoag customs than Eliot did. 6. The Pecanicut sachem Philip's influence among Wampanoags diminished as Christianity advanced, but it remained strong among western Wampanoags, especially the Nemaskits of the Titicut Valley and the Sakonets and Pecasits along the Sakonnet River. Eliot hoped they too would accept the gospel. His son began visiting the Pecanicuts at Mount Hope, and in the winter of 1663 to 1664, Philip asked Eliot for books to learn to read, in order to praying unto God. Eliot sent books and gifts, as well as the teacher John Sassamon. Sassamon would prove a fateful choice. A Massachusetts born around 1620, he had helped build Natick and became one of its first school teachers. He went on to study at Harvard with prominent young colonists like Increase Mather and later helped Eliot translate the Bible. He had worked on several major land deals as an interpreter, including the controversial Atherton mortgage and several of Philip's sales. He also served Plymouth, surveying land alongside entrepreneur Josiah Winslow. If Philip ever turned against Plymouth, Sassamon would surely be caught in the middle. 7. The first crisis unfolded in 1667. Anxiety was high because England was at war with the Netherlands and France, and English authorities feared that their rivals might provoke an Indian uprising. When a Rehoboth colonist warned of suspicious activity at Mount Hope, Philip's seat of power, the colonies took immediate precautions. Rhode Island imposed a curfew on Indians, disarmed those on Aquidneck Island, and summoned the Narragansett sachems. 8 Plymouth dispatched Josiah Winslow to investigate. A Pecanicut told Winslow that Philip was discussing joining the war to recover his lands and enrich his people with English goods. He provided names and details, but Philip stiffly denied them and accused his rival Ninigret, the Narragansett sachem, of hiring the Pecanicut to turn Plymouth against Philip. To prove his loyalty, Philip agreed to surrender his people's weapons and come to Plymouth. Appearing before the court on June 4, he professed love and faithfulness and presented 2 letters as evidence of Ninigret's treachery. The first, from a Narragansett sachem, claimed that Ninigret had hired the Pecanicut to break that long-continued love and amity between Plymouth and Philip. The second, from Roger Williams, described the Pecanicut as a very vile fellow. Unfortunately, the Narragansett sachem utterly disclaimed that he had or could say any such thing concerning Ninigret. Still, Philip insisted that the Pecanicut's accusations were absurd. Philip's people owed their freedom from Narragansett domination to Plymouth's friendship, he pointed out, so to jettison it would be little less than a death to him, gladding his enemies. Why would he desert his long-experienced friends for the French or Dutch? Plymouth concluded that while Philip had probably been running his mouth, a conspiracy was unlikely. Plymouth might have taken pause from the alleged cause of Philip's hostility, his frustration at losing so much land. Instead, the court tightened the economic pressure by fining Philip £40 to defray the costs of Winslow's expedition. 9 Meanwhile, Philip's Pecanicuts found themselves even more hemmed in when Baptists seeking freedom from Rehoboth established the town of Swansea at the mouth of Mount Hope Peninsula. 10. The crisis did not slow Christianity's spread. In 1670, Eliot helped establish Plymouth's first Wampanoag church at Mishpee and another on Martha's Vineyard. 2 more were in the works there and another on Nantucket. 11 John Cotton Jr., now pastor of Plymouth's English Church, began preaching in Algonquian at Manomet, 7 miles south of Plymouth, and claimed 30 converts within a year. In one meeting after another, "They have encouraged my heart to be constant in the work with them," he wrote. "I do find that every sermon leaves them with desires of another." Cape Cod Wampanoags also attended teaching sessions, often by Wampanoag teachers. 12. Eliot remained so hopeful about Philip's conversion that he wrote about the possibility in his Indian Dialogues. Though Indian Dialogues was partly fictional, it was also partly historical and probably reflects the type of conversations Christian Indians had with Philip in their attempts to win him to Christianity. The 2 missionaries featured in Indian Dialogues, Anthony from Natick and William Ahoughton from Punkapoag, almost certainly visited Mount Hope. Ahoughton was a studious and industrious young man who prayed and preached well, according to Eliot, but his visit to Mount Hope would have been painful. A few years earlier, he had become suspicious that his wife, Sarah, was having an affair with an Indian named Joseph. Though she denied it, he beat her several times, and his fears became reality when, at the suggestion of her parents from the praying town of Wamasett, she and Joseph took refuge at Mount Hope. Haunted by her conscience, she eventually returned, accepted punishment, and reconciled with Ahoughton, but he may have encountered her former lover at Mount Hope. 13. In Indian dialogues, Anthony and Ahatan tell Philip that many Wampanoags want to pray to God and urge him to do what is best for them. It will be a joy to all the English magistrates and ministers and churches and good people of the land to hear that Philip and all his people are turned to God and become praying Indians, they say. God hath afflicted and chastised me, Philip replies, and my heart doth begin to break. And I have some serious thoughts of accepting the offer and turning to God to become a praying Indian, I myself and all my people. Still, he has great objections. Most important, you praying Indians do reject your sachems and refuse to pay them tribute. Wampanoag Christians always rejected Philip's authority. Ahatan counters that Christianity requires submission to authority. For example, praying Indians honored, obeyed, and paid tribute to the Massachusetts sachem Cutchampkin as long as he lived. They even obeyed his apostate successor, Josias Wampatuck. 14. In reality, of course, Cutchampkin complained that praying Indians did not obey him as before. Anthony admits as much by telling Philip that praying Indians would not easily be abused. So Philip approaches the question from the other side. If he becomes a Christian, he worries, his people will forsake him. I shall be empty and weak. Becoming a Christian requires much self-denial and faith, Anthony admits, but he urges Philip, try the Lord. It may be he will make all your men to stick the closer to you. Surely Philip would only lose the worser sort. Josias Wampatuck rejected Christianity, only for his heathen warriors to abandon him to the Mohawks, which his praying subjects would not have done. Ahatan adds that while Cutchampkin and Wampatuck embittered their people by selling so much land, Mr. Eliot procured for us after we prayed to God. Similarly, Christianity would restore to Philip much that he had lost. It would restore the friendship of praying Wampanoags from the islands, Mishpee and Cape Cod, and a more intimate love of the governor and magistrates and good people of Plymouth, who were ever good friends to your father. The United Colonies and the king would embrace him as a brother. And what are a few of your subjects that hate praying to God in comparison of all these? Philip then complains that all are brought to an equality in churches. The vote of the lowest of the people hath as much weight as the vote of the sachem. We must all be ruled by the word of God, both sachems and people, Anthony replies. And here is a great point of self-denial in sachems and chief men, to be equal to his brethren in the things that appertain to Christ, who is no respecter of persons. But Anthony hastens to assure Philip that such spiritual equality does not affect civil order. Indeed, it obligeth all godly hearts the more to honor him in his civil order. Philip objects that he will still have to submit to the church's discipline. I know not how I shall like that. Church discipline is medicine for the soul, Anthony counters. It is a gift, not a burden. 15. Eventually, despite his people's reluctance to abandon their ancestral faith, Philip comes around. I desire wholly to give myself to the knowledge of and obedience to the word of God, he declares. You shall see better days than ever you have yet seen, a delighted Anthony predicts. He promises that Natick will send a teacher. 16. It is impossible to know how much of these conversations was fiction. They certainly include the types of objections Philip would have raised to Christianity, but did he find Anthony's and Ahatan's answers persuasive? Was he really so close to accepting Christianity? The test was not long in coming. The second crisis came in 1671. Hugh Cole and 2 other colonists were heading to Mount Hope in February to summon some Pecanicots to court when they encountered 20 or 30 Indians, some armed with clubs. The Indians told Cole they had no intention of going to Plymouth. When he arrived at Mount Hope, Cole was shocked by what he found. I saw the most part of the Indians that I knew, he reported, generally employed in making of bows and arrows and half-pikes, and fixing up of guns. Then more Indians arrived, better armed than I usually have seen them. A few days later, the Pecanicut sachem Philip was reported to be marching from Mount Hope with 60 men. 17. By late March it was said that multitudes of warriors were gathering, instigated by the devil and evil-minded English and French. Josiah Winslow reported intelligence of a plot to kidnap him and Governor Prence for ransom, though it had been called off at the last hour. Philip and a female sachem were said to have sent the Narragansetts wampum, and settlers were fleeing Narragansett country, claiming the Narragansetts were engaged in warlike preparation and threatening to kill the men first and then flay the women alive. One Narragansett demanded of colonists why they came from their own country and threatened to slay them as they do cattle if they did not leave. Rhode Island went on full alert. Plymouth Magistrate Thomas Hinckley urged Prence to consider preemptive military action. 18. John Eliot and Massachusetts Praying Town Superintendent Daniel Gookin implored restraint. Eliot informed the governor of Massachusetts, with some confidence, that Philip and his men were in a way to receive the gospel. Gookin exhorted colonists not to wage war over horses and hogs, as matters too low to shed blood. Governor Prence agreed with Gookin that Christian prudence required negotiation, but Philip refused to come to Plymouth, and Hinckley warned Prence against traveling into the country of so treacherous a people that surely have not the fear of God and might take the opportunity to quench the light of our Israel. Hinckley proposed a more heavy-handed tactic, announced that all Wampanoags who refused to disarm in submission to Plymouth would be considered enemies. This would isolate Philip's militant supporters from Wampanoags loyal to the colony. 19. Prence decided to risk meeting Philip at Taunton. He did so on April 12, accompanied by representatives from Massachusetts and probably a substantial military escort. Somehow he persuaded Philip to sign a document with shocking implications. In it, Philip confessed that he and his predecessors, Alexander and Osamakon, had subjected themselves not only to the king but to Plymouth. He admitted having violated and broken this my covenant with my friends by taking up arms with evil intent against them, and that groundlessly. Agreeing to his people's temporary disarmament, he then reaffirmed the covenant with my ancient friends and my father's friends. In a passage Puritan leaders would never forget, he declared, "This may testify to the world against me, if ever I shall again fail in my faithfulness towards them." 20. By signing the document, Philip appeared to forfeit his moral authority and sovereignty, but he had done so under duress. Historians debate whether he was actually preparing for war, as he confessed. If so, why come to Taunton, where he was so vulnerable? Was he hoping to buy time? It is impossible to know. Governor Prence praised God for defeating Satan's design and leading the barbarous Indians to peace, but his optimism proved short-lived. Philip surrendered only about 16 muskets and claimed that Wampanoags who refused to surrender theirs were not his subjects. Plymouth duly adopted the hard-line tactics proposed by Magistrate Hinckley, demanding that all Wampanoags surrender their guns and sign treaties of subjection. 21. As expected, the ultimatum widened the breach between eastern Wampanoags, who largely accepted Christianity, and western Wampanoags loyal to Philip. On June 7 several Cape Cod sachems signed a treaty pledging loyalty to Plymouth to the shedding of our blood or the loss of our lives. Kinship need not determine their allegiance, they declared, for Scripture taught in Acts 17:26 that the English and we, the poor Indians, are of one blood. We do confess we poor Indians in our lives were as captives under Satan and our sachems, they continued, but they had learned from the word of God that it is better to trust in the great God and his strength. The gospel had led them to peace in fulfillment of Isaiah 11:6, we were like unto wolves and lions to destroy one another. But we hope and believe in God. Therefore we desire to enter into covenant with the English. 22. Eliot could hardly believe it. There were greater motions about the Indians than ever were since I began to teach them, he informed the English minister Richard Baxter. I never found such violent opposition by Satan, and yet the Lord doth outwork him in all, and the kingdom of Christ doth spread and rise the more by his so violent opposition. 23. But while he encouraged Governor Prence to pursue Wampanoags who refused to disarm with speed and vigor, he urged him to immediately return the weapons of those who cooperated, beginning with Philip. This would communicate that the English were not afraid of them, and Eliot reminded Prance that colonists had far more to fear from their own sin than from Philip, and open an effectual door to their entertainment of the gospel. 24. More eastern Wampanoags submitted in July, including the praying Indians of Mishpi and Manomet. We poor Indians were a people delighting in war, they confessed. But they had learned the benefit of peace by your favorable protection towards us for these many years past. Some, having received the faith of the gospel of Christ, had been taught to seek for peace and cast off our lion-like spirits, as prophesied by Isaiah. They were no longer strangers and foreigners to the English, but in accord with Ephesians 2:9, we hope to be of the household of God. They too promised their lives in loyalty. In return, they requested protection from enemies who sought their destruction, not for any hurt that we have done unto them, neither for lands or what we possess besides, but only for that we are seeking after the knowledge of the true God and his ways. 25. The Wampanoags of Martha's Vineyard, now subject to New York, pledged allegiance in August. The island's proprietor and lay missionary Thomas Mayhew took the opportunity to establish a formal Christian government among them. 26. But non-Christian Western Wampanoags held out, including those Sakonets led by the female sachem Awashonks. Plymouth increased the pressure on July 8, ordering Josiah Winslow to lead 100 English troops and 40 Wampanoags to reduce them to reason. It called on the churches to observe a solemn day of humiliation to seek God's favor for the expedition. Winslow had plenty of motivation, for he and other entrepreneurs coveted Awashonks' land. But Awashonks came to Plymouth and submitted on July 24, blaming her brother, sons, and other insubordinate men for the delay. The court made her pay, drawing up a treaty in which Awashonks agreed to the disposal of her lands to the authority of this government, allegedly so that Plymouth would bolster her authority over her men. It also imposed a £50 fine, no doubt hoping she would have to sell land to pay it. 27. As disgruntled warriors gathered at Mount Hope, Plymouth prepared to march against Philip. But it was reluctant to fight without support from other colonies. The United Colonies had ceased functioning because of constitutional conflict, so Plymouth sent letters to Massachusetts and Rhode Island soliciting advice and support. We have extended great patience and tenderness towards, Governor Prance claimed, being unwilling either to shed their blood or to embroil the country, might it be avoided without dishonor to God and our nation, and hazard to our people. But Philip was uncooperative, refused to come to Plymouth, and was extremely insolent and provoking in his speeches and carriages. Having sent the letters, Plymouth held its soldiers in readiness until we shall see the mind of God further. 28. Waban and other Natick praying Indians were alarmed to learn that Plymouth was impressing soldiers for war, for what cause we know not. An unjust war, they knew, would be devastating for the cause of Christ among their non-believing kin. Though they yet pray not to God, Natick declared, yet we hope they will, and we do mourn and pray for them and desire greatly that they may not be destroyed, especially because we have not heard that they have done anything worthy of death. Observing that peacemaking was the glory of Christ's kingdom, the Natick Church deputized Anthony and William Ahoughton to join John Sassamon in mediating the quarrel. Eliot wrote their commission on Natick's behalf. He instructed them to exhort Philip to obey two key texts. In the first, Deuteronomy 20:10, 11, God commanded the Israelites to offer their enemies peace before going to war. In the second, 1 Corinthians 6:1, 6, the Apostle Paul instructed Christians to seek arbitration amid conflict. The mediators were to urge Philip to refer his quarrel with Plymouth to arbitration by Massachusetts. If Philip agreed, they were to inform Governor Prance that the Natick Church had commissioned them as mediators and implore Plymouth for God's sake, who is the God of peace, and for Christ's sake, who is the King of peace and our great peacemaker in heaven, that they would accept this offer and submission unto peace. 29. Some days later, colonists James Brown and Harvey Walker brought a letter to Mount Hope offering Philip one more chance to come to Plymouth. They recruited Roger Williams to assist them, but an illness delayed him. They arrived as a dance was ending, and Philip was drunk and in no disposition to receive them. Offended by Brown's words and refusal to remove his hat, Philip struck it from his head. Insult triggered insult. Thankfully, the following day Williams arrived and Philip was sober, enabling Brown and Walker to present their letter. But when he heard the summons to Plymouth, Philip explained that John Eliot had invited him to appeal to Massachusetts, and he intended to do so. 30. A few days later, Philip and a large entourage traveled to Boston by way of Punkapoag. Philip wore a coat and buckskin thick with beautifully designed wampum and a broad wampum belt. He informed the court that the Pecanicots had not broken the Taunton Treaty and were not Plymouth's subjects. The old treaties affirmed friendship, not subordination. He must have been gratified when Massachusetts wrote Plymouth questioning its handling of the crisis. "We do not understand how far he hath subjected himself to you," Massachusetts chided, "but the treatment you have given him and proceedings toward him do not render him such a subject as that, if there be not present answering to a summons, there should presently be a proceeding to hostilities." Nor did the Articles of Confederation obligate Massachusetts to support Plymouth in an unjust war. Plymouth should be careful, for the sword once drawn and dipped in blood may make him as independent upon you as you are upon him. Plymouth must have been frustrated, but it agreed to a meeting of colonial representatives, including Connecticut Governor John Winthrop, Jr., with Philip. 31. Perhaps Philip was hopeful as he traveled to the September 24 meeting, but his hopes were cruelly dashed. Plymouth convinced Massachusetts that Philip had acted insolently and proudly at every turn, and the Massachusetts delegation concluded that Philip's testimony was full of lies and false stories. They agreed that either Philip had to sign a treaty of submission, or there would be war. Betrayed and outnumbered, Philip had little choice but to sign the humiliating document on September 29. "We, Philip, my council, and my subjects, do acknowledge ourselves subjects to His Majesty the King of England, etc., and the government of New Plymouth, and to their laws." He promised not to sell land or wage war without Plymouth's permission, to submit all Pecanicut English disputes to its adjudication, and to pay an annual tribute of 5 wolf heads. Plymouth also imposed a burdensome fine of £100 and 32 pence. At face value, the treaty indicated that the proud Pecanicots, on whom Plymouth once depended for survival, had been reduced to servility. But Philip would never view it as legitimate. Nor would he forget how the mediation of Natick, Eliot, and Massachusetts led to his betrayal. He would never let himself be this vulnerable again. Eliot's dream that praying Indians might advance the cause of Christianity by reconciling Plymouth and the Pecanicots had suffered a devastating blow. 33 As for Governor Prance, he warned those who continued to resist Plymouth's dominion, "Do they think themselves so great as to disregard and affront His Majesty's interest and authority here, and the amity of the English? Wish they would yet show themselves wiser, before it be too late." 34. The 1671 crisis should have persuaded Plymouth's magistrates and entrepreneurs to give the Wampanoags space. It did not. Instead, they increased the pressure, using every possible strategy to manipulate sachems into legally alienating their land. The sachems had new reasons to sell. They needed the proceeds to pay their fines. They needed funds to purchase guns and ammunition and build alliances in preparation for the next confrontation. They sold land to Rhode Islanders, perhaps hoping to avoid Plymouth's domination, but Plymouth voided such sales. Much of the remaining Wampanoag land was sold between 1670 and 1675. Philip sold large tracts north and east of Mount Hope Peninsula, isolating the Pecanicots and threatening their fishing rights. His brother-in-law Tuspacan, known as the Black Sachem, sold land around Nemusket to Middleborough. Josiah Winslow was as aggressive as any colonist, suing Tuspacan's son for failing to pay for a horse and forcing him to sell land worth much more to cover it. After Winslow became Plymouth's governor in 1673, Plymouth authorized the mortgage of land for payment of debts, making such manipulation easier. 35. Plymouth pursued a strategy of divide and conquer to obtain coveted Sakonnet land. It had promised to uphold the Sakonnet sachem Awashanks's authority over her insubordinate sons, but it reneged when it became evident that her son Mamanuah, who had heard Plymouth minister John Cotton Jr. teach and expressed his desire to be a praying Indian in 1673, was more pliable. A faction of Sakonnets declared Mamanuah their chief sachem, and soon he and Awashonks had sold competing deeds to overlapping land. Furious, Awashonks seized Mamanuah and demanded that he renounce his authority to make the sale. Instead, he appealed to Plymouth, and the court declared him Sakonnet country's chief proprietor. Soon settlers were establishing farms on Sakonnet land and planning a town. Mamanuah even sold Awashanks's homeland south of Sakonnet Point. 36. Settlers also moved on to Pocasset Neck on the basis of deeds and surveys that the Pocasset sachem Weetamoo rejected. With great fear of oppression, she appealed to Rhode Island's Quaker Deputy Governor John Easton. "I take myself as much engaged that they should not be wronged as if they were my countrymen and I of their nation," Easton told Governor Winslow. "It appeareth to me desire only of you what is their reasonable due." Declaring that Weetamoo's claims were supported by many witnesses, he urged Winslow to grant the Pocassets their right according to English law, lest they be provoked to do wrong. 37. Plymouth insisted that every square foot was acquired legally. When it judged that Indians had been cheated, especially by Rhode Islanders, it voided the transactions. But while the deeds were technically legal, the circumstances were often manipulative and exploitative. Under enormous economic, political, and legal pressure, sachems signed documents forfeiting their homelands and stirring their impoverished people's resentment. Colonists had little trouble with this, believing that the sooner Wampanoags settled in praying towns, the better. More Wampanoags than any other Indians were accepting Christianity. By one estimate, as many as 3,400 had become praying Indians, nearly half from the mainland. So many could read and write in Algonquian that Cotton professed a very great need for Indian primers and Bibles. There were 4 Wampanoag churches and 10 praying towns, nearly all led by Wampanoag pastors. Christianity made inroads among Western Wampanoags too. Mamanuah was the first Sakonnet sachem to confess his faith and took every opportunity to listen to Christian teaching. Many, including Philip and other Pocanicots, heard Cotton preach in Plymouth on court days. Some of his chief men, I hear, stand well inclined to hear the gospel, Daniel Gookin wrote of Philip, and himself is a person of good understanding and knowledge in the best things. I have heard him speak very good words, arguing that his conscience is convicted, but yet, though his will is bowed to embrace Jesus Christ, his sensual and carnal lusts are strong bands to hold him fast under Satan's dominions. 38. Cotton occasionally preached to Tuspakin's people at Nemusket, and Natick sent John Sassamon, Tuspakin's son-in-law, to serve there as a teacher. As Philip's former teacher, interpreter, and nephew by marriage, Sassamon might also continue to influence Philip. Colonists from nearby Taunton were impressed with Sassamon. Massachusetts minister William Hubbard claimed he was better gifted and conformed more to the English manners than any other Indian. 39. But all was not as it seemed. Relations between Sassamon and Philip had soured beginning in 1671, when Sassamon enraged Philip by telling Plymouth that Narragansetts were at Mount Hope. Later Philip complained that when Sassamon drafted a legal document for him, he wrote it such that a great part of Philip's land became his. 40. The third crisis began in 1675. One day in January, Sassamon arrived in Plymouth with a disturbing report. Philip, the Pocanicot sachem, was endeavoring to engage all the sachems round about in a war against Plymouth. 41. Governor Winslow did not believe it, for as Increase Mather put it, it came from an Indian, and one can hardly believe them when they speak truth. 42. But Sassamon was clearly worried, fretting that if Philip knew he had revealed the plot, he would kill him. By February, Sassamon was missing. An Indian search party grew suspicious when it spotted a gun, hat, and 2 dead ducks lying on the ice of Assawampset Pond. They found Sassamon's body under the ice. 43. According to an autopsy ordered by Winslow, Sassamon's head was extremely swollen and his neck was broken by twisting of his head round. The search party reported that no water came from his lungs when they pulled the body from the pond, so it was concluded that he must have been dead before he entered the water. Suspicion grew when the body started bleeding afresh after a Nemusket Wampanoag named Tobias, one of Philip's counselors, came near. Although there was a natural explanation, Europeans had long regarded this as a supernatural sign of guilt. 44 But Wampanoags pointed out that it was not the Indian way to murder a man and cover it up. 45. Philip took no chances. Before the court could summon him, he traveled to Plymouth and denied any responsibility for Sassamon's death. The suspicious magistrates told him they would continue their investigation, and he left on friendly terms. 46 As gossip proliferated, Punkapoag minister William Ahoughton reported that a praying Indian named Patuxun had witnessed the murder. Called before the court, Patuxun claimed he was standing unseen upon a hill when he saw Tobias and two other Wampanoags murder Sassamon. They had bribed him to keep quiet with the coat, and he had initially done so out of fear. 47. Plymouth regularly tried Wampanoags for murdering colonists, but it had never tried Wampanoags for murdering Indians on Wampanoag land, leaving such cases to sachems. In this case, the relevant sachem was the Nemusket Tuspacan, who had close ties to both Tobias and Sassamon. But Sassamon was a Christian who had faithfully served colonial interests, and Plymouth now regarded all Wampanoags as subjects. So, in an unprecedented decision, the court asserted jurisdiction, scheduling a trial for June. Murder suspects were not permitted bail under English law, but the court made an opportunistic exception, allowing Tuspacan, his son, and Tobias to bind over all their lands to the value of £100 unto the court. 48-49. 3 months offered ample time for fear-mongering. Puritans speculated that Sassamon was murdered for his missionary work. No doubt but one reason why the Indians murdered John Sassamon was out of hatred against him for his religion, Boston minister Increase Mather later wrote. Was wont to curb those Indians that knew not God on the account of their debaucheries. 50 Gookin later called Sassamon the first Christian martyr of the Indians, for 'tis evident he suffered death upon the account of his Christian profession and fidelity to the English. In April and again in May, Wabun, leader of the praying town of Natick, warned that colonists and Christian Indians were in danger. 4 years earlier Natick had played the role of peacemaker, but now it predicted Philip would strike as soon as the woods were grown thick with green trees. 51. Philip worried that if Tobias was found guilty, Plymouth would come after him next. He gathered warriors at Mount Hope and marched them toward the colonial town of Swansea at the northern end of the neck as a display of strength. When settlers asked why, the Wampanoags said they were only on their own defense, for they understood that the English intended to cut them off. Confident that Philip's mobilization was purely defensive, Governor Winslow resolved not to provoke him. Hopefully once Philip saw the court broken up and he not sent for, the cloud might blow over. 52. Since it was unprecedented to try Wampanoags for killing another Indian, Plymouth selected 6 of the most indifferent, grave, and sage Indians from praying communities to serve as advisory jurors. The court charged that Tobias, his son Wampapakan, and Matashunnamo did with joint consent of malice forethought, and by force and arms, murder John Sassamon, another Indian, by laying violent hands on him and striking him, or twisting his neck, until he was dead. 53. The 3 Wampanoags denied the charges. Tobias charged his accuser Patuxun with fabricating his story to avoid paying a gambling debt and to make the English think him a better Christian. 54. It was one man's word against 3, and Plymouth law, following the Old Testament, required at least 2 witnesses, or that which is equivalent thereunto. 55. Nevertheless, the jury delivered a unanimous verdict. We of the jury, one and all, both English and Indians, do jointly and with one consent agree upon a verdict, that Tobias and his son Wampapakan, and Matashunnamo, are guilty of the blood of John Sassamon. It sentenced them to die by hanging on June 8. John Cotton Jr. preached to Indians in Plymouth on the day of execution. A crowd watched as Tobias and Matasunnamo were executed, but when it was Wampepican's turn, the news snapped. With sudden hope, Wampepican revised his story and blamed his dead partners for killing Sassamon while he stood by. Plymouth granted him a reprieve, but not for long. A month later he was shot to death. 56. Governor Winslow believed a crisis had been averted, for Philip would hardly go to war for the sake of 3 Wampanoags. 57 Praised be God, the storm is over, wrote Roger Williams. 58 But it was not over. Philip, furious at the violation of Wampanoag sovereignty, regarded the trial as a sham. That praying Wampanoags played such a major role made it that much worse. A rumor reached Mount Hope that the convicted men had accused Philip of ordering them to kill Sassamon. Many Wampanoags concluded that Plymouth coerced their confessions as a pretext to kill Philip and seize his land. 59. 3 days after the hanging, colonist John Brown of Swansea alerted Governor Winslow that 60 warriors were occupying the way to Mount Hope. One reason, say they, is because they hear you intend to send for Philip. Many Pakanakats had sent their wives to Narragansett country, and young Narragansetts, Shawimays, Kawesets, Pacasets, and Nemaskets were flocking to Philip. A Wampanoag told his English employer he was leaving, for he was sent for to fight with the English within 2 days. Indians were said to be patrolling the road to Taunton, and they alarmed Swansea by shooting guns at night and constantly beating drums. The truth is, Brown concluded, they are in a posture of war. 60. Winslow trod carefully, warning Philip's sister-in-law Weetamua, the Pacasset sachem, that Philip was causing trouble upon no provocation. In the least from us, but mostly from his own base groundless fear. His attempts to recruit Pacassets were based on notorious falsehoods, as if we were secretly designing mischief to him and you. If she remained faithful and provided intelligence of Philip's plans, Plymouth would overlook the actions of her insubordinate young men and protect her. When Philip's pride and treachery have wrought his own ruin, she would be rewarded. 61. The council also wrote to Philip, urging him to dismiss his strange Indians and command his own men to fall quietly to their business, that our people might also be quiet, for they intended him no wrong, nor hurt. 62. Not trusting Plymouth's messenger, Philip enlisted Samuel Gordon Jr. to draft his reply. He admitted that his people had great fears and jealousies toward Plymouth. Accepting Winslow's assurance that those concerns were groundless, he asked Winslow not to disarm or punish the Pakanakats for taking precautions. He wanted peace, but given the harsh threats he had received, it was not safe for him to go to Plymouth. 63. The humiliation of 1671 loomed large. The Sakonnet sachem Awashonks initiated her own diplomacy by reaching out to a rising entrepreneur in his mid-30s named Benjamin Church. Church's version of events, written 4 decades later by his son based on Church's notes, should be received cautiously, but as he told it, he had built a house and barn in Sakonnet country and was disposing of his affairs when 2 Sakonnets invited him to meet Awashonks at a dance. He arrived to find hundreds of Indians and Awashonks leading the ritual in a foaming sweat. She sat down, summoned her counselors, and informed Church that Philip, fearing an English attack, had sent 6 men to draw her into a confederacy. The purpose of the dance was to discern what to do. Church assured her that Philip's fears were false. Would Church have brought up his goods to settle in Sakonnet if war was imminent? Awashonks summoned Philip's men, their faces painted and their hair trimmed up in comb fashion, with their powder horns and shot bags at their backs. She told Church, he claimed, that Philip threatened to target English property in Sakonnet country to provoke the English into attacking the Sakonnets. Church urged her to kill Philip's men then and there, for they were bloody wretches and thirst after the blood of their English neighbors who had never injured them but had always abounded in their kindness to them. He warned her not to join a rebellion which would certainly prove fatal to her. She asked him to intercede with Governor Winslow, and he agreed. He traveled to Pacasset, where he met the Pacasset sachem Weetamua and her husband Peter Nunuat, just returned from Mount Hope. Nunuat believed war was imminent, according to Church, for Philip was convinced that Plymouth intended to arrest him and was gathering young men from all parts of the country. Many yearned for war and had wanted to kill Winslow's messenger, but Philip forbade it. Instead, he promised that on Sunday, when colonists were in church, they could rifle their houses and kill cattle. Weetamoo lamented that many Pocasets were at Mount Hope against her wishes. She much feared there would be a war. Church urged her to submit to Plymouth. Church left for Plymouth and met Winslow the next morning. Contrary to his assurances, Plymouth had formed a war council and was mobilizing for action. 64. Realizing how dire the situation had become, Rhode Island's Deputy Governor John Easton invited Philip to a conference. He and 2 other magistrates met Philip's entourage on June 17. "We sat very friendly together," Easton recalled. "They told the Pocanicut sachem their goal was to ensure he did not receive or do wrong. The Pocanikuts replied that they had done no wrong. Rather, the English wronged them. The English said the Indians wronged them, and the Indians said the English wronged them," the Rhode Islanders replied, "but our desire was the quarrel might rightly be decided in the best way, and not as dogs decided their quarrel." War was the worst way to resolve the crisis, the Pocanikuts agreed, but they would never get justice from Plymouth. The Rhode Islanders proposed arbitration. The Pocanikuts retorted that they knew from experience how that would play out. 4 years earlier the praying Indians of Natick had persuaded Philip to seek arbitration from Massachusetts, but all English agreed against them, and so by arbitration they had had much wrong. Many miles square of land had since been taken from them. The English would force them to surrender their weapons and impose a massive fine. The Pocanikuts would lose all their livelihood and may as good be killed. The Rhode Islanders suggested a different approach. Why not select a team of arbitrators, including the governor of New York and a prominent sachem chosen by the Indians? This intrigued the Pocanikuts. They then explained why they were frustrated with Plymouth's handling of John Sassamon's death. They were willing to accept colonial jurisdiction in English townships, but this was an exclusively Indian affair that should have been left to the sachems. They also complained that when Indians were called or forced to be Christian Indians they stopped submitting to their sachems and became in everything more mischievous, only dissemblers. 65. But Philip's grievances went far beyond that. When the English first arrived in 1620 they were as a little child, he explained, while his father Osamecan was a great man. Yet Osamecan prevented Indians from wronging the English and gave them corn and showed them how to plant. He gave them plenty of land. But they had not responded in kind. The more powerful they became, the more they exploited Wampanoags. They even poisoned Philip's brother Alexander. Indians never received justice in court, for if 20 Indians testified that an Englishman had done them wrong, it was as nothing, but if but one of their worst Indians testified against any Indian, when it pleased the English, it was sufficient. Tobias, Matashunnamo, and Wampanoagan, Sassamon's supposed killers, had been executed on the testimony of a single witness. Plymouth used every available trick to defraud Wampanoags of their land, Philip continued. Colonists produced documents asserting the sale of larger tracts than Indians had agreed to verbally. They pressured sachems to sell the land on which their people depended for sustenance. Sometimes the English made them drunk and then cheated them. When sachems refused to sell, they purchased the land from others who had no right to sell it. Wampanoags had no hopes left to keep any land, and the land they still had was overrun by cattle. Then there was the problem of alcohol. Colonists sold Indians liquor, only to hold sachems responsible when drunk Indians committed crimes. Philip said he would think about their arbitration proposal. The Rhode Islanders warned that war would be disastrous, for the colonies would unite against him and were too strong for him. If the English were so strong, Philip bitterly replied, the English should do to them as they did when they were too strong for the English. Easton departed hopeful, only to receive a letter from Governor Winslow indicating that Plymouth planned to force Philip's submission. 66 Further diplomacy might have paid off, but Plymouth considered Philip's militancy a dire threat and was determined to teach him a lesson. Philip expected this all along, but this time he would not submit. In the words of one witness, if he must die, he was resolved to die on his own land. 67. The tinderbox was Swansea, a cluster of 3 scattered settlements with 30 English families. Several lived near the Baptist meeting house of Pastor John Miles on the Palmer River toward Rehoboth. Others lived 6 miles southeast at Mattapoisett. The third group lived closest to Mount Hope, just east of the Kickamute River. 68. On June 18, Rehoboth settlers were traveling toward Mount Hope to retrieve some horses at Philip's request when Wampanoag warriors presented their guns at them and forced them back. The next day, Indians looted the home of Job Winslow, the governor's cousin. On Sunday, June 20, warriors marched toward Swansea with drums beating as if they intended an assault. A few demanded that a colonist sharpen a hatchet for them. He declined, observing that it was the Sabbath, but they retorted that they knew not who his God was and would sharpen it whether he liked it or not. They stole food, set 2 houses on fire, and briefly seized a colonist, lecturing that he should not work on his God's day, and that he should tell no lies. Terrified colonists abandoned their homes for stronger buildings known as garrison houses and appealed for help. The next morning, Governor Winslow ordered 70 men from Taunton and Bridgewater to Swansea's relief, followed by 150 the next day. He dashed off a letter to Massachusetts Governor John Leverett. Plymouth had not wronged the Pecanicots, he insisted, their own pride was to blame. He asked Leverett to prevent the Narragansetts and Nipmucs from aiding Philip, which he believed they intended to do. But he was confident he would not need Massachusetts' help. If we can have fair play with our own, he wrote, we hope with the help of God we shall give a good account of it in a few days. 69. Figure 1. Edward Winslow won Usamakins' enduring friendship by nursing him to health from a serious illness. He later served as Plymouth's governor. As Massachusetts' agent to England, he advocated on behalf of missionary work to the Indians. Source: portrait painted in 1651 in London, artist unknown. Image from Mayflower 400 UK, Mayflower400uk.org. Public domain. Figure 2. John Endicott was Massachusetts' first governor and later commanded colonial forces in the aggressive opening campaign of the Pequot War. He later served again as governor and promoted the early missionary work of John Eliot. Source: portrait painted by Francis d'Avignon in 1843. National Portrait Gallery, Smithsonian Institution. Public domain. Figure 3. John Winthrop led the Great Migration to Massachusetts and became the colony's most influential governor. He was convinced that God called the Puritans to settle in America and bring the gifts of Christianity and civilization to the natives. Source: portrait by unknown artist, thought to be a follower of Anthony Van Dyck. Image from Wikimedia Commons. Public domain. Figure 4. The Massachusetts Bay Seal featured a friendly Indian imploring the English, "Come over and help us." It spoke to the early Puritans' conviction that evangelizing Native Americans was a primary purpose of colonization. Source: image from Wikimedia Commons. Public domain. Figure 5. John Winthrop Jr. was an energetic entrepreneur who served as governor of Saybrook Colony and later Connecticut. He pursued close economic and political ties with Indians and advocated diplomacy with the Narragansetts during King Philip's War. Source: portrait painted by an unidentified artist of the school of Sir Peter Lely or William Dobson, 1634–1635. Collection of the Massachusetts Historical Society. Reproduced with permission. Figure 6. This engraving of the 1637 Mystic Massacre was published in John Underhill's News from America. Notice that as fighting rages inside the palisade, concentric circles of English troops and allied Narragansetts, Nyantics, and Pequots surround it. Source: image from Wikimedia Commons. Public domain. Figure 7. This model of Algonquian wigwams inside a palisade, constructed by the Mashantucket Pequot Museum and Research Center, offers a realistic portrayal of a fortified Algonquian village such as the Pequot village of Mystic, destroyed by colonial forces in 1637. Source: Mashantucket Pequot Museum. Reproduced with permission. Figure 8. John Eliot became known as the Apostle to the Indians for his missionary work. He proved a consistent advocate for the rights of Christian Indians and petitioned against selling Algonquian captives into the slave trade during King Philip's War. Source: Artist unknown. Image from Meisterdruck, at meisterdrucke.com. Public domain. Figure 9. John Eliot's Massachusetts Bible, published in Cambridge in 1663, was the most significant of Eliot's many religious publications in the Wapanake Algonquian dialect, which enabled Indians to make the Christian faith their own. The Algonquian language had existed only in oral form until then. Source: Image from Wikimedia Commons. Public domain. Figure 10. Josiah Winslow was the governor of Plymouth during King Philip's War and commanded colonial forces in the invasion of Narragansett country. He steadfastly defended the justice of Plymouth's actions toward Philip and his Wampanoags, both before and during the war. Source: Portrait painted in 1651 in London, artist unknown. Pilgrim Hall Museum. Public domain. Figure 11. Increase Mather was a leading pastor in Boston at the time of King Philip's War. Warning even before the war that Massachusetts faced God's judgment for its sins, he led the wartime movement for repentance and reform as a means of restoring God's favor. His post-war histories interpreted the conflict in distinctly religious terms. Source: Portrait painted by Gustavus Ellenthorpe Sinsnick. Mansfield College, University of Oxford. Public domain. Figure 12. This medal was awarded by Massachusetts to an Indian company in 1676 for its faithful service in King Philip's War. Notice the similarities to the Massachusetts Bay Seal, as well as the inscription praising the Indian soldiers for their service against the heathen natives of this land, they giving us peace and mercy at their hands. Source: Image from Smithsonian National Museum of the American Indian. Public domain. Figure 13. This map of New England, attributed to John Foster, was originally published in William Hubbard's The Present State of New England. It is the first map known to have been published in the English North American colonies. Notice the colonizing perspective: the western edge is at the top, and the northern edge is at the right. Source: Image from Wikimedia Commons. Public domain. Figure 14. This Algonquian sachem has traditionally been identified as the Eastern Niantic and Narragansett sachem Ninigrid, but some scholars argue that it is actually one of Ninigrid's descendants, or even the Pequot sachem Robin Casa Cinnamon. Notice the wampum headdress and jewelry. Source: Artist unknown. Image from World History Encyclopedia, original from Rhode Island School of Design Museum. Public domain. Figure 15. Wampum, such as these beautiful buttons, beads, and tubes photographed by the Mashantucket Pequot Museum and Research Center, was produced by Algonquians from the shells of whelks and clams. Highly valued, it was used for diplomatic, judicial, and social rituals. It became the leading currency of trade between Europeans and Indians during the mid-1600s. Source: Mashantucket Pequot Museum. Reproduced with permission. Part 3. War. 14. Who are friends and who are foes? June 1675 to August 1675. Plymouth and the Wampanoags were on the brink of war. As long as the fighting remained confined to Mount Hope, colonists could feel relatively secure. But a regional war would be disastrous. So the colonies worked to keep Philip's potential allies, the Narragansetts and Nipmucs, from entering the conflict. But heavy-handed colonial policies threatened to provoke the very hostility they sought to prevent. Rumors of a Narragansett, Wampanoag alliance had circulated for years, but the notion was unlikely on its face. The two peoples had been rivals for at least half a century, and in recent years Philip had repeatedly opposed Narragansett interests. 1. A Nipmuc, Wampanoag alliance was even less likely, since despite ties between Philip's Pecanaguets and the Quabog Nipmucs, many Nipmucs were praying Indians. Nevertheless, Massachusetts would take no chances. It sent the Atherton Company's Edward Hutchinson to secure Narragansett neutrality and 33-year-old Ephraim Curtis, whose trading post was near the praying town of Pacachug, to deal with the Nipmucs. It also dispatched Captain Thomas Savage to meet with Philip in hope of avoiding conflict altogether. Hutchinson's delegation reached Providence on June 22, 1675, where he recruited 72-year-old Roger Williams as an interpreter and advisor. Continuing that night, they met Canonchet, youngest son of the great Narragansett sachem Miantonimo, who had been executed by Uncas so many years before. They presented Canonchet with a letter from Governor Leverett, and Canonchet readily and gladly assented to all the governor's desires. Canonchet called the other major Narragansett sachems Ninigret, Pesicus, Caapin, and the late Cojonaquant's son Quinapin to meet the envoys at Wickford, where Richard Smith Jr. ran his late father's trading post. But the sachems were wary and asked to meet near the Great Pond 10 miles from Wickford instead. There, having heard Leverett's letter, the sachems said they held no agreement with Philip in this his rising against the English. They had forbidden warriors to travel to Mount Hope and encouraged Narragansetts married to Wampanoags to return to Narragansett country. If any of Philip's warriors came to them, they promised to deliver them to the English. They also warned that Uncas, the Mohegan sachem, had sent 20 warriors to help Philip. Nevertheless, they wondered why Plymouth was being so aggressive. Massachusetts' envoys replied that Philip broke all laws and was in arms of rebellion against that colony, his ancient friends and protectors. But why were Massachusetts and Rhode Island supporting Plymouth rather than letting them fight it out on their own? The Narragansetts wondered. The envoys replied that the colonies were subject to one King Charles and were obligated to stand to the death by each other, in all parts of the world. They warned the sachems how disastrous an alliance with Philip would be. He could not win, the colonies would go after him with thousands of horse and foot. The Narragansetts raised their own vehement frustration. Uncas's son Owaneco had killed a Narragansett sachem, but Connecticut had released Owaneco with a mild rebuke on a plea of self-defense. "I am my father Miantonimo's son, as Owaneco is to Uncas," Canonchet had earlier reminded Roger Williams. "If there should partiality be showed to him, then all we young sachems shall have a temptation laid before us to kill and murder in the hope of the like impunity." The envoys sensed an opportunity. If the Narragansetts were permitted to right themselves against the Mohegans, neither group would be able to aid Philip. Williams sent the suggestion to Connecticut Governor John Winthrop Jr. too. Meanwhile, Massachusetts agent Ephraim Curtis and 2 Christian Indians reached the praying town of Hassanamsit on June 24, where they met Captain Tom Wutasakampanam, the praying Indian ruler. Captain Tom assured Curtis that Hassanamsit would not support Philip. Nor did he believe any of his men would go to Mount Hope, for as Christians, they accounted themselves as the English, and they would not fight against themselves. Curtis also visited the praying towns of Monchage, Chabanaconcamuan, Quantisset, Wabquiset, Monexit, and Pacachug. Each assured him they remained loyal to Massachusetts. On June 25 Curtis reached Quaboag, a former Pecanicut tributary. Its sachem Conquewasco promised to continue our subjection unto the English of the Massachusetts colony, neither will I suffer any of my men to go help Philip. Curtis returned home with signed pledges from no fewer than 13 Nipmuc leaders. 3. Plymouth called on its churches to observe June 24 as a fast day. John Cotton Jr. wrote the proclamation, observing the awful hand of God upon us in permitting the heathen to carry it with great insolency and rage against us, appearing in their great hostile preparations and also some outrageous carriages. The English needed to humble themselves for their sins, entreating God to go forth with our forces and bless, succeed, and prosper them, delivering them from the hands of his and our enemies, subduing the heathen before them, and returning them all in safety to their families and relations. None doubted that Plymouth's enemies were God's enemies. 4. While Philip's men looted abandoned houses and killed cattle around Swansea, English soldiers fortified garrison houses. 17 from Bridgewater marched to Mattapoisett, ignoring pleas from fleeing colonists to turn back. 5 But despite claims of an Indian uprising, Philip's men had not harmed a single colonist. While many historians echo colonial claims that Philip had been planning an uprising for years, the evidence is circumstantial. He was certainly trying to forge an Algonquian alliance, as had Miantonomo and Ninigret before him, but its purpose may have been defensive. He was resigned to war with Plymouth, but that does not mean he wanted it. He even advised local colonists to flee their isolated homes since they were in danger to be killed. Many young Wampanoags wanted war, yet they held their fire. Rhode Island Deputy Governor John Easton later suggested their powwows warned that if they started the war they should be beaten, and otherwise not. Perhaps Philip hoped that if Plymouth was the aggressor, its allies would withhold support, while Indians would rally to the Pecanicut cause. Whatever the case, it was a colonist who fired the first shot. On June 23, 2 colonists, an old man and a lad, approached a house that Indians were plundering. When 3 Indians dashed out, the older colonist told the younger to shoot. He pulled the trigger and an Indian fell, mortally wounded. Angry warriors approached a garrison house and demanded an explanation. A young colonist retorted that the man's death was no matter. Wiser colonists interjected that it was but an idle lad's words, but the damage was done. 6. On Thursday, June 24, Plymouth's fast day, Rehoboth's pastor Noah Newman preached on Psalm 46:10, "Be still and know that I am God, I will be exalted among the heathen." But the day would be calamitous for the English. Bridgewater troops marching to Mattapoisett encountered 30 Indians shouting and firing guns into the air. They warned colonists in a nearby garrison house, but the colonists foolishly took carts to retrieve corn from a barn a quarter-mile away. Soon the soldiers heard gunfire. They galloped toward the barn and chased away the attackers, but 6 colonists lay dead or dying. 7. 6 miles northwest, Baptist minister John Miles led an afternoon prayer service. As worshippers returned to his garrison house, Indians opened fire, killing 1 man and wounding 3 others, including Miles's African slave, who later died. When 2 men went to find a surgeon, they were ambushed. Thomas Savage's delegation, en route from Boston to meet with Philip, discovered their bodies on the road. The men were stripped of their upper garments, one having his head cut off and carried away, the other his head flayed, the skin and hair off from his skull and both their right hands cut off and gone, an officer reported. At least 10 colonists were killed or mortally wounded that day, including the young man who fired the opening shot. More than a dozen buildings were burned. With their men pinned down in garrison houses, officers called for reinforcements. Rumor had it that Uncas, the Mohegan sachem, had promised that if Philip sent him 6 English scalps, all the Indians in the country would rally to him. 8. News of the attack shocked Massachusetts. Tales of atrocities staggered belief. One writer told of a man who went with his wife and son to recover possessions from their home. The Indians shot and killed the man, raped his wife, and killed and scalped her and her son. The story was almost certainly false, but it was widely believed because it fit colonial stereotypes about heathen barbarians. 9 Boston minister Increase Mather, who had predicted God's judgment a year earlier, found it significant that the attack occurred on a fast day, the Lord thereby declaring from heaven that he expects something else from his people besides fasting and prayer. 10. Massachusetts debated whether to send troops. The justice of Plymouth's war was much questioned by some, Council Secretary Edward Rawson admitted. They debated whether Plymouth had jurisdiction over Mount Hope. When warriors captured some Massachusetts colonists, Philip released them, and it was tempting for Massachusetts to avoid the trouble, charge, and loss war would entail. Nevertheless, Governor Leverett had promised troops to Plymouth's Governor Winslow, and the magistrates decided that since Plymouth had been attacked, its prior conduct was irrelevant. The United Colonies' Solemn League and Covenant required mutual aid in defensive wars, and failure to send it would be a serious sin against God. 11 The General Court ordered the impressment of 100 infantry and 50 cavalry, to be led by Captains Daniel Henchman and Thomas Prentice. Both were reliable supporters of John Eliot's missionary work. 12. Former Commissioner and Atherton Company member Major General Daniel Dennison was placed in command of Massachusetts forces. His orders were to kill, burn, and destroy the enemy, unless they shall yield themselves your prisoners. His objective was taking or destroying the head of them, Philip and his chief counselors, responsible for the treacherous and barbarous insurrection. At stake was nothing less than the honor of God, the good of his people, and the interest of our Lord Jesus Christ in his churches. To secure God's blessing, Dennison was to ensure that his troops worshipped daily, attended preaching when possible, and conducted themselves as Christians. 13 Observing a colony-wide fast, Mather prayed that God would subdue the heathen, blessing present expedition for that end. 14. But the court was not scrupulous in selecting soldiers. 4 months earlier, a former privateer in his mid-30s named Samuel Mosley had captured some Dutch privateers and brought them to Boston. Several were sentenced to death, but now they were offered freedom in exchange for service in a company of horsemen led by Mosley. Mosley filled out the rest of the unit, 110 men, by enlisting his old Jamaica privateers and an assortment of indentured servants and underage youths. As an incentive, Massachusetts offered them the right to enslave any Indians they captured. 15. Rhode Islanders were terrified that the conflict would spread beyond Mount Hope. Canoes were reportedly passing between Mount Hope and Narragansett country, and when 100 Narragansetts approached Warwick, Roger Williams feared their sachem's assurances of neutrality were falsehood and treachery. Colonists in Narragansett country, seeking safety, ferried their families to Aquidneck Island amid pouring rain. Narragansetts plundered their abandoned houses. Rhode Island Governor William Coddington asked the Narragansett sachem Pesicus to come to Newport, but Pesicus declined, explaining that his son was sick. He said he sorrowed for the English and admitted his people were divided. He and his nephew Canonchet wanted peace but could not rule the youth and common people. Philip had sent messengers bearing 3 scalps in a bid for Narragansett support, but while the female sachem Caapin welcomed the messengers, Pesicus persuaded his people to reject the scalps. He warned the English to be vigilant, abandon isolated homes, fortify garrison houses, and avoid the roads. Many wish that Plymouth had left the Indians alone, at least not to put to death the 3 Indians. Upon one Indian's testimony, Williams complained on June 27.16. The next day, unidentified warriors raided Williams's hometown of Providence, burning 18 outlying buildings and wounding 3 colonists, and losing 5 or 6 of their own men. 17 Panic spread to Connecticut's eastern frontier, with rumors of Wampanoags near the Pawcatuck River. Colonists traveled to Shantok to interview Uncas, sachem of the Mohegans. He assured them he had no communication with Philip, but they suspected most of his men are gone that way. Connecticut dispatched troops and called its general court into emergency session. 18. Plymouth's forces around Swansea were scattered among 6 different posts, making joint operations impossible. Their commander, Captain James Cudworth, proposed abandoning all but 2 positions so he could adopt a more aggressive strategy. He would dispatch squads of 12 or 15 men, each squad within supporting distance of 2 or 3 others, to ambush Wampanoags in the woods. Whatever happened, they had to prevent Philip from escaping the peninsula. Governor Coddington promised that Rhode Island would patrol the peninsula's western coast, but Cudworth worried that the female Pocasset sachem Weetamua, who had nearly 20 canoes, one of which could carry 40 men, might ferry the Wampanoags across the Saconnet River to Pocasset. "Sir, if they may take their flight towards Pocasset, it may be the demise of our plantations," Cudworth warned Plymouth's Governor Josiah Winslow. He suggested that forces at Taunton seize the canoes. 19. It was good advice, but Winslow objected that it was dishonorable giving ground to the enemy and would result in further property damage. He also feared that base skulking way of engaging them may be our disadvantage. Instead, he urged Cudworth to wait for reinforcements from Massachusetts and make a more honorable and resolute charge on the enemy's quarters. He did order Taunton forces to disarm the Pocassets and seize their canoes. 20. The Massachusetts forces, accompanied by 5 Christian Indian volunteers, arrived at the Miles Garrison House on June 28. Many were rattled, having witnessed a lunar eclipse that they considered a divine portent. Some claimed in the center of the moon they discerned an unusual black spot, not a little resembling the scalp of an Indian. Others saw the form of an Indian bow. Did it signify victory or defeat? Indians hidden in the foliage across the river harassed the garrison, mocking soldiers and shooting 2 sentinels. A dozen troopers boldly crossed the bridge to disperse them, only to suffer a deadly volley from the camouflaged warriors. The scout William Hammond went down, and Quartermaster Joseph Belcher was shot in the knee. The troopers returned fire, then beat a hasty retreat. Benjamin Church of Plymouth, who always portrayed himself as the hero, claimed that he and 2 others rode to rescue Hammond, only to discover that he was dead. They recovered his body and withdrew under fire that wounded yet another soldier. The Lord have mercy on us if such a handful of Indians shall thus dare such an army. Church vented. 21. Captain Cudworth ordered an advance on June 29. He divided his army into 3 parts in hopes of sweeping the peninsula and forcing a battle. Jittery soldiers feared the presence of Indians behind every bush and tree. A mile beyond the bridge, some thought they saw Indians to their right and opened fire, only to wound 20-year-old Pura Savage, son of Major Thomas Savage of Massachusetts, in the thigh. With rain falling and recriminations likely flying, the army withdrew to the garrison house. Embarrassment must have been high when the 67-year-old Major Savage arrived from Boston to take command. A member of the first generation of immigrants, Savage had married Anne Hutchinson's daughter and was exiled from Massachusetts before repenting and returning. He must have been distressed about more than just his son's wounding. The colonial army, 400 strong, was floundering and morale was plummeting. One soldier, shocked at the profanity of Samuel Mosley's privateers, broke under the strain and declared that God was against the English. His officers sent him home. Major Savage led the army across the river late the next morning, after the rain had dissipated. Cavalry moved ahead of each wing. A mile and a half out, they passed burned-out houses. A Bible lay on the ground, its pages torn and scattered. A few miles further, they encountered a grisly sight, poles along the road adorned with the bloody scalps and severed hands and heads of 8 Englishmen. Savage ordered the remains taken down and buried before the outraged soldiers continued their march. They eventually discovered 300 acres of stately corn and 100 wigwams, but not a Pecanicut to be found. Items scattered along the ground suggested the Pecanicuts had departed in haste. Soldiers continued to the coast, but the reality was all too obvious. Philip had escaped, probably across the Sakonnet River to Pecasset country. Some officers expressed delight at the easy conquest, but Savage knew better. Philip's warriors were now at large, free to strike anywhere from Providence to Dartmouth. Savage's men spent a miserable night under heavy rainfall before returning to Swansea. A small garrison was left to build a fort at Mount Hope. 22. Colonists had imagined they would easily chastise the insolent doings and murderous practices of the heathen, Daniel Gookin later wrote, but the Wampanoags easily eluded them. While English soldiers were loud and clumsy, Indians were subtle and wily, keeping deep silence in their marches and motions. While English formations sought open fields where they could fire European-style volleys, Indians hid in the foliage and relied on marksmanship honed by years of hunting. Unfamiliar with the woods and swamps, the colonial officers had no idea how to respond to the Wampanoags' skulking way of war. Some officers urged the conscription of praying Indians, who understood Indian tactics. Massachusetts quickly ordered Gookin to recruit a company. 52 praying Indians were equipped at New England Company expense and dispatched to Swansea on July 6, having been promised a coat for each Indian head they delivered and 2 per captive. It was controversial, for as Gookin noted, many colonists were filled with animosity against all Indians without exception. Seasonal Wampanoag laborers had already been forced to leave the colony. As a precaution, the Indian soldiers' families were held hostage in Boston. 23. Meanwhile, Wampanoags began raiding English towns while colonial forces struggled to respond. "We are a distressed people," a lieutenant scribbled from Taunton, a town of about 96 families. "We hear nothing since from the army. We find the enemy is dispersed through the wilderness. They are, as we judge, round about us. This morning, 3 of our men are slain, close by one of our courts of guard, houses burnt in our sight, our men being so picked off out of every bush. We see their design is not to face the army but to keep a flying army about the woods, to fall on us and our army as they have advantage." He urged that allied Indians be recruited to hunt them out for us, or else our English will be disheartened to travel about in the woods, and get nothing but a clap with a bullet out of every bush. "The Lord humble us for our sins, which are the procuring causes of God's judgments, and remember mercy and bestow it on us." 24. Indians burned several buildings around Rehoboth. Prentice's Massachusetts cavalry pursued them, killing 4 Indians, but a soldier named John Druce died from a wound to his bowels. A praying Nashaway, Thomas Quinnapohit, killed one of Philip's leading men. 25. Plymouth's Captain Cudworth marched toward Dartmouth and ordered Captain Matthew Fuller to lead 36 men into Pocasset country in an attempt to seize hostages and thereby force Weetamoo and her Pocassets to join forces with the English. Crossing the Sakonnet River on the night of July 7, Fuller divided his forces. One group, led by Benjamin Church, marched to Pocasset Neck, where they were ambushed, pinned down on the beach, and had to be rescued by a passing sloop. Fuller's group was also attacked, and 2 men were wounded before they too were rescued. In addition, 5 Rhode Islanders were wounded while attempting to rescue cattle from Pocasset Neck. Weetamoo had clearly chosen sides. 26. Church claimed he had hoped to meet the Sakonnet sachem Awashonks but was unable to do so. She requested refuge from Rhode Island, but although Deputy Governor John Easton offered to shelter her at his expense, his colleagues, in fury against all Indians, would not consent. Narragansett sachems told Rhode Island they doubted that Awashonks supported Philip, so Rhode Island encouraged the Narragansetts to get her and as many as they could from Philip. 27. Colonial authorities worked vigorously to win Algonquian support. "It is absolutely necessary to engage some Indians with us, whereby we may understand the motions of Philip and the Narragansetts," Springfield Magistrate John Pynchon warned Governor Winthrop. 28. They would use carrots and sticks, taking hostages to guarantee loyalty and rewarding warriors for military service. Massachusetts urged that all Indians speedily be put to the test of their fidelity, that so we may forthwith know who are our friends and who are our foes. Uncas approached Norwich's minister James Fitch and pledged 200 Mohegan warriors, while predictably accusing the Narragansetts of sheltering Philip's women and children. Fitch replied that time would tell who are friends and who are foes. But he wrote a letter on Uncas's behalf and sent it to Boston with 6 Mohegan envoys. Pequot sachem Robin Cassasinnamon, John Winthrop Jr.'s old friend, offered similar assurances. Like the Mohegans, the Pequots had come to depend on Connecticut, which had granted them 2,000 acres at Mashantucket. In response to Cassasinamon's petition, Connecticut had just issued a body of laws subjecting the Pequots to typical Christian regulations and requiring them to attend Christian teaching. Fitch believed they were sincere in their loyalty to the colonists but cautioned that if they doubted of the victory, they would be in hazard of joining with the strongest. 29. Massachusetts remained worried about the Narragansetts. Doubting the pledges of their sachems, it ordered its agent Edward Hutchinson to coerce them into signing a formal treaty. Hutchinson would be aided by Captain Samuel Mosley's soldiers, with Major Savage ready to supply more troops if necessary. Hutchinson arrived at Wickford on July 7, where a deeply apprehensive Roger Williams joined him. Williams understood the depth of Narragansett grievances. "What God can that be," they said, "that is followed by such extortioners, cheaters, and liars as his servants and worshippers?" Williams feared the Narragansetts' intentions and realized that the colonists' heavy-handed tactics made war even more likely. It would take a miracle to keep the peace. 30. Ninigret, the eastern Niantic and Narragansett sachem, assured Connecticut colonists he had nothing to do with Philip's war and that King Charles had won his heart when the royal commissioners ruled in his favor in 1665, but he refused requests to surrender his people's guns, which would leave them defenseless against the Mohegans. He claimed Uncas had accepted wampum and coats from Philip's messengers, while he himself received nothing from Philip and refused communication with him. 31 He did concede that 6 of his men had joined Philip. Waite Winthrop, commanding colonial forces on Connecticut's eastern frontier, warned his father that 30 or 40 of Philip's men had sought refuge with the Narragansett sachem, who in turn asked Ninigret whether to deliver them to the English or let them go. Meanwhile, renegade Narragansetts were pillaging abandoned houses. Waite called for reinforcements, arguing that a considerable force would keep the Narragansetts in line. 32. Approaching his 70th birthday and afflicted by troubles and pains, Governor Winthrop had no desire for war. His wife had died 2 years earlier, and he wanted to return to England to restore his health and manage his affairs. He had tried to resign repeatedly since the 1660s, most recently just 2 weeks prior. 33 He advised Waite to be gentle with Ninigret. "I think it would not be good to have them sent back to Philip," he suggested of Philip's men, "but to have them in hopes of good quarter if delivered to us. If they were treated kindly, perhaps others would surrender." 34 On the other hand, he fretted about his son marching into Narragansett country and cautioned him to be careful, meeting the sachems on open ground to prevent that treachery and surprise which they use in dark and mountainous places. Waite should use Mohegans and Pequots as scouts to avoid ambushes, but it was also wise to suspect them a little, although no good reasons appear for it. 35. Ninigret agreed to meet at a great pond near Thomas Stanton's farm on July 8, but he feared enemy raids and warned Waite not to bring any Mohegans. Waite did recruit some of Cassisinamon's Pequots. In an ironic reversal of Mason's march 38 years earlier, 120 Connecticut soldiers and 60 Pequots marched as allies past the site of the Mystic Massacre and into Narragansett country. There they found Ninigret wearing the coat he had received from King Charles. Friendship with the king was all he wanted to talk about, insisting he had engaged his heart to the English. He promised to deliver Philip's men if they came to him, but he rejected Waite's request for a hostage and protested the presence of Pequot warriors on his land. 36. Hutchinson met the other Narragansett sachems at Wickford that same day. They responded to his show of force by bringing all the force they were able, which the English hypocritically interpreted as a great deal of insolency. Hutchinson presented Massachusetts' ultimatum: the Narragansetts had to provide hostages, or the colony would view them as enemies and abettors with Philip. The sachems refused, insisting they were not subject to Massachusetts but to the king. Tempers rising, they broke off negotiations. Warriors shot several of Trader Richard Smith Jr.'s hogs with arrows on their way out. Outraged, Hutchinson and Moseley prepared to attack the next morning. Waite Winthrop arrived just in time to dissuade them. Why not seek instructions from Boston and give the sachems time to consider the consequences of their decision? He warned his father that Massachusetts and Plymouth were pursuing a reckless policy. The Narragansetts had 700 warriors, he estimated. "I fear will be found more difficult than is imagined to hunt such wolves, unless God help by some eminent providence." 37. Rhode Island protested the invasion of Narragansett country, suspecting that Massachusetts and Connecticut intended to claim the region by right of conquest. Hutchinson was, after all, the Atherton Company's executive and denied Rhode Island's jurisdiction there. A Rhode Island official confronted Hutchinson, declaring that the army had no right to be there because the Narragansetts had given no cause of war and that its presence would do more hurt than good. Hutchinson arrested him for mutinous conduct and sent him to Connecticut. 38. Governor Winthrop was alarmed for different reasons. The Narragansetts had always been friendly to the English, he reminded Major Savage, and were very helpful in the Pequot War. To demand hostages of a neutral nation was unprecedented, and the sachems probably could not persuade their people to yield them even if they wanted to. Nor should Massachusetts be too strict in inquiry about persons fled to them from Philip, whether old men or soldiers, much less women and children, for it was unrealistic to expect them to deny protection to refugees, especially their own kin. Was it not wiser to seek such engagements of amity as can be attained freely and willingly, than that the most potent of all our neighboring heathen should be made open, professed enemies because we may have suspicion of them? I believe there is difficulty enough with that one enemy, he added. Why stir up another before an issue with the first? To have an open breach with Narragansett may be of worse consequence than they are aware, he told Waite. Better to keep the peace, even if it required bearing some of their ill manners and conniving at some irregularities. 39. When Savage led the rest of Massachusetts' army to Wickford, however, the sachems capitulated. 4 Narragansetts arrived, claiming to represent the Narragansett sachems Pesicus, Ninigret, Caapin, Canonchit, and even the Shawimet sachem Pomum, and on July 15 they signed another humiliating treaty. It required the sachems to surrender any Wampanoags who fell into their hands, including women and children, exercise their utmost ability to kill and destroy the enemy, render satisfaction for property damages, and provide 4 prominent persons as hostages. It reaffirmed all previous treaties and transactions, including, presumably, the Atherton deals voided by the royal commissioners a decade earlier. The Narragansetts were made to vow in the name of the Christian God that they would remain true friends to the English government. In exchange, the colonies promised them 2 coats for every live Wampanoag they delivered and 1 for every head. 40. What should have given colonial authorities pause was that no sachem personally signed the treaty. Pesicus and Ninigret had already shown that they considered coerced treaties non-binding. But the sachems had fair warning that the English would not tolerate neutrality. The colonies would hold this treaty over their heads as a sacred covenant. Any violation would be considered base treachery and evidence that they were in league with Philip. While Massachusetts' army was in Narragansett country, Wampanoag warriors unleashed terror on Plymouth's exposed towns. They burned dozens of homes, slaughtered hundreds of cattle, tore down fences, and ruined corn and hay. On July 9 warriors assaulted Middleborough, which had recently acquired so much of the sachem Tusbacon's Nemusket land. Residents watched helplessly from a fort as most of the town was torched. Towards night, an officer wrote, warriors returned to the top of Tusbacon's Hill with great triumph and rejoicing. 41 other Indians destroyed nearly all of Dartmouth, killing at least 6 people. 42. The English raged at Wampanoag atrocities, real or imagined. A colonist falsely charged that the Indians raped every woman they found and tortured people by skinning them all over alive, cutting off their hands and feet. 43 Boston minister Increase Mather later wrote that they scalped the dead, leaving bodies in the open field as naked as in the day wherein they were born. 44 Few noted displays of Wampanoag compassion, as when warriors nursed and released a wounded Dartmouth woman because she had once cared for an Indian child. It was easier to ignore Wampanoag humanity. 45. The colonial response remained futile. Plymouth struggled to send supplies for fear Wampanoags would intercept them, forcing Captain Cudworth's Plymouth troops to march back to Plymouth to procure them. When an allied Pocasset revealed the location of the Pocasset sachem Weetamoose camp, hand-picked volunteers crossed the Sakonnet River to attack it, only for Wampanoag scouts to sound the alarm, enabling the Pocassets to flee into a cedar swamp. The soldiers followed the cries of women and children until their officer lost his nerve and called a retreat. Warriors harassed them back to their sloop, wounding 3 or 4 men, though the soldiers claimed to have killed between 15 and 20 Indians. 46. The crisis spread to the interior, where alarmed Nipmucs abandoned several praying towns and sought refuge at the praying town of Ocomacomiset. There they built a fort, from which 40 praying Indians ranged as scouts, protecting towns further east. 47 Massachusetts learned that Philip had sent 2 English scalps to the Nipmuc towns of Quaboag and Wabquisett. The Nipmucs had rejected them, but the colony remained concerned, especially after Nipmucs led by Matoonas, the Christian constable of Pacatchug, robbed Ephraim Kittis's trading post at Quinsigamond. Massachusetts dispatched Curtis to reconfirm the Nipmuc's allegiance. 48. When Curtis reached Ocomacomiset, Indian scouts advised him against continuing, for Nipmucs of doubtful loyalty were gathering and might shoot him on sight. He decided to press on anyway, reinforced by 2 additional horsemen and an Ocomacomiset Indian just returned from the interior. They passed through the praying towns of Hassanamsit, Monchage, Chabanaconcamuan, Monexit, all abandoned, and Wabquiset. Turning north, they traveled several miles further but found no Indians. Eventually they took a prisoner who told them where the Nipmucs were gathering. Curtis sent his Ocomacomiset guide ahead to announce that the messenger of the Massachusetts governor was a-coming with peaceable words. As they rode toward the camp, he observed that the Nipmucs occupied a 4-acre island, being compassed round with a broad miry swamp on the one side and a muddy river, with meadow on both sides of it, on the other side. There was only one place that a horse could possibly pass, and that only with a great deal of difficulty by reason of the mire and dirt. 49. They were intercepted by at least 40 Indians posing menacingly, some with their guns upon their shoulders, others with their guns in their hands, ready, cocked, and primed. Curtis tried small talk with those he recognized, but they did not respond. When he declared himself a representative of the great sachem of the Massachusetts English, they began shouting and arguing. His Algonquian guides wanted to turn back, but Curtis refused. Only later did they tell him that the Nipmucs had been debating whether to kill him. After they crossed the river and a boggy meadow beyond, more warriors surrounded them, pointing guns and shouting with such noise that the air rang. His guides tried to still the tumult, but only after much threatening and persuasion did the uproar subside. They took Curtis to a council of sachems, including Mutomp and Conquewasco of Quaboag, Kehud of Wabquiset, and Shoshanim of Nashaway. Kehud was a praying Indian, and most of the sachems had recently reaffirmed their allegiance to the English. Curtis asked why their men acted so rudely. They explained that they had been warned the English intended to destroy them all. He assured them this was not true, Massachusetts simply wanted to confirm their loyalty. This appeared to satisfy them, but Curtis departed without any formal agreement. In his disconcerting report to Boston, he estimated that he had seen 200 warriors at the Nipmuc camp. 50. Suddenly, on July 14, Indians attacked Mendon, Massachusetts, killing 3 men, a woman, and 2 children. The news set Boston astir, for the colony had never been the target of a raid before, and Mendon was as close to Boston as to Mount Hope. Increase Mather heard about it while preaching a midweek sermon on Isaiah 42:4, who gave Jacob to the spoil, and Israel to the robbers? Did not the Lord, he against whom we have sinned? Mather had warned of God's judgment, but the colony had not listened. Had we amended our ways, he lamented, this misery might have been prevented. He would have been even more alarmed had he known that it was a praying Nipmuc, Matoonas, who had led the attack. 51. Plymouth troops probed Pocasset country, but finding Philip proved an impossible task, as he and his forces had taken refuge in a swamp 7 miles long and knew every foot of it. Wampanoag scouts could hear the soldiers coming, observe them from the foliage, and move their people to safety. Soldiers discovered a village on July 14. Major William Bradford reported to his pastor John Cotton Jr., but most of the Indians had fled. Frustrated, the colonists burned it and killed 2 old men. 52. 2 days later, Captain Cudworth led 120 men into the swamp. A captive pointed them toward Weetamu's camp, but as the soldiers approached, Indians opened fire from seemingly every direction. Soldiers panicked, confused each other for the enemy, and killed one of their own men. The Pocassets escaped, and all the soldiers could do was plunder and burn the empty town. They had killed 7 Indians, but 2 soldiers were killed and 4 wounded. 53. As the expense of operations increased beyond expectation, Plymouth's vexed Governor Josiah Winslow cast about for a cost-saving strategy that would allow most soldiers to return home. Surely 100 soldiers from each colony and allied Indians would be sufficient to harass and contain Philip in the swamp, from whence he cannot easily make his escape. Lord willing, he told Massachusetts Governor John Leverett, God would get himself a glorious name by the overthrow of his blasphemous enemies and the establishment of his poor people. Leverett, a former cavalry officer under Cromwell, agreed to the plan. 54. Major Savage's Massachusetts Army, having returned from Narragansett country, joined Plymouth forces for a final foray into the Pocasset Swamp on July 19. Wampanoags fired at them, then withdrew. Colonial soldiers pursued, only to fall into a trap. Indians betook themselves, trees and thickets fired thick upon us, Major Bradford recalled. Suddenly the hand of God seemed to be against us. 5 men were killed and 6 wounded before the Wampanoags were driven off. Among the dead was John Eliot's Indian assistant Jobney Sutton, who had helped translate the Bible into Massachusetts. Savage pressed on until they found a village of 100 wigwams. The only person there, an old man, claimed Weetamoo had been there that day and that Philip was half a mile away. Savage duly ordered his men to search the area, but the men were exhausted and night was coming fast. With soldiers ready to fire upon every bush they see move, the danger of friendly fire, to say nothing of an ambush, was high. So Savage ordered a retreat. Men grumbled that half an hour more would have utterly subdued Philip. The officers struggled to discern what the Lord calls us further to do, Bradford admitted. We are waiting upon him, desiring to lay ourselves low before him who will exalt us in his due time. He thought that God was punishing them for their self-confidence. An exasperated Captain Cudworth lamented, we shall never be able to obtain our end in this way, for they fly before us from one swamp to another. The men were ill-equipped and worn out. They dreaded the swamps where, Ipswich minister William Hubbard later explained, their eyes were muffled with the leaves, and their arms pennywined with the thick boughs of the trees, as their feet were continually shackled with the roots spreading every way in those boggy woods. 55. As most soldiers returned home, Captain Daniel Henchman and 125 Massachusetts troops began building a fort southwest of the swamp, while 100 Plymouth troops scattered among several outposts to respond to Wampanoag raids. 56. By all indications, the Wampanoags were reduced to great straits, for on July 26 about 100 men, women, and children turned themselves in at Dartmouth. God help us to distinguish aright between the innocent and the guilty if they are distinguishable, Plymouth's Governor Winslow wrote. Nevertheless, Winslow acceded to Massachusetts' advice that he call an emergency meeting of the United Colonies. The war was lasting longer than we sometimes hoped, he admitted, because the Indians fought in a skulking, unmanly way, hiding in the most hideous swamps they can find, wherein we cannot engage them but at extreme disadvantage. A friend informed him that many Bostonians considered Plymouth's war unjust. But while Winslow conceded that God was using the Indians to punish his people, and that Plymouth's punishment was less, far less, than our iniquities have deserved, he insisted the war itself was just. Plymouth could appeal to God and prove to critics that we stand as innocent as it is possible for any person or people to be towards their neighbor. He even claimed that the Wampanoags executed for murdering John Sassamon had thanked Plymouth for a fair trial. Philip's attacks, he believed, were treacherous and unprovoked. 57. While nearly everyone agreed the war was God's judgment, ministers struggled to discern the cause. Barnstable pastor Thomas Whalley wondered, echoing the prophet Jeremiah, who is the wise man, that may understand this? And who is he to whom the mouth of the Lord hath spoken, that he may declare it? For what the land perisheth and is burned up like a wilderness, that none passeth through. There were many opinions about it. A Quaker told me it was for my saying in my sermon they were blasphemers and idolaters, and for the persecution they have had from us, Whalley told Cotton, but I judge we may as well fear it is our suffering in the public exercise of their false worship. Had God not punished Israel for tolerating idolatry? Another cause was covetousness and love of the world, which ministers failed to rebuke for fear of offending those who provided their livelihood. We have not been so faithful to God and them as we ought to have been, he admitted. Unfortunately, Plymouth's churches were too independent for concerted action. If the war should continue till we could agree in our humiliations and for a reformation, he worried, I fear it would last long and cost dear. He expected Plymouth's magistrates to guide them, but the pious founding generation had died off. Would their sons measure up to the task? 58. Few ministers questioned the justice of the war, but John Eliot did. Aware of Connecticut Governor John Winthrop Jr.'s careful diplomacy toward the Narragansetts, Eliot praised him for displaying the very spirit of a Christian governor, striving for peace, making war the last and unavoidable remedy. Eliot awaited Plymouth's explanation of the causes of the war. I know them not, but betwixt God and us, I think that our sins have ripened us for so severe a scourge as the war hath, and is likely to prove. We were too ready to think that we could easily suppress that flea, but now we find that all the craft is in catching of them, and that in the meanwhile, they give us many a sore nip. Eliot was one of the only ministers who sympathized with Indian grievances over land. Perhaps one effect of this trouble may be to humble the English to do the Indians justice and no wrong about their lands, he hoped. Our doing them justice about their lands may, by the blessing of God, open their hearts to the word of God, to bring them to religion, which I do earnestly desire may be another effect of this great motion. Until then, English hypocrisy made it all too easy for Indians to reject Christianity. The Indians have very sinfully refused praying to God, but they do too much justify themselves by the example of the English. For when I have exhorted them to keep the Sabbath and pray unto God, they have answered me, Why do you speak so to us, why do you not speak to your own countrymen? We do but as they do. Colonists needed to wake up. We had need be serious in this matter, lest God chastise us 7 times more by his next visitation. 59. Within days of Massachusetts agent Ephraim Kittis's return from Nipmuc country, the colony sent him on a 3rd visit. This time he found the Nipmuc sachems much friendlier. Mutomp of Quaboag was away, but Curtis met Kehud of Wabquisett and Shoshanim and Minoko of Nashaway. We had pretty good quarter with them, he informed Governor Leverett. There was no abuse offered to us. I read your honor's letter deliberately to them. They seemed to accept of it very well. They revealed that it had been Black James, constable of the New Praying Towns, who told them the English would kill them all without any exception because they were not praying Indians. Clearly the zealous constable had overstepped his bounds. Curtis encouraged them to send sachems to Boston where Leverett would treat them kindly, and well fill their bellies, and answer all their questions. They apparently agreed to do so. A dozen miles down the road, however, an Indian guide told Curtis that a man in the Nipmuc camp had been with Philip. Was it possible the Nipmucs were playing Massachusetts? Or were they divided, some advocating peace and others war? 60. By July 27 no sachem had arrived in Boston, and Massachusetts had learned that the Nipmuc praying Indian Matoanas had led the raid against Mendon. There was also a rumor that 100 Narragansett warriors were with the Nipmucs. The colony decided it was time for a display of strength. Atherton Executive Edward Hutchinson had imposed the treaty on the Narragansetts, so Massachusetts told him to take 20 horsemen led by Captain Thomas Wheeler and do the same with the Nipmucs. Curtis and 3 praying Nipmucs would go as interpreters, including the brothers Sampson and Joseph Pettivitt, pastors of Wabquisett and Shabanaconcamoon. If the sachems refused a treaty, Hutchinson was to inform them that Massachusetts considered them aiders and abettors of Philip. If you should meet with any Indians that stand in opposition to you or declare themselves to be your enemies, the colony instructed Hutchinson, then you are ordered to engage with them if you see reason for it and endeavor to reduce them by force of arms. 61 The Nipmucs would have to choose sides. Hutchinson arrived at the isolated English town of Brookfield, near Quaboag, on August 1. He sent Curtis to inform the Nipmucs, gathered about 10 miles northwest at a swampy area called Manamset, that he had come to negotiate a treaty. Curtis found many warriors stout in their speeches and surly in their carriages, but 3 sachems agreed to meet Hutchinson on a plain 3 miles from Brookfield. Hutchinson's team traveled to the designated place on August 2, accompanied by 3 Brookfield men. No Nipmucs showed up. The Pettivat brothers, who had kin at Manamset, warned that the Nipmucs could not be trusted and implored Hutchinson not to continue toward the swamp. But the Brookfield colonists assured him they had good relations with the Quabog Nipmucs and were confident of their fidelity. Fatefully, Hutchinson decided to proceed. 62. Back at Pocasset, Captain Daniel Henchman of Massachusetts had nearly finished constructing a fort of 4,900 square feet with 2 long houses, a magazine, a smith's forge, and large flankers. By July 30 they were just finishing the southeast flanker. 63 That evening, just after 9 o'clock, Lieutenant Norman Thomas arrived from Rehoboth with shocking news. Philip and his Wampanoags had escaped the Pocasset swamp. 64 Colonists from Taunton reported that a considerable party of Indians, great and small, had ferried themselves across the Taunton River on rafts and were moving north. It is not unlikely that they have conveyed away their women and children, wrote Rehoboth's pastor Noah Newman, so the men may be at more liberty to play their parts. Lieutenant Peter Hunt urged Henchman, "Come with your soldiers to our town with all speed. Perhaps they might catch the slow-moving Wampanoags the next day." 65. At 11 p.m. another letter reported that the Wampanoags were fording the Pawtucket River, the last significant barrier before Nipmuc country. Philip and Weetamua, the Pocasset sachem, were part of the group. Their men were much disheartened, had little ammunition, and were burdened with women and children. Newman urged that no time be lost, if possible, to apprehend them before they swamp themselves, and while their weariness is upon them. 66 Here was the moment the English had been waiting for, as if ordered by the divine hand. Narragansetts and Mohegans, having provided hostages to ensure their loyalty, were at hand to help. Ninigret, the Narragansett sachem, had 120 warriors in action, having already delivered a Wampanoag head to Connecticut. Uncas's son Oaneko was in Rehoboth with 50 Mohegans. Troops from Mount Hope, Swansea, Taunton, and Rehoboth, accompanied by Mohegans and praying Indians, set out in pursuit of Philip. 67. The next evening around sunset, scouts discovered a Wampanoag camp in rolling terrain a dozen miles north of Providence. Marching through the night, officers positioned their men in an Indian field known as Nipsashuk, about 550 yards from the camp. They had around 130 men. They faced perhaps 500 Wampanoags, but most were women and children. Just before dawn, as officers spoke in hushed tones, they were startled to see 5 Indians approaching from the Wampanoag camp. Soldiers fired, killing 2. Then they charged. Startled awake by gunfire, Wampanoags took their children in their arms and fled. Pursuing soldiers killed several until they found their way blocked by Philip's warriors, who had taken position on hilly ground surrounded by wet swampland. For several hours colonial forces battled to flush them out. Mohegans and praying Indians probably played the decisive role, and toward mid-morning the Wampanoags withdrew. They left behind 14 dead, whom the Mohegans stripped and scalped. Not a single English soldier was killed, and only 3 were wounded. Allied Indians collected spoils, kettles, coats, meat dressed and undressed, some ammunition as lead and slugs, and other goods abandoned by the Wampanoags. Little did the officers know that most of the terrified Wampanoags were hiding in a swamp less than a mile away. A captive revealed that they had struck Weetamu's camp. Philip and the Nemusket sachem, Tusbacken, had been in another camp, as had the brother of the Sakonnet sachem Awashonks, though Awashonks herself had gone to Narragansett country. He also shared the disturbing news that Nipmuc sachems had invited Philip to take refuge near Quabog. That was Philip's destination. Captain Henchman arrived an hour later with 70 reinforcements, becoming the ranking officer on the field. The day was hot, the men were exhausted and low on provisions, and Lieutenant Thomas was taking the wounded to Providence, so henchmen decided to let the men rest. Not until the next day, August 2nd, did he pick up the Wampanoag Trail. Disgusted Rehoboth soldiers complained that he had given the Wampanoags a day's head start. Even worse, on August 3rd henchmen gave up the pursuit and turned west toward Wabquisett to obtain supplies from Norwich. Catching up with him that evening, Thomas marveled at the great quantities of special good corn and beans and stately wigwams as I never saw the like, but not one Indian to be seen. Scouts reported that the Wampanoag tracks diverged. One set led south toward Narragansett country. The other continued north toward Quaboag Point 68. Massachusetts agent Edward Hutchinson knew none of this as he and his 27 men rode toward the Nipmuc camp at Manamset on August 2nd. If he had, he might have heeded the warnings of his Christian Nipmuc scouts. About 10 miles from Brookfield, the path narrowed. Horses had to pass in a single file, there being a very rocky hill on the right hand, and a thick swamp on the left. Dense underbrush obscured the hillside. Suddenly the quiet was shattered by a hail of bullets. Men reeled in their saddles as Indians dashed across the path behind. A colonial soldier shot an Indian, but moments later bullets slammed into his shoulder and tore off part of his thumb. The only option was to fly for the safety of our lives, Captain Thomas Wheeler decided. They drove their horses up the steep and rocky hill. Wheeler realized that some men had been left behind. I wheeled about upon the Indians, he recalled. But a bullet tore into him. Another brought down his horse, faltering and falling. His son Thomas, though wounded in his midsection, rode over to help. A bullet ripped into his arm, but he managed to get his father on his own horse and send it galloping. He himself dashed through the smoke and underbrush, mounted a riderless horse, and rode into the woods. 8 colonists had been killed, including all 3 Brookfield men. 5 were wounded, including Hutchinson, and a praying Indian was captured. But there was no time to tend wounds. Someone spotted Nipmucs moving through the woods, so they wheeled in the other direction. The Pettivat brothers, both Nipmuc pastors, faithfully guided the survivors 10 anxious and painful miles back to Brookfield. The colonists would never have made it without them. 69. The survivors rode exhausted and bleeding into the hilltop settlement, alerting its 20 families that the Nipmucs might attack at any moment. Securing whatever supplies they could, the stunned colonists headed for the Tavern House, one of Brookfield's largest and strongest buildings. About 26 able-bodied men and 50 women and children crammed inside. 70. The nearest English town was 30 miles away. Ephraim Curtis and Henry Young attempted to ride for help, but when they saw Nipmucs looting abandoned houses, they fired 2 shots and beat a hasty retreat. The Nipmucs launched an immediate assault. The barbarous heathen pressed upon us in the house with great violence, sending in their shot among us like hail through the walls and shouting as if they would have swallowed us up alive, recalled Captain Wheeler. The English returned fire through windows and doors. Henry Young was seriously wounded. A young man named Pritchard, whose father had died in the ambush, foolishly attempted to retrieve items from his father's home and was captured. Nipmucs cut off his head and kicked it around in full view of the tavern. Then they mounted it on a pole at his father's door, a grisly warning to the beleaguered colonists. The colonists were alone. No one knew of their plight. Wheeler admitted that all hope that we should be saved was in the eye of reason taken away, and we were in continual expectation of death. That night the Nipmucs attacked again, roaring like so many wild bulls and riddling the house with shot. Around 3 a.m., with the moon high in the night sky, warriors piled hay, wood, and flammable materials by a corner of the tavern. To the horror of the English, they lit the pile on fire before withdrawing. A soldier named Simon Davis called for cover while he and some men ventured outside to extinguish it. "God is with us and fights for us," he exhorted, "and will deliver us out of the hands of these heathen." Nipmucs heard him. "Now see how your God delivers you," they shouted. They opened fire, wounding 2 of Davis's men, but the colonists succeeded in dousing the flames. With ammunition running low, Captain Wheeler asked Ephraim Curtis to make another attempt for help. Curtis slipped outside, only to find so many Indians everywhere thereabouts that he could not pass without apparent hazard of life. Toward morning he made a third attempt. Crawling on his hands and knees, he eluded Nipmuc sentries, and by morning he was gone. But even if he made it, would help come in time? Nipmucs continued shooting and shouting all the next day. Although some were praying Indians, they mocked the colonists' faith, blaspheming the name of the Lord and reproaching us, his afflicted servants, scoffing at our prayers as they were sending in their shot, Wheeler recalled. Some gathered in the meeting house, about 100 yards from the tavern. Come and pray and sing psalms, they taunted. Then colonists heard what Wheeler called a hideous noise somewhat resembling singing. They retaliated by firing a volley at the meeting house. More Indians arrived that night until colonists imagined there were as many as 500. Suddenly the tavern was pelted with flaming arrows. Nipmucs had fastened brimstone wrapped in rags to their arrows, lit them on fire, and were shooting them onto the roof. Colonists cut holes to clear away the burning projectiles. Next, Nipmucs carried flax and hay to the walls of the tavern and set it on fire. To prevent soldiers from extinguishing it, warriors hid outside the door. With growing desperation, colonists broke down an outer wall to smother the flames. Nipmucs fired a ball of wildfire into the attic, igniting a heap of flax. A soldier doused the flames. But the colonists were running out of water, either to drink or to put out fires. Thomas Wilson, from Brookfield, volunteered to fetch more, but as he stepped outside, bullets slammed into his upper jaw and neck. He cried out, and the Nipmucs rejoiced and triumphed. 71. 30 miles away, in Springfield, local Indians informed Magistrate John Pynchon that Nipmucs had attacked Brookfield. A colonist rode through the night to confirm and observed several burned-out buildings before returning. How soon their Indians may be upon this town, Pynchon worried, we know not. Connecticut dispatched 40 soldiers, but it would be noon on August 6 before they reached Springfield, let alone Brookfield. The Lord grant they may be able to hold out till our soldiers come to their relief, Pynchon prayed. 72. Wednesday, August 4, was the third day of the siege. The Nipmucs prepared their next attack, filling a cart with flax, hay, and candlewood and other combustible material. They spliced poles together and attached wheels, forming movable tracks 75 yards long. Using this ingenious device, they could roll barrels of kindling right up to the tavern. That evening, they moved their equipment toward the tavern and commenced setting fires. What happened next would always be remembered by Puritans as divine intervention. It began to rain. Rain quenched the flames and drenched the tavern. It soaked the hay, flax, and kindling. It provided precious drinking water. It bought precious time. About an hour after sunset, dark forms approached. Men prepared to fire, only to hear English voices. Captain Wheeler ordered a trumpet call to prevent friendly fire, and Massachusetts soldiers dashed toward the tavern. The surprised Nipmucs spared not their shot, but poured it out on them, wounding 2, but all made it inside. For the exhausted men, women, and children who had endured more than 48 harrowing hours, it was a sight they would never forget. The esteemed Major Simon Willard had come to their relief with 46 English soldiers and 5 praying Indians. Willard explained that colonists traveling the Bay Path to Connecticut had seen Indians killing cattle and burning houses on the Brookfield Hill. They had hastened back to Marlborough, which in turn alerted Willard, whose Massachusetts company was in the area. The Nipmucs burned the meeting house, but as night wore on it became eerily quiet. When the sun rose, colonists cautiously ventured outside. They found their homes in ashes, property destroyed, and cattle gone, but the Nipmucs had departed, and they had survived. Not all would recover. Edward Hutchinson died of his wounds on August 19. But it could have been much worse. Had not the Lord been on our side when these cruel heathens rose up against us, Wheeler marveled, they had then swallowed us up quick. 73. Philip's haggard Wampanoag band, reduced to fewer than 50 warriors, arrived at nearby Quaboag that day. The following day he reached the main Nipmuc camp, where he gave Mutomp, Minoko, and another sachem about a peck of unstrung wampum. He confessed that had the English pressed their offensive in Pocasset country 1 or 2 days more, or had they pursued him closely as he moved northward, he must needs have been taken. 74. A campaign Plymouth's Governor Winslow believed would be quick, punitive, and decisive had escalated into the sort of regional war colonists had dreaded for decades. While Massachusetts' heavy-handed efforts to prevent the war from spreading had succeeded with the Narragansetts, such tactics backfired disastrously with the Nipmucs. Still, Puritan leaders never wavered in believing that their policies were justified. The Indians were treacherous and malicious, and their rebellion had to be crushed. 15. God does not go forth with our armies. August 1675 to September 1675. Colonists lamented the incompetence that had enabled Philip and his Wampanoags to escape their clutches and join forces with the Nipmucs. Now the war is likely to continue with the Nipmuc and Narragansett as the rest who are fled to them, Lieutenant Norman Thomas lamented. But what shall I say? However was the neglect of man, the Lord is to be looked at in the matter. Some took solace from Brookfield's deliverance, which suggested that God remained compassionate toward his people. Leading a service of humiliation in Boston on August 12, Increase Mather observed that no established church had yet been destroyed. He prayed that God would preserve Boston and the troops, causing his enemies to fall before him, and that God would use these awful dispensations of his holy providences to sanctify his people. 2 But as disaster piled on disaster, Puritans worried that God had abandoned them and was unleashing the Indians against them. They believed that without God on their side, they could not win. Many severely denounced the Nipmuc's treachery. The Lord avenge the blood that hath been shed by these heathen who hate us without a cause, cursed Captain Thomas Wheeler, whose unit had been ambushed north of Brookfield. Although he and his men had been saved by Nipmuc pastors, the Pettivat brothers, he coldly ignored them in his account. 3 The minister William Hubbard later condemned the horrible perfidiousness and treacherous dealing of these Nipmuc Indians, who of all others had the least reason as to any pretense of injury, yet did most deceitfully and barbarously join with Philip and his Indians, after they had been several times sent unto by the governor and faithfully promised not to meddle in the quarrel. 4. Few had any sympathy for Philip. The English took not a foot of land from the Indians, but bought all, and although they bought for an inconsiderable value, yet they did buy it, reasoned merchant Nathaniel Saltonstall. Philip simply resented that by hard work and God's blessing they had made the wilderness so fruitful. 5 The English by their great industry have of a howling wilderness improved those lands into cornfields, orchards, enclosed pastures, and towns inhabited, which hath considerably advanced the value. A colonist agreed, and Philip regretted losing them. 6. For Philip, successful flight and Nipmuc intervention offered a new lease on life. The region north of Quaboag contained virtually endless tracts of forest crisscrossed by streams and rivers, hills, and mountains. Here, hidden from colonial forces, he could build up his strength, expand his alliance, and extend the war indefinitely. According to one report, he cut his famous wampum coat in pieces and distributed it among the sachems to the eastward and southward, and all round about 7. Some of the Nipmuc sachems who welcomed him were praying Indians who had pledged their loyalty to Massachusetts a few weeks earlier. Why had they suddenly shifted course? One reason was that the colony's aggressive military expeditions lent credibility to the praying Indian Black James's threats and Philip's purported claim that the English had a design to cut off all the Indians round about them, and that if they did not join together, they should lose their lives and lands. Edward Hutchinson's expedition had forced them to choose sides, and they had chosen Philip. 8. But many young Nipmucs were itching for war even before Hutchinson's expedition. Like Philip, their grievances ran deep. Some resented the establishment of praying towns, which divided their people, appropriated their land exclusively for praying Indians, and subjected their sachems to colonial jurisdiction. It is telling that Mutomp, whose Quabog people never accepted praying town status, became the militants' leading sachem. Some such as the praying Indian Matoonas, whose son had been executed for murder, were embittered by punishments handed down by colonial courts. Others, like the Nashaways, were devastated by the decline of the fur trade and owed huge sums to English traders. Their sachem, Shoshanim, had long opposed the English. And while the Nipmucs felt far less pressure to sell land than did the Wampanoags, recent sales suggested such pressure was coming. 9. Colonists wondered whether any Indians could be trusted. What town would be next to suffer Brookfield's fate? As the dominant trader and landowner in the upper Connecticut Valley, Massachusetts, Magistrate John Pynchon was the primary broker with the Valley Indians, including the Agawams near Springfield and the Norwottucks, Pecumtucks, and Secocas upriver, each a community of several hundred people. From them he had purchased most of the land that became Northampton, Hadley, and Hatfield, near Norwottuck, Deerfield, at abandoned Pecumtuck, and a new settlement at recently abandoned Squakeag. He believed they could be trusted, and as Massachusetts' regional commander, he recruited them for military service. This alarmed many colonists. When Massachusetts agent Ephraim Curtis accused a Norwottuck of having fought with the Nipmucs, Pynchon provoked fury by releasing the suspect because Indians Pynchon trusted vouched for him. "I wonder at such a spirit in people," Pynchon marveled. On the other hand, Pynchon deferred to local Indians who accused an Algonquian of fighting for Philip because he was wearing an English coat, linsey-woolsey stockings, tightly woven breeches, and hogskin moccasins with hog hair still on them, which they claimed he plundered from the colonial town of Swansea. It being a most clear and evident case, Pynchon reported, all the Indians also desiring he might be killed, I bid 2 of our men take him out and shoot him. 10. Connecticut agreed that their security depended on their Indian allies and ordered that those serving be well provided for, and that they receive no affront from any English. It sent Uncas's son Joshua with 30 Mohegans to join colonial forces at Brookfield. 11 Connecticut's Deputy Governor William Leet advocated a decisive blow to persuade neutral Indians to cast their lot with the English, but this was easier said than done. 12 When colonial forces ventured north from Brookfield, they accomplished little more than burning dozens of empty wigwams and killing a few Indians. Their failures triggered further suspicion of allied Indians. Connecticut's Captain Thomas Watts charged that Indians accompanying his troops were fearful or false or both. The Mohegans, who had fought the Valley Indians during the Pecumtuck War, claimed they never captured anyone because the Valley Indians would always give some shout when they came near the enemy. The English were blind if they could not see that our Indians made fools of them, declared Joshua. 13. Northampton's 31-year-old pastor, Solomon Stoddard, who would be the grandfather of Jonathan Edwards, America's greatest colonial theologian, was convinced that the Norwottucks could not be trusted. Many had gone to Quabog that summer, he warned, deserting their corn, packing up their wigwams, and removing property they stored in English towns. An Indian woman reported with great earnestness that 2 of Philip's men were at Norwottuck, and a Frenchman passing through claimed they were soliciting the Norwottucks to fight. Then, when word of Hutchinson's ambush reached the Norwottuck fort, colonists heard them erupt with 11 joyful shouts, 1 for each slain colonist. After that, Stoddard claimed, Norwottucks talked about killing colonists, taking their homes, and making them servants, while objecting to fighting their Nipmuc mothers and brothers and cousins. They predicted that in battle allied Indians would stab the English in the back. Some were accused of shooting at colonists. Captain Thomas Lathrop of Massachusetts proposed disarming the Norwottucks, since he was authorized to disarm all the Indians that were not manifest friends to the English. Other officers and local leaders including Stoddard, but not Pynchon, agreed. While he shared their concerns, Pynchon feared an attempt to disarm the Norwottucks would drive them into the arms of the enemy. Connecticut also warned that forced disarmament might backfire. But Lathrop was already acting. On August 24, 1675, he met a Norwottuck sachem and demanded that his people surrender their weapons. The sachem agreed to try to persuade them. When colonists followed up that day, however, the Norwottucks said they would answer in the morning. When a colonist inquired that evening, they told him to kiss 14. Lathrop decided to march against the Norwottuck fort. When scouts approached it that night, however, they found it abandoned, save for the dead body of the Norwottucks' elderly chief sachem Sopus, who had advocated submission to the English. Lathrop and 100 men followed Norwottuck tracks north toward Pecumtuck, catching up 10 miles north of Hatfield, near Sugarloaf Mountain. The desperate Norwottucks dropped their belongings and opened fire, taking cover in a nearby swamp. Lathrop counterattacked, but his tactics proved futile. According to Stoddard, after a while our men, after the Indian manner, got behind trees and watched their opportunities to make shots at them. After a 3-hour fight, the Indians slipped away. Lathrop suffered nearly 30 casualties, 9 of whom were dead or dying. A captive later claimed that 26 Indians were killed. 15. With the Norwottucks and apparently Pecumtucks now hostile, Stoddard begged Connecticut Governor John Winthrop Jr. for help. "We send in all haste to you. If you can forthwith send us some supplies of men, it may save the lives of many." 16. He defended their decision to disarm the Norwottucks, declaring a need for utmost caution in our dealing with such persons in whom is no faith. 17. But Connecticut blamed Captain Lathrop for provoking the Norwottucks. It urged Springfield not to make the same mistake with the Agawams. 18. Pynchon was equally frustrated but came to believe Lathrop was right. "The truth is, when I recollect things, I can't but conclude that this was a contrived business of the Indians. For how suddenly they all removed and secured their women is beyond imagination, had it not been before afoot." 19. The reality was that the Norwottucks and Pecumtucks were traditional Nipmuc allies and Mohegan foes and shared many Wampanoag grievances. Many had accumulated substantial debts to Pynchon since the collapse of the fur trade and had sold nearly all their best farmland. The Pecumtucks were especially distressed, for after the Mohawks destroyed their town, Massachusetts awarded it to Dedham as compensation for the land Dedham had lost to Natick. Pynchon then purchased it from Indians whose authority to sell was doubtful, enabling the establishment of Deerfield in 1670.20. Even so, the Norwottucks had been divided, and it was Captain Lathrop's bull-headed attempt to disarm them that united them against the English. Algonquians were learning that they either had to submit or fight. Some Indians tried to avoid the conflict by giving themselves up. About 120 Nipmucs surrendered to Uncas in August. Soon after, Wabquisets brought in 111 Wampanoags, whom Connecticut ordered sent to Boston. 21. Two Christian Indians petitioned Massachusetts on behalf of the Wabquisets, who were praying Indians, claiming they had been at Quaboag only because hostile Nipmucs threatened to kill them if they submitted to the English. The wife of the Wabquiset sachem Kehud was a wise and godly woman, they claimed, and Kehud's sons were promising young men, one of whom read the Bible ably. The petitioners urged Massachusetts to receive the Wabquisets in a Christian manner and spare their cornfields, for why famish those that are your friends and submit themselves to you and to the Lord. They also petitioned that 3 Wampanoag women not be exported as slaves, because they desire to pray to God. 22. Plymouth's War Council met on August 4 to decide the fate of 112 Wampanoags taken at Dartmouth, most of them women and children. Plymouth officer Benjamin Church later claimed that most had surrendered after they were promised good terms thanks to the efforts of a friendly Indian, but Plymouth Governor Josiah Winslow was informed they came in without any assurance or invitation from us. After questioning them, the council concluded that several had participated in raids and that the rest had either supported them or violated their covenant by failing to report Philip's conspiracy. After serious and deliberate consideration, it sentenced most to be sold abroad. A dozen or so were otherwise disposed of on special consideration. A few weeks later, 57 more Wampanoags who had surrendered were condemned to slavery by Plymouth. 23. Another 80 brought in by Captain Samuel Mosley were sold in Boston. 24. John Eliot, the missionary, was horrified. He could hardly imagine a policy more likely to encourage native hostility than the terror of selling away such Indians unto the islands for perpetual slaves, he wrote in a petition to the Massachusetts government. It was certain to prolong the war, leading to unimaginable evil consequences. Even worse, it contradicted the gospel. Christ hath said, "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy," he reminded them, yet this fate was worse than death, since those sold would never hear the gospel. Christ's goal was to evangelize the heathen, not destroy them, turning the kingdoms of this world into the kingdoms of the Lord and of his Christ. When we came, he continued, we declared to the world that the endeavor of the Indians' conversion, not their extirpation, was one great end of our enterprise. God had blessed this mission richly. True, many Indians rejected the gospel and were now at war. Psalm 2 prophesied that the nations would thus rage and plot against the Lord. But Psalm 2 also promised them the opportunity to flee to Christ for refuge. My humble request is that you would follow Christ's design in this matter, to promote the free passage of religion among them and not to destroy them, Eliot implored. To sell them abroad was to condemn them to perpetual darkness, to the eternal ruin of their souls. How could Christians cast away souls for whom Christ hath provided an offer of the gospel? To sell souls for money seemeth to me a dangerous merchandise. Even Old Testament law prohibited sending a slave back to a heathen master. The English condemned the Spanish for destroying men and depopulating the land, yet they were in danger of doing the same thing, and Eliot believed he knew why. They desired the Indians' land. The country is large enough, he pleaded. Here is land enough for them and us too. 25. But his petition made little difference. Although some captives were sold locally, in September the Sampson set sail from Boston with 178 captives destined for sale in Spain. They would not be the last. 26. Connecticut, like Plymouth and Massachusetts, viewed the war as a religious struggle against the heathen, while at the same time acknowledging that God was using the heathen to judge his people for their sins. It called on counties to take turns observing weekly fast days, praying that God would reveal the sin that troubles Israel and effectually purge it out, that he might yet go forth with our armies and his own right hand may make peace in the land, guiding, blessing, and saving his poor people. It ordered its military commander, 51-year-old Magistrate Major Robert Treat, to ensure that his soldiers conducted themselves before the heathen in accord with the gospel so that God's name would not be dishonored by ourselves while we are endeavoring to vindicate the same against the heathen's wickedness and blasphemies. When Indians shot at a colonist near Hartford, Connecticut authorized colonists to apprehend armed Indians traveling without an escort, shooting them if they failed to show themselves friendly. But it forbade towns to disarm or provoke local Indians. Instead, they should protect them. 27. Upriver, all was chaos. On September 1 Algonquians descended on Deerfield, where Pecumtuck used to be, a dozen miles upriver from Hatfield. While its 125 inhabitants huddled in garrison houses, Indian warriors killed a soldier and burned most of the houses, barns, corn, and hay. The following day, Algonquians attacked the nascent English settlement at Squakeag, killing at least 8 colonists. Captain Richard Beers of Massachusetts, a Pequot War veteran, set out with 36 men bearing supplies for Squakeag's relief. But on September 4 hundreds of warriors ambushed Beers's force about 3 miles from Squakeag. Nearly 20 English soldiers were killed, including Beers. One, who was captured, watched Algonquian warriors get drunk that evening while they mourned the loss of a leader. A praying Indian later helped the soldier escape. 28 It's sad news, wrote lay missionary Thomas Mayhew of Beers's death. He was one I loved much. He is with God, who I hope will arise in the behalf of those that call upon him for aid, to confound their enemies. 29. Major Treat, fresh from Connecticut, marched for Squakeag with 100 men the following morning. Soldiers grew solemn as they passed the scene of Beers's ambush. A soldier's body was hanging from a tree by a chain hooked through his lower jaw. Poles mounted with dismembered heads lined the road. Treat ordered them to press on. They drove a band of Indians away from Squakeag and were relieved to find the remaining settlers alive. They left the dead unburied, abandoned cattle and property, and led them south, ever fearful of ambush. 30. The string of disasters left Puritans in shock. "You cannot be enough sensible how these Indians here do rage," wrote a despairing John Pynchon, now a major in command of Massachusetts forces in the upper Connecticut Valley, to Massachusetts Governor John Leverett. "Is the Lord about to ruin us and leave us to be destroyed?" Men discussed evacuating more towns. "The little success of our forces speaks we are not yet truly humbled," Pynchon concluded. Overwhelmed by responsibility, he begged to be relieved of command. 31 If the Lord give not some sudden check to these Indians, Pastor Solomon Stoddard fretted, it is to be feared that most of the Indians in the country will rise. 32. The Nipmuc attacks on Brookfield and Mendon provoked an equally heavy-handed reaction toward Indians, including praying Indians in eastern Massachusetts. Many colonists doubted that the praying Indians were real Christians anyway. In mid-August, Massachusetts Major General Daniel Dennison ordered Major Richard Waldron and Captain Moseley to march to Pawtucket, supposed to be the great rendezvous of the enemy, and demand that the Pennachucks surrender their guns or provide hostages to ensure their loyalty. If they refused, the troops were to pursue, kill, and destroy them. 33. The Pennachuck sachem Wanalancet was a praying Indian. His late father, Passaconaway, had warned him to never engage with any other Indians in a war against, for though you may do them much mischief, yet assuredly you will all be destroyed. Wanalancet had no desire to fight the English, but neither did he trust them, so as Moseley's company approached, he prudently withdrew his people into a swamp. Moseley commenced burning wigwams and destroying stores of dried fish. Outraged warriors implored Wanalancet for permission to resist, but he refused to be provoked. 34. Many Christian Indians were eager to prove their loyalty. Scouts from the praying town of Ocomacomiset invited Massachusetts troops to join them patrolling the woods, providing what Gookin called a living wall to guard the English frontiers. 35 But when Sudbury colonists threatened some Natick scouts, the scouts began to worry that colonists would hold them responsible for enemy raids. "We humbly request that if such a thing should be done by them, that you would not suffer a jealousy to rise in your hearts against us," they implored Massachusetts Council. 36. John Eliot's former assistant James Printer and other praying Indians captured a local Indian named Andrew, as well as Andrew's son-in-law. They accused them of participating in Hutchinson's ambush and turned them over to Moseley, who separated them for questioning. Andrew, tied to a tree, insisted he was a praying Indian who had simply been out hunting, but asserted that his son-in-law had fought in the ambush. Unsatisfied, Moseley played a trick. A soldier fired a gun, and Andrew was led away. Then they brought his son-in-law to the tree. They had shot Andrew, they lied, and he would share the same fate if he did not confess everything he knew. Terrified, he blamed Andrew for everything, only to learn that Andrew was still alive. Eventually both confessed to fighting Hutchinson, even claiming that the son-in-law actually shot him. Moseley had them executed. 37. Praying Indians' fears became reality when Algonquian warriors attacked Lancaster on August 22, killing 7 colonists, including a 4-year-old girl, an infant, and their parents. Sure enough, colonists blamed praying Indians. The animosity and rage of the common people increased to the point that the very name of a praying Indian was spoken against, Gookin recalled. Many pressured the government to round them up. The town of Marlborough had long resented Ocomacomiset for occupying land it coveted, and its militia marched to the Indians' fort and demanded their guns and ammunition. The Indians hastily complied, but those recruited by Massachusetts secretly withheld their guns. On August 30, Massachusetts ordered that since the heathen waged war by stealth and skulking in small parties, contrary to the practice of civil nations, Indians could no longer travel without an English escort. Furthermore, for the security of the English and Indians in amity with us, praying Indians would be resettled in 5 praying towns under colonial supervisors, Natick, Punkapoag, Nashoba, Wamasit, and Hassanamsit. Colonists who encountered them more than a mile from these towns were authorized to kill them unless they surrendered on demand. They would hardly be able to travel for trade or work, let alone hunt or fish. Gookin claimed many magistrates felt pressured to enact this policy against their own reason and inclination, if only for praying Indians' safety. But some shared the prevailing paranoia. The Ocommacomezits would be moved to Hassanamsit, gratifying Marlborough. Envoys would seek to persuade Wanalancit to settle his Penacooks at Wamasit. 38. That same day, Mosley apprehended an Ocommacomezit named David, the recently executed Andrew's brother, who was accused of shooting at a colonist. Mosley tied David to a tree and threatened to shoot him unless he revealed what he knew. Terrified, David accused 11 Ocommacomezits, including the scouts who had captured his brother, of attacking Lancaster. "I did not see it done, neither was I there, but I heard some of them speak so," he said. That was enough for Mosley. He and his men ransacked Ocommacomezit, discovering more guns and ammunition. Then he marched the 11 men David had accused, plus 2 from Natick, Peenywound and fastened with lines from neck to neck, to Boston. Among them were James Printer and old Jethro, the teacher Peter Jethro's father. 39. Their arrival stirred Boston into an uproar. Colonists expected them to be executed or sold into slavery and were agitated when the council ordered a trial. Daniel Gookin and John Eliot rose to the Indians' defense. Although people could accept this from Eliot, a missionary, it was another matter for Gookin, a vocal magistrate. During one meeting, a colonist declared Gookin insolent and complained that the council let him talk so much. Gookin's fellow magistrate, the merchant James Oliver, declared that Gookin ought rather to be confined among his Indians than to sit on the bench. His taking the Indians' part so much hath made him a byword among both men and boys. 40. I have been lately abroad in the country's service and have ventured my life for them and escaped very narrowly, a veteran of Beers's ambush vented, but if they clear those Indians they shall hang me up by the neck before I ever serve them again. 41. Captain Mosley publicly called for the Indians to be hanged. 42. When Captain Daniel Henchman was assigned command of a company, the men refused to serve under him because he was friendly to praying Indians. They requested Oliver instead. Passions were further inflamed when the 2 Natick prisoners were quietly released. Around 9 p.m., 30 or 40 men, including prominent citizens, marched to Oliver's house and summoned him to lead them to the jail to lynch the other Indians before they too were released. Oliver shared their concerns, but he was not in favor of mob rule. He took his cane and cudgeled them stoutly before alerting the justice of the peace. For all their prejudices, Puritan leaders were committed to law and order and determined that Indians should receive a fair trial. 43. The clamors and animosity among the common people increased daily, not only against these Indians, but against all such English as were judged to be charitable to them, Gookin recalled. People called him and Eliot traitors, as if they supported the enemy. Men known for their piety denounced anyone who described any Indians as genuine Christians. Gookin informed the council that he was afraid to go along the streets. "You may thank yourself," a magistrate retorted. But Gookin refused to be intimidated. "I cannot join with the multitude that would cast them all into the same lump with the profane and brutish heathen, who are as great enemies to our Christian Indians as they are to the English," he later declared. Some colonists supported him. They prayed fervently that the judges and jurors would pursue justice and avoid bringing innocent blood upon the land. 44. Some recognized that praying Indians were crucial to their security. The English town of Mendon, which had been attacked in July, petitioned that the Indians relocated to Hassanamsit be permitted to settle and build a fort at Mendon, both for the security of the English and Indians. On September 17 the council authorized the Indians to do so after they harvested their corn, and to continue ranging the woods for the enemy, accompanied by English soldiers. It also ordered Marlborough to return the arms and ammunition seized from Ocommacomezit. 45. A week later, Plymouth's Captain John Gorham and Massachusetts' Lieutenant Phineas Upham were dispatched to Nipmuc country with 88 soldiers to destroy enemy cornfields and prevent the enemy from gathering food for the winter. They were ordered to spare the praying towns of Hassanamsid, Chabanakonkamuan, and Monchaj. They marched to Hassanamsid to find a guide, but the Indians were all gone. The next day they reached Pakachug, a praying town whose leaders, Sagamore John and Mato Onas, had joined the enemy. It too was abandoned, but they found a field of good corn, and well fenced. They left it intact, hoping local colonists might harvest it. From there they moved to Monchaj and Chabanakonkamuan, also unoccupied. Violating their orders, they torched corn, wigwams, and whatever else they found. In his report, Lieutenant Upham suggested that the people of Hassanamsid had joined the enemy. But they had done no such thing, nor had they abandoned their town. Gookin later complained that the soldiers destroyed loyal praying towns while sparing hostile ones like Quabog. The enemy would have plenty of corn that winter, while loyal Indians were doomed to famine. 46. The trial of James Printer and his fellow praying Indians taken from Ocomacomiset commenced on September 21. But the case against them suffered a severe blow when David, the key witness, admitted that he had falsely accused them to save his life. Colonists produced evidence superficially linking the accused with the attack on Lancaster, but in each case the defense offered plausible explanations. Moreover, many witnesses testified that on the Sunday of the attack, the accused were attending worship services in Ocomacomiset. The charges collapsed when two Indians testified that Minoko of Nashaway led the attack on Lancaster. While some Nashaways were Christians, their sachem Shoshanim opposed Christianity. 47. The court acquitted all but 3 Indians, though it sentenced old Jethro to 30 lashes for abusive speeches. 2, including David, were condemned to be sold abroad. The third was convicted of murder. 48. According to the merchant Nathaniel Saltonstall, he was led by a rope about his neck to the gallows. When he came there, the executioners flung one end over the post, and so hoisted him up like a dog, 3 or 4 times, he being yet half alive and half dead, until a sympathetic Indian stabbed him in the heart. Thus with the dog-like death of one poor heathen was the people's rage laid in some measure, Saltonstall wrote, ignoring the fact that the executed man was a Christian. 49. The acquittals demonstrated the Puritan magistrates' commitment to justice for Indians but left many colonists outraged. One declared, all the Indians pretend favor to the English. However, we trust them not, as knowing they wait a fit occasion against us. It was blatant racism, but Gookin believed the ultimate cause was the malice of Satan against Christ's work among those Indians. The devil was using the war to poison colonists' minds so they would treat Indians with contempt and alienate them from Christianity. Hostile Indians shrewdly spread misinformation portraying praying Indians as treacherous in hopes that the English would retaliate. 50. The United Colonies Commissioners, including Governors Winslow and Winthrop, assembled in Boston in September. Plymouth submitted a lengthy justification for going to war against Philip, and on September 9 the commissioners voted unanimously that the war was defensive and therefore just and necessary. They called the colonies to provide troops proportional to their population, Massachusetts 527, Connecticut 315, and Plymouth 158.51. Then they turned their attention to a growing object of English fears, the powerful Narragansetts, longtime allies of the Norwottucks and Pecumtucks and enemies of Uncas and his Mohegans. The Narragansett sachem Pesicus's warriors had delivered 7 Wampanoag heads to trader Richard Smith Jr. at Wickford in August, but they were also sheltering many Wampanoag refugees in violation of the July Treaty, including Awashonks and her Sakonets and Weetama with some 100 Pecasets. Weetama was kind to Pesicus, so he asked Connecticut to show her favor, hoping the colonies would relax the stipulations of the treaty. 52. Connecticut replied graciously, praising the Narragansett's good endeavors and actions against the enemy and indicating that Pessikis's service, friendship, and concern for his Wampanoag kin would receive the highest consideration. 53 But then, in a night raid against the Wabquisets, Narragansett seized the Wampanoag captives Connecticut had ordered sent to Boston. They killed the men, delivering 7 additional heads to Smith, but kept the women and children to spare them from slavery. 54 Narragansett representatives arrived to confer with the commissioners, but so did Uncas's son Oaneko, who protested the Narragansett raid on Wabquiset. It did not help when one of the Narragansett representatives was arrested on his way home for having killed a colonist while fighting with Philip. He was tried and executed in violation of his diplomatic immunity. 55 Samuel Gorton of Warwick, Rhode Island, who had long cooperated with the Narragansetts, warned Connecticut's Governor Winthrop that colonists near Narragansett country were succumbing to panic. Many people in these parts are like souls distracted, running hither and thither for shelter. Families were packing up their livelihood and abandoning their homes. People give credit to every flying and false report, and not only so, but they will report it again. Many claimed that all Indians were conspiring to wipe out the English, as though God brought his people hither to destroy them by delivering them into the hands of such barbarians, a people of the curse. Gorton thought the English had been naive, even arrogant, to assume that they could make the Narragansetts into Christians. He did not consider most colonists true Christians. But that did not mean the Narragansetts were hostile. After all, they had willingly submitted to the crown. Gorton cautioned that if the colonies treated them belligerently, however, the Narragansetts would have no choice but to take up arms in self-defense. The real cause of the crisis, Gorton argued, was colonial desire for Narragansett land, a great and universal grudge among the Indians. They knew the king had forbidden colonists to seize land without the sachem's consent, but colonists did so anyway, perhaps paying a trivial sum to some base inferior fellow. This makes the sachems afraid, lest by this means in short time they shall be spewed out of the country for want of land to reside upon, Gorton wrote. 56 Richard Smith Jr., writing from Wickford, in Narragansett country, urged caution for different reasons. He had his doubts about the Narragansetts, but he recognized that, like all Algonquian groups, they were divided. Their leading sachems Pessikis and Ninigrid were inclined to peace, while lesser men recklessly advocated war and killed English cattle. A great body of Narragansetts was gathering, and it was essential not to provoke them. Nor did he think they would give up the many inland Indians who had taken refuge with them, especially the Wampanoags. Nevertheless, Pessikis had delivered 14 scalps and Ninigrid 2. They believed they had proven their fidelity and requested the return of their hostages and permission to keep their refugees. 57 Connecticut's Deputy Governor William Leete urged the colonies to cultivate the Narragansetts as allies by persuading them that it was in their best interests for the English to win the war. Pressuring them to surrender refugees would do precisely the opposite. The sachems had explained their policy toward captives in a way that made sense, Leete argued. They distinguished warriors captured in war from those who surrendered in hope of mercy. Many of the latter were their kin, and to yield these to the English for slaughter or foreign captivity doth run hard against the grain of nature. If the sachems turned over enemy warriors, surely the colonies could permit them to redeem the others. Why alienate the Narragansetts and expand the war when the English could not defeat the enemies they already had? English soldiers could not match the enemy's tactics, but Narragansetts could, and Leete proposed offering them an incentive: for every one of Philip's Philistines they took, award them captives and plunder, life for life. English soldiers could assume a secondary role, saving much blood and treasure. 58 But before Leete's advice reached them, the commissioners asked Smith to persuade the sachems to surrender their captives. Smith met Pessikis, Ninigrid, Cayapin, Cananchit, and Quinnapan at Wickford around September 22. We found a great strangeness in the spirits of the sachems here, a colonist reported, as I never observed before. Only Ninigrid proved fully cooperative, offering to surrender his Wampanoags and to encourage his fellow sachems to do the same, if the English promised to treat them fairly and return them in the future. It helped that he trusted Governor Winthrop as a man of peace and wisdom and despised Philip. He refused to risk his people's well-being for a company of bloody persons that have not only killed the English, but killed his people likewise. 59. The young sachem Conquest and Corman, Ninigrid's counselor, traveled to Boston to confirm the July Treaty. Soldiers led by Captain James Oliver escorted them into the city, but they encountered bitter hostility on Boston's streets. A colonist in his 30s walked up to the elderly Corman, slammed him with his elbow and threw him violently to the ground so his back and head came first to the ground, his heels flying up. The court fined the assailant 50 shillings, 10 of which went to Corman. There is no record of what Conquest and Corman agreed to, and events would reveal that the diplomatic standoff was not over, but on September 30 Connecticut released the hostages it had received from Ninigrid. 60. While Massachusetts struggled to preserve justice and the rule of law, Boston pastor Increase Mather vented at the magistrates for holding court while his church was observing a service of humiliation on September 1, 1675, when the Lord did so visibly call them and all the country to fasting and mourning. I was troubled at this and expected to hear more sad news, he wrote in his diary. Sure enough, word arrived that on September 1 Indians had attacked Deerfield, where Mather's nephew was pastor. This day Amalek prevailed over Israel, he lamented, invoking a well-known Old Testament story. For Moses' hands were not held up, as should have been. 61. Indians attacked Deerfield again on September 12. They captured a soldier, burned houses, killed many horses, carried away horse loads of beef and pork. Fearing further destruction, Major Pynchon, commander of Massachusetts forces in the Connecticut Valley, ordered Captain Lathrop to secure 3,000 bushels of corn and other goods from Deerfield. Meanwhile, Captain Moseley, whose company had arrived from the east, would march up the west side of the river, while Major Treat led 100 Connecticut soldiers and 60 Mohegans and Pequots up the east side. Lathrop was a Pequot war veteran who believed the English had to fight like Indians to defeat them. But on the morning of September 18, as he and between 50 and 80 men escorted half a dozen carts loaded with corn, wheat, and other goods from Deerfield to Hadley, Lathrop let his guard down. Soldiers left their guns in wagons and casually stopped to pick grapes. They had just crossed Muddy Brook, about 5 miles south of Deerfield, when the Algonquians fell on them. They killed Lathrop and massacred his men. They plundered carts, cut open mattresses and bags of grain, and stripped the dead. Survivors reported the disaster to Captain Moseley, who marched to the site at once. Arriving around 11 a.m., he formed his 70 men in ranks and ordered them forward. They desperately charged through the enemy and drove them into a swamp, recovering some of Lathrop's wounded soldiers. But the Algonquians recovered the initiative. "Come Moseley, come," they taunted, "you seek Indians, you want Indians, here's Indians enough for you." Warriors began encircling the English soldiers, pressing upon them with great numbers, so to knock them down with their hatchets. For 5 exhausting hours the soldiers held them off, despite rising casualties. Weary to the point of collapse, Moseley turned command over to some lieutenants. His company would not last much longer. It was Major Treat, with the Mohegans and Pequots, who saved them. Confronted by Treat's force, the Algonquians withdrew northward. Our Indians fired upon them, made many shots at them, and called them to stay, but they went away over Pecumtuck River, a colonist reported. Treat did not pursue because rain had made the river difficult to cross. "It was the saddest that ever befell New England," the minister William Hubbard observed. At least 70 men were dead, and probably 20 wounded. Lathrop's company, the very flower of Essex County, was wiped out almost to a man. In one town alone, the battle produced 8 widows and 26 orphans. 18 Deerfield men were killed, including a father and 3 sons. Soldiers claimed they killed 96 Indians, but such estimates were unreliable. The English returned early the next morning to bury the dead in a mass grave. They found a soldier named Robert Dutch, shot in the head, scalped, and stripped, but somehow still alive. One day, Hubbard wrote, the valiant men who died for God and country at Bloody Brook would rise up to receive a martyr's crown. But religious comfort could not save Deerfield, where Algonquians taunted the remaining garrison by hanging the tattered garments of dead soldiers in plain view across the river. A few days later, Deerfield was abandoned and reoccupied by the Pecumtucks. 62. Colonial forces seemed powerless to contain the enemy, and misguided attempts to intimidate Indians into remaining neutral were actually causing the war to spread. Fighting even spread to Maine, where Wabanakis devastated English settlements. 63. Spurred by Increase Mather and other ministers, on September 17 the Massachusetts Council issued a proclamation acknowledging that God was punishing the people for ingratitude, worldliness, ill entertainment of the ministry, apostasy from truth to heresy, and many other scandalous sins. He was not going forth with our armies as in former times, and even seemed angry with the prayers of his people. It called for churches to observe October 7 as a day of public humiliation, to seek God's face and discern what needed to be done for a thorough reformation. 64. Not everyone agreed. One morning, on market day, Bostonians discovered a newly erected pillar at the grave of the 4 Quakers executed in 1659 to 1661, near the highway into town. It bore following inscription: Though here our innocent bodies in silent earth do lie, yet are our righteous souls at rest, our blood for vengeance cry. The authorities ordered it demolished, but people shared written copies. The message was clear: the war was God's judgment on Massachusetts for killing Quakers. While some Quakers supported the war and others refused military service on the principle that all war was unchristian, nearly all Quakers sharply criticized the Puritan perspective on it. The Indians, I hear, insult very much and tell the English warriors that God is against them and for the Indians, wrote Edward Wharton, who had constructed the pillar. Our rulers, officers, and councillors are like as men in a maze, not knowing what to do. The clergy spur them on, telling them the Indians are ordained for destruction, bidding them to go forth to war, and they will fast and pray at home in the meantime, yet their general, with some other officers, complain and say with tears, they see not God go along with them. Indians boasted of driving the English to Boston and other coastal towns where they would starve to death. Unless God showed mercy, Wharton concluded, the Indians would destroy and roll up the rest of our nation as a burdensome and menstruous cloth, and cast it out of their land. 65. On one point, Puritans and Quakers agreed: God was not showing New England much mercy. 16. No Indians can be trusted. September 1675 to December 1675. The more frequently colonists suffered from Algonquian raids, especially by formerly neutral Indians, the more they suspected all Indians of treachery. That suspicion extended even to those who supported the colonial cause. The distinction that once mattered most, between Christian and heathen, was eclipsed by a racial distinction between English and Indian. Events in the Connecticut Valley spurred these trends. No one was more concerned about the valley's security than John Pynchon, whose prosperity depended on it. As a military commander, however, Major Pynchon was in over his head. He knew this better than anyone, which is why he repeatedly asked to be relieved of command. Governor Leverett of Massachusetts exhorted him to take inspiration from biblical figures like Moses, David, and Isaiah, who also felt unworthy of God's calling, and look to the Lord Jesus, the captain of the Lord's hosts, to be your mighty counselor. He advised Pynchon to be careful of ambushes and order his men to study the enemy's method, which, though it may seem a route to ours, is the best way of fighting the enemy in this bushy wilderness. 1. The Massachusetts government had its own problems, not least of which was impressing unwilling men into military service. The slaughter in your parts has much damped many spirits for the war, Secretary Edward Rawson admitted to Pynchon. Some men escape away from the press, and others hide away after they are impressed too. The United Colonies Commissioners ordered 500 soldiers to the valley, instructing Pynchon not to leave them in garrison but to pursue the enemy vigorously. 3. The problem was that Pynchon had no idea where the enemy was. The Mohegans and Pequots had returned home, unwilling to fight upland Indians without good cause, and English scouts were decidedly inferior. Officers constantly feared being attacked. On September 28, 1675, 2 men were found dead and scalped near Northampton, 2 bullets apiece shot into each of their breasts. Indians raided Pynchon's Springfield farm, burning barns, killing cattle, and destroying corn. His wife, Margaret, almost overwhelmed with grief and trouble, urged him to come home. He again begged to be relieved of command so the interest of God and his people may be better managed and defended by some more able and fit person. 4. In early October, scouts finally located a significant number of enemy Indians, so on October 4 Pynchon called all available troops to concentrate near Hadley. Leaving towns undefended bothered him, but he interpreted the commissioner's instructions as a strict order to leave no soldiers in garrison, but call out all. At the same time, Connecticut relayed intelligence to Springfield that the local Agawams had welcomed Philip, the Pecanicut sachem, and 500 enemy warriors into their fort. Springfield's leaders were skeptical, observing that the Agawams had given the firmest assurances and pledges of their faithfulness and friendship that could be imagined or desired. They did not know that the Agawam hostages, held to secure their loyalty to the English, had escaped. When Pynchon received the intelligence in Hadley, he took it more seriously. With 500 inhabitants, Springfield was second only to Hartford in importance among valley towns. He called off his offensive and started south with 200 men. The next morning, Springfield's Lieutenant Thomas Cooper and several colonists rode toward Agawam. Indians ambushed them a quarter-mile from town, shooting Cooper off his horse and killing a companion. The lieutenant remounted, galloped back, and sounded the alarm, only to be shot again, this time fatally. While colonists scurried to their garrison houses, as many as 100 warriors descended on the town, shooting and burning. One boasted that he had helped burn Brookfield and would do the same to Springfield. Around midday, Major Robert Treat arrived on the other side of the river with troops from Connecticut. But when he attempted to cross by boat, Indians fired from the riverbank, shooting a soldier through the neck. Treat's soldiers beat a hasty retreat. Not until mid-afternoon did Pynchon's exhausted men approach, leading the Indians to withdraw. "We came to a lamentable and woeful sight," Pynchon wrote. "The town in flames, not a house nor barn standing, except old Goodman branches, until we came to my house. A few houses near the meeting house survived, but then from Goodman Merrick's downward, all burnt, to 2 garrison houses at the lower end of the town. Inhabitants emerged from the garrison houses, full of fear and staggering in their thoughts. More than 30 houses and roughly 25 barns had been destroyed. In the town proper, only about 13 houses were unburned. The town's pastor, Palatia Glover, lost his large library. 3 people were dead, including a woman, and 4 were wounded, 2 of whom would eventually succumb to their wounds. 5 The Lord hath spared my dwelling house, but my barns and outhousing all burnt down, and all my corn and hay consumed, and not anything have I left of food either for man or beast," Pynchon informed his son. "All my mills, both corn mills and saw mills, burnt down." Soldiers tried to salvage the remaining corn. They grumbled about lack of bread and comfortable lodging, having to share the remaining houses with 40 destitute families, but Pynchon was loath to abandon the town that represented his and his father's life's work, arguing that to do so was to quit the cause of God and the interest of his people. Colonists blamed him for the disaster, but he blamed the commissioners for ordering him to put Springfield's garrison in the field. "To speak my thoughts," he informed Governor Leverett, "all these towns ought to be garrisoned, as I have formerly hinted, and had I been left to myself, I should, I think, have done that which possibly might have prevented this damage." He was a beaten man. He argued that an offensive would require no fewer than 1,000 soldiers and should be delayed until winter. To go out after the Indians in the swamps and thickets is to hazard all our men, he explained. When the leaves fell and the swamps froze, the Indians would lose their advantages. Even then, he wanted no part of it. I am not capable of holding my command, he admitted, being more and more unfit and almost confounded in my understanding. The council had better remove him quickly, unless you intend to let all fail, as of necessity it must, by my management. His losses were staggering. It was not just his personal property that was lost, he was Springfield's leading financier and employer. Naked came I and naked shall I return, and blessed be the name of the Lord, he mourned, quoting the famously miserable Job. Why did God disappoint all our hopeful designs? Why was he answering all our prayers by terrible things? How long would he be angry? Surely he will revenge for their falsehood in his time and send defense to his people, when it may make most for his glory and their good. Pynchon concluded that God had commissioned the heathens to destroy his people until they fully repented. Like so many Puritans whose lives were unraveling, he took refuge in his faith. "Oh dear son," he wrote Joseph Pynchon, "how sweet is an interest in Christ Jesus in these distracting times. They are trying times, and it is good knowing in whom we have believed and treasured in heaven is abiding." 6. News of the disaster reached Boston on Massachusetts' fast day, October 7. It was the first time that a town with an established church had been attacked, reminding Boston minister Increase Mather of God's warning in Leviticus that if Israel did not repent after he took its children and cattle, he would destroy its sanctuaries. New England is in the most lamentable state that ever was, Mather wrote in his diary. The Indians risen almost round the country. God doth not go forth with our armies. Many cut off by the enemy. The meaning seemed clear, praying without reforming will not do. 7. Mather's fellow minister, William Hubbard, whose daughter was married to Major Pynchon's son, was outraged. Springfield never should have trusted those perfidious, cruel, and hellish monsters, he later vented. The Agawam's treachery proved that Indians were children of the devil, full of all subtlety and malice. They had received nothing but friendship from Springfield for 40 years, but like the wicked in Psalm 55, though their words were smoother than oil, yet they were drawn swords. 8. To hear the news with a still spirit is very difficult, Governor Leverett admitted, and trusting God was easily spoken than practiced. The disaster was all the more troubling given the prayers and solemn humiliation of churches and people, for it suggested God was even angry with our prayers. 9. Ironically, Massachusetts had relieved Pynchon of command on October 4, before the attack, though the news had not reached him at the time. 10. Now Leverett chided Pynchon for trusting the Agawams. "I doubt not, but you see how confidences are in such, who cannot be truer than whom they serve. Nevertheless, the will of the Lord is done, and add affliction by blaming you or any for what was not done." 11. The attack triggered another wave of hostility against praying Indians, for it was said that 40 of the Agawam assailants had been praying Indians often seen in Springfield. Many agreed with a Boston bookseller who punned that praying Indians deserved their name because they made prey of much English blood. 12. Determined not to make the same mistake, Massachusetts forbade Indians to enter Boston unless they had express government permission, were escorted by soldiers at all times, and were either out of town or in jail by nightfall. 13. The House of Deputies, responding to popular demands, passed a bill for removing the praying Indians from their plantations. The Court of Assistants objected that it failed to specify a destination for those removed, so a joint committee was appointed to study the issue. Daniel Gookin, who served as both a magistrate and the superintendent of the praying towns, produced a paper arguing that removing Christian Indians was a terrible idea that reflected poorly on the piety and prudence of the government. Evangelizing Indians was one of Massachusetts's primary purposes, and praying Indians were its legacy. Furthermore, Massachusetts had signed treaties promising to protect them. Even if Indians were analogous to the Canaanites Israel was ordered to destroy, as some colonists claimed, the biblical story of the Gibeonites proved that a covenant with Canaanites was a very binding thing, and the breach of it sorely punished by the Lord. Massachusetts law promised Christian Indians the same basic rights as Englishmen. And while many colonists denied that praying Indians were real Christians, Massachusetts had informed the king that not a few were members of Christ's kingdom. Removal was unjust even on secular grounds, for Indians had a natural right to their land and legal title from the general court. It would be one thing if they had been disloyal, but most had displayed constant faithfulness. Their men served as trusted soldiers, some even sacrificing their lives for the colony. Removing them in a fit of prejudice and paranoia would destroy Christ's work and raise disturbing questions about the sincerity of the colony's Christianity. The committee admitted that Gookin's paper offered solid arguments and assured him that it would follow its principles. Nevertheless, to appease the people's demands, it recommended that the government relocate praying Indians to various towns around Boston. This solution was unsatisfactory to many members of the General Court, and the towns affected flat-out refused to have Indians settled nearby. Some protested that Gookin cared more about Indians than about them. Alarmed, the praying Indians of Natick sent their supervisor John Watson to implore the government not to be suspicious or harsh toward them or credit misinformation about them. They begged the court, in Gookin's words, not to fetch them off from their dwellings, which would expose them, especially the aged and weak, to very much sorrow and misery, both for want of food and apparel, especially considering that the winter was approaching. They offered hostages. Gookin heard Watson say he used to feel much animosity, prejudice, and displeasure toward praying Indians, but having lived at Natick, he now felt ashamed of himself for his harsh apprehensions of them only upon common fame. They had demonstrated nothing but fidelity toward God and the English. But many found Watson's testimony offensive, and Natick's petition was not favorably received. 14. While Boston debated the fate of praying Indians, Increase Mather was carefully crafting a sermon for the General Court. He felt enormous pressure, for he intended to call for a reform program to turn aside God's wrath, and he expected opposition. 15 I prayed with tears in my study that the Lord would be with me, and own and bless my labors for glory to his name, he reported in his diary. Then he made his way to the meeting house, where God gave me acceptance beyond expectation. 16. The court appointed him to a committee to address those evils which have provoked the Lord to bring the sword upon us, and to withdraw from our armies from time to time. The committee was unified and efficient, submitting its report on October 19, just 5 days later. The court then appointed another committee to draft corresponding legislation. The cause of the war was not injustice against Indians, ministers and magistrates agreed. It was their sin against God. None doubted that when God was satisfied with their repentance, he would grant them victory. 17. The same day that Mather's committee submitted its report, word arrived that Lieutenant James Richardson's haystack at Chelmsford had been burned. Chelmsford blamed the praying Indians at nearby Wamasett, but Richardson was skeptical. He was Wamassett's supervisor and told Gookin that the Wamassetts loved him as their friend. Gookin also knew the Wamassetts had been helping Massachusetts pursue reconciliation with the Pennacook Sachem Wanalancet. Wamassett's teacher, Samuel Numfau, had traveled north with a guarantee of safe conduct from Massachusetts to persuade Wanalancet to meet with Gookin and the missionary John Eliot. Unfortunately, he did not find Wanalancet, and some Pennacooks told him they were afraid to come to Wamasett because of the English. Despite Numfau's service, the magistrates succumbed to what Gookin called the hurry of temptation and dispatched 40 troopers to Wamasett. The troopers rounded up 145 people and marched them, poorly clothed and with little food, toward Boston on October 20. Learning of these conditions, the magistrates exercised more deliberate consideration and ordered that all but 33 who were men of military age be returned home. Troops also arrested the praying Indians of Punkapoag, but Punkapoag's Indian pastor, William Ahoughton, obtained the release of all but 3 or 4. 18. 6 days later, the council learned that an old barn was burned near Dedham. It was not worth 10 shillings, according to Gookin, but that did not stop Dedham from blaming the praying town of Natick, which it still resented for having won the land dispute between the two towns. Gookin suspected that colonists had deliberately set the fire to provoke Natick's removal. God, who knows all, will I hope one day awaken and convince the consciences of those persons, he wrote. Yielding to popular pressure, on October 30 the General Court ordered that Natick's people be interned on Deer Island in Boston Harbor, in part for their own safety. Troopers led by Captain Thomas Prentice arrived with carts and informed residents to be ready to leave in about an hour. A dozen fled, but most of the 200 residents quietly and readily submitted. Those too old or sick to travel were permitted to remain, as were a few scouts. The rest packed what they could, some few taking their Bibles, and followed the soldiers into the night, terrified that they would never return more to their habitations, but be transported out of the country. They left behind the meeting house where they had worshipped for more than a decade. How many testimonies of God's grace had emerged from this place? How many young men had been educated here before setting off to teach other Indians? How loyally had they served the English in crisis after crisis? None of it mattered to colonists who wanted them gone. Prentice led them to an embarkation point on the Charles River, where they were met by 71-year-old John Eliot. He prayed with them and exhorted them to continue in faith, recalling Jesus's teaching that through many tribulations we must enter into the kingdom of heaven. Observers were struck by how submissively, innocently, and Christianly and affectionately these poor souls carried it, taking encouragement and encouraging and exhorting one another with prayers and tears. Around midnight, 3 boats carried them to Deer Island. The desolate island offered no shelter and little food, and its owner, merchant Samuel Shrimpton, would not let them cut down trees or butcher his sheep. 19 The court instructed the treasurer to ship them provisions and investigate conditions from time to time. But the Indians were prohibited from leaving upon pain of death. Those who escaped could be shot on sight, and anyone who transported them would be charged with man-stealing, a crime subject to death. 20 The court held the 33 praying Indians taken from Wamasett for 10 days before questioning them. Colonists' hostility toward them was palpable, for a Wamasett had been spotted among warriors attacking an English settlement in Maine, and as Massachusetts' General Denison observed, it is hardly imaginable the panic fear that is upon our upland plantations and scattered places. But despite their accusers' bitter words, the Wamassetts adamantly denied burning the haystack. Evidence was lacking, but the House of Deputies voted them guilty anyway. The Court of Assistants rejected the verdict. In effect, the people's representatives channeled popular racial prejudices, while the magistrates countered with calls for justice and the rule of law. Eventually they agreed to release 20 men known to be from Wamasett while condemning 3, who seemed unable to explain their presence there, to foreign slavery. The rest remained in custody. Lieutenant Richardson, who was Wamasett's supervisor, and a group of soldiers escorted those released back to Wamasett. About halfway they approached Woburn, where colonial militia were engaged in drills. Fearing a confrontation, Richardson raised a flag of truce. The militia commander ordered his men to let the Indians pass, but as they did so, a young militiaman named Knight fired his gun, killing a stout young Wamasett. 5 years earlier, a Woburn woman had saved a Wamasett girl whose skull was fractured by Mohawks. Now a Woburn man murdered a Wamasett in cold blood. In his trial, Knight claimed the shooting was accidental, and witnesses were afraid to speak about what they had seen. So the jury ruled there was insufficient evidence to convict Knight. Dissatisfied, the magistrates demanded a retrial. The jury was sent out again and again by the judges, Magistrate Daniel Gookin lamented, but they kept returning the same verdict. Knight was cleared of all charges. A month later, the General Court discovered how careless its own judgments had been. 2 of the men it sentenced to be sold abroad were envoys from the Pennacook Sachem Wanalancet and carried a letter of safe conduct from the council. They were released, but any hope of a treaty with the Pennacooks was dashed. It was later confirmed that Richardson's haystack had been burned by hostile Indians in a deliberate attempt to antagonize the English against Wamasett. 21. No one knew where Indians would strike next or what company of soldiers might be massacred. Philip's strategy was to lure colonists into places full of long grass, flags, sedge, and Indian declared, to greet them with fire, smoke, and bullets. While giving the young Narragansett sachem Conquest a lift in his canoe one day, Roger Williams lambasted Philip's warriors as so cowardly that they have not taken one poor fort from us in all the country, nor one, no, scarce fought, one battle since the beginning. Many colonists, including Providence militia commander Arthur Fenner, predicted that the Narragansetts would emerge as the greatest threat yet. I am between fear and hope, Williams admitted to Governor Leverett of Massachusetts, but God wanted his people to pursue peace, not cut off the barbarians or subdue them without just cause. Even so, Williams warned Conquest that if the Narragansetts violated their treaties we would pursue them with a winter war, when they should not, as mosquitoes and rattlesnakes in warm weather, bite us. 22. But the English continued to antagonize the Narragansetts. One night, colonists kidnapped several Narragansetts on Prudence Island, including a man named Jack and his wife, confining them on a ship belonging to Plymouth captains Matthew Fuller and John Gorham. A local merchant protested that he had known Jack to be loyal for many years and had promised to protect him. He called for a careful investigation, observing that colonists often confused Indians, as it is hard to distinguish of them, and warned that God would avenge the innocent. Pesicus, the Narragansett sachem, also appealed on their behalf. Richard Smith Jr., whose trading post was in Narragansett country, was under no illusions about the sympathies of many Narragansetts, having witnessed their delight at English defeats, but he knew Pesicus opposed war and so relayed his appeal. Nevertheless, the captives were carried to the Azores and sold. 23. Many frontier settlers clamored for a preemptive strike against the Narragansetts. A woman named Mary Prey, from Providence, Rhode Island, complained to Massachusetts Magistrate James Oliver that the Narragansetts, false treacherous imps, boasted openly about English disasters, stole swine from nearby farms, and taunted colonists about slaughtering their cattle and plundering their crops. We every day expect to be assaulted by them and look for nothing but treachery from them. They were fighting in the Connecticut Valley, she believed. Some had returned home wounded after the August Battle of Nipsashuk, and it was only a matter of time before they openly joined Philip's coalition. One informant said they planned to attack during winter, when you English think you are at quiet. Another claimed they would strike in the spring. Mary Prey could not understand why the colonies did nothing about it. This false peace hath undone this country, she protested. Everyone in Providence agreed that now is the time to try what the Lord God of power and mercy will do for us against them. There would be a narrow window of opportunity in late fall when the Indians were robbed of their cover yet the weather remained good for campaigning. Come spring, the enemy would be brimming with confidence, their numbers swelling with new allies. Sir, can you think we can subsist another summer? She asked. No, we cannot, if these live. We are forced now 10 men to go about 2 men's work. We have lost our crop, many of us are haytime. We are forced to destroy all or most of our cattle and hogs because we have not corn and hay for to keep them alive. Eventually, colonists would starve. Prey lamented the endless diplomacy while so many lives were being lost. Oh, what cause hath Captain Hutchinson's family and hundreds more to rue the treatings with the Indians, she exclaimed, better to have attacked the Indians all at once. She claimed that wealthy traders like Smith pursued peace out of greed. Smith was expecting 100 barrels of pork from the Indians, and some here conclude he staved off war with them for his pork's sake. Equally at fault were colonists beguiled by preying Indians, who, she claimed, repeating common accusations, acted treacherously in battle. We have experience of them that they are as bad as any other, and it is reported by the Indians themselves that Captain Gookin helps them to powder, and they sell it to those that are employed by Philip. They even urged the Narragansetts to attack the English, saying they are sure that if they do not, the English will fall upon them suddenly. Pray hope that God doth purpose utterly to destroy these wretches. 24. But the United Colonies continued negotiating, demanding that the Narragansetts turn over all refugees. Under enormous pressure, the Sachem Canonchit and the Councillor Corman, representing Ninigret, signed a new treaty on October 18, 1675, promising to surrender all refugees within 10 days. The commissioners made no promises about the refugees' welfare, only that they would be disposed for the best security and peace of the United Colonies. Nor did they make exceptions for those, like Awas Honks, the Sakonnet Sachem, who never supported Philip. 25. On October 27, however, Richard Smith Jr. reported that only Ninigret would meet the deadline. The Sachems said they were willing, but it was not feasible at present, for many men refused to surrender their kin, and any attempt to seize them by force would fail. Also, many Wampanoags were out hunting. The Sachems pleaded for time, very fearful at the news of an English invasion. Praying Indians from Massachusetts had informed Pescacus that all the praying Indians had been seized and killed by Boston men. Only they escaped. The English intended a war with the Narragansetts suddenly, they warned. Given what Massachusetts was doing with praying Indians, Pescacus had every reason to believe them. 26. Similar rumors of colonial atrocities must have reached the 200 or so praying Indians at Hassanamsit, many of whom had been resettled from the praying towns of Magankog, Chabanaconkamuan, Okamekamizit, and Pakachug. The Petavit brothers, who had helped save the survivors of Hutchinson's ambush, were there, as was Captain Tom Utasakampanam, ruler of the new praying towns. So were John Eliot's former missionary assistant James Printer and his brothers, Joseph Tuckahalipin, Anauikan, and Job Catananit. Anxiety must have been high as men and women threshed recently harvested corn and buried it in storage pits. Suddenly, some 300 warriors arrived, many of whom were their Nipmuc kin, and offered to take them north to the Nipmuc refuge at Manamset. It was only a matter of time before the English carried them off to Deer Island, they warned, where they would probably die or be sold abroad. Tuckahalipin, Hassanamsit's pastor, protested, but many conceded that the warriors were right. James Printer and others had already been jailed once and nearly lynched. Many had been forced from their homes, their corn and wigwams destroyed by soldiers. All were prohibited from leaving Hassanamsit to hunt or trade, and Natick's people had already been taken away. At least the Nipmucs would protect and feed them. Captain Tom should have been leading Indians in the field alongside colonial forces, but Massachusetts had dismissed all but a few Indians from service. He decided his people's safety required going with the Nipmucs. Tuckahalipin wept, eliciting mockery from the warriors. Two praying Indians, Magankog pastor Job Catananit, a widower, and Pakachug pastor James Speen, escaped detection and fled to Mendon, leaving Catananit's 3 children behind. When they reported what had happened, the Massachusetts Council did not know what to make of it. Had the praying Indians been captured, or had they treacherously joined the enemy? Daniel Gookin later wrote that Captain Tom should rather have suffered death than have gone among the wicked enemies of the people of God. 27. The council ordered Captains Daniel Henchman and Joseph Sill to rescue the captives and execute God's just judgment on his bloodthirsty and cruel enemies. Their mission became all the more urgent when Nipmucs raided Marlborough, scalping one boy and capturing another. Captain Henchman passed through Mendon, whose demoralized inhabitants were anxious to evacuate. He urged them to obey the court's orders not to do so, for breaking up a town and rending a church would encourage the enemy. He reached Hassanamsit a few days later. There he found signs of chaos, apples, corn, nuts and other things lying up and down, 60 bushels of corn in storage pits, and some partially constructed wigwams. He pressed on to Pakachug, where he found a large quantity of corn and evidence of recent Indian presence. After departing, he realized he was missing his letter case and sent the Nashaway praying Indian Thomas Quinapohit and 2 soldiers to retrieve it. They stumbled upon 6 Nipmucs and were lucky to escape with their lives, only to discover that it was for nothing. Henchmen, after searching diligently, had found his letter case 28. A few days later, henchmen learned that 40 Nipmucs had returned to Hassanamsit. He decided to surprise them. Taking 22 men on horseback, he had them dismount before approaching an occupied wigwam. But as they crept through a thicket, a dog started barking. Henchmen ordered covering fire, dashed forward, and called his men to surround the wigwam, only to realize that just 5 were with him. When he ordered them into line, they panicked. "I cried of them for the Lord's sake to stay," he reported, "for in retreating as we did, I gave up myself and them with me for lost." Instead they fled, and with warriors pouring out of the wigwam, henchmen had no choice but to follow. Reaching his horse, he threatened to run them through if they did not stop and fight, but they were more terrified by the Nipmuc war cries piercing the night than of their angry captain. They rode hard for Mendon, leaving 2 wounded men behind. When they returned the next day, in front of the wigwam they found a crotchet pole bearing the heads of the 2 soldiers faced against each other. 29. Job Catananit, the Indian pastor who had escaped Hassanamsit, remained distraught about his children and asked Gookin for a pass to travel into Nipmuc country to find them. "God sparing my life," he promised, "I may bring you some intelligence of the residence and state of the enemy." Gookin wrote an order declaring that Catananit was trustworthy and that soldiers who encountered him should not misuse him, but secure him and convey him to the governor or myself. Unfortunately, henchman soldiers captured Catananit before he reached his family. One wanted to kill him, but others insisted on bringing him to henchmen, who sent him to Boston. There he was confined to a jail overcrowded with Indians. Colonists argued that since he was found without an English escort, he should be executed. Some accused Gookin of using him to send intelligence to the enemy. After 3 weeks, the magistrates sent Catananit to Deer Island. 30. Captain Samuel Appleton, a deputy from Ipswich, was John Pynchon's replacement as commander of Massachusetts forces in the Connecticut Valley. Though reluctant to accept command, he was confident in the cause. "We shall not, cannot fail," he wrote, "for God's people were lifting up their hands and hearts in prayer. Just as God enabled Israel to destroy the cursed Canaanites, so our Israel may in his time prevail against this cursed Amalek, against whom I believe the Lord will have war forever until he have destroyed them." 31. He set about planning an offensive but ran into the same problems as Pynchon. His scouts could not locate the enemy, and he lacked sufficient troops. To make matters worse, the attack on Springfield frightened Connecticut into recalling its forces from the upper valley. Connecticut warned that its Indian allies were wavering in the face of colonial defeats. It would take a miracle to save the upriver towns, Connecticut added, unless Massachusetts sent 500 fresh troops. 32. Fear gripped the towns amid a barrage of reported Indian sightings. The infamous Captain Samuel Mosley captured an old woman who claimed that Indians were building a fort 50 miles north of Hadley. He rewarded her by ordering her torn in pieces by dogs, and she was so dealt with. A few days later, scouts reported that Indians were constructing a fort at Pecumtuck, near the ruins of abandoned deer field. Captain Appleton wanted to strike, but Connecticut protested that the enemy was threatening Norwich, the Narragansetts were preparing to join the war, and the Mohegans and Pequots needed to defend their homes. Exasperated, Appleton explained that the enemy was threatening Hadley, then launched a futile expedition on his own. "We have wearied ourselves with a tedious night and morning's march," he reported on October 17, without making any discovery of the enemy. 33. Connecticut finally sent Major Treat's forces back upriver, just in time. On October 19 scouts spotted bonfires north of Hatfield, a town of about 300 inhabitants. Captain Mosley sent 9 horsemen to investigate, but Indians ambushed them, killing 5 and capturing 3. 1. An Indian, escaped to report the disaster, enabling Mosley to summon reinforcements. so colonial forces were ready when hundreds of warriors converged on Hatfield at around 4 p.m. The attackers set fires at 3 locations before heavy casualties forced them to withdraw. Colonial troops pursued them to a creek where desperate warriors abandoned guns and ammunition, but not the bodies of their slain, to swim to safety. Several drowned. The Battle of Hatfield was a desperately needed boost for English morale. 10 men were wounded in addition to those lost in the ambush, but officers claimed to have killed over 100 enemy warriors. William Hubbard, the Ipswich minister, later described it as the first check to the rage of the heathen. Increase Mather considered it a signal victory from God, since it happened the same day that Massachusetts voted to draft the reform legislation he was calling for. Later, frustrated Indians executed a prisoner, cutting a hole below his breast, out of which they pulled his guts and then cut off his head, to the horror of fellow captive Thomas Warner, who survived to tell of it. 2 days later they tortured Warner. They burned his nails and put his feet to scald them against the fire. Then they drove a stake the size of his finger through one of his feet to pin him to the ground. 34. The boost to colonial morale proved short-lived, as officers bickered over authority and strategy. Connecticut officers complained that Captain Appleton was heavy-handed, failed to consult them, and refused to take the offensive. Appleton deemed Connecticut's officers insubordinate. On October 25 an Indian war party burned houses and barns around Northampton. The following day, Indians killed 3 men and burned several houses at Westfield. They hit Northampton again on October 29, killing 2 men and a boy working in a field. Soldiers exhausted themselves in futile marches and counter-marches. Awakened during the night of October 30, Appleton was informed that Indians were attacking Hatfield. But when he arrived, he found no Indians. The following night, Major Treat responded to a similar alarm at Northampton. On November 1 Appleton's troops marched more than 10 miles through the woods, and the following night he and Treat marched all the way to Pecumtuck and ranged the area the day after, but they failed to discover the enemy. On November 5, Indians showed up at Northampton again, only to disappear into thin air. Fed up, Treat requested permission to return to Connecticut. Appleton refused. But with winter approaching, the situation grew desperate. So much hay had been lost that people could not feed their cattle, let alone the army's horses. Settlers began abandoning the towns, leading Appleton, who needed every man, to forbid anyone to leave without permission. But by then, most believed the Indians had withdrawn northward for the winter. The colonies were shifting their focus to the Narragansetts, and Appleton knew his army would be summoned to fight them. He authorized Treat's departure on November 19, organized his garrisons, and ordered the construction of palisades. Then he headed east. 35. Increase Mather interpreted every defeat as a sore rebuke to the General Court for taking so long to pass reform legislation. Finally, on November 9, the Court of Assistants passed a bill. The next day, wrote a vindicated Mather, as I was sitting alone in my study, I was suddenly moved by the Spirit of God and wonderfully melted into tears, with a firm persuasion that God would make me his mouth and own the words I should speak in his name. The Reform Bill became law on November 15, and its preamble endorsed Mather's interpretation of events. For several years, it declared, God had used his ministers and various judgments to warn the people to repent, but they had refused. Therefore, he gave commission to the barbarous heathen to rise up against us, burning and depopulating several hopeful plantations, murdering many of our people. The Indians were God's instrument of judgment, yet it was he who had abandoned his people, seeming as it were to cast us off, and putting us to shame, and not going forth with our armies. The law did everything Mather's committee recommended. It called on churches to train and discipline young people to bring them into church membership. It targeted casual oaths, drunkenness, partying, idleness, immodest hairstyles and clothing, and disrespect for authority. It cracked down on shopkeepers and merchants who set excessive prices and mechanics and day laborers who failed to fulfill their responsibilities. It ordered the abolition of trading houses that sold alcohol to Indians. It decreed stiff penalties against Quaker meetings. 36 Mather was more hopeful than he had been in months. If Massachusetts enforced the laws, he believed, victory over the Indians would surely follow. Meanwhile, Massachusetts continued sending praying Indians, including those of Punkapoag, to Deer Island. Their confinement was reasonable and much to a general satisfaction, argued merchant Nathaniel Saltonstall, for it distinguished our friends the Christian Indians and our enemies the heathens by securing the former from violence. 37 Most of our mischiefs have flowed from pretended friends who have demeaned themselves exceedingly fairly with us till they have had the opportunity secretly and suddenly to endomage us, and then they fly to our avowed adversaries, another colonist explained. Many of our commonalty would have all Indians declared enemies, but our soberest sort justly fear to condemn the innocent with the guilty. Nor would they draw on themselves the guilt of blotting out the interest of the gospel among the Indians. Thus the Christian Indians were placed and provided for on certain islands, where they are out of harm's way. 38 Daniel Gookin, Christian Indians' leading advocate, agreed that the praying Indians were being held for their and our security, but not with any purpose of doing them wrong. 39. The praying Indians of Wamasett and Nashoba, who remained on the mainland, faced more danger from colonial vigilantes than from hostile Indians. When a barn full of hay and corn went up in flames near Chelmsford, 14 Chelmsford men marched to Wamasett and summoned the people from their wigwams. 2 colonists then opened fire with pistols. They wounded 5 women and children, including a woman named Sarah, whose father, grandfather, and successive husbands were Christian sachems. They killed her 12-year-old son, whose grandfather Adawans had been one of the first sachems to embrace John Eliot's mission. Lord, thou seest that we have neither done or said anything against the English, Sarah cried, raising her hands, yet they thus deal with us. The surviving Wamasets fled into the wilderness, taking little or nothing with them. There, Indian teacher Simon Bidocom preached from texts like Psalm 35. Cruel witnesses did rise up, the psalm declared, they asked of me things that I knew not. They rewarded me evil for good. Puritan leaders denounced the violence. I much lament that rash cruelty of our English toward innocent Indians, wrote Barnstable pastor Thomas Whalley. But while the murderers were put on trial, the other Chelmsford men refused to testify against them, and the jury released them for want of clear evidence. When the council tried to persuade the Wamasets to return, their leaders sent a letter declaring that they would seek refuge with Wanalancet, the Pennacook sachem. The government's promise of protection was worthless, they insisted. Nor were they willing to go to Deer Island, because many English be not good, and maybe they come to us and kill us. We are sorry the English have driven us from our praying to God and from our teacher, they added. We did begin to understand a little of praying to God. 40. They must have failed to reach Wanalancet, for in December many half-starved Wamasets returned. The council ordered Major Simon Willard, Gookin, and Eliot to determine whether they should be removed to Deer Island or left at Wamasett. Either way, they were to be disarmed and kept to labor. The 3 men visited Wamasett on December 13. Chelmsford colonists implored them to consider the threat the Wamasets posed to their lives and estates. But instead of authorizing removal, they exhorted Chelmsford to be more friendly and assigned guardians to protect Wamasett night and day. Eventually about 100 Indians returned, including Sarah. 41. The council also ordered Willard, Gookin, and Eliot to inspect the Nashoba praying Indians, who had been resettled near Concord. There was no man in Concord appeared willing to take care of and secure those Indians but Mr. John Hoare, Gookin admitted. A lawyer from a prominent family, his brother was president of Harvard. Hoare constantly argued with his fellow citizens and was rebuked for profanity and failure to attend worship. Nevertheless, the council authorized him to house and employ the Nashobas on his property. Colonists threatened to shoot them and harassed Hoare, and he expressed concern to the general court, but despite what had happened at Wamasett, the court took no action. 42. The council did take steps to improve conditions on Deer Island. It commissioned colonists to make sure no one attacked the Indians, nor that they suffer want of necessaries. It ordered that they be provided tools so they could labor for provisions and ease the colony's financial burden. And it forbade colonists from stealing property left at the praying towns. 43. But conditions were dire when Gookin and Elliot visited in late December. The island was bleak and cold, their wigwams poor and mean, their clothes few and thin, Gookin observed. Corn shipments were woefully inadequate, reducing them to surviving on clams and shellfish. They suffer hunger and cold, Elliot reported. There is neither food nor competent fuel to be had, and they are bare in clothing. Still, Elliot thought they were safer on Deer Island than on the mainland. I praise God that they be put out of the way of greater perils, dangers, and temptations. What impressed Gookin was their loyalty. I observed in all my visits to them that they carried themselves patiently, humbly, and piously, without murmuring or complaining against the English for their sufferings, which were not few, he later recalled. I may say in the words of truth, there appeared among them much practical Christianity in this time of their trials. He would not say the same for many colonists. Elliot returned home discouraged. The profane Indians prove a sharp rod to the English, he admitted, the English prove a very sharp rod to the praying Indians. I have much to write of lamentation over the work of Christ among our praying Indians, he informed the New England Company's Robert Boyle. It is under great sufferings, indeed, greater than I can, or in modesty or meekness is fit for me to express. He had no idea what became of the praying Indians taken from Hassanamsit and feared the worst. But he had not given up hope. The mission to evangelize the Indians is dead, but not buried, he wrote. It is killed in words, wishes, and expression, but not in deeds. Like Jesus, it would rise again. My care and labor is to exhort them to humiliation and repentance, to be patient and meek in the sight of both God and man. God was using the English and their unjust wrath to discipline his Indian people, but they remained precious to him, and eventually he would reward them. 44. 17. The Narragansetts. November 1675 to February 1676. Despite the disasters unfolding from Plymouth to the Connecticut Valley, many colonial leaders remained convinced that their greatest threat came from the neutral Narragansetts. True, the Narragansett sachems Ninigret and Pesicus expressed much joy when confirming the October 1675 treaty, but except for Ninigret, no other sachem surrendered their Wampanoags by the October 28 deadline as agreed. 1 Equally concerning, the young sachem Quinnapan had strengthened Narragansett, Wampanoag ties by marrying Philip's sister-in-law, the Pocasset sachem Weetamua, whose former husband remained loyal to the English. Colonial leaders believed that Narragansetts were fighting alongside Philip and his upland allies. They suspected Philip was in Narragansett country and that Narragansetts helped capture the praying Indians at Hassanamsit. They pushed for a preemptive strike against the Narragansetts, which risked expanding the war dangerously. The Narragansetts still make pleas and excuses for their not performance of their covenant to deliver up our enemies, Massachusetts magistrate Daniel Gookin told Wickford trader Richard Smith, Jr., who had contact with the Narragansetts. If they did not surrender the Wampanoags very speedily, he threatened, they must expect to hear from us another manner besides words. The colonies would no longer suffer themselves to be baffled and abused by those Narragansetts. By God's assistance, they would reduce them to reason too. On November 2, 5 United Colonies commissioners met in Boston and prepared an ultimatum: unless the Narragansetts surrendered their captives immediately, they would be prosecuted as the abettors and friends of our enemies. An ailing Governor John Winthrop, Jr., Connecticut's commissioner, drafted a statement asking the colonies for 1,000 fresh troops. 3 But Winthrop hesitated. Like his deputy governor, William Leete, he advocated a gentle approach to the Narragansetts and refused to approve the ultimatum without Connecticut's second commissioner. It was an ironic reversal of past crises, when Connecticut advocated invading Narragansett country while Massachusetts vetoed it. Plymouth Governor Josiah Winslow and the other commissioners remonstrated that delay was hazardous. 4 On November 5 they denounced Winthrop's obstruction as an absolute violation of the main ends of the Articles of Confederation, one with potentially disastrous consequences. Winthrop held firm. After his son Waite, Connecticut's second commissioner, arrived, however, he reluctantly fell into line. On November 12 the commissioners voted unanimously to send an expedition to force the Narragansetts to deliver those of our enemies that are in their custody, demand reparations, and secure hostages. If, as expected, the Narragansetts refused, the army would commence subduing and destroying them. To those who considered this unprovoked aggression, they declared that it was essential to winning the present defensive war, since the Narragansetts were the secret and constant abettors and principal succor of all our more open enemies, notwithstanding their reiterated covenants to the contrary. 5. They selected Winslow to lead the expedition, scheduled for December 10. His commission warned him not to trust the Narragansetts, nor take their words or subscription to any engagement without further assurance of arms, good hostages, etc. He was to vanquish and subdue the cruel, barbarous, and treacherous enemy by endeavoring silently and suddenly to surprise them. Nothing less than the honor of God, the good of his people, and the security of the interest of Christ in his churches was at stake, so Winslow was to ensure that the army conducted itself according to Christian principles. 6. The king had forbidden the colonies to invade Narragansett country, placing it under Rhode Island's jurisdiction, so the commissioners notified Rhode Island of their intent. They were not asking permission. Under pretense of friendship, they claimed, the false and perfidious Narragansetts were supporting the king's enemies to the point that Narragansett country had become the very rendezvous and seat of the war. Since God calls all the colonies to use their utmost endeavors to defend His Majesty's interest, they expected Rhode Island to provide troops and boats as necessary. 7. Rhode Island's political situation was fractious, with towns on the mainland occasionally defying the colony's authority and power, lurching back and forth between rival factions. Quakers had substantial influence, and the colony exempted men from military service for reasons of conscience. 8 Most Rhode Islanders believed the Narragansetts were treacherous, but they were also suspicious of the United Colony's intentions. Deputy Governor John Easton, a Quaker, conceded that the Narragansetts were sheltering hostile warriors and that some of their men did assist Philip, which the sachems were powerless to prevent. Still, he thought both sides exaggerated the danger. The English were jealous that there was a general plot of all Indians against English, and the Indians were in like manner jealous of the English. On each side, certain men clamored for war while wiser men tried to prevent it. But he believed the real reason for the looming invasion was that the Puritan colonies coveted Narragansett land. 9. Roger Williams supported the invasion. While he usually labored strenuously for peace and interceded on behalf of the Narragansetts, he was not close to the current sachems and believed they posed a genuine threat. He later told a doubting Winthrop that while he appreciated how hard Winthrop worked for peace, it is not possible at present to keep peace with these barbarous men of blood, who are as justly to be repelled and subdued as wolves that assault the sheep. He even used religious rhetoric he usually deplored, claiming God was hardening the Narragansetts for destruction like the Old Testament Canaanites. But he urged colonial authorities to distinguish defiant warriors from those who surrendered, to spare the conquered, though we strike down the proud. 10. The response of Rhode Island's Governor William Coddington reflected the colony's ambivalence. He promised boats and other assistance but no troops, and he urged the colonial commanders to sort the innocent from the guilty and grant generous terms to all who cooperated. 11. Over the following weeks, Massachusetts, Plymouth, and Connecticut prepared the largest military operation in New England history. Hundreds of soldiers were impressed into service. Gunpowder, ammunition, food, and supplies for a winter campaign were stockpiled and prepared for transport. December 2 was proclaimed a fast day, that God might grant the soldiers success in repelling the rage of the enemy. 12 Most ministers endorsed the invasion. Increase Mather later described it as the vengeance of the Lord upon the perfidious and bloody heathen. 13 Thomas Whalley, a Plymouth minister, praised the choice of Winslow as commander, though he worried about Winslow's health. "I know no man fitter for this great service," he wrote. "Who knows but God will make him a savior to this poor distressed land, set aside his weakness." 14. Some raised questions. John Bishop, a pastor in Stamford, Connecticut, later admitted that many doubted whether our English were wholly innocent toward Philip and the Wampanoags. There were uncomfortable and dishonorable reports about Plymouth's handling of the initial crisis, and it was very difficult, dissatisfying, and uncomfortable for conscientious people to send their loved ones to fight and die in a war whose justice they questioned. They knew dishonor would redound to the name of God if New England should go to war for a bad cause. 15. To answer such doubts, on December 7 Massachusetts issued a declaration defending its conduct since the beginning of the war. It emphasized how studious this government hath been to preserve peace. Time and again it had pursued diplomacy, only for Indians to respond treacherously. Now, it claimed without solid evidence, Philip had gone to the Narragansetts, who, we do conclude, have favored, abetted, and assisted him. The invasion was therefore essential to the just defense of the glory of God, King, country, and ourselves. As the colony's governor John Leverett explained in a letter to the king, the enemy had slain 300 colonists, destroyed numerous towns, and laid waste to the northern frontier. It was time to defend the colonies against the barbarous rage and inhumanity of the pagans. 16. By December 10, 2 companies of Plymouth troops under Major William Bradford and 6 companies of Massachusetts troops, 690 men in all, had concentrated at Rehoboth. Massachusetts' commanders included Appleton and Moseley, fresh from the Connecticut Valley, and Captain James Oliver, the Massachusetts magistrate. Also present was Joseph Dudley, representing the Massachusetts government, and Plymouth veteran Benjamin Church, now a captain serving as an aide to the overall colonial commander, General Winslow. They knew they were fighting not only for their people and for justice but for land. Many colonial leaders had a stake in Narragansett, Pocasset, or Sakonnet land, and Plymouth pledged that the lands and other profits of the war seized by the blessing of God would be set aside for soldiers. A proclamation was read to Massachusetts troops promising that if they conquered Narragansett country they would be rewarded with land in addition to wages. The merchant Nathaniel Saltonstall thought that Weetamoo's Pocasset lands alone would more than pay all the charge we have been at in this unhappy war. Most of Winslow's army was ferried to Providence on December 11. Moseley's company disembarked at Wickford Point 17 the following day. Scouts reported that Pomham's whose long-standing conflict with Warwick, Rhode Island, had pushed them into an alliance with the Narragansetts, were on the Pawtuxet River, perhaps a dozen miles away. Winslow marched through the bitter cold night to capture them, but despite clear skies and a bright moon, his guides got lost. He finally led his exhausted soldiers to Wickford. Near dawn, Moseley's forces surprised about 35 Indians. As a rule, they killed men while capturing women and children to sell as slaves. One old man was so decrepit that his son had to carry him. Soldiers wanted him devoured by dogs, but others urged compassion, so they cut off his head instead. Captain Church claimed that he presented 18 captives to Winslow, including 2 boys. Smiling, Winslow said he had no doubt Church would supply them with Indian boys enough before the war was ended. 18. A Narragansett named Peter preserved his life by serving as an informant. He claimed that the Narragansetts had 3,000 warriors, though many were poorly armed. They were gathering at Pescas's fort in the Great Narragansett Swamp. He revealed the location of 2 Narragansett towns, including the female sachem Cayapins. Making no attempt at negotiation, Winslow unleashed his troops against the towns on December 14. They killed 7 Indians and captured 9, burning 150 wigwams in Cayapins town alone. Only 1 colonial soldier was wounded. That same day, scouts killed 2 men and a woman and captured 3 others. Perhaps a fifth of all captives were Wampanoags. Success left soldiers very cheerful, despite the cold. Thus far our God hath been pleased to appear for us, Pastor Noah Newman wrote from Rehoboth. We are eagerly waiting to hear what God hath further to do. The following day, a Narragansett named Stonewall John showed up at Wickford and informed the colonists that the sachems had sent him to negotiate. He warned that the colonies would regret provoking a war. Rather than pursue an agreement, however, the annoyed officers sent him away and told him to return with the sachems. Less than 15 minutes later, Narragansett warriors ambushed Massachusetts troops within a mile of Winslow's headquarters. Others attacked soldiers occupying a house 3 miles away. Warriors even fired at 3 companies marching out of Wickford. 5 colonial soldiers were killed, convincing the furious officers that Stonewall John's visit was simply a ruse. General Winslow wanted to strike Pescassus Fort, but Major Robert Treat's Connecticut forces had not arrived yet, so he lacked the manpower. Winslow sent Captain Thomas Prentice's Massachusetts cavalry to meet them at Girabul's garrison house at Pettaquamscut, 9 miles south, on December 16. Narragansetts got there first. When Prentice arrived, he found Bull's house burned to the ground and at least 17 colonists dead, including 5 women and children, no doubt in retaliation for Winslow's unprovoked attack. Major Treat, with 5 Connecticut companies totaling 300 soldiers, plus 150 Mohegans and Pequots, approached Pettaquamscut the following night, taking a dozen Narragansetts on the way. Winslow arrived late the next afternoon and called a council of war. The colonial army numbered about 1,140 men. The temperature was plummeting, it was snowing, and there was no available shelter. With provisions dwindling, the officers agreed that they had no choice but to attack Pescassus Fort or abandon the campaign. They ordered the men to prepare to march at dawn and arranged for the shipment of 47 captives by Captain Nathaniel Davenport. That night was very stormy, Oliver recalled. We lay, 1,000, in the open field that long night. They huddled around fires to keep warm as snow piled around them. The next day would be the Puritan Sabbath. Many believed it would bring the greatest battle of the war. 19. They mustered before dawn and commenced their march at around 5 a.m. Massachusetts forces led the way, guided by Peter, the Narragansett informant. Plymouth followed, and Connecticut took up the rear. The storm had taken its toll. Men with severe frostbite of the hands or feet had to be left behind. The blizzard had left 2 or 3 feet of snow, one of the heaviest snowfalls in years, but although the march was exhausting, General Winslow did not permit them to stop and cook food. They marched 7 or 8 hours through a forest of mighty oaks, maples, and ashes, covering as many as 15 miles. Peter guided them to the edge of a thick cedar swamp, where Mosley's troops exchanged fire with Indian scouts. They pursued the scouts, rushing over frozen wetlands that were ordinarily impassable, until they came upon a massive palisade, 5 or 6 acres of slightly elevated ground, strengthened with flankers and numerous blockhouses. In front were down trees and brush, forming an obstruction 5 yards deep. There was only one gate, and approaching it required traversing a single narrow log. It was the most formidable Algonquian fortification they had ever seen. However, officers discovered that near one corner, next to a blockhouse, the palisade was incomplete. All that obstructed the gap was a fallen tree resting 4 feet above the ground. That would be their point of attack. Captains Isaac Johnson and Nathaniel Davenport led their Massachusetts companies forward, but the Narragansetts were ready and greeted them with a withering fire. Men attempting to climb over the fallen tree were cut down, including Johnson, who was killed. Davenport led a few men into the fort before he was riddled with bullets. With his last breaths, he called a lieutenant to take command. Lieutenant Phineas Upham, who had plundered the praying towns during an earlier expedition, was mortally wounded. Survivors scrambled for cover. Captains Mosley and Joseph Gardner brought up their companies, but they too failed to break through. For about an hour, 4 Massachusetts companies lay pinned down by many thousand shot. 20. Finally, the last Massachusetts companies, commanded by Appleton and Oliver, were committed. They run! They run! An officer cried, and several hundred soldiers surged forward. This time they broke through, only to suffer heavy fire from the blockhouse to the right and a flanker on the left. They drove the warriors out of the flanker and exchanged fire with Indians further down the palisade. Winslow sent in treats 300 Connecticut troops, but no one warned them that the Narragansetts still held the blockhouse. They paid dearly, with many gunned down as they entered the fort. A soldier named Samuel Hall was shot twice in each thigh. Captain John Mason, Jr., whose father had led the attack on Mystic 38 years before, fell next to him. Hall grasped Mason's hand, but the wounded captain gathered his strength and continued forward. While officers fell with galling frequency, the soldiers slugged it out, gradually driving the enemy from one position after another, first into the middle, and then into the upper end of the fort. 21 accounts are confusing, but at some point, according to Joseph Dudley, Massachusetts' representative, the Narragansetts reorganized and fell on again, wreck our right and beat us out of the fort. Many soldiers remained inside, however, so Winslow committed his reserve, the Plymouth troops. Dead and wounded piled up as fighting raged both inside and outside the palisade. Major Bradford was shot in the back, a little under one shoulder. 22. Captain Church secured permission to join the fight. Leading 30 men inside the palisade, he was dismayed to see many men and several valiant captains lie slain. He spotted Captain Gardner among the wigwams and walked toward him. Suddenly the captain dropped, blood streaming down his cheek from a bullet wound to the head. Church cried his name, but all he received was a silent stare. Believing the bullet had come from outside the fort, he sent a courier to alert General Winslow that soldiers were suffering from friendly fire. Narragansetts were also fighting outside the palisade, so Church led his men back toward the swamp. When an Indian tried to surrender, one of Church's men shot him. Suddenly they heard a great shout behind them. Indians were running through the trees to fire on soldiers in the fort. The soldiers prepared to return fire, only for a sergeant to yell for God's sake not to fire, for the Indians were allies. Church hesitated but decided the sergeant was mistaken. His men fired a volley, scattering the surprised warriors. They pursued some into the fort, but suddenly Church went down, a bullet piercing his leg and another glancing off the joint of his hip bone. A soldier who tried to move him took an arrow in the shoulder. 23. Winslow grew concerned. Night was approaching, casualties were mounting, and the enemy kept coming. He decided to adopt the tactic John Mason had used at Fort Mystic during the Pequot War, burn the wigwams, even though women, children, and elderly remained inside. The wounded Samuel Hall recalled the moment, I lay bleeding there in the snow, and hearing the word commanded to set fire on the wigwams, I considered I should be burned if I did not crawl away. Despite excruciating pain, it pleased God to give me strength to get up and get out, with my cutlass in my hand. 24. Captain Church later claimed he objected to Winslow's order because the wigwams were full of provisions and could offer shelter during the long cold night. He believed the enemy was nearly defeated, so burning the fort was unnecessary. A doctor countered that if they did not return the 18 miles to Wickford that night, many wounded would die. 25. Whether or not Church actually protested, Winslow gave the order. His men burned an estimated 500 wigwams, despite many living and dead persons in them, great piles of meat, and heaps of corn. They also destroyed a blacksmith's forge. The Narragansetts, out of ammunition, were unable to stop them. The consensus among officers was that they had killed at least 200 men, not including hundreds who perished in the wigwams. But the English also suffered grievously. 218 soldiers were casualties, about 20% of the army. At least 20 of them were dead. 7 company commanders were dead or mortally wounded. Nearly half the casualties were from Connecticut. Fearing a counterattack, General Winslow gave his men little time to rest or treat the wounded. The exhausted, hungry, and shivering troops were on their way before dark, flames raging behind. Many wounded had to walk, as there were not enough horses to carry them. If the Narragansetts had attacked, Dudley believed, the English would have been gobbled up like a morsel. One signal mercy that night, not to be forgotten, Captain Oliver admitted, was that when we drew off with so many dead and wounded, they did not pursue us. Even so, many did not survive that long, snowy, cold night. Winslow and 40 men went missing. The rest trudged on, soldiers dying every hour. The wounded Samuel Hall had lost his coat and knapsack, but he was better off than many. By the time they reached Wickford, 10 hours later, 34 more soldiers had died. At least 28 would succumb over the following weeks, raising the confirmed colonial death toll to 82. Winslow showed up around 7 a.m. The army was much disabled, Dudley reported. In addition to the wounded, about 200 were laid low from exhaustion, sickness, or frostbite. Suffering men filled Richard Smith Jr.'s house, but most had no lodgings. A soldier named John Bull recalled being laid in a cold chamber, a wooden pillow. My covering was the snow the wind drove on me. Hall lay on straw for days, with nothing but icy water to drink. Eventually he was transported to Rhode Island, first by cart, then by boat, as were the rest of the wounded. 26. Their ordeal was all the worse because there were not enough surgeons. 1. Simon Cooper extracted fragments from Captain Mason's shattered skull. He treated a Connecticut soldier shot through the mouth, and his upper jaw broke, which the surgeons would not dress because they said he was a dead man. He helped one whose shoulder blade was shot to pieces, and another, his jaw broke and many pieces taken out. 27. Pastor Newman visited the wounded, including his friend William Bradford. Bradford would recover, though the projectile that struck him remained in his body for the rest of his life. Mason lingered for months but eventually died. John Bull returned home to Hingham, where for 2 years he was unable to work. After that he could labor with much pain, but 30 years later he still suffered upon every little cold or change of weather. 28. Many Narragansetts wanted to attack the retreating English, but their sachems refused because they lacked ammunition. The following day, Ninigrat's men, who had stood by while the English battled their kin, began burying charred and mangled corpses. A person who had been with the sachems claimed they counted 97 killed and 48 wounded, not including those burned in the wigwams. Narragansetts informed the Nipmucs that 40 warriors, 1 sachem, and about 300 old men, women, and children were killed. Captives later estimated the number at 300 warriors plus 350 women and children. Later claims were inflated to more than 1,000 deaths. Among the wounded was the young sachem Quinnapan, shot through the thigh. Their homes were destroyed, their food stores devastated. Many would suffer severely that winter. Nevertheless, Narragansett power had not been broken. They still had at least 700 warriors, some said thousands. Thanks to the colony's invasion, Philip's coalition was stronger than ever before. 29. News of the bloodbath and Winslow's dismal retreat shocked colonists. Had the Narragansetts pursued our soldiers, when upon their retreat, they might easily have cut off the whole army, Increase Mather realized. Had God punished the army for fighting on the Sabbath, 30 it appears though the enemy have received considerable damage, Rehoboth colonist George Shove wrote John Cotton Jr., his power is not yet broken. The Lord's hand is yet against us. We are not prepared for mercy. Pray, pray, pray. 31 I wish I could hear you prophesy good to this land, a distraught Cotton wrote Mather. I should then believe these wars may have an end. If we lose Captain Bradford, we lose a great part of our glory, and most of my comfort as to man. I beseech you, pray earnestly for his life, if it be not too late. 32 Philip still lives, another colonist mourned, and by his subtlety proves a more forcible and perilous enemy to us than ever we could have imagined. 33. Rhode Island Deputy Governor John Easton was mortified when he learned that Winslow had attacked without offering fair terms, for he had often informed the Indians that Englishmen would not begin a war, since it was brutish so to do. He had also promised many Narragansetts that if they minded their own business, the English would leave them alone. "I am sorry the Indians have cause to think me deceitful," he mourned. He was baffled by the decision to attack a neutral people more powerful than any the English had yet fought, provoking their inevitable vengeance. How many innocent people would suffer for it? As a Quaker, he blamed the Puritan clergy. "They have been the cause that the law of nations and the law of arms have been violated in this war," he charged. The magistrates were merely their pack horses. 34. Others focused on what had been accomplished. Leaders in Connecticut were saddened by the loss and suffering of so many worthy and deserving men, but thankful for the success and victory of our armies over our blasphemous and bloody heathen adversaries. 35. Wade Winthrop wrote a 32-stanza poem eulogizing New England's slain. Like his father, the governor, he recognized that Algonquians were fighting for freedom, but he had no doubt New England's cause was God's. "It grieves my heart, and makes it smart. I cannot choose but weep, to think on those, who on the snows are forced to take their sleep." God was using the Indians to discipline his people, Wade believed, but once his wrath was appeased, they would be eradicated like a plague of rats. "Lest they do boast of their great host, and praise their God the devil, from whom indeed, this doth proceed, the author of all evil." Until then, New Englanders had to arm themselves with ammunition and prayer, confident that God rewarded soldiers who died in Christ's service. "Though here they die immediately, yet they shall go to rest. And at that day the Lord will say, Happy art thou, and blessed." 36. It was, after all, a war for Christ's kingdom, which in the long run, they could not lose. On that, Puritans were agreed. The commissioners reacted to Winslow's campaign by announcing that God was calling them aloud to defeat the Narragansetts before spring and requesting an additional 1,000 soldiers. 37. But Winslow's army struggled to even feed itself. Soldiers consumed Richard Smith Jr.'s cattle, goats, and hogs and dismantled his fences and buildings for fuel. They raided Indian stores and burned 60 wigwams at Chewimet. Connecticut soldiers began to desert, so Major Treat led his contingent back to New London. Reinforcements arrived from Massachusetts, but many suffered frostbite or were sick and disheartened, and 11 died. 38. Colonists tried to encourage the troops. One wrote an eloquent letter invoking the New Testament's exhortations to put on the whole armor of God and not do the work of the Lord negligently, for he shall tread down your enemies and make you more than conquerors through Jesus Christ our Lord. Those exhortations were metaphorical and had nothing to do with military conflict, but that was ignored. Most Puritans had no doubt their soldiers were Christian heroes executing God's justice in service of Christ. 39. The reality was more troubling. Connecticut's Deputy Governor Leete complained that Massachusetts soldiers provoked God's wrath by uncivil, if not inhumane deportment towards the living and dead, and he feared that if such behavior continued, God would no longer go forth with the armies of Israel. 40. On one occasion, soldiers tortured an Indian by wrapping a cord around his head, inserting a thin device, and gradually twisting the cord to inflict excruciating pain. 41. On December 23, Narragansett representatives arrived at Wickford to discuss peace terms. General Winslow acquiesced, hoping for time to rebuild his army, but with the English demanding the surrender of all refugees, discussions went nowhere. A Narragansett pointed out that the English were the aggressors, having invaded Narragansett country without even a declaration of war. But Winslow refused to debate questions of justice. How did the sachems like losing so many men? He taunted. If they were real men, they should come speak to him in person. They could bring an escort and would be permitted to leave in peace. Pesicus, the senior Narragansett sachem, still wanted peace, but younger sachems refused to sign another humiliating treaty. Conquest suggested agreeing to a meeting to buy time. Pesicus declined, saying he was old and would not lie to the English. "If you will fight, fight, for 'tis a folly for me to fight any longer." Conquest replied that even if he went to Wickford, no one else would support him. A commander added that he would not yield to the English so long as an Indian would stand with him. He had fought English and French and Dutch and Mohawks and feared none of them, and he knew if they yielded to the English, they should be dead men or slaves. Nevertheless, on January 5, 1676, the sachems graciously sent Winslow a 3 or 4-year-old English child Pomham's had taken from Warwick. But when they claimed they had misunderstood the treaty Conquest signed in October, the officers decided they were merely stalling. This impression was confirmed a week later when Pesicus requested a month's delay before confirming a treaty. Winslow finally broke off negotiations, although the commissioners encouraged him to persevere. 42 As Rhode Island's Deputy Governor Easton Riley observed, "The English dare not trust the Indians' promises, neither the Indians to the English's promises, and each have great case." 43. Winslow felt ready to resume the offensive, but Connecticut's forces protested having to return to Wickford, and some still urged Winslow to seek an honorable peace. 44 The opportunity for a decisive victory was rapidly slipping away. On January 14 Rhode Island forces were pursuing a Narragansett war party near Providence when they wounded and captured a colonist named Joshua Tift. Captives claimed Tift had lived with the Narragansetts and fought alongside them in Pesicus's fort, killing several soldiers, but Tift insisted Conquest had captured him at Petaquamscut. He claimed the Mohegans and Pequots betrayed the English during the battle and that 40 of Ninigrat's men fought with the Narragansetts. He also revealed that the main body of Narragansetts was heading for Quaboag, in Nipmuc country. A sad wretch, he never heard a sermon but once, these 14 years, Captain Oliver concluded after Tift was turned over to Winslow. The minister William Hubbard claimed Tift had turned Indian, married one of the Indian squaws, renounced his religion, nation, and natural parents. When asked about Christianity, he was found as ignorant as a heathen. The officers condemned him as a traitor, and he was executed on January 18.45. Not long after the swamp battle, Massachusetts ordered Daniel Gookin to recruit 2 praying Indians as spies. Gookin selected Job Catananit, whose children the Nipmucs held captive, and James Quinapohit, a Nashaway scout. 46. They started out on December 30, carrying hatchets and a little parched meal, with the aim of discerning enemy intentions. Encountering Nipmucs near Monexit, they were brought to the Nipmuc refuge at Manamset on January 4. Wigwams housing about 900 people were scattered over an area about 3 miles compass. Catananit was greatly relieved to find his children among the 120 praying Indians taken from Hassanamsit. They had been well treated. The praying Indian ruler Captain Tamutasacampanam and his son Nehemiah said they had refused attempts to recruit them to fight, leading Nipmucs to scoff that they cried when they were carried away, more like squaws than men. Lame from injury and having lost a son to illness, Captain Tom declared that he yearned to escape if the English would accept him. Catananit's father, Naoase, and brother, Tuckahalipin, said reading the Bible daily was their greatest comfort. 47. Many Nipmucs, especially the praying Indian Matoonas, suspected that Catananit and Quinapohit were spies, and Tuckahalipin warned Quinapohit that Philip had ordered him killed. So Quinapohit was relieved when he encountered his friend Minoko, a Nashaway with whom he had served in the Mohawk War. Minoko was glad to see him. "I know thou art a valiant man," he said, "and therefore none shall wrong thee nor kill thee here, but they shall first kill me. Therefore abide at my wigwam, and I will protect thee." When men threatened Quinapohit, Minoko fired his gun and threatened to kill anyone who touched him. To earn the enemy's trust, Quinapohit and Catananit painted their faces and participated in a multi-night dance. They went on hunting expeditions. They gleaned valuable intelligence. Minoko revealed that Philip was near Albany seeking ammunition and allies. The Valley Indians were in Sokoke country, and a Valley sachem had attempted to assassinate Philip for starting a war that brought great trouble upon them. The Nipmucs also remained divided. The chief men and old men wanted peace, but the young men were not interested. "We are all or most of us alive yet, and the English have killed very few of us last summer," some said. "Why shall we have peace to be made slaves and either be killed or sent away to sea to Barbados? Let us live as long as we can and die like men and not live to be enslaved." Contrary to English suspicions, the Narragansetts had not been the Nipmucs' allies. In fact, the Nipmucs had regarded the Narragansetts as English allies until the English invaded Narragansett country. Since then, the Narragansetts had sent them a dozen English scalps, which Quinapohit saw hanging on trees. The Nipmucs had large quantities of corn, beef, pork, and venison, but they had not anticipated needing to feed hundreds of Narragansetts. They intended to raid English towns, beginning with Lancaster for corn and livestock. 48. In mid-January, Quinapohit discovered that the Quabog sachem Mutomp wanted to bring him to Philip to discuss the breach between the English and Narragansetts. Fearing Philip would kill him, Quinapohit convinced Mutomp to let him first kill some Englishmen to earn Philip's trust. Meanwhile, he and Catananid plotted their escape. Their opportunity came during a hunting trip. They had shot 4 deer and spent the evening of January 19 dressing and eating venison. Around 3 a.m., Quinapohit suggested they slip away. But Catananid hesitated, loath to abandon his children. He asked Quinapohit to meet him at Natick in 3 weeks, when he hoped he could take them with him. Quinapohit protested, but Catananid was resolved. "If God please, he can preserve my life. If not, I am willing to die." They prayed before Quinapohit departed. Walking on snowshoes nearly 80 miles through the woods, night and day, he arrived in Natick on January 23, very weary, faint, and spent. His report to the council, 2 days later in Boston, confirmed what they had already learned from New York Governor Edmund Andros. If Philip had been near Narragansett country that winter, it was not for long, for he and several hundred warriors were near Albany seeking Mohawk support. When Thomas Danforth asked whether the Narragansetts had aided and assisted Philip, Quinapohit told him they had not. The Nipmucs had always viewed them as friends to the English and as their enemies. The truth was painfully obvious. Although many Narragansetts had wanted to fight the English, and some were doing so, their sachems had done everything they could to remain neutral while protecting Wampanoag refugees from captivity. Attacking them had not disrupted a Narragansett-Wampanoag Nipmuc alliance, it had created it. The enemy expected to carry all before them, Quinapohit warned. They would hit Lancaster within 3 weeks. 49. On January 21 a warm front brought what Increase Mather described as strange warm weather, like April, rapidly melting the heavy snow. 50 The main body of Narragansetts was about 10 miles northwest of Providence. Prentice's Massachusetts cavalry took 11 Indians that day. 6 days later, Narragansetts led by the recently wounded Quinapin raided William Carpenter's farm near Warwick. They burned corn, hay, and farm buildings and seized 200 sheep, 50 cattle, and 15 horses. 51 They also raided William Harris's farm. An ambitious landholder who had helped found Providence, eventually becoming a magistrate, Harris was a bitter rival to Roger Williams, who accused him of defrauding the Narragansetts of a substantial tract of land. Now Indians who accused him of commute and burned his house, barns, and above 50 load of hay. They also drove off 50 cattle and 80 horses and killed his 30-year-old son and an enslaved African. Already willing to shift his loyalty to Connecticut to defend his interests, Harris became all the more bitter at Rhode Island for failing to protect him. 52. Rage over Indian depredations was rising in Connecticut too. 2 half-starved Pequots allied with the Narragansetts had been jailed at New London. When word arrived that 2 colonists were killed and a teenage boy missing at Norwich, 2 Connecticut soldiers went to the jail and shot the Pequots to death. Guards refused to reveal the culprits, and New London would not punish them. Finally, on January 28, 40 days after the swamp battle, General Winslow launched his pursuit of the Narragansetts. He had as many as 1,400 troops, including Major Treat's Connecticut forces. 53 Mohegan and Pequot scouts flushed war parties from the woods and swamps to prevent ambushes, enabling the army to kill some 70 Indians, including women and children. On February 1 they reached the camp where the Narragansetts had spent the better part of a month. There were many wigwams in sight, but an icy swamp lying between them and the wigwams prevented their running at once upon it, recalled Captain Church, whose wounds left him unable to mount a horse without help. But the Narragansetts got away. Soldiers burned nearly 500 wigwams and discovered the remains of 60 horses the Indians had eaten. Winslow continued almost as far as Quaboag, but morale plummeted with every mile. Soldiers would remember it as the Hungry March. Rations ran so low that they too were reduced to eating horses. Many, including Winslow, suffered from dysentery. Some Plymouth soldiers deserted. At a council of war on February 3, most officers advised retreat. Winslow allowed Connecticut's troops to return south and marched the rest of the army eastward. 54. His critics were many. Mutineers and renegades filled the spirits of people with base prejudice against the general. John Cotton Jr. complained. God's anger burns against this poor land. What will become of us? 55. Equally frustrated, Pastor Thomas Whalley defended Winslow. We know no man in the place he hath sustained that could have preserved his honor in the service of this country better than he hath done. 56. Increase Mather believed God was judging Massachusetts for failing to enforce its reform legislation. We have often carried it before the Lord as if we would reform our ways, he wrote, and yet when it hath come to, we have done nothing. 57. Famine seemed imminent, and smallpox was reported in Plymouth and Boston. A Quaker nailed a note to Mather's meeting house declaring that its ruin was at hand. Mather considered the Quakers false prophets but feared this prophecy might come true. During a lecture in Boston on January 27, he mentioned that visitors reported seeing more drunkenness in New England in half a year than in England in all their lives. Afterward, over dinner, Governor Leverett, who had spent time in England, told Mather this was ludicrous and that drunkenness was actually less common than in years past. Magistrate William Stoughton amiably declared that Mather would have to preach a recantation sermon. No, Mather retorted, but if men would not accept my labors, God will. The next day, frustration turned to despair. Sad thoughts in my heart with respect to the state of this poor country, fearing yet greater judgment and ill success as to armies, he wrote in his diary. The magistrates had no heart to do what they might in order to reformation, he added, especially the governor. Nor will they call upon the churches to renew their covenant with God. A week later, when he read the reform legislation from his pulpit, 2 church members accused him of abusing his authority. Mather also feared another cause of God's wrath. Colonists were consumed with unreasonable rage against the enemy, and there is guilt upon the land in respect of the Indians, yea guilt of blood in respect of the Indians so treacherously murdered at Chelmsford. 58. With Winslow's retreat, the colonies had abandoned a vast corridor of New England, from Narragansett country north through Nipmuc territory to the upper Connecticut Valley. Algonquians, their numbers bolstered by the Narragansetts, could roam undetected through this wilderness, suddenly assaulting Massachusetts towns to the east and west, or turning south toward Connecticut, Rhode Island, or Plymouth. If pursued, they could easily withdraw northward, where the English would never find them. Thomas Eames and his wife, Mary, had settled near the praying town of Magancogue in 1669. There Eames built a 2-story house where they lived with a dozen children. On February 1, while Eames was in Boston, 11 mostly praying Indians came to retrieve corn from Magancogue. One was Nettis, who had confessed his faith before the Puritan clergy in 1652. Another was Job Catananet's brother Anauecan, whom John Eliot described as a godly and penitent Christian. When they discovered their corn missing, Nettis and Anauecan suspected Eames. According to the praying Indian William Wanakhoe, they earnestly moved to go to Goodman Eames's farm for to get corn. Wanakhoe and his sons objected, but they by their persuasion and threatening carried us with them. They killed Mary Eames and several children and torched the farm. While some plundered corn and provisions, according to Wanakhoe, one of us carried one boy upon our backs rather than let them be killed. They took the surviving children to Manameset Point 59. Fearing retaliation, the praying Indians at Wamasett petitioned Massachusetts to move them to a safer location. But most fled north, unwilling to wait, leaving 6 or 7 elderly people behind. Soon after, colonial vigilantes furtively approached their wigwam, set it on fire, and burned them to death. The suspects were never brought to trial. Point 60. New England was spinning out of control, and everything the United Colonies did seemed to make it worse. The invasion of Narragansett country had been an unmitigated disaster. With the Narragansetts now on Philip's side, the worst was yet to come. 18. New England in flames. February 1676 to March 1676. The Algonquian onslaught began in February, 1676. It unfolded just as the Christian Nashaway James Quinnapohid had warned it would, though Massachusetts foolishly ignored his warning. Within weeks, it brought New England to its knees. Quinnapohid's fellow spy, Job Catananit, had remained with the Nipmucs so he could escape with his children, but upon learning that 400 warriors were marching for Lancaster, he knew he could not wait any longer. Leaving his children behind, he reached Major Daniel Gookin's Cambridge home at around 10 p.m. on Wednesday, February 9. Gookin was in bed, but Catananit was ushered into his bedroom. Within moments Gookin was up and conferring with his neighbor, fellow magistrate Thomas Danforth. They dispatched couriers to warn Lancaster and ordered 120 soldiers to march there from Marlborough and Concord. Captain Samuel Wadsworth set out from Marlborough with 40 men shortly after dawn. Lancaster, with its 350 inhabitants, was 10 miles away. 1. Mary Rowlandson, the 39-year-old wife of Lancaster's pastor, heard the first shots around sunrise. Rushing to the window, she saw houses burning. Colonists scrambled for cover while warriors cut them down with hatchets or bullets, some shooting from the roof of a barn. A wounded colonist offered money if they spared his life. They knocked him in the head and stripped him naked and split open his bowels. Warriors entered a house and bashed in the heads of a man, his wife, and their nursing infant. Mary's husband, Joseph, had gone to Boston seeking reinforcements, but clearly he was too late. Warriors shot at the Rowlandson home, an unfinished garrison house, from every direction, so that the bullets seemed to fly like hail. 3 men inside were wounded, but they held the Indians at bay for about 2 hours, until the warriors used flax and hemp to ignite the house. Some in our house were fighting for their lives, Mary Rowlandson recalled, others wallowing in their blood, the house on fire over our heads, and the bloody heathen ready to knock us on the head if we stirred out. Mothers and children cried, "Lord, what shall we do?" To remain in the blazing inferno was certain death, so Rowlandson called her children, picked up her 6-year-old daughter, Sarah, and opened the door. Bullets rattled against the wall as if one had taken a handful of stones and threw them, so she retreated, but not for long. Out we must go, the fire increasing and coming along behind us, roaring, and the Indians gaping before us with their guns, spears and hatchets to devour us. A bullet tore through her side and, to her horror, through the bowels and hand of my dear child in my arms. Another killed her brother-in-law, and a third shattered her nephew William's leg. Warriors finished William off with a blow to the head and began stripping the dead. "Lord, let me die with them," her sister muttered, and was immediately killed. Thus were we butchered by those merciless heathen, Rowlandson remembered, with the blood running down to our heels. One person had been chopped into the head and stripped naked but was still crawling up and down. It was a solemn sight to see so many Christians lying in their blood, stripped naked by a company of hellhounds, roaring, singing, ranting and insulting, as if they would have torn our very hearts out. Warriors led some captive children away, though Sarah was left with Roland's son. Roland's son had always said she would choose rather to be killed by them than be taken alive, but now she changed her mind. Their glittering weapons so daunted my spirit that I chose rather to go along with those, as I may say, ravenous beasts, than that moment to end my days. She and 23 other colonists, including her 3 children, were marched into captivity. 2. Meanwhile, Captain Wadsworth's company from Marlborough approached the burning town undetected. The bridge over the Nashua River was burning but passable, so they moved into town. 3 At least 50 of Lancaster's people were dead, wounded, or missing. At least 5 of those killed were under 11 years old. Joseph Roland's son arrived to discover that almost his entire extended family was gone. 4. Mary Roland's son's captors included Wampanoags, Narragansetts, and local Nashaways led by Shoshanim and Minoko, who knew that as a pastor's wife and the daughter of a prominent landowner, she would prove a valuable bargaining chip. 5 They walked a mile before stopping on a high hill overlooking the town. When she requested permission to sleep in an abandoned house, they mocked her, "Will you love Englishmen still?" They feasted on plundered horses, cattle, sheep, swine, calves, lambs, roasting pigs, and fowl, but she received nothing. Oh, the roaring and singing and dancing and yelling of those black creatures in the night, which made the place a lively resemblance of hell, she later wrote. It was the dolefulest night that ever my eyes saw. They resumed their march in the morning. One of the Indians carried my poor wounded babe upon a horse, and she went moaning all along, "I shall die, I shall die." Roland's son carried her for a while, but she too was wounded and eventually collapsed in exhaustion. The Indians then allowed her to ride bareback with Sarah in her lap. Once, as the horse descended a steep hill, she lost her grip and both fell over the horse's head to the ground. Indians burst into laughter. It snowed, and that night she struggled to warm herself by a small fire. Sarah had a violent fever and called repeatedly for water, but Roland's son was so stiff she could hardly sit down or rise up. The next day, an Indian allowed her to sit behind him on his horse with Sarah in her lap, which provided welcome relief. But now she and Sarah suffered the agony of hunger, having had nothing since the night before the raid except only a little cold water. Indians offered food, but not the sort she was willing to eat. They reached Manamset, the Nipmuc refuge, early that afternoon. There were praying Indians there, but she considered them all heathen. Oh, the number of pagans, now merciless enemies, that there came about me, she thought. She was sold to the Narragansett sachem Quinnapan, who by marriage to Weetama was Philip's brother-in-law. He was a primary English target, for he had once been jailed in Newport, had escaped, and had since emerged as a leading Narragansett commander. The next day was the Puritan Sabbath, and Roland's son despaired that God was punishing her for wasting Sabbaths past. Much to her surprise, an English soldier approached, Robert Pepper, who had been captured by Shoshanim at Beers's ambush in September. He told her that Indians used oak leaves to treat his wounded leg and suggested she try it. Much to her surprise, the remedy worked, and her wound began to heal. But Sarah did not. "I sat much alone with a poor wounded child in my lap," she later recalled, while Sarah moaned night and day. Exasperated Indians threatened that Quinnapan would knock your child in the head and told her to take the moaning girl somewhere else. With a very heavy heart, she fled their presence and sat on the ground, her daughter the picture of death in my lap. 2 hours into the night on February 18, Sarah's suffering ended, "My sweet babe like a lamb departed this life." Roland's son considered taking her own life as she clung to Sarah's body that horrible night. But again she chose life over death. In the morning, Indians told her to return to Quinnapan's wigwam. "I went to take up my dead child in my arms to carry it with me, but they bid me let it alone. There was no resisting, but go I must and leave it." Later they showed her where they buried Sarah's body. There I left that child in the wilderness and must commit it, and myself also in this wilderness condition, to him who is above all. 6. She had 2 other children in captivity, however, and she managed to find 10-year-old Mary. Upon seeing her mother, the traumatized girl burst into tears. Her constant weeping annoyed Indians, and again they forced Roland's son to leave, eventually forbidding her from visiting Mary at all. I had 1 child dead, another in the wilderness I knew not where, the third they would not let me come near to. She prayed that God might give her some sign and hope of some relief. Soon after, her son Joseph found her. He inquired tearfully about Sarah, and Roland's son gave him the awful news. 7. This news from Lancaster is exceeding sad and should greatly humble us, Pastor Thomas Wally mourned. That a pastor's family had been targeted was especially disconcerting. Increase Mather concluded that God was threatening to withdraw his gospel. Others took it as evidence of Indians' damnable antipathy to religion. 8 colonists accused Quinapohit and Catananit of treachery, even though they had warned of the attack. One colonist claimed Indians were saying that in the spring warriors would rescue praying Indians from Deer Island, when they will make Boston, especially the magistrates, pay dear for sundry hours they have been kept there. Colonial vigilantes discussed going to Deer Island to kill all the praying Indians, and it was more than idle chatter. A man testified under oath that he had been solicited to join a night raid against the island. The council summoned the ringleaders and warned them to desist. 9. Terror consumed the frontier. Medfield's pastor John Wilson Jr. begged for reinforcements by the soonest that possibly can be, lest Medfield be turned into ashes. The town of about 80 homes had 100 militiamen commanded by Lieutenant Henry Adams, known for his hostility to Christian Indians, and the governor sent 100 reinforcements under Captain John Jacob. Guards were posted, but Medfield had cleared too much land, and its fields were overgrown, enabling some 300 enemy warriors to approach undetected during the pre-dawn hours of February 21. When unsuspecting colonists stepped outside that morning, Indians gunned them down. A man named Dwight looked to see what the noise was and was shot in the shoulder. Joshua Fisher was hit after leaving his grandmother's home, the bullet passing through some flesh about his collarbone and grazing his throat. Lieutenant Adams, stepping over his threshold, was shot through the windpipe and fell down dead. Indians torched buildings and shot colonists who fled the flames. A husband and wife took off in different directions, each carrying a child. One was killed, the other survived. A 100-year-old man burned to death in his home. It was like the terrible day of the Lord, Rehoboth's pastor Noah Newman later reflected, fires being kindled round about them, the enemy numerous and shouting so as the earth seemed to tremble, and the cry of the terrified persons very dreadful. Sergeant Thomas Thuston's wife was holding the hands of 2 children when all 3 were struck down. Warriors stripped her and left her for dead. Later she came to, found a blanket, and ran to Pastor Wilson's house. Although they did not recognize her, her hair hanging down and her face covered with blood, the occupants pulled her to safety. Samuel Smith's wife, big with child and another child in her arms, was killed fleeing to a garrison house. Struggling to organize his scattered men, Captain Jacob accidentally discharged his gun, sending a bullet through the ceiling and mortally wounding Lieutenant Adams's wife upstairs. Only after soldiers fired a cannon several times did the Algonquians withdraw across the Charles River, laden with plunder. Surviving inhabitants were stunned by the death and destruction. Samuel Smith's child was found standing by the body of his slain wife. 2 Thurston children were recovered, one wounded in the head and a daughter shot through both thighs. A third was missing. At least 17 colonists were dead or dying, and many others were wounded. About 50 buildings were burned, including 29 homes. A trooper found a chilling note posted on the Charles River Bridge, probably written by a praying Indian, "Know by this paper that the Indians that thou hast provoked to wrath and anger will war this 21 years if you will. There are many Indians yet. We come 300 at this time. You must consider the Indians lost nothing but their life. You must lose your fair houses and cattle. 10. Mary Rowland's son could hear the triumphant warriors returning to Manamset. Oh! The outrageous roaring and whooping that there was, she marveled. By their noise and whooping they signified how many they had destroyed, which was at that time 23. At each cry, Indians shouted so loud the very earth rung. The warriors paraded to a sachem's wigwam, proudly displaying scalps. Much to Rowland's son's surprise and delight, one gave her a plundered Bible. She turned to Deuteronomy 28, which listed the curses Israel would suffer for disobeying God, including starvation, disease, violence, conquest, captivity, and death. Such curses had become the story of her life. But she took comfort from Deuteronomy 30, in which God promised that if we would return to Him by repentance, the Lord would gather us together and turn all those curses upon our enemies. 11. Fear and racial hostility intensified with every attack. On February 22, nearly 100 Boston colonists petitioned the General Court for drastic security measures, including the removal of those Indians that dwell in and amongst our plantations. 12. The next day, amid rumors that hostile Indians were just 10 miles from Boston, colonists proposed that the court have the praying Indians killed or sold abroad. Daniel Gookin fought back, providing example after example of their fidelity and arguing that the 1644 treaty obligated Massachusetts to protect them. Others disagreed, forcing someone to retrieve a copy of the treaty. The court rejected the extreme proposals, but what would happen if the government lost control? 13. 58 praying Indians on John Hoar's property at Concord faced daily harassment, especially after 2 colonists were killed nearby. Since the government refused to remove them, colonists asked the Indian-hating Captain Mosley to do it. He arrived during a Sunday church service, addressing the congregation after it was over. He had heard some heathen were troubling Concord, he declared, and he was willing to take them to Boston. Most congregants sat silently, but a few told him to go ahead, so he marched his company to Hoar's home with more than 100 congregants in tow. Hoar objected that Massachusetts had left the Indians under his care. Mosley posted his soldiers anyway, and they taunted the Indians that night. The next morning, when Hoar demanded that Mosley produce a warrant, Mosley said he had been commissioned to destroy the enemy. Hoar countered that the Nashobas were not the enemy, but Mosley ordered his men to break down the door. They seized the Indians, stole their clothes, shoes, and dishes, and marched them to Charlestown. Mosley's actions were lawless, but the populace supported him, and the magistrates knew it. The General Court declined to censure him and sent the Nashobas to Deer Island. 14 The last of Massachusetts's praying communities was now removed from the mainland. The General Court offered £3 for every Indian killed or captured moving forward. 15 Resentment festered toward magistrates who defended Indians. A note was passed around Boston, purportedly written by a secret society, ABCD, which vowed death to Gookin and Thomas Danforth, those traitors to their king and country. As Christians we warn them to prepare for death, for though they will deservedly die, yet we wish the health of their souls. 16 A drunk veteran, Richard Scott, ranted that Gookin was an Irish dog that was never faithful to his country, the son of a whore, a bitch, a rogue, God confound him, and God rot his soul. If I could meet him alone I would pistol him. I wish my knife were in his heart. He and others planned to kill the Indians on the island, he continued, but some English dog discovered it, the devil will plague him. Determined to maintain order, the court fined Scott a staggering £150 and 17 pence. The council tried to tamp down anxiety while keeping the approximately 400 praying Indians on Deer Island fed and safe from vigilantes, who occasionally shot at them. On February 29 it ordered Captain Henchman to post 6 or 8 soldiers to prevent Indians from leaving the island so the people in those parts that are fearful of them may be quieted. At the same time, admitting that Deer Island lacks soil suitable for growing corn, it ordered him to redistribute the Indians over several islands, contracting with their English owners to provide sufficient land for planting. He was to ensure the Indians lived soberly and religiously and were employed in spinning, fishing, or other labor to pay for their confinement. 18. Samuel Shrimpton, who owned Deer Island, allowed 100 Indians to abide and plant free of charge, but Henry Mays, who owned land on Boston Harbor's Long Island, protested that his aged mother and wife lived in exceeding fear and dread of the Indians, having lost their all by the barbarism of the heathen. The council instructed henchmen to seize Mays's house, and Mays quickly relented. 19 But henchmen realized much more needed to be done, for the Indians were in great distress for want of food. They had only one fishing boat, so the council ordered him to impress another, making sure a colonist always escorted Indians using it and that its oars were secured at night. 20. All the while, colonists clamored for the removal of the few Indians remaining on the mainland, including some living in Dorchester. Such persons might assist the enemy, they claimed, being their own nation, to the great detriment if not utter ruin of our plantation. The council agreed to remove them. 21. The colonies were in dire straits. Unless things changed quickly, a merchant reported to England, the colonies will soon be ruined and forced to submit upon any terms to any that will protect them. Massachusetts's treasury was exhausted. Food was so scarce that without foreign supplies many must starve. 22 The minister Thomas Cobbett later claimed that around this time Algonquian leaders held a council at Mount Wachusett, the 2,000-foot summit overlooking the hills of northern Massachusetts. Cononchit, the young Narragansett sachem, recommended that they avoid fighting large bodies of colonial troops and instead dispatch war parties to burn towns and devastate food supplies, forcing Massachusetts to seek peace. But the confident sachems resolved to battle English forces wherever they found them. 23. Philip himself remained near the Hoosic River, north of Albany, seeking guns and ammunition from Dutch or French traders via Indian middlemen. Indians claimed he gave the Mohawks 300 fathoms of wampum to enlist their support. The captive Thomas Warner witnessed a gathering of what he estimated were 2,100 Indian warriors, including 500 French Indians with straws in their noses who appeared to be planning an offensive down the Connecticut Valley. If so, their plans were disrupted. Urged by the United Colonies, New York Governor Edmund Andros persuaded the Mohawks to attack Philip. Some 300 Mohawks assaulted Philip at Hoosic in early March, driving him away from his crucial ammunition supplies. 24. Connecticut, like New York, was eager to cooperate with Indian allies. Governor Winthrop encouraged Thomas Stanton to reward allied sachems, as another magistrate put it, for their service to Christ and his gospel in this war. Uncas, the Mohegan sachem, and Ninigret, whose eastern Niantics formed the core of a Narragansett faction that supported the English, should be encouraged to accept refugees, for many of the common people may have been unwillingly involved in the war and would surrender if promised good treatment. Connecticut sought to treat local Indians gently, wisely, and warily, that God may be with us. When Connecticut forces seized plunder from Ninigret, the council ordered it restored. Such efforts helped keep the colony's Indians loyal. 25. Plymouth took a more heavy-handed approach. The island Wampanoags had pledged allegiance to the king, and those on Cape Cod and around Mishpee and Manomet promised loyalty to Plymouth, but colonists still feared them. In December, Plymouth confined them to the Cape, prohibiting them from coming any nearer than Sandwich on pain of death or imprisonment. 26 After Indians raided Weymouth in February 1676, the colony ordered the Nemusket Wampanoags, including some praying Indians, to be interned on Clark's Island upon pain of death. It did recruit 20 Cape Wampanoags to serve in a company under Captain Michael Pierce. 27. Too late, Massachusetts recognized that its harsh policy regarding refugees had made the enemy desperate and helped escalate the war. In a remarkable about-face, it agreed that Indians who surrendered to Ninigret and Uncas would not be sold for slaves or lose their lives. But it still refused to recruit many praying Indians, except 6 scouts requested by Major Thomas Savage for an offensive against Manassas. 28. One of those scouts, Job Catananit, petitioned Massachusetts to let him travel to Hassanamsit to meet some praying Indians who had agreed to escape the Nipmucs with his children. 29 Permission was granted, but when General Dennison and Major Savage authorized him to proceed from the Army's base at Marlborough, an irate Captain Moseley objected that Catananit would alert the Nipmucs of the Army's approach. His protests so inflamed the troops that the officers sent horsemen to bring Catananit back. As it turned out, Catananit had reached Hassanamsit too late, and his family was not there. Disappointed, he returned to the army, which had marched west from Marlborough. Soon after, soldiers discovered 11 fugitives in the woods, Catananit's children, a widow taking care of them and her grown daughter, Catananit's 80-year-old father Naoas and brother Joseph Tuckaulipin, and Tuckaulipin's wife and 3 children. 30 Soldiers stole their blankets, kettles, dishes, and a pewter communion cup John Eliot had given Tuckaulipin, a pastor. 1. Jonathan Fairbanks, claimed Tuckaulipin's preteen daughter as a servant, pending a petition to the General Court. They brought the prisoners to Major Savage, who realized who they were and relayed them to Marlborough. English women gathered outside their quarters, taunting and threatening them. Terrified, Tuckaulipin's wife, 12-year-old son, and the widow and her daughter fled into the woods. A captain admitted being ashamed of what the English women did, saying if he was an Indian and so abused, he would have run away too. The remaining captives were brought to Boston and lodged in the home of Captain Nicholas Page, who provided milk for Tuckaulipin's starving infant. Eliot and Daniel Gookin visited them. "I am greatly distressed this day on every side," Tuckaulipin confessed. "The English have taken away some of my estate, my corn, cattle, my plow, cart chains, and other goods. The enemy's Indians have also taken a part of what I had, and the wicked Indians mock and scoff at me, saying, 'Now what is become of your praying to God?' The English also censure me and say I am a hypocrite. Now my dear wife and eldest son are, through the English threatenings, run away, and I fear will perish in the woods for want of food. Also, my aged mother is lost." He still had faith in God, he said, but not in the English. Page questioned him. Had he assisted the enemy? "The Nipmucs often solicited me," Tuckaulipin replied, "but I utterly denied and refused it. I thought within myself, it is better to die than to fight against the churches of Christ." He refused to demonize the Nipmucs, however, explaining that most simply wanted peace and would soon be in great straits for food. The authorities sent the group to Deer Island. The 4 who had escaped tried to survive in the wilderness, but Tuckaulipin's son died. It was 2 months before the others were rescued by a Christian Indian named Tom Napanit. 31. Savage's Massachusetts Army rendezvoused with Major Robert Treat's Connecticut forces at abandoned Brookfield before turning north toward Manamset. But the Algonquians were already preparing their getaway. Roland's son found her fellow captive, goodwife Jocelyn, who was 9 months pregnant and caring for a 2-year-old, contemplating escape. Roland's son protested that she would never survive the wilderness and exhorted her from Psalm 27, "Wait on the Lord. Be of good courage, and he shall strengthen thine heart." Indians later described what happened next. Jocelyn tried the patience of her captors by constantly begging to go home. Eventually they stripped her and formed a circle around her, her toddler in her arms. While she prayed, and captive children watched, they sang and danced. Then they attacked her and the toddler with hatchets. They threw the bodies onto a bonfire, threatening the children that if they tried to escape, they would suffer the same fate. Some praying Indians apparently escaped Manamset, including Captain Tom Utasakampanam, the former ruler of the Nipmuc praying towns, and his son Nehemiah. Afraid that soldiers would consider them hostile, they traveled toward Natick and Magancogue in hopes of meeting someone they knew. Roland's son was led north into a seemingly endless wilderness. "They marched on furiously with their old and with their young," she recalled. "Some carried their old decrepit mothers. Some carried one, and some another. 4 of them carried a great Indian upon a bier, but going through a thick wood with him, they were hindered and could make no haste. So they took turns carrying him on their backs. Hungry, wet, and cold, Roland's son felt dizzy, her knees weakening. She forced herself to eat but found it very hard to get down their filthy trash. Lowering herself to the cold ground, she opened her Bible to Jeremiah 31:16, where God told Israel not to weep, for they would return from captivity. She wept sweetly over this scripture, pouring out her heart to God. They reached the Pakhoeg River on Friday afternoon. Indians cut down trees, constructed rafts, and began ferrying people across that night. On the far side, Roland's son ate a broth boiled with an old horse's leg. She even enjoyed it. The crossing continued Saturday and Sunday. There were many hundreds, old and young, some sick, and some lame. Many had papooses at their backs, and women were laden with baggage. It was a snail's pace, but Indians teased her about the slower pursuit of the English army. It may be they will come in May, they joked. When her mistress Weetamua, the Pacasset sachem, ordered Mary to knit a pair of cotton stockings, Mary asked permission to rest, since it was Sunday, and do twice the work on Monday. Weetamua replied that if she did not work, they would break her face. 32. Meanwhile, ignoring the advice of their Indian scouts, Major Savage and his officers frittered away their time on a series of false trails, skirmishes, and ambushes. Not until Monday, when the Algonquians had finished crossing, did they approach the river. Nor did they attempt to pursue, to Roland's son's disgust. God did not give them courage or activity to go over after us, she lamented, exhibiting strange providence in preserving the heathen. The Algonquians continued west on the Mohawk Trail, Roland's son's heart sinking with every step, until they made camp at a great swamp. Indians were as thick as the trees, she observed from a hill. It seemed as if there had been 1,000 hatchets going at once. If one looked before one, there was nothing but Indians, and behind one, nothing but Indians, and so on either hand, I myself in the midst, and no Christian soul near me. The next day, they continued into the foothills until they reached Squakeag. The sight of English fields and roads encouraged her, but not for long. A solemn sight methought it was to see fields of wheat and Indian corn forsaken and spoiled, and the remainders of them to be food for our merciless enemies. 2 days later they crossed the Connecticut River and joined Philip's people, who had been driven from New York. When I was in the canoe, she recalled, I could not but be amazed at the numerous crew of pagans that were on the bank on the other side. When I came ashore they gathered all about me, I sitting alone in the midst. They laughed and talked excitedly while she wept. When a warrior asked why, she expressed fear that they would kill her. None will hurt you, he promised. They gave her peas and meal and brought her to Philip. He bade me come in and sit down and asked me whether I would smoke, she remembered, but this no way suited me. He asked her to make a shirt and hat for his son and afterward invited her to dinner. He gave her a pancake made of parched wheat, beaten and fried in bear's grease. It tasted better than anything she had ever eaten. 33. Savage's army arrived at Hadley around March 12. Soldiers accused his Indian scouts of alerting the enemy to their approach, but Chaplain Samuel Noel countered that if officers had listened to the scouts, they might have overtaken the enemy. Much to Noel's disgust, Hadley colonists forced the scouts to pay for their own food, unlike English soldiers. 2 days later enemy warriors assaulted nearby Northampton, penetrating its palisade at 3 points. They burned buildings and seized horses and sheep before colonial forces drove them off. 5 colonists were killed and 6 wounded. Perhaps a dozen Indians were killed. Major Savage now found himself in the same unenviable position as the Upper Connecticut Valley commanders Pynchon and Appleton before him. Colonists lived in very great fear amid constant Indian sightings, but whenever soldiers went after them, the Algonquians slipped away. He believed the enemy was desperate for food and would attempt to destroy the valley towns so they could safely plant and fish upriver. Hadley's pastor, John Russell, prepared his people for the onslaught. Colonists across New England were crying for their lives and all that is dear to them, he admitted. But they could entrust themselves to God, always pleading His covenant grace and mercy in taking us to be His people. To keep and comfort us when He leads us into the darkest valley of the shadow of. To heal our backslidings and love us freely. This hope is all we have to live on in this evil day, Russell acknowledged. My desire is we may be willing to do or suffer, live or die, remain in or be driven out from our habitations, as the Lord our God would have us. 34. Attacks accelerated as hungry Algonquians sought corn and cattle. During the night of March 2, Indians rummaged in abandoned houses and stole cattle at Groton, many of whose 60 families had fled. A few days later, Indians returned for corn, swine, and poultry, leaving a dead colonist stripped naked, his body mangled and dragged into the highway and laid on his back in a most shameful manner. 35. On March 13, 2 Indians were spotted on a nearby hill. Soldiers pursued and walked into an ambush that left 1 dead and 3 wounded. Warriors then counterattacked, seizing corn, cattle, and provisions and setting fire to the meeting house and other buildings. That night, as Algonquians celebrated within earshot of Groton's garrison, Minocco, the leading Nashaway warrior, called out to Groton's Captain James Parker, his former neighbor, suggesting they negotiate a peace treaty. Rumor had it that Minocco had forced Mary Rowland's son to marry him, and colonists despised him. The two men debated who was to blame for the war until a frustrated Minocco began mocking Christianity. "What will you do for a house to pray in now we have burnt your meeting house?" He had burned Lancaster and Medfield, he boasted, and if they rejected peace, he would do the same to Chelmsford, Concord, Watertown, Cambridge, Charlestown, Roxbury, and even Boston. "What me will, me do," he vowed. Only after the Algonquians withdrew did Major Simon Willard, the regional commander, arrive with reinforcements. His home was among 40 that were burned, and only the 4 garrison houses remained. The head of a colonist was mounted on a pole facing his land, his naked body nearby. Indians had dug up another man buried several days before and mounted his head and a leg on poles, and they had cut up a dead infant and fed it to pigs. Increase Mather brooded that another church had been destroyed by those who boasted of their opposition to God. "They have cast fire into the sanctuary," he later quoted from Psalm 74. "O God, how long shall the adversary reproach? Shall the enemy blaspheme thy name forever?" 36. Disasters came in rapid succession, fresh messengers hourly arriving to bring the doleful tidings of new massacres, slaughters, and devastations committed by the brutish heathens, reported merchant Nathaniel Saltonstall. 37 Andover, Chelmsford, and Concord were hit in the east, Westfield in the west. Ipswich minister William Hubbard blamed the Wamasets for killing 2 men at Chelmsford, claiming that Chelmsford's hostility had alienated them. 38 Troops intended for the Connecticut Valley were rerouted to protect the eastern towns, but General Dennison complained that Major Willard did little to prosecute the enemy. Men who were desperately needed for spring planting were consumed with garrison duty, transporting supplies, and improving fortifications. Massachusetts even explored the feasibility of building a 12-mile stockade between the Concord and Charles Rivers. 39. Warriors returned to Narragansett country, burning most of Warwick on March 17. A few days later, they destroyed what was left of Wickford, the site of Richard Smith's trading post. The claims of the Atherton Company and Rhode Island meant little now. 40 Rhode Island advised Providence's inhabitants to take refuge on Aquidneck Island and ordered that Indians be escorted by day and locked up at night. 41 Connecticut ordered fresh troops to prevent Narragansetts from reoccupying Narragansett country, promising recruits whatever persons or property they seized as plunder. 42 Plymouth dispatched Captain Pierce's company to protect Rehoboth. Indians raided within 3 miles of Plymouth town. A month earlier, William Clark had openly wished that all Indians might be hanged. When Increase Mather replied that their innocent blood would cry out, Clark invoked the words the Jews used when crucifying Christ, "Their blood be upon me and my children." On March 12 Wampanoags led by the local sachem Tittison, who had received many kindnesses from the Clarks, attacked Clark's house while he was in Plymouth, killing 11 people, including his wife and children. Mather remembered Clark's words. 43. Sunday, March 26, 1676, marked the new year in the colonists' Julian calendar and typically heralded spring, but this year it brought death and destruction. In Connecticut, warriors burned much of Simsbury. 44. Further north, in Massachusetts, 8 Indians targeted several English families and 18 soldiers escorting them to a church service in Springfield. Ambushing the tail of the column, they killed a man and a young woman, wounded 2 others, and captured 2 mothers, each with a small child. Soldiers tracked the warriors to the edge of a swamp the next day. The warriors tried to hack their captives to death with hatchets before fleeing, but one woman survived. She told her rescuers that according to the warriors, 3,000 Indians, including the praying Indian ruler Captain Tom, were at Pecumtuck, well supplied and reconciled with the Mohawks. 45. Other Indians descended on Marlborough, Massachusetts' eastern supply base. A colonist suffering a painful toothache stepped outside the meeting house during the afternoon service when he saw them coming and sounded the alarm. The garrison commander, Captain Samuel Brocklebank, focused on protecting the army's supplies, enabling Indians to burn about 30 buildings and kill or wound 3 colonists. That night, after reinforcements arrived, Lieutenant Richard Jacob and 40 men attacked the Algonquian camp, killing or wounding about 30 Indians. Among the dead was Nettis, one of Eliot's first converts, who had led the February attack on the Eames farm. 46. The greatest disaster that day occurred along the banks of the Blackstone River, north of Providence. Captain Michael Pierce's Plymouth Company had damaged an enemy force near the Pawtuxet River the previous day, and he set out with 80 men, including 20 Allied Wampanoags, to finish the job. He sent a message to Providence requesting reinforcements, but it was not delivered, and he had no idea he faced more than 1,000 warriors. As his men marched through the woods, they spotted wounded Indians and took off in pursuit. Within minutes, hundreds of Algonquians were upon them, triggering some of the bloodiest fighting of the war. For a while Pierce held his own, but he was gradually forced to withdraw toward the river to avoid being surrounded. Warriors had crossed to the far side, however, so he organized his men in a circle facing outward. One by one they were cut down. Pierce was shot in the leg. A praying Indian named Amos stood by him until the situation was hopeless, then slipped away. Pierce died with about 60 of his men, including 11 Wampanoags. According to informants, who claimed that 140 Indians were killed, warriors tied 2 captives to trees and Indian women whipped them almost to death. Then they cut off some of their flesh and put therein hot embers. It took Pastor Newman and Rehoboth colonists 3 days to bury the dead, filling Rehoboth with an awful expectation of what further evils were in store. 47. Plymouth called for 300 fresh troops and 100 Wampanoags, and Governor Winslow implored Massachusetts for aid, fearing our people will be cut in pieces. But Massachusetts was also under attack and had no troops to spare. 48. On March 28 hundreds of shouting warriors swept into Rehoboth, burning houses, barns and mills and taunting residents. They seized corn and fowl and drove off cattle, swine, sheep and horses. What they could not take, they destroyed. Colonists discovered cattle with their hindquarters cut off. About 66 buildings, including 40 homes, were burned, and 1 colonist was killed. The elderly John Kingsley lost his home and all his animals except 1 pig. Had not our God restrained them, they were enough to have swallowed us all up, he wrote a Connecticut pastor. I am not able to bear the sad stories of our woeful days, when the Lord made our wolfish heathen to be our lords. 49. The following morning, the Algonquians moved on to Providence, though few of its 500 residents remained. As warriors pillaged and burned, an Indian called for colonist Valentine Whitman to speak with them. Old Roger Williams hastened after Whitman. The town cried out to us not to venture, Williams recalled. My sons came crying after me. Whitman turned back, but, my heart to God and the country forced me to go. Williams spoke with 3 Indians, including Potuk, counselor to the Narragansett sachem Kapin, for an hour. This my ground which you have got from me, an Indian declared. They mocked that Englishmen fought like women and that the great God opposed them. They had 1,500 Narragansetts, Nipmucs, Wampanoags, and Valley Indians, and they intended to burn all the towns about Plymouth. Williams asked why they assaulted colonists who had always been kind neighbors to them. He looked back. This house of mine now burning before mine eyes hath lodged kindly some thousands of you these 10 years. They replied that Providence had proven itself their enemy by entertaining, assisting, guiding colonial forces. Williams retorted that Providence had entertained all Indians, being a thoroughfare town, but neither we nor this colony had acted hostility against them. They forgot they were mankind and ran about the country like wolves tearing and devouring the innocent and peaceable. They had no regard for their families, who would suffer the consequences, nor to God. Potuk and his companions confessed they were in a strange way but insisted the English had forced them to it. Furthermore, they were sure God was them and had forsaken us, Williams recalled, for they had so prospered in killing and burning us far beyond what we did against them. Williams retorted that the English had driven the Wampanoags and Philip out of his country and the Narragansetts out of their country and had destroyed multitudes of them, and God would help us to consume them. But Williams urged them to negotiate. I told them they knew many times I had quenched fires between the Bay and them, and Plymouth and Connecticut and them. And now I did not doubt, God assisting me, to quench this and help to restore quietness to the land again. They proposed that he cross the river to talk further, agreeing to a ceasefire and exchange of hostages. But back at the garrison house, Williams's neighbors tried to dissuade him. Some came running and affirmed that J. Lapham's house, on the way to the rendezvous, was full of Indians. When more homes went up in flames, Williams ventured out and accused the Indians of breaking their word. They replied that their warriors ignored their orders to desist. Eventually several came over, including the Narragansett Stonewall John, a Nipmuc sachem, and a stout Connecticut Valley sachem named Kutkin. Williams said the Narragansetts were responsible for the war because they broke the treaty requiring them to surrender their Wampanoag captives. Stonewall John replied that they heartily endeavored to surrender the captives, but the people were divided and could not effect it. That hardly justified a colonial invasion. You have driven us out of our own country and then pursued us to our great misery and your own, John continued. Threatened with starvation, they had no choice but to raid English towns for food. Williams tried a different approach. I told them if their sachems would propound something and cause a cessation, I would presently write to Boston. They could plant corn and feed their people. But Kutkin retorted that they cared not for planting these 10 years and would live upon the English. God was with them, and they had killed hundreds of colonists while losing few of their own people. Just look at Pierce's soldiers lying dead along the Blackstone River. Williams replied that it was no surprise that so many warriors could overcome 100 soldiers, but they were a cowardly people who dare not approach English strongholds and achieved success only by cheating and stealth. Given a fair chance, 100 Providence men could whip them that night. Kutkin accepted the challenge. We will meet you 100 to 100 tomorrow on the plain. Williams then boasted that Massachusetts could raise 10,000 soldiers, and if the Indians killed them, the king would send thousands more. The conversation was going nowhere. The Indians said they would talk again in a month. Meanwhile, they would move on to Plymouth. Williams lashed out that God would stop them or plague them hereafter except they repented of these their robberies and murders. But they remained courteous as he walked away, warning him to not go near the burned houses, where Indians might harm him, but go by the waterside. So Providence burned. A pacifist named Wright, known for great knowledge in the scriptures but of no particular professed sect, refused to shelter in a garrison house, believing that as long as he held his Bible, he was safe. Warriors ripped him open and put his Bible in his belly. A woman named Elizabeth Suckling was killed and laid in a barbarous manner not fit to be told. Having burned about 30 houses, the Indians left for Pawtuxet. "We see smoke rise from Pawtuxet and from my daughter Mercy's house in the woods," reported Williams. 50-51. With the towns around Narragansett Bay in ruins, Plymouth anticipated the imminent destruction of Taunton and Bridgewater. Frustrated that Massachusetts would not send aid, Plymouth Magistrate Thomas Hinckley warned Massachusetts Governor John Leverett that the Indians might deliberately be spreading misinformation about a concentration at Pecumtuck, while breaking in like a flood now upon us. If so, the flood would reach very quickly to your frontiers next us. Plymouth was doing its best to raise troops, but its towns remained virtually defenseless. "If God should please to put it into your hearts to join with us with some of your forces, it may do well," he pleaded. "However, if we be left to be a prey in their hand, God is righteous. Yet we desire to trust in his name when all other help fails." There was little Massachusetts could do, for its own towns were nearly as vulnerable as Plymouth's. Times had never been darker for New England's Puritans, and there was no end in sight. 52-19. Negotiations. March 1676 to May 1676. The invasion of Narragansett country had backfired spectacularly. Hundreds of colonists were dead, dozens were in captivity, and towns across New England were now smoldering ruins. War parties roamed freely, killing soldiers and seizing cattle and corn while colonists cowered in garrison houses. Reports came like Job's messengers, wrote William Harris of Rhode Island, telling of Indians burning houses, taking cattle, killing men and women and children, and carrying others captive, and the enemy triumphing and boasting that God was departed from the English and was with them. They said that because we so sinned against God, God would and did deliver us into their hands. For the English, thoughts of conquest gave way to a desperate struggle for survival. They even opened negotiations with the sachems. Their Indian allies complained that the English were cautious and inept. Harris was inclined to agree. "All the houses in the Narragansett country burnt, all at Warwick, all at Pawtuxet, and almost all burnt at Providence," he lamented. They had lost at least 1,000 horses, 2,000 cattle and many sheep. Yet Rhode Island did nothing to defend its territory. The wisest men were at their wits' end, to think what might become of themselves and families and the whole country won. Connecticut, which coveted Narragansett country, was doing something about it. It was also the only colony enjoying success. Beginning in March 1676, it regularly sent companies of English and Indian troops to hunt Narragansetts, offering plunder as a reward. They were usually led by Captain George Denison, a veteran cavalryman who had served under Oliver Cromwell in England. On March 30 Denison set out with 79 English and 100 Indians, including Pequots under Robin Cassasinnamon, Mohegans under Uncas's son Owaneco, and 20 of Ninigret's men led by the warrior Catopazet. They captured 2 elderly women who revealed that the Narragansett sachem Conquest, son of the great Miantonomo, was nearby. Scouts confirmed he was at the Blackstone River, supposedly diverting himself with the recital of Captain Pierce's slaughter. Denison ordered a strike. Detecting Denison's approach at the last moment, Conquest cast aside his blanket, a belt of wampum, and the red coat laid with silver lace that the English had given him in October. Then he fled. Catopazet recognized him and urged his men forward. Conquest dashed into the river, but his foot slipped on a stone and he tumbled into the water. He recovered, waded to the far bank, and ran. He made it another 150 yards before a Pequot overtook him. Exhausted, Conquest did not resist. 2 Breathless soldiers and warriors caught up. Few would forget the moment. Thomas Stanton's 22-year-old son Robert asked Conquest a question. "You much child, no understand matters of war," Conquest replied, mindful of his honor. "Let your brother or your chief come. Him I will answer." Finally Denison and other officers arrived. They offered Conanchit his life if he submitted, but he insisted his people would not surrender and he would rather die than face captivity. He simply asked to be killed by Owaneco, his equal. Having taken at least 45 Narragansetts, Denison brought Conanchit to Stonington. He should have sent him to Hartford, but officers and sachems protested that Connecticut might use him as a bargaining chip, and if it released him, he would wreak vengeance. So Denison turned him over to the Mohegans and Pequots for execution, knowing it would cement their loyalty and shatter any possibility of their reconciliation with the Narragansetts. Conanchit expressed gladness that he would die before his heart was soft or had spoken anything unworthy of himself. He refused to take any blame for the war and predicted that it would continue long after his death. 33 years earlier, Uncas had executed Maiantonimo at the behest of the English. Now Uncas's son Owaneco stood to kill Maiantonimo's son at the behest of the English. He denounced Conanchit as a rogue. Whereupon Conanchit at once flung open his garment and stretched out his arms before the Mohegans shot him. The Pequots quartered him, cut off his head, and sent it to Hartford. Ninigret's men buried the body. William Harris considered it fitting that God had given the father into the hands of Uncas and the son into the hands of Uncas's son, for both were monstrous proud and always treacherous. So O Lord, let all such thine enemies be defeated, he wrote. Ipswich minister William Hubbard later described Conanchit as a damned wretch who often opened his mouth to blaspheme the name of the living God, the ringleader of almost all this mischief, and great incendiary between the Narragansetts and us. Increase Mather thought it humbling that Conanchit was captured and killed by Indians, but rejoiced that it is now their interest to be faithful to the English, since their own countrymen will never forgive them. 3. Conanchit's killing offered colonists their first glimmer of hope in months, but it came amid further blows. On April 6 an epidemic claimed the life of Connecticut Governor John Winthrop, Jr. Acclaimed for his wisdom, real moderation, and charity, he was buried in Boston alongside his father with, in merchant Nathaniel Saltonstall's words, universal lamentation and all the honors that our distresses and distractions would allow. For Benjamin Thompson spoke in tribute, praising Winthrop as a governor, scientist, and human being. To describe his virtue, humility, and justice was to write God's moral law, Thompson eulogized, for all the law had its impression in his spotless heart. 5. The epidemic also killed the esteemed Major Simon Willard. Willard had been an advocate for praying Indians, and John Eliot lamented that his death left a serious void in Massachusetts' leadership. Eliot and magistrates Daniel Gookin, Thomas Danforth, and William Stoughton were heading to the islands to visit praying Indians on April 7 when a 14-ton shallop turned head and crashed into their smaller boat. I so sunk that I drank in salt water twice and could not help it, Eliot recalled. All were rescued, but some colonists suspected the crash was intentional, an attempt to assassinate the praying Indians' leading advocates. The shallop's captain received a hefty fine for negligence. 6. Meanwhile, Massachusetts' armies flailed about trying to find the enemy. We cannot meet with any body of them, their manner being to remove from place to place almost every day, its council reported to London, leaving their women and children in hideous swamps and obscure inaccessible places. And the men sometimes dispersing themselves in small parties all over the country. And then again on a sudden multitudes of them gathering together falls upon our outtowns. 7. On April 1 Massachusetts ordered Major Thomas Savage to march his army from the Connecticut Valley back to the east, attacking the Algonquian stronghold at Mount Wachusett on the waypoint 8. But when his Indian scouts reported that the enemy camp was very difficult to have access to by reason of thick woods and rocks and other fastnesses, the officers decided not to attack, pleading exhaustion and lack of supplies. When they reached Marlborough, colonists were so abusive towards Savage's Indian scouts that the scouts refused to lodge indoors. 9. Attacks continued almost daily. At Hadley, Indians killed 3 men and captured a 4th. Near Andover, they killed a colonist and captured his brother. They shot at colonists at Billerica, burned 2 houses near Braintree and razed 15 at Chelmsford. Warriors raided Bridgewater in Plymouth Colony, torching a house, barn, and lumber, pillaging homes, and seizing horses and pigs. Sometimes they displayed their antipathy toward English cattle. Once, according to Increase Mather, they took a cow, knocked off one of her horns, cut out her tongue. Another time they put a horse, ox, and other animals into a hovel and then set it on fire. Massachusetts had prohibited colonists from abandoning towns without permission, but now it urged the evacuation of frontier settlements. Groton, Lancaster, Mendon, and Marlborough were abandoned, but not without incident. On April 16, warriors ambushed a 2-mile column of 60 wagons carrying provisions from Groton, mortally wounding 2 soldiers. A few days later, warriors killed 2 colonists at Weymouth and Hingham, killed a colonist and burned 10 houses at Scituate, and killed or wounded 4 colonists south of Medfield. Fields lay unplanted, and colonists dreaded the specter of famine. 10. Officers had been urging Massachusetts to recruit more praying Indians, but the council had refused, mindful of the public mood. But it could not fail to notice that the only colonial forces enjoying success were Connecticut's combined Indian-English forces. On April 14 the council finally reversed its self-defeating policy. It ordered Captain Samuel Hunting to recruit a company of praying Indians and deploy them to the Merrimack Valley. 11. Plymouth had called up 300 English troops and 100 Wampanoags for an expedition to relieve Rehoboth, but too few showed up, forcing the council to call it off. 12 I am exceedingly afflicted to think that we should so reel and stagger in our councils as drunken men, and that so precious a people as Rehoboth should be so forsaken by us, for our own selfish interests. John Cotton Jr. wrote his fellow minister Thomas Whalley. 13 Whalley shared Cotton's despondency but pointed out that Wampanoags who might have proved faithful and been a help to us had been much grieved and alienated when Plymouth sold Wampanoag women into slavery. They see we cannot so easily raise arms as send away poor squaws. The country about us is troubled and grieved at this action, accounting it very unreasonable. Some fear we have paid dear for former acts of severity, and how dear we may yet pay, God knows. 14. Unable to defend Rehoboth, Taunton, and Bridgewater, Plymouth reversed long-standing policy and encouraged residents to evacuate the towns. Surprisingly, they refused. Rehoboth declared that evacuation would jeopardize the interest of Christ amongst us. God had called them to this land, and abandoning it would expose his name and people to reproach from the blasphemous heathen, who will much embolden themselves hereby to get more ground of us. They were also loath to lose a considerable quantity of English grain and feared being ambushed on the road. In any case, the ultimate cause of their suffering was their sin, and they could hardly leave that behind. What will you do with our sins, they wrote. Should we bring them with us? Will not both yourselves and us be endangered thereby? 15. Taunton echoed these arguments, declaring that abandoning their land would give the adversary occasion to triumph over us, to the reproach of that great and fearful name of our God. And would not his wrathful hand follow us and find us out whithersoever we flee? They had no choice but to trust God. Here we have sinned, and here we submit ourselves to suffer. 16 Bridgewater's pastor James Keith implored Plymouth magistrate Thomas Hinckley to pray hard for us, for prayer must be our battle axe, and we are in expectation every day of an assault. 17. Privately, Rehoboth pastor Noah Newman admitted that his town was not as unified as their letter implied. Sundry amongst us upon the desolation by fire began to conclude there was no subsisting, he admitted. Yet a removal will involve us in such new cares and hurries that we shall forget the Lord's controversy with us. Although their homes lay in ashes, he thought they should have been more concerned about repenting for the sins, which occasioned such judgment. He boldly requested prayer that God would not cease afflicting us until they were transformed according to his will. 18. Plymouth's efforts to raise troops were so futile that when Massachusetts suggested a joint deployment of praying Indians along their common frontier, as proposed by the Punkapoag Indian pastor William Ahoughton, it had to decline. Not only did it fear its Wampanoags would be corrupted by the enemy, but it was unable to provide enough English soldiers to accompany them. We must at present do no more but scout about our towns with what diligence we can, it conceded. We are in a very sore condition, and the spirits of our people begin to run low. 19. In captivity, Mary Rowlandson saw firsthand how enemy Algonquians experienced the war. Often their kindness surprised her. When it rained, they allowed her to sleep in a wigwam even as many Indians had to remain outside. Once, she got lost traveling to visit her son, Joseph, but though I was gone from home and met with all sorts of Indians, and those I had no knowledge of, and there being no Christian soul near me, yet not one of them offered the least imaginable miscarriage to me. Quinapin, her Narragansett master, eventually brought her to Joseph. Another time, a woman generously gave her bear meat and allowed her to cook it in her kettle. Others gave her part of an unborn fawn, so young and tender that one might eat the bones as well as the flesh. 20. Sometimes Indians refused to give her food or allow her inside their wigwams. One evening she was excluded from a fire circle, and when she protested, a man threatened to run her through with his sword. She was turned away from wigwam after wigwam until an elderly couple welcomed her to their fire and fed her. Another time, when she moved some burning wood, an angry woman flung a handful of ashes in her eyes. The pain was intense and she briefly feared she might never see again. Sometimes Indians made up terrifying stories, saying they had eaten her son or killed her husband, or that he had remarried. There is not one of them that makes the least conscience of speaking of truth, she later vented. She was encouraged when Quinapin confided that he planned to sell her to her husband. The realization that they were heading south much cheered my spirit, she recalled, and made my burden seem light and almost nothing at all. But her hopes were dashed when Weetamua, her Pecasset mistress, turned back, taking Rowlandson with her. Rowlandson felt she would have rather died, for Quinapin seemed to me the best friend that I had of an Indian. I began to think that all my hopes of restoration would come to nothing. She despised Weetamua, describing her as a severe and proud dame who spent every day in dressing herself neat as much time as any of the gentry of the land, powdering her hair and painting her face, going with necklaces, with jewels in her ears and bracelets upon her hands. Weetamua was a prominent sachem, but Rowlandson never acknowledged this, perhaps because Weetamua was female. One Sunday morning, Weetamua discovered Rowlandson reading her Bible instead of helping with preparations for the day's journey. Furious, she threw the book outside the wigwam. When Rowlandson complained that her load was too heavy, Weetamua slapped her face. Another time, when Rowlandson disobeyed, Weetamua swung a large stick at her head. Rowlandson felt no sympathy when Weetamua's son died. Longing for family, friends, and home, she was callous toward Indian suffering. 21. Suffer they did, especially from hunger. They ate nuts and acorns, artichokes, lily roots, ground beans, and several other weeds and roots, and things a hog or a dog would hardly touch, she recalled. They would pick up old bones and cut them to pieces at the joints, and if they were full of worms and maggots, they would scald them over the fire to make the vermin come out, and then boil them and drink up the liquor, and then beat the great ends of them in a mortar, and so eat them. They would eat horses' guts and ears and all sorts of wild birds which they could catch, also bear, venison, beaver, tortoise, frogs, squirrels, dogs, skunks, rattlesnakes, yeah, the very bark of trees. Yet she was impressed at their ability to survive, for she never saw an Indian die of starvation. It discouraged her that instead of turning his hand against them, the Lord feeds and nourishes them up to be a scourge to the whole land. 22. The Indians would not last long this way. Ordinarily, during spring they migrated to fishing places, they would catch and store enough fish to feed them until they could harvest their corn, beans, and squash. But what if the English prevented them from fishing or planting crops? No matter how many towns they destroyed or soldiers they killed, if they could not eat, they would lose. This convinced some sachems that it was time to use Rowlandson and other captives as bargaining chips to negotiate peace. Philip had nothing to gain from this, but other sachems blamed him for the war and decided to act without him. They would bargain from a position of strength. As it happened, Joseph Roland's son had been trying to recover his wife, but no praying Indians were willing to risk their lives carrying a message. Finally, in late March, John Hoare, the Concord colonist who had tried to protect the Nashoba praying Indians from being moved to Deer Island, recruited Tom Nepanet and Peter Tuininga of Nashoba to deliver a letter from Massachusetts Governor John Leverett to the sachems. 3 sachems, including Shoshanim of Nashaway and Kutkin from the Connecticut Valley, dictated a response to the praying Indian teacher Peter Jethro. They were willing to negotiate, they explained, because they knew the English were on their backside. Because you know and we know your heart great sorrowful with crying for your lost, many hundred men and all your house and all your land and woman, child, and cattle. 23. Meanwhile, Weetamoo finally headed east toward Mount Wachusett, where Quinnapan was. Hunger had severely weakened Roland's son, now an experienced beggar. Sometimes I got enough and did eat till I could eat no more, yet I was as unsatisfied as I was when I began, she later wrote. Recrossing the Pakurog River almost proved too much. The water was up to the knees, and the stream very swift and so cold that I thought it would have cut me in sunder. I was so weak and feeble that I reeled as I went along and thought there I must end my days at last. Afterward, when she was informed of the governor's letter, she could scarcely believe it. My strength seemed to come again and recruit my feeble knees and aching heart. When she saw men with hats, white neckcloths, and sashes about their waists, and ribbons upon their shoulders, she momentarily hoped they were colonists come to redeem her. But there was a vast difference between the lovely faces of Christians and the foul looks of these heathens, she later wrote. After 3 days and many weary steps, she saw Mount Wachusett. But as they traversed a swamp, up to the knees in mud and water, she feared she might sink and never rise again, only for Philip himself to take her hand. 2 weeks more and you shall be mistress again, he promised. Was it really true, she asked. Yes, and quickly you shall come to your master again. She would never forget his compassion. After they arrived at Wachusett, Quinnapan brought her water to wash and then a mirror to see how she looked. One of his older wives gave her a mess of beans and meat and a little ground nut cake, leaving her wonderfully revived. Weetamoo even gave her a sleeping mat and a good rug for a blanket, which Roland's son claimed was the first time I had any such kindness from her. She figured that Weetamoo was hoping for a reward when her captive was redeemed. When Nepanet and Tuininga arrived with another letter from the governor, Roland's son nearly forgot herself. Though they were Indians, I got them by the hand and burst out into tears. My heart was so full that I could not speak to them. But recovering myself, I asked them how my husband did, and all my friends and acquaintances. The sachems called her into their council and asked what they should request for her ransom. Shoshanim instructed a praying Indian, probably John Eliot's former assistant James Printer, what to write. I am sorry that I have done much wrong to you, he declared, taking a less strident tone than before, yet I say the fault is lay upon you, for when we began quarrel at first with Plymouth men, I did not think that you should have so much trouble as now is. They offered to release Roland's son for £20. Massachusetts Council received this letter on April 27 and quickly dispatched John Hoare with £20 and other goods. 24. Roland's son despised praying Indians like Peter Jethro and James Printer for helping the enemy. She was even more vitriolic toward praying Indians who fought the English. One, she recalled, wore a necklace strung with Christians' fingers. But she did not regard such people as Christians. When one confided that eating horse meat had violated his brother's conscience, she scoffed that his conscience was as large as hell, for he killed poor Christians. While awaiting Massachusetts' response, the Algonquians held a powwow. Roland's son watched as a man kneeled on a deerskin while others kneeled around him. At the end of every sentence in his speaking they all assented, humming or muttering with their mouths and striking upon the ground with their hands and sticks. Next to him stood an Indian with a gun. Then they bade him with the gun go out of the ring, which he did, but when he was out, they called him in again. But he seemed to make a stand. Then they called the more earnestly, till he returned again. Then they all sang. They gave him a second gun and repeated the ritual. This time when they called, he stood reeling and wavering as if he knew not whither he should stand or fall, or which way to go. Then they called him with exceeding great vehemency, all of them, one and another. After a little while he turned in, staggering as he went, with his arms stretched out, in either hand a gun. All sang and rejoiced exceedingly, assenting to his words. 25. Roland's son did not know it, but they had decided to attack Sudbury. 20 miles from Boston, Sudbury lay on the road to Marlborough and the Connecticut Valley. Most of the town lay east of the Sudbury River, but a few garrison houses and a mill were to the west. It had about 80 soldiers. Captain Samuel Wadsworth and 50 soldiers passed through on their way to Marlborough on April 20. Had he known that hundreds of Algonquians were approaching, he might have stayed. The following morning, around first light, Indian warriors set fire to buildings on both sides of the river and attacked Deacon Haynes's 2-story brick garrison house on the west bank. They charged with great force and fury, killing 2 soldiers, but suffered considerable slaughter before falling back. 26 When news of the attack reached Concord, 12 men set out to investigate. Spotting Indians in a meadow near the Haynes house, they brazenly attacked. Indians killed or captured them all. 3 miles west of town, 18 cavalrymen under Captain Edward Cowell were marching from Marlborough to Boston when hundreds of Indians ambushed them, killing 4 soldiers and wounding another. 27. It was reported that 1,500 warriors were involved in the attack, and nearby towns scrambled to send reinforcements. A few dozen marched from Watertown, while Major Daniel Gookin dispatched Captain Hunting's praying Indians and troopers led by Corporal Solomon Phipps. Captain Wadsworth, who had relieved Lancaster in February, had his exhausted soldiers retrace their steps from Marlborough, accompanied by troops under Captain Samuel Brocklebank. A mile from town, they spotted 100 Indians moving through the trees and pursued them toward some wooded hills. Suddenly as many as 500 Indians rose around them, yelling and shooting. The soldiers struggled to the top of Green Hill where, surrounded, they held out desperately. 28. Their approach may have helped Sudbury, because around 1 p.m. warriors pulled back from the Haynes house and began withdrawing from the east side of the river. The Watertown soldiers arrived, joined some Sudbury men, and drove 200 Indians over the river in a running flight, recapturing most of their plunder and seizing the bridge near the Haynes house. Smoke and gunfire around Green Hill, half a mile distant, indicated that Wadsworth's men were fighting for their lives. Hoping to rescue them, officers launched an attack across the river. They encountered tenacious resistance. When they attempted to fight through, warriors moved around their flanks, threatening to cut them off from the river. We stayed so long that we were almost encompassed, soldiers Daniel Warren and Joseph Pierce recalled. The English finally withdrew to the Goodenough garrison house, a quarter-mile southeast of Green Hill. 29. By then it was nearly dark. Wadsworth's men had been fighting for almost 4 hours. 5 were dead, though the Indians also suffered heavy casualties. Now the Algonquians changed tactics, lighting fires in the dry underbrush. As flames licked their way up the hill, the heat and smoke became too much to bear. Soldiers broke in disorder, fleeing southwest toward Noyes Mill, half a mile away. Warriors cut down soldier after soldier, including Wadsworth and Brocklebank. A soldier hiding in the underbrush saw a comrade captured. A warrior mocked him, "Come Lord Jesus, save this poor Englishman, if thou canst, whom I am now about to kill." He then proceeded to knock him down and leave him dead. Fewer than 15 Englishmen made it to the mill. Corporal Phipps impetuously rode to their relief with 6 troopers, but the enemy blocked his path. Further slaughter seemed imminent until Captain Cowell arrived with reinforcements. The Indians withdrew, enabling the soldiers to rescue Wadsworth's wounded and weary survivors. 30. Hunting's praying Indians, including the former pastor and spy Job Catananit, arrived that evening. They were ordered to scout the west side of the river the next day. In preparation, they removed their English clothing and painted themselves. But when they crossed in the morning, the enemy was gone. According to Gookin, some wept when they saw so many English lie dead, some of whom they knew personally. Soldiers arrived to bury the bodies, including those of Wadsworth and Brocklebank. Warren and Pierce searched for the Concord men. We went in the cold water up to the knees, where we found 5, and we brought them in canoes to the bridge foot and buried them there. 31. The Algonquians passed by Marlborough on their way back to Mount Wachusett. Lieutenant Richard Jacob heard gunfire, then watched as they gave a shout and came in sight upon the Indian hill, great numbers. They signaled how many men they had killed, one calling and others whooping 74 times in response. All that day they plundered, seized cattle, and burned buildings, while Jacob's 46 soldiers watched helplessly. The town is wholly consumed, excepting 4 garrisons, he reported. Soon Marlborough too would be abandoned. 32. The Battle of Sudbury was one of the largest of the war, with 200 colonial soldiers fighting more than 1,000 Algonquians. At least 55 soldiers were dead or missing, and more were wounded. They claimed to have killed more than 100 Indians, but the Algonquians denied that there were more than a handful of casualties. 33. They sent a scornful message, warning colonists that they intended to dine with us upon the election day. That was May 3.34. Mary Rowlandson was present when Quinnapin and his warriors returned, boasting of their exploits. An English prisoner admitted they made sad work at Sudbury. But Rowlandson thought the warriors seemed subdued. They came home without that rejoicing and triumphing over their victory which they were wont to show at other times, but rather like dogs which have lost their ears. When they went, they acted as if the devil had told them that they should gain the victory, and now they acted as if the devil had told them they should have a fall. A warrior gave her pork and ground nuts. While she was eating, an Indian warned, "He seems to be your good friend, but he killed 2 Englishmen at Sudbury, and there lie their clothes behind you." She turned and saw bloody clothes, with bullet holes. But the warrior and his wife were kind to her. If I went to their wigwam at any time, they would always give me something, and yet they were strangers that I never saw before. She feared that the battle would jeopardize her ransom. On the last day of April, however, Indians suddenly ordered her inside a wigwam, and warriors rushed off with guns. A colonist rode up. They shot over his horse, and under and before his horse, and they pushed him this way and that way at their pleasure, showing what they could do. It was John Hoare, and he had come with Tom Nepanet to ransom her. She feared for his life, but the Indians did not harm him, which she credited to God's power over the heathen. He brought gifts from Joseph, including a pound of tobacco. 35. The following evening, the Indians held a dance in a large wigwam. Quinnapin was dressed in his Holland shirt, with great laces sewed at the tail of it. He had his silver buttons, his white stockings, his garters were hung round with shillings, and he had girdles of wampum upon his head and shoulders. Weetamoo had a kersey coat, and covered with girdles of wampum from the loins upward. Her arms from her elbows to her hands were covered with bracelets. There were handfuls of necklaces about her neck, and several sorts of jewels in her ears. She had fine red stockings and white shoes, her hair powdered and face painted red. 2 people were singing and knocking on a kettle, and others kept hopping up and down, one after another, tossing wampum to bystanders in a display of generosity. After several hours, Rowlandson lay down in Quinnapin's wigwam. James Printer brought word that Quinnapin would release her if Hoare added a pint of liquor to her redemption price. Hoare consented, knowing the Sachem still had to approve her ransom. Philip promised to put in a good word for her if she secured him 2 coats and 20 shillings in money, and half a bushel of seed corn and some tobacco. I thanked him for his love, she later recalled. Late that night, Quinnapan came ranting into the wigwam. He toasted Hoare as a good man, only to exclaim soon after that he was a rogue who should be hanged. Roland's son had not seen an Indian drunk before and trembled when he bid her approach, but he merely offered her a toast. Then he chased his younger wife around the wigwam, money jingling at his knees. Eventually he contented himself with an older wife, so Roland's son and Hoare were no more troubled. But anxiety kept her awake. What would the sachems decide? What would become of her children? 36. The sachems held a council the next day. Roland's son claimed that Philip refused to attend, but if so, he eventually came around. Philip, Shoshanim, the female Narragansett sachem Kayapin, the Shawimit sachem Pomam, and others wrote a letter offering to suspend their attacks if Massachusetts promised to let them plant at Quaboag, Mendon, Groton, and other abandoned towns. They would fight no more but in their own defense, as Hoare later put it, and would free Roland's son as a gesture of good faith. She was surprised that they seemed much to rejoice in her release, no doubt confident their peace offer would be accepted. They shook her hand, requested bread or tobacco, and gave her a hood and scarf for her journey. 37. After 82 days in captivity, she could hardly believe she was going home. Tears flowed freely. But she grew solemn when her party reached burned-out Lancaster. There had I lived many comfortable years amongst my relations and neighbors, and now not one Christian to be seen, nor one house left standing. Arriving in Concord the next morning, she was filled with joy to see such a lovely sight, so many Christians together. But I was not without sorrow, to think how many were looking and longing, and my own children amongst the rest, to enjoy that deliverance that I had now received, and I did not know whether ever I should see them again. There were many anxious inquiries about loved ones. She had to inform a brother-in-law that his wife was dead, her body consumed by the flames that had devoured the Roland's son house. She was reunited with her husband in Boston, grateful to be among tender-hearted and compassionate Christians. But she admitted that the Indians had treated her far better than expected. I have been in the midst of those roaring lions and savage bears that feared neither God nor man nor the devil, by night and day, alone and in company, sleeping all sorts together, she would write, yet not one of them ever offered me the least abuse of unchastity to me, in word or action. Her return was celebrated as an answer to prayer and the smile of Providence, an impression strengthened when Thomas Eames's son also escaped captivity. That very day, however, Indians killed Thomas Kemble and another man near the Merrimack River and captured Kemble's wife and 5 children. Roland's son knew that Indian morale remained high. They would boast much of their victories, saying that in 2 hours' time they had destroyed such a captain and his company at such a place, and such a captain and his company in such a place, and such a captain and his company in such a place, and boast how many towns they had destroyed, and then scoff and say they had done them a good turn, to send them to heaven so soon. They intended to kill all the English, drive them into the sea, or make them fly the country. 38. Connecticut also initiated negotiations in late March 1676, though it insisted to the sachems that it had not wronged the Indians nor injured them in the least so as to cause them to take arms against us. Requesting an exchange of captives, Connecticut promised that if any Indians desire any treaty with us and can make appear that they have been wronged by any of the English, we shall endeavor to have that wrong rectified and hear any propositions. It guaranteed their safe conduct, for we are men of peace and willing to farther peace with all our neighbors. 39. Connecticut negotiated from a stronger position than did Massachusetts. Captain George Dennison's English Indian force killed or captured 76 Indians in Narragansett country in late April without losing a single soldier. When Connecticut learned that Massachusetts wanted to abandon Westfield, Hatfield, and Northampton to focus on defending Springfield and Hadley, it protested that the Indians have a great ambition to possess those parts and would quickly commence planting. We would be loath to see that day and to lose such good neighbors, Christian, for heathen. 40. The Connecticut Valley now had an unlikely commander. Captain William Turner was a tailor who had immigrated to Massachusetts in 1643. His role establishing a Baptist church in Boston got him imprisoned for 30 weeks in 1668 before a public outcry led to his release, and he was briefly imprisoned again in 1670. When war broke out, Turner, now in his 50s, organized a company of volunteers, but the colony denied him a commission. Finally, the government decided it needed all the help it could get, and Turner found himself a captain. 41. Like his predecessor, John Pynchon, Captain Turner wanted to be relieved of command. His 150 men were in great distress for want of shirts, stockings, shoes, and drawers. His health was poor, and his wife, Mary, was impoverished at home. I should be glad if there might be some fitter person found for this employment, for I much doubt my weakness of body and my often infirmities will hardly suffer me to do my duty, he wrote his government. 42. It did not help that 3,000 Indians were reported at Pecumtuck, who though bare of provisions and clothing, were well furnished with ammunition from the Dutch. On the other hand, an Indian captive claimed most wanted peace. Some were even willing to bring in Philip's head to end the war. 43. On April 29 an envoy reached Connecticut from the senior Narragansett sachem Pesicus at Squakeag, saying Pesicus was thankful that the English desired peace and wanted to hear what they had to say. He had long been a friend to the English and still did not understand why they attacked his people. He believed many Indians would surrender in exchange for freedom. 44. Upriver, Captain Turner, Pastor John Russell, and Hadley's leaders were eager to attack. It is strange to see how much spirit appears in our men to be out against the enemy, they reported. They are daily moving for it and would fain have liberty to be going forth this night. The enemy is now come so near us that we count we might go forth in the evening and come upon them in the darkness of the same night. It is the general voice of the people here that now is the time to distress the enemy, and that could we drive them from their fishing and keep out though but lesser parties against them, famine would subdue them. 45. Nevertheless, Connecticut wanted to attempt peace. It wrote Pesicus on May 1, promising that if the sachems brought their captives to Hadley within 8 days, colonial representatives would negotiate with them. Connecticut had good relations with its Indians, it pointed out, they know we never used to break our promises to Indians. It warned colonial leaders at Hadley not to attack whilst the treaty with them is in hand, lest it endanger the lives of captives. 46. The previous few months had been devastating, but negotiations offered a glimmer of hope. With both colonists and Indians desiring peace, perhaps New England's agony would finally come to an end. 20. New England's reckoning. May 1676. There was only one way to interpret the cataclysm destroying New England, as far as colonists were concerned, it was God's judgment. Various are men's thoughts why God hath suffered it, one later wrote. All acknowledge it was for sin one, but what sins? There was no shortage of opinions, yet all could agree that the Indians were God's enemies and would ultimately be defeated. Edward Perry, a Quaker, brooded on the horrible cruelty, bloodshed and torment inflicted by Indians as he warmed himself by his hearth one morning in March 1676. It reminded him of how the colonies once whipped, mutilated, and executed Quakers. Come New England, he declared in a tract written in God's voice, thou that accountest thyself to be my people. Hast thou lived according as thou hast professed? Had not the clergy turned thee from my power into the power of Satan, the grand original of all cruelty? The war was New England's punishment, and my hand will I not withdraw until I have avenged the blood of my servants too. Few Puritans took such rhetoric seriously, for they believed persecuting the Quakers was God's will. But neither did everyone agree with the young Boston minister Increase Mather's calls for strictly enforced moral reforms, including laws prohibiting Quaker meetings, and for churches to formally renew their covenants. The 55-year-old William Hubbard, Ipswich's minister, doubted that anyone could discern precisely why God was angry. And it was Hubbard, not Mather, whom the General Court invited to preach its annual election sermon on May 3, 1676. Much of Hubbard's sermon summarized the Puritan view of society: governments should protect true religion, disparities of wealth, education, and vocation were essential to order and prosperity, liberty to elect their rulers was one of the highest civil privileges a people can enjoy, and they should elect wise men who feared God, loved justice, and rejected extremism. He rebuked those who were contentious about religious matters. For all necessary and fundamental truths, we cannot be too resolved in contention, he admitted, but wise and good men needed freedom to disagree about opinions of less certainty and moment. For example, Baptists were orderly and peaceable and deserved lenience. Point 3. The most important matter facing voters was management of the war. There is nothing more easy than to begin a war, he observed, but nothing more difficult than to manage it aright or bring it to a good issue. He delicately questioned whether the colonists had provoked God's wrath by seeking war too eagerly, but he did not press the issue. I judge charitably of the present auditors and dare not censure others. But he returned to the subject later. Governments should take great care to avoid unnecessary war, for war is on one side an heinous evil or murder, on both it is a judgment, he declared. Perhaps imprudences, indiscretion, and want of faith in God's promises, not asking counsel at God's oracle had caused the war. We must do no wrong to the innocent, be they Indians or English. He urged colonial leaders not to seek a spiritual explanation for every defeat. Upon serious thoughts, the sad losses and slaughter that have befallen this poor country in the present war can be imputed to nothing more than to the contempt of our enemies, or overweening thoughts of our own skill and courage. Soldiers were ambushed because they lacked the skill of their opponents, who shrewdly used the woods to their advantage. Point 4. He also warned them not to jump to false conclusions, making God speak that by his providence which never entered into his heart. No one should confuse God's truth with the private apprehensions of ourselves or our own party. Some men claimed New England was too tolerant, others claimed the contrary, and Hubbard urged humility. Practicing charity was unlikely to provoke God's wrath. There were many commonplace sins, but state and church already combated these by executing wholesome laws and church censures. And while younger colonists were often criticized for their spiritual failures, they had generously given themselves to the work and service of their generation. He pointed out that God's people sometimes suffered for reasons other than sin. For example, the early church had been faithful amid horrible persecution, and such faithfulness persuaded many of the truth of the gospel. God might have a similar purpose in mind for his servants in the first planting of the gospel in the West. Perhaps he was using hardship to train them in virtue or military skill. There were other possible causes. There hath been some things objected against the proceedings with the Indians, he admitted, relating both to the present war and former peace. But he shrank from assertions that might antagonize the magistrates. I intend not to meddle with things out of my line or above my sphere. 5. What, then, should they do? Obviously God hath a controversy with New England, but how could they repent if they did not know the cause of his wrath? Hubbard suggested they repent of what all agreed was sinful, spiritual pride and worldliness, which neither civil nor ecclesiastical censures can reach. Pride provoked conflict, turning magistrates and people against each other. Left unchecked, it would make them turn Indians. Worldliness spurred obsession with land and wealth. They that first came over hither for the gospel could not well tell what to do with more land than a small number of acres, yet now men more easily swallow down so many hundreds and are not satisfied. Hunger for land led them into the wilderness where there were no churches. Like the biblical Lot, who chose to live among the Canaanites, they were too ready to exchange the kingdom of heaven for earthly possessions. No wonder God was using a foolish nation they despised to cut them off from the world and from new plantations. They spoke contemptibly of the Indians, as if one of us could drive hundreds of them, and perhaps they once could, when God put the dread of us upon them. No more. These things may seem harsh, yet when the Lord is crying aloud in his providence, who can but prophesy, He asked, quoting the biblical prophet Amos. 6. It all came down to lack of love. Echoing John Winthrop's forgotten discourse on charity, Hubbard called on colonists to put off this private selfish worldly spirit and put on humility and charity and manifest a public spirit. Love would heal all our divisions, reform all our vices, root out all our disorders, make up all our breaches. He finally reached his climax. I tell you, if we could set up such a bank of Christian charity in New England, it would prove a richer storehouse than all the Spanish mines or banks of Venice or Amsterdam. It would make our forces, however weak in themselves, become a host like the host of God, though not in numbers, yet in virtue and power, against which our enemies should not be able to stand up. Were our Jerusalem thus compacted together, the gates of hell with all their instruments would never be able to undermine it or prevail against it. 7. The sermon was well received. The court approved it for publication. Many appreciated its message that they simply had to stay the course, trusting that God would crush his enemies under their feet. 8 Voters re-elected most magistrates and deputies, with one prominent exception. For the first time in 24 years, Daniel Gookin, widely resented for his advocacy for praying Indians, was turned out of office. 9. Hubbard's unwillingness to advocate legislative reform and covenant renewal frustrated Mather. New England is in sad estate, Mather wrote in his diary on May 9, 1676, the war with the Indians still having little success and the people demonstrated no fitness for deliverance. 10 The latest calamity was the epidemical diseases, which sin hath brought upon us, he later wrote. I cannot hear of one family in New England that hath wholly escaped the distemper. We in Boston have seen a sad and solemn spectacle, coffins meeting one another, and 3 or 4 put into their graves in one day. In the month of May, about 50 persons are deceased in this town. 11 Stamford, Connecticut, buried 6 people in 1 week and had about 100 sick at once, according to John Bishop. The sword bereaved abroad. At home here was death. 12. Mather was writing a book in which he intended to show that the war was God's judgment on New England for breaking its covenant. But Hubbard's sermon so roiled him that he set it aside to write a tract, an earnest exhortation to the inhabitants of New England, to hearken to the voice of God in his late and present dispensations. He worked on it almost every day, finishing on May 16. The situation was far graver than people realized, he argued. God was warning New England to repent, or he would forsake them and leave the land desolate without an English inhabitant. Had God's judgment been in vain? Is it nothing that widows and fatherless have been multiplied among us? That in a small plantation we have heard of 8 widows, and 26 fatherless children in one day? How can we speak of such things without bleeding lamentations? It was utterly humiliating that New England should be brought so low in so short a time. By such vile enemies, by the heathen, yea, the worst of the heathen. And when there are so many evils visible and manifest, it is the subtlety of Satan to persuade men that this judgment cometh for some one secret sin, he argued, in a thinly veiled critique of Hubbard. Do not say that the ministers of God cannot tell you why this judgment is come. How then could they give you faithful warning thereof long enough before it came? God had confirmed the word of his servants so people would know they spoke for him. 13. Mather suggested that since God was using the heathen to punish them, their sin was probably heathenism. How many people claimed to be Christians but were no better than heathens in heart and in conversation? How many families that live like profane Indians without any family prayer? How many settlements lacked churches? He enumerated their manifold sins, including conflict, perjury, Sabbath breaking, economic exploitation, failure to support their ministers, religious formalism, sensuality, drunkenness, pride, immodesty, and ostentatious clothing. The prophet Isaiah warned that God would strip the daughters of Israel because of their pride. Hath not the Lord fulfilled this threatening when the Indians have taken so many and stripped them naked as in the day that they were born? Isaiah said God would make them stink. Is not this verified when poor creatures are carried away captive into the Indians' filthy and stinking wigwams, where they were exposed to the burning heat of the sun, and burnt and tanned thereby till they become of an hue like unto these Indians. On one point he agreed with Hubbard: land hath been the idol of many in New England. Whereas the first planters were satisfied with 1 acre for each person, as his propriety, and after that with 20 acres for a family, now have men since coveted after the earth, that many hundreds, nay thousands, of acres have been engrossed by one man. Men built settlements without churches, leaving their children unchurched. Let there then be no more plantations erected in New England where people professing Christianity shall live like Indians, without instituted worship. Here too the punishment fit the crime: do men prefer their farms and merchandise above the gospel? Here is the reason why armies are sent forth against us and our cities are burnt up. Was it not greed that built the unhappy Indian trading houses, whereby the heathen have been so woefully scandalized with alcohol, and was it not from the same root of all evil that the Indians have been furnished with arms and ammunition? As for the sins of English youth, Mather thought it significant that old Indians were very unwilling to engage in a war with the English, but the young men would do it whether their fathers would or no. 14. While Hubbard only hinted at it, Mather explicitly charged colonists with the guilt of Indian blood for their treatment of praying Indians, alienating them against the English interest, yea against the interest of Christ in this land. What madness and rage hath there been against all Indians whatsoever? Yea, what willingness to destroy those that are proselytized to the faith and have put themselves under the protection of the English Israel in this land, though they never did us hurt. He quoted an accusing letter from a Christian Indian: when any hurt is done, you say that we have done it, though we never did wrong to Englishmen and hope we never shall. You have driven us from our houses and lands, but that which most of all troubles us is that whereas we began to know Jesus Christ, you have driven us away from serving God. Terrible as it was, Mather admitted, the charge was true. Truly when I think of what things have happened at Chelmsford my heart doth ache and bleed within me. Forgetting that God desired the heathen's conversion, colonists slighted, scorned, vilified the mission that was once one of the glories of New England. Christian Indians were God's chosen people, yet how many with us have condemned all praying Indians? True, some were hypocrites, but are not some praying English as perfidious, as hypocritical, in heart as profane as some praying Indians? Shall we therefore condemn all? Mather had put his finger on the problem. Puritans professed to value faith above ethnicity, but ethnicity had come to trump faith. He warned that many colonists might be disappointed on the day of judgment. I do believe that many Englishmen that look with a disdainful eye upon these poor praying Indians shall see a number of them sitting down with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in the kingdom of God when, I pray God, they may not see themselves shut out. He implored, confess your sin before him, pray that it may not be imputed to you or to your families, or to the land for your sakes. Their ancestors had come to set up the kingdom of the Lord Jesus among the heathen, yet not nearly enough had been accomplished. How would they view the present generation, who will neither believe that there is any good work begun amongst the Indians, nor yet desire and pray that it might be so? Was it any wonder God used Indians to afflict them? 15. Mather did not doubt the justice of the war, for they were defending Christ's kingdom. Jesus Christ hath by a wonderful hand of providence dispossessed Satan who reigned in these dark corners of the earth in ages that are past, and hath taken possession of this land for himself. Now shall we think that Christ will suffer the devil to drive him out of his possession? It might be gradual, as with the Canaanites, but surely God would ultimately destroy Indians who rejected Christianity. I do believe that if the Lord had not had a righteous design utterly to destroy those of the heathen nations who have refused and horribly contemned the gospel, they had not been permitted to do what they have done, that so they might bring swift destruction upon themselves, he concluded. He suggested that New Englanders pray the words of Psalm 79, pour out thy wrath upon the heathen that have not known thee. For they have devoured Jacob and laid waste his dwelling place. Certainly those prayers and tears will come pouring down at last in streams of blood and fire and vengeance upon the heathen, he declared. God used disease to kill Indians in their Father's Day, and he would kill them again. Only for Indians who embraced the gospel would it be different. One day, Mather believed, for Christian Indians and English alike, peace and prosperity would fill the earth like a mighty river. 16. Mandated by their government to investigate the causes of God's wrath, Connecticut's ministers followed their Massachusetts counterparts by calling for repentance and reformation. They confessed that God had rejected their prayers, covering them with shame in the sight of the heathen and slaying many of the chosen young men of our Israel. They discussed the many sins of which the people were guilty, singling out young people for failing to become church members and churches for not disciplining wayward members. James Fitch led his church through the sort of covenant renewal ceremony Mather advocated, and Connecticut passed reform legislation in May 1676.17. As young men fought and died, as town after town was torched, some questioned Plymouth's role in starting the war. Mather was sufficiently alarmed to write Governor Josiah Winslow about it. Winslow insisted that Plymouth always acted justly and faithfully toward the Wampanoags, and friendly beyond their deserts. I think I can clearly say that before these present troubles broke out, the English did not possess 1 foot of land in this colony but what was fairly obtained by honest purchase of the Indian proprietors. True, many colonists wanted to cheat Indians, but Plymouth did not allow it, because some of our people are of a covetous disposition, and the Indians are in their straits easily prevailed with to part with their lands. We first made a law that none should purchase or receive of gift any land of the Indians without the knowledge and allowance of our court. Plymouth even prohibited the sale of Mount Hope, Pocasset, and other valuable tracts, otherwise sachems would have sold them long since. Whenever Wampanoags brought complaints, they had justice impartial and speedily, so that our own people have frequently complained that we erred on the other hand in showing them over much favor. Winslow did acknowledge some guilt on Plymouth's part. They had failed to seek the Wampanoags' enlightening and conversion and taught them new sins that they knew not. For these failures, God was just to punish them. But as Winslow knew, these were not the failures that drove Indians to arms. 18. Frontier settlers struggled to make sense of all the destruction, disease, and death. I can say truly that since our wars begun my flesh is so gone with fear, care, and grief, and now this sickness, my skin is ready to cleave to my bones, wrote elderly John King Elsie from Rehoboth. To tell you what we have, and how we are like to suffer, my heart will not hold to write, and sheets would contain. They had planted crops, but it was too little, famine stares us in the face. When they sought food from Rhode Island, they were charged exorbitant prices. It is better to die by sword than famine, he wrote friends in Connecticut. I beg in my Lord's name, to send us some meal. Ah, the burden that I bear night and day, to see the blessed and loving God thus angry, and we have not a prophet to tell how long, and to say this or these are New England's sin, Kingsley lamented. He tried to exhibit the spirit of Job, who responded to cataclysmic tragedies by declaring, "The Lord gave and the Lord has taken away, blessed be the name of the Lord," but it was harder than expected. I prayed 7 years to be fitted to suffer common calamity, so the thing I feared is come on me, but alas, I am ready to faint in the day of adversity. 19. Rehoboth Deacon Philip Walker expressed his bitterness through poetry. In a poem dedicated to Captain Pierce's Plymouth troops, whom he considered martyrs, he described Indians as savage, sneaking, brutish hunters, heathen Canaanite from the devil's hellish nest, whom colonists should send to hell. He supported recruiting friendly Indians, for it made sense to employ a wily rogue to catch a thief, but thought their families should be held hostage. 20. In another piece, he portrayed the enemy as following Satan's orders from that dark place where all the rabblement of devils assembled. Him they only adore and serve, and he by their powwows, as Baal priests, proscribes them to his law. 21. In yet another poem, Walker rehearsed how God brought his people to America not for pleasure or ease, but freedom to practice what God did reveal by grace and spirit from Holy Writ. God was now using the Indians to discipline his people for forgetting that mission. We came to wild America. whose native brood to devils prey. A savage race, for blood that thirst. Of all the nations, most accursed. Some hoped Indians could be civilized, but Walker compared this to putting a jewel in a pig's snout. Philip's warriors were incarnate devils sent from the infernal lake and hellish monsters, and allied Indians were no better than rogues and serpents in our breast who threatened the ruin of all the rest. Walker relished the thought of the Narragansett sachem Canonjit burning in hell, where he must yell and cry and lie, gnash, gnaw, and fry eternally. 22. Like many Puritans, Walker spoke a religious language, but his bitterness deformed it into racist vitriol. Benjamin Thompson's New England's Crisis was better known. Thompson, who had given the eulogy at John Winthrop Jr.'s funeral, waxed nostalgic about New England's founding, when men and women were more devoted to piety and virtue than material prosperity and defeated their enemies with prayer. 23 Now New England's hour of passion was at hand. Thompson questioned why Philip and his pagan slaves rebelled. Whether our infant thrivings did invite, or whether to our land's pretended right, is hard to say, but Indian spirits need no grounds but lust to make a Christian bleed. Thompson vividly imagined the horrors of an Indian raid. Here might be seen the infant from the breast, snatched by a pagan hand to lasting rest. The mother, Rachel-like, shrieks out, "My child!" She wrings her hands and raves as she were wild. The brutish wolves suppress her anxious moan, by cruelties more deadly of their own. Will she or nill, the chastest turtle must taste of the pangs of their unbridled lust. From farms to farms, from towns to towns they post. They strip, they bind, they ravish, flay, and roast. It was pure fabrication, there were no credible reports of Indians raping women. Yet Thompson went even further, describing supposed atrocities toward pregnant women. Mothers' bodies ripped for lack of aid. The secret cabinets which nature meant to hide her masterpiece is open rent. The half-formed infant there receives a death before it sees the light or draws its breath. 24. Thompson described warriors besmeared with Christian blood who bashed out New England's brains. The midnight shrieks and soul-amazing moans of colonists blended in cacophony with the shooting and shouting of warriors as towns and churches were reduced to ashes. He concluded by expressing confidence that God would judge the Indians and raise up New England like a phoenix, more glorious than before. 25. In a subsequent edition, he added a few lines about the praying Indians. These are confined under Christian wings, and hopes we have never to feel their stings. A natural prison walled with sea and isles, from our metropolis not many miles, contains their swarms. 26. Puritans might not agree on the precise cause of God's anger, but they agreed that they were still God's people and that their enemies were his enemies. More suffering was to come, they knew, much of it deserved, but in the long run, God would destroy the Indians just as he would destroy all the devil's servants. Christ's kingdom would triumph, and America's first people would be conquered. 21. Turning point. May 1676 to July 1676. As the war entered its 11th month with no end in sight, Puritans' distress approached new heights, driving them to desperation. Unable to defeat Algonquian warriors on the battlefield, they entered into negotiations with their sachems. The problem was that the colonies negotiated from a position of weakness. In these dire straits, colonists began to believe that praying Indians might be the key to winning the war. It was no coincidence that the colony that had fared best militarily, Connecticut, was the one that had cooperated most extensively with Indians. The other colonies began to see the wisdom in that policy, not only because they were desperate but because of the distinguished service that praying Indians provided the army. On May 5, 1676, praying Indians encountered a large body of Indians northwest of Mendon. They reported it to Captain Thomas Brattle, who launched an immediate assault. Most of the Indians escaped, but his troopers killed 20, including 4 women. 1 Increase Mather noted that many who had hard thoughts of them began to blame themselves and to have a good opinion of the praying Indians, who have been so generally and so sinfully decried too. Such exploits made the plight of their family members on the islands all the more egregious. Despite Massachusetts' orders, the interned Indians had not received adequate fishing boats. Many suffered from dysentery and other illnesses, including Wabun, Natick's elderly leader, who was laid extreme low. To make matters worse, although they cleared and broke up ground, colonists prevented them from planting. The New England Company provided aid, but not enough. They were ready to perish for want of bread and incapacitated to make provision for the future, the General Court admitted. If something was not done soon, many would die. 3. On May 10 a proposal was introduced to return the Indians to the mainland so they could plant crops and provide security and support for both English and Indians against the common enemy. Able-bodied men would be recruited for military service, while others would work their fields, returning to assigned locations at night. Perhaps it was to sway hesitating deputies that the final version of the measure forbade Indians from leaving their assigned garrisons on pain of death and provided that any Indian impeached by name by any English had to remain on the islands until the council decided his fate. The Indians would be transported at their own charge, which meant the New England Company's missionary funds would be used to pay for it. Most deputies still opposed the proposal, but enough joined the magistrates in support that it passed. Transportation commenced on May 12, overseen by Daniel Gookin with help from John Eliot. Some were settled on land provided by Cambridge's Thomas Oliver, who had a very loving, compassionate spirit toward them. The site was spacious, convenient for fishing, and offered plenty of wood for fuel. This deliverance from the island was a jubilee to those poor creatures, Gookin wrote. Those who were strong enough began planting crops. About 40 were assigned to a company under Captain Daniel Henchman. Even the Indian-hating Captain Samuel Mosley realized their value, securing permission to recruit 60 Indians for his independent company. 4. A turning point in the negotiations came a week later. When the sachems proposed a truce in early May, the General Court consulted the clergy for advice. The ministers supported peace talks but suggested that war be vigorously prosecuted in the meantime. They seemed more concerned with urging churches to renew their covenants and the government to enforce its laws. 5. The sachems had intended Mary Rowlandson's release as a gesture of good faith, but Massachusetts was hardly satisfied. They insisted that the sachems immediately release all their captives. Our mind is not to make bargain with you for one and one, but for all together, the court wrote on May 5. Unto this, which was our chief business, you send us no answer, which we do not take kindly. As for a truce, this is a great matter and therefore cannot be ended by letters without speaking to one another. If you will send us home all the English prisoners, it will be a great testimony of a true heart in you to peace, which you say you are willing to have, and then, if any of your sachems and councillors will come to us at Boston or else to Concord or Sudbury to meet with such chief men as we shall send, we will speak with you about your desires and with true heart deal with you. To its envoy, Seth Perry, the court explained that if the sachems demur at the delivery of our captives before the treaty, yet you shall somewhat insist thereon as a real testimony of their true meaning, but it should not be a deal-breaker. 6. Indians released a few captives over the following days, including the mother and 5 children they had captured the previous week. Colonists were encouraged by a report that Mohawks were assailing Philip's forces and Indians were suffering from fluxes and fevers. 7 But no response came from the sachems. So Massachusetts sent another letter, promising, "We very true heart, and you tell your people so." It instructed its envoys that if the sachems had any reasonable offers to help end the war, you shall let them know, we will hear and consider what they have to say. But the sachems should know the English are resolved to make war their work until they enjoy a firm peace. 8. The sachems finally agreed, and a meeting was held around May 11 at a place between Concord and Groton. The sachems brought a man and 2 women and explained that more would be released when Shoshanim, the Nashaway sachem, retrieved them from the Connecticut Valley. 9 It was a substantial step toward peace. Unfortunately, the sachems' promises were overtaken by catastrophic events in the Connecticut Valley. Despite Connecticut's offer to negotiate with Pescacus, the Narragansett's senior sachem, no Indian envoys had arrived at Hadley. Connecticut had declared that Indians who surrendered within 36 days would receive their lives and freedom and be settled on land where, like the Pequots, they could live as Connecticut's subjects. 10. During the night of May 13, however, Indian warriors seized at least 80 horses and cattle from Hatfield. 2 days later, soldier Thomas Reed returned from captivity reporting that many Indians and captives were at Pesquiampscut Falls, a fishing place 5 miles north of Pecumtuck where the river narrowed, rushing among rocks and small islands before plunging over a 40 or 50-foot waterfall. He did not think more than 70 were warriors. We think the Lord calls us to make some trial what may be done against them suddenly, without further delay, Hadley Minister John Russell goaded Connecticut. I verily fear God will charge it upon us for sloth and neglect of following his guiding providence when he hath been leading to advantageous ways of coming upon them, such as we cannot expect at another time. They sit by us secure, without watch, busy at their harvest work, storing themselves with food for a year to fight against us, and we let them alone to take the full advantage that the season would afford them, if there were no enemy. We need guidance and help from heaven. We humbly beg your prayers, advice, and help. 11. Captain William Turner and other officers decided they could not wait. Turner rode north with 150 men on the evening of May 18. They must have been anxious as they traversed battlefields where previous expeditions had ended in disaster. But they made the 20 miles to Pesquiampscut without mishap. A captive later claimed that the Indians had celebrated a rare meal of roast beef and fresh milk that evening. They slept unconcerned as Turner deployed his men. When the soldiers opened fire, the camp exploded in chaos. Hundreds of men, women, and children poured out of wigwams screaming Mohawks! Mohawks, and rushed toward the river, even as bullets brought many down. Those few intrepid warriors who resisted were overpowered. Indians crammed into birch canoes, only for the overcrowded boats to capsize amid the rushing current. Others attempted to swim. Some were shot, and the current swept dozens more over the falls to the treacherous rocks below. Still others clung to the riverbank, hiding among rocks and bushes until soldiers slew them with swords. Lieutenant Samuel Holyoke killed 5, young and old, with his own hands. Soldiers destroyed food, ammunition, wigwams, and a forge critical for repairing guns. They cast 2 large pigs of lead into the river. A sergeant who scoured the area counted more than 100 dead Indians. Others reported seeing 120 get swept over the falls, though Indians claimed many of these survived. Still others estimated more than 200 bodies, some in the river and some cast ashore. Turner's forces suffered only 3 casualties. 12. Captain Turner knew they had to get away quickly, since Indians were swarming the riverbanks. A liberated English captive claimed that Philip was nearby with 1,000 warriors. So Turner ordered his men to retrieve their horses and ride for Hadley. About 20 men, including 16-year-old Jonathan Wells, found that the soldiers who were guarding their animals were already under attack. They drove off the assailants, mounted, and spurred their horses. A bullet slammed into Wells's horse. Another shattered Wells's thigh, but he clung to the horse's mane and kept riding. Turner and the main body of soldiers rode toward the Green River, harassed the whole way. As word circulated that Philip was upon them, the ailing captain lost control. Wells caught up and warned that the rear guard was in danger of being cut off, but Turner refused to delay. Better save some, than lose all, he declared. A scout cried, "If you love your lives, follow me." Another urged the men in a different direction. Indians caught Wells's party in a swampy area, inflicting heavy casualties. About 10 soldiers got away, but Wells and a wounded man named John Jones could not keep up. Wells concluded that Jones's wound was mortal and abandoned him. Wells would spend several harrowing days in the wilderness before he found his way to Hatfield. Captain Turner was fording the Green River when bullets tore into his thigh and back. Enemy warriors stripped him and left him dying on the bank. Lieutenant Holyoke assumed command, exhorting the men to keep close and stay calm. "God hath wrought hitherto for us wonderfully," he cried. "Let us trust in him still." Then he went down, his horse shot beneath him. Warriors charged, but he cut them down with pistol shots until a soldier rescued him. 13. The enemy abandoned the chase after about 5 miles. By the time the soldiers straggled into Hadley, 45 were missing, most presumed dead. Many more were wounded. Indians claimed no more than 60 warriors were killed, though others put the number at 170. Over the next few days, 6 missing soldiers returned, including Hope Atherton, Hatfield's pastor. 14. He claimed he had repeatedly tried to surrender, but Indians refused to take him, which was so bizarre he wondered if he had imagined it. As he explained to his congregation, he decided it tends to the glory of God in no small measure if it were so as I believe it was, that I was encompassed with cruel and unmerciful enemies, and they were restrained by the hand of God from doing the least injury to me. He struggled to understand why God spared him, when so many others died. 15. Turner had dealt the enemy a crushing blow at what became known as Turner's Falls, but the cost was staggering. The most devastating consequence was that it shattered hope of a peace treaty. That very day, Shoshanim had been on his way to Peskeomskut to retrieve captives as promised by the sachems. "I went to Connecticut about the captives that I might bring them into your hands," he later wrote, "and when we were almost there, the English had destroyed those Indians. When I heard it, I returned back again." 16. His heart must have sunk with every step. Local leaders were eager to strike again, so Connecticut abandoned diplomacy, suggesting that it and Massachusetts launch a major offensive against Pecumtuck and Peskeomskut. Some sachems were inclined to peace, the colony conceded, but surely those Indians up the river. Most encouraged the war. Major Robert Treat had been elected Connecticut's deputy governor, so Connecticut ordered Major John Talcott, a 45-year-old magistrate, to organize a new force, reminding him that it was God whose battles you are to fight. 17. Massachusetts agreed to the plan, having decided that the Indians were not serious about peace and that it was imperative to prevent them from stockpiling food. It ordered Captain Henchman to lead 500 soldiers to attack Mount Wachusett and Quaboag en route to joining Talcott in Hadley. 18. The Algonquians struck first, seizing cattle and killing 9 horses at Hadley on May 25. 4 days later, hundreds of warriors descended on Hatfield, torching a dozen buildings outside the palisade and rounding up sheep, cattle, and horses. 25 men from Hadley boldly crossed the river to relieve Hatfield, only to come under fire as they disembarked. 5 were killed and 3 wounded as they fought their way to the palisade. Other reinforcements proved reluctant to follow, and when the Indians withdrew, it was of their own accord. Colonists claimed to have killed 25.20. Meanwhile, Major Talcott found it difficult to persuade the Mohegans and Pequots, who were not happy with the rewards they had received for earlier expeditions, to march with his Connecticut forces. Ninigrit's Narragansett warriors, who had assisted Connecticut up to this point, refused to serve at all. Tensions between them and the Mohegans had been rising, each accusing the other of various crimes. During an expedition in Narragansett country, one of Ninigrit's people was killed, and Mohegans stole 200 fathoms of wampum from Ninigrit's family. Uncas's pride and arrogance and covetousness were beyond belief. Thomas Stanton protested regarding the Mohegan sachem. "It will be well if he prove not as bad as Philip to the English, and that it be not proved against him that he had a great hand with Philip." Connecticut merely urged the Algonquians to lay aside all controversies for the present and focus on the war. Alienated from all sides, Ninigrit's embittered warriors withdrew from the war. 21. Many Indians clung to hopes of peace. Even before Talcott left Norwich, 88 Wabquisets, some of whom were praying Indians, turned themselves in. 22. The Narragansett sachems Quinapin and Cayapin, at Mount Wachusett, attempted to jumpstart negotiations with Massachusetts. Escorted to colonial authorities by the praying Indian Peter Ephraim on June 1, their representative asked if they might return to Narragansett country in peace. The council replied that as treaty breakers they could not be trusted. But the Narragansett emissary insisted that they never intended to kill English. He blamed the slain Cononchit for breaking the treaty and waging war, maintaining that neither they nor their senior sachem Pesicus supported it. Massachusetts hardly believed such claims, but it commissioned Ephraim to meet the sachems and receive their proposals. The timing could not have been worse. Unaware that Major Talcott was marching north with 240 Connecticut soldiers and 200 Mohegans and Pequots, the sachems arranged to meet Ephraim near Chabannock-on-Commun. On June 5, just before they arrived, Talcott's forces captured Ephraim and 51 other Indians. Only Ephraim's pass from Massachusetts spared him the fate of 20 men who were shot. 2 days later, Talcott's troops surprised a band of Indians near Quaboag. They killed 12 men, though only 2, laden with as much fish as they could carry, were enemy warriors. Colonial aggression had again thwarted Algonquian efforts toward peace. 23. Captain Henchman's Massachusetts forces, now including a company of praying Indians, found the enemy in disarray and desperate for peace. The praying Indian Tom Napanat led them to some Nashaways fishing near Shakim Pond on June 7. According to one account, a praying Indian offered to let the Nashaways live if they surrendered, but they replied with a volley. Colonial forces killed 7 men and captured 29, mostly women and children, including the sachem Shoshaneem's wife. 24. 4 days later, praying Indians found the praying Indian ruler Captain Tom Utasa, his daughter, and 2 grandchildren. Captain Tom explained that after escaping the Nipmucs they had avoided English soldiers for fear they would be killed. They had gone to Captain Thomas Prentice's farm, but Prentice was not there. They also revealed that many Indians knew Shoshaneem was negotiating a treaty and intended to take refuge with him, which another Indian source confirmed. 25. By then Talcott's army had reached Hadley, where Indians remained combative. On June 12 warriors fatally wounded 3 colonists outside Hadley's palisade. Colonial forces counterattacked but encountered hundreds of warriors emerging from the foliage. Soldiers fired a cannon at a house that warriors had occupied and sent them fleeing. They pursued for about 2 miles, reportedly killing 30 Indians. 26. After Captain Henchman's Massachusetts force joined Talcott a few days later, the 2 armies marched north with more than 1,000 men, Henchman east of the river, and Talcott west. Though drenched by a massive thunderstorm, they reached Pecumtuck, only to find that the Algonquians had left. Pesquiampscut was also abandoned, though there were large quantities of fish and other food. The next day, another storm brought cold wind and more rain. Shivering, exhausted soldiers stumbled upon one discouraging sight after another. Near the Green River they found Captain Turner's naked body. Occasionally they discovered charred remains between stakes, where, they conjectured, Indians had roasted captives to death. Scouts ranged as far as Squakeag but could not find the enemy. They returned downriver on June 18, demoralized that the Lord seemed to fight against them by the storm. Talcott departed for Connecticut. 10 days later, soldiers returned upriver, destroyed wigwams and a fort and seized or ruined fish, canoes, and other property. 27. Had they known the reason for the Algonquian retreat, the colonists would have been encouraged. Mohawks had attacked from the west, killing 50 Algonquians and seizing women, children, and plunder. The Mohawk assault changed everything. It cut off the Algonquians from their ammunition sources to the north and west, shattered their security in the upper valley, and drove them into continual motion, some toward Narragansett, others toward Wachusett. Driven from their fishing places and cornfields, and their crops ruined, they faced imminent starvation. 2800s fled northward. New York dispatched messengers promising to spare any Indians who surrendered to its forces. 29. Algonquian resistance was suddenly crumbling with shocking rapidity. In June, the Christian Pennacook sachem Wanalancet brought 100 Indians to Major Richard Waldron at Dover, in present-day New Hampshire. Wanalancet had attempted to keep out of the way till the storm was over, he admitted, but now he entrusted himself to the English. To prove his good faith, he brought in the warriors who had captured the Kemble family. 30 Connecticut troops continued scouring Narragansett country that month, taking 75 Indians. 31 Connecticut authorized Major Talcott to march wherever he and his advisers thought best and destroy the enemy as God shall deliver them into their hands. 32 Captain Henchman found his own success, marching his weary and hungry Massachusetts soldiers east to Marlborough and taking 84 Indians on the way. Captives reported that most Indians would accept any terms offered. Philip and Quinnapan set out for their homelands, according to Shoshanim, much afraid because of our offer to join with the English. Prisoners claimed that Philip was resigned to defeat but remained resolved to do what mischief he could do to the English. 33. In Plymouth, however, the war was far from over. Wampanoags had been returning home to fish and plant since late March. In May their warriors unleashed a string of raids to seize cattle and destroy Plymouth's towns. On May 8, 300 warriors descended on Bridgewater, though a powerful thunderstorm prevented them from burning more than 13 houses and a few barns and killing some cattle. On May 11 and 13 they burned 25 structures on the outskirts of Plymouth town and destroyed what was left of Middleborough. 34 On May 16 they killed a man and burned a house, barn, and sawmill near Hingham. Later that month they hit Taunton, killing 4 men and capturing 2 boys. 200 Indians were reported at nearby Titicut, very busy killing cattle and horses. 35. Plymouth proved powerless against the onslaught, having failed to muster an army since Pierce's company was destroyed. It was Captain Brattle's Massachusetts cavalry who attacked a group of Indians fishing near Rehoboth on May 24. They killed about a dozen, took several arms with ammunition, kettles, and other things, with 2 horses, burned great stores of their fish. 1 English soldier was killed. 36 On June 10 Massachusetts warned that a great number of Wampanoags was gathering at Mount Hope. Only then did Plymouth organize a force of 150 English and 50 allied Wampanoags under Major William Bradford, who had recovered from the wound he suffered in December. 37. There was some attempt at negotiation, but it came about by accident. As Plymouth's Captain Benjamin Church described it, he was on his way to Rhode Island to raise volunteers when, from his canoe, he encountered Sakonets fishing along Sakonet Point. One, known as Honest George, informed him that their sachem Awashonks was nearby, that she was not fond of maintaining a war with the English, and that she had left Philip and did not intend to return to him any more. They arranged for Church to meet her 2 days hence. Church portrayed himself the hero, alleging that Rhode Island authorities told him he was crazy to throw away his life by going to the rendezvous. Nevertheless, he set out, carrying a bottle of rum and a small roll of tobacco. As he came ashore at the rendezvous, Awashonks and her son Peter gave him their hands and expressed themselves glad to see him. They walked to some tall grass and sat down. Suddenly, more than a dozen warriors armed with guns, spears, and hatchets rose around them, their hair trimmed and faces painted for war. As Church recounted the story, he challenged Awashonks, "It is customary when people meet to treat of peace to lay aside their arms and not to appear in such hostile form as your people do." This provoked a considerable noise and murmur, but Awashonks told her men to stand down. The tension was palpable. Church offered rum and tobacco, but Awashonks made him drink the rum first to ensure that it was not poisoned. She asked why he had not returned to her the previous June, as promised. When he mentioned the attack on his men at Pocasset Neck, her warriors erupted. One moved toward Church wielding a club, but others restrained him. An interpreter explained that the man's brother had died in that fight. Church retorted that it was his brother's fault for starting it. Finally, a leading warrior steered the discussion back to the task at hand. They sat down again. Church promised that if they submitted to Plymouth, they would receive the same benefits as the Pequots had. After discussing this for a while, the The Sakonnet leaders assented, on the condition that Plymouth promise not to kill them or sell them as slaves. The Sakonnet commander bowed, according to Church, and offered his warriors to help you to Philip's head before Indian corn be ripe. Church sent Peter, Honest George, and another Sakonnet to confirm the treaty in Plymouth. 38. They appeared before the council on June 28. Claiming to represent about 30 men, plus women and children, they requested liberty to sit down in quietness on their lands at Sakonnet. The council questioned them sharply. Why should Plymouth grant their request, since you have broken your engagements with us by joining with the sachem Philip at Mount Hope and other Indians, our profound enemies? They had robbed many colonists of their lives, homes, and property, and you are never able to make satisfaction for the wrong, nor make good the damage you have done us by your perfidious dealings. Such words must have dismayed the Sakonnets, for it was on this charge that many of their kin had been sold into slavery. But Peter insisted they had not fought the English. When the English army went out, we were afraid and desired to go over to Rhode Island, he explained, but the young men there kept such a strict watch that we could not get over in safety. Then we were forced to hide ourselves in swamps, and the English army came and burnt our houses. And we, understanding that the Narragansetts were friends to the English, we went to them. Did the Indians burn the English houses before the army came? The council asked. Yeah, they burned their forsaken houses, Peter meekly admitted, so the Sakonnets had no cause to be angry with the English. Did the English do you any wrong at any time, or speak high or threatening words to you that scared you? Speak freely, without fear. The English never did us any hurt or wrong to this day, Peter replied. If they had, we would speak of it. Honest George then explained that when the war began, most Sakonnets sat still and minded their work at home, but some did go to Philip and fight with him. Others, who had gone to the Narragansetts, died defending Pesicus's fort. The council declared that the Sakonnets would have to prove their fidelity. We cannot make satisfaction for the wrong done, the third Sakonnet consented, but if our women and children can be secured, we will do any service we can by fighting against the enemy. The council stipulated that Sakonnets who had fought the English had to be surrendered, and Peter must remain as a hostage, but the rest would be protected. The Sakonnet representatives then formally submitted to Plymouth. About 90 Sakonnets surrendered to Major Bradford's army at Pocasset on June 29 to 30 and were temporarily relocated to Sandwich. It was another blow to Philip's cause. 39. The sudden collapse of Algonquian power astonished colonists. For the first time since the war began, Massachusetts proclaimed a day of Thanksgiving. This frustrated Increase Mather, who wanted another fast day, but even he acknowledged that the tide of the war was turning. He credited it to the fact that churches were finally renewing their covenants. 40. By one estimate, between May 9 and June 29, 500 Indians were captured and 20 colonists returned from captivity. William Hubbard encountered the Rowland sons on the Boston-Charlestown Road on June 28 and informed them their son Joseph had been ransomed at Dover. The following night, they learned that their daughter Mary had turned up in Providence accompanied by an Indian woman. That most captives were well cared for revealed much about the Indians' humanity, but Puritans gave the credit to God. As Rowland's sons saw it, God had rescued them from captivity, just as he promised Israel in Deuteronomy. 41. Even now, Narragansett leaders continued seeking a treaty. In late June, Potuck, counselor to the female Narragansett sachem Capin, arrived in Providence. He claimed Daniel Gookin and John Eliot had sent for him and requested assistance getting to Boston. Although Potuck had participated in the attack on Providence in March, Roger Williams and other local leaders took him to Newport, promising safe conduct and a return to his people, many of whom waited for him at Warwick Point. Potuck's arrival in Newport created a sensation. According to Magistrate William Harris, some of the inhabitants girt on their swords and said he should not go out from the island alive. They claimed he killed more English souls by his counsel than any had done with weapons. Harris was baffled that Providence promised Potuck safe conduct, believing Massachusetts would never honor such a promise and that Potuck's inevitable execution would provoke Narragansett retaliation. Nevertheless, the council sent Potuck to Boston. 42. Meanwhile, Major Talcott marched into the region with 300 Connecticut troopers and at least 100 Mohegans and Pequots. They captured 4 Indians on July 1, and early the next morning they discovered Cayappin's camp at Nipsashuk, below the eastern slope of a hill and protected on 3 sides by a great spruce swamp. Talcott ordered an immediate attack. The Mohegans and Pequots, eager to engage the hated Narragansetts, rushed down the hill. Troopers galloped on each flank, passing around the hillsides and hitting the camp from opposite directions. There was a lamentable outcry as warriors dashed for weapons and women grabbed children. Dozens were cut down, but others fled into the swamp, working their way to a small island 200 yards in. Soldiers dismounted and plunged after them. Others rode to the far side. For 3 hours they slaughtered Indians, including old men and women, girls and boys, wherever they found them. Talcott reported that Cayappin, that old piece of venom, was slain, as was our old friend Wootawakasik, the Sachem Pesicus's envoy to Connecticut. So was Stonewall John. Of the 126 Narragansetts killed, 92 were women and children. The 45 who survived owed their lives to Mohegans or Pequots. Not a single Connecticut soldier was killed. It was not a battle, it was a massacre. 43. The following day, Talcott learned that Potuck's band was waiting at Warwick Point to make peace with some of Rhode Island. As Harris predicted, Talcott cared little for Providence's promises, let alone ongoing peace talks. He marched there on July 3 and attacked, slaughtering 18 men and 22 women and children and taking 27 prisoners. Colonists claimed they could hear the shooting from Providence. In just 2 days Talcott had shattered what remained of Narragansett power. Only one member of his army, an Indian, was killed. 44. The Mohegans requested permission to torture a captured Narragansett who boasted of having killed 19 colonists and a Mohegan. Connecticut officers watched with fascination as Mohegans formed a circle around the prisoner. Taking a knife, a warrior cut one of his fingers round in the joint at the trunk of his hand and broke it off. Others followed suit, blood sometimes spurting out in streams a yard from his hand, until only the stub of his hand remained. Colonial soldiers wept, but they did nothing to stop the barbarous and unheard of cruelty. The Narragansett victim suppressed any sign of anguish, earning the admiration of his torturers, for whom such rituals were designed to bring cathartic release. When they asked how he liked the war, he said he liked it very well and found it as sweet as Englishmen did their sugar. They made him dance round the circle and sing, even as they cut the fingers from his other hand, then moved on to his toes, first one foot, then the other. They broke his legs, leaving him bleeding on the ground, yet he remained silent. Finally, they battered his head till they had knocked out his brains. Puritans had mixed feelings about the ordeal. Ipswich minister William Hubbard described the dead man as a cruel monster who deserved everything he got. Ignoring English complicity, Hubbard urged Christians to thank God for enlightening them so they would not commit such cruelty and predicted that one day God would do the same for Indians. But Connecticut soldiers had dispensed plenty of their own cruelty, believing themselves agents of God's wrath against those who rejected his gospel and treacherously assaulted his people. Harris admired their ruthlessness, which he considered key to winning the war. Connecticut men take very many and kill all, he wrote, save some boys and girls, for they were hardened and provoked by the barbarous inhumanity they have heard of and seen. Indians tried, whenever possible, to surrender to other colonies, who spared all except known notorious murderers. 45. Connecticut commended James Fitch, Talcott's chaplain, for service accommodating to the design, but when it dispatched Talcott to fight more of God's battles on July 15, the council suggested that he spare women and children when possible. Still, Deputy Governor Treat argued that Connecticut's claim to Narragansett country would be strongest if the Narragansetts were utterly crushed. I cannot joy in the sparing of so many our Indian enemies, lest their preservation should prove a reservation for further future scourge, he worried. 46. No one had expected the war to take such a dramatic turn. Less than 2 months earlier, the colonies had been reeling from a seemingly endless string of disasters. Indians boasted of driving them to the sea, and negotiations appeared to be the only path to peace. But the battle at Turner's Falls, the Mohawk offensive, and Talcott's ruthless Narragansett campaign had reversed their fortunes. The colonies no longer needed to negotiate. Confident in the justice of their cause and that God was with them again, they could resume their war of conquest. 22. Algonquian defeat. June 1676 to October 1676. As hundreds of Algonquians fell into their hands that summer of 1676, colonial authorities pursued what they considered a Christian balance between justice and mercy. They sought retribution for what they deemed treacherous rebellion and security for their godly society, with the ultimate goal of restoring prosperity and uncontested colonial dominion to New England. Some Indians were pressed into servitude or settlement under English dominion. Others were sentenced to foreign slavery or death. The war was not over. Philip, Weetamua, Quinnapan, and hundreds of warriors remained at large in Wampanoag country. But as Plymouth's rejuvenated forces took the offensive, it was only a matter of time. The Boston trial of Captain Tom Wutasakampanam, the praying Indian ruler, set the tone for those that followed. Many colonists clamored for his execution, but James Quinnapohit, the former spy and one of the praying Indians who had brought Captain Tom in, testified on his behalf. He described how Tom wept when the Nipmucs captured him at Hassanamsit, how he resisted recruitment, and how he fell ill. Captives confirmed that Tom had fled the Nipmucs. But at a preliminary hearing on June 14, soldiers accused him of participating in the attack on Sudbury. Captain Tom denied it, claiming he was sick at the time. The only offense he would admit was that a devil put it into his head to be willing to go with, out of fear that the rage of the English would land his people on Deer Island, or worse. Everything looked with a sad face, John Eliot admitted after visiting Wutasakampanam the following day. God froneth one. Massachusetts' praying Indian Company requested pardons for Captain Tom and others who have not done any wrong or injury unto the English and were taken by the enemy against their wills. The company had proven its devotion to the English cause, which we judge is our own cause, and also God's cause, to oppose the wicked Indians, enemies to God and all goodness, the petitioners argued. The council had avowed its readiness to do anything for us that was fit for us to ask and you to grant. Here was such an opportunity. Showing mercy would encourage other Indians to surrender. At the very least, the court should protect women and children. 2. At the formal trial, on June 19, Edmund Rice of Marlborough reported seeing Captain Tom 110 yards away at Sudbury. I saw the said Captain Tom there walking with a long staff, limping as he went. Abraham Gale claimed to have seen Wutasakampanam among warriors beaten back from the Sudbury Causeway, wearing the very same coat he was now, from about 80 yards distance. Both had known Tom well for years. Captain Edward Cowell's testimony seemed to conflict with Gale's, however, for he claimed to have heard Tom when his men were attacked 3 miles from Sudbury, recognizing a grumbling sign or noise that he made. John Partridge added that when Indians attacked Medfield, I did hear the very real voice of Captain Tom, such a voice as I have heard when once he came with his Natick soldiers to Medfield and commanded them, and that I have heard him pronounce at Natick 3. The court declared Wutasakampanam guilty. He had failed to present anything that might alleviate his withdrawing from the government of the English and joining with the enemy, it explained to the praying Indian Company. The evidence was strong, and justice demanded his death. The court was willing to spare the lives and liberty of those that have been our enemies on their coming in and submission of themselves, but not if they were taken among our enemies. In other words, Captain Tom had not turned himself in, he had been captured. The judgment must have put a damper on a ceremony held the following day, in which Massachusetts awarded the Indian Company a medal. Engraved on it was an Indian holding a bow and arrow, similar to the one on the colony seal asking the English to come over and help us. In this case, the inscription praised the Indians for their help against the heathen natives of this land, they giving us peace and mercy at their hands. Eliot visited Wutasakampanam that day, urging him to confess if it were true whereof he is accused. Captain Tom maintained his innocence, and Eliot believed him. Captain Henchman and Daniel Gookin appealed the verdict, but the council held firm. The following day was a fast day at North Church, so Eliot visited Captain Tom again before going to hear Increase Mather preach sad prophecies to sick New England. Despite his despair, Eliot sensed a mighty presence and assistance of the Spirit of grace in the service. Afterward he confronted Massachusetts Governor John Leverett. He begged that Captain Tom might have liberty to prove that he was sick at the time when the fight was at Sudbury and that he was not there. But Leverett simply opined on how bad a man Tom was. Eliot retorted that at the great day he should find that Christ was of another mind. But Eliot was powerless to stop the execution. The marshal led the prisoners to the gallows on June 22. Eliot walked with Wutasakampanam. The praying Indian climbed the ladder, and a rope was placed around his neck. I did never lift up hand against the English, nor was I at Sudbury, he proclaimed. Only I was willing to go away with the enemies that surprised us. Then the ladder was knocked away, his body dropped, and the rope tightened. Eliot stared as the Christian Indian lifted up his hands to heaven prayer-wise and so held them, till strength failed, and then, by degrees, they sunk down. Word spread that he had died penitent, praying to God, not like the manner of the heathen for. The day after the trial, the government issued a proclamation giving Indians 2 weeks to surrender in exchange for favorable terms. Eliot's former assistant James Printer, Captain Tom's son Nehemiah, and a dozen women and children surrendered just before the amnesty expired. Colonists accused James of treachery, claiming he had done much mischief and stayed out as long as he could. William Hubbard later condemned him as a notorious apostate and false villain, and Increase Mather agreed. 5 But James and Nehemiah promised to prove their loyalty by bringing in enemy heads, and James secured permission to recover praying Indians hiding around Natick and Magancogue, who desired to come in and submit but were hindered. 6. Wanalancet, the Christian Pennacook sachem, brought 6 sachems to Dover. Most came from north of the Merrimack River, but they also included Samuel Numphau, Wamasset's teacher, whose father had died from sickness. They signed a treaty with Major Richard Waldron on July 3.7. 3 days later, the sachems Shoshanim of Nashaway and Mutomp of Quaboag wrote Governor Leverett, Eliot, Natick's ruler Waban, and other chief men our brethren praying to God seeking favor for their captured wives. They still desired the covenant of peace they had negotiated with Massachusetts in May. We have been destroyed by your soldiers, but still we remember it now, to sit still. Do you consider it again, they begged. We do earnestly entreat you that it may be so by Jesus Christ. Oh, let it be so. In a follow-up letter, Shoshanim described his futile effort to retrieve English captives and claimed he had protected Massachusetts' envoys from Philip. Praying sachems from Magancogue also wrote Eliot, Gookin, and Waban, claiming they had opposed Philip and that if Massachusetts had sent word to kill Philip, we should have done it. 8. Shoshanim's appeal to the gospel he had long opposed failed to impress the council. 2 months earlier, a colonist charged, Shoshanim had boasted he would not accept peace until the English begged for it. Yet now the sachems invoked that sacred name, which they had blasphemed, and in the blood of whose servants they had embalmed their hands. Thus doth the Lord Jesus make them to bow before him and to lick the dust, the colonist boasted. The council informed the sachems that Indians who were treacherous or barbarously bloody must not expect to have their lives spared, though others that have been drawn into the war, and acting only as soldiers would be spared if they surrendered. When two sachems came from Mount Wachusett with renewed desires of peace, the council declared that it would not negotiate until all the captives were returned. Soon after, Shoshanim sent an enemy scalp, declaring his intent to surrender himself to the mercy of the English. Meanwhile, captives trickled in, including a 17-year-old carrying her little sister on her back, and a half-starved boy from Andover brought by the Indian woman who had cared for him. 10. Massachusetts could afford to take a hard line now, because everything was going its way. James Printer reported that more Indians had died from starvation or sickness over the prior year than were killed by soldiers. 11 Guided by Indian allies, soldiers pursued hungry and exhausted Algonquians into the forests and swamps that once protected them. Indians betrayed their own people in exchange for their lives, leading Rhode Islander William Harris to exult that they were afraid of the sight of each other, seeing their former friends are suddenly become their deadly enemies. 12. Sagamore John of the praying town of Pacachug surrendered, claiming he had been forced to join the attack on Brookfield for fear of his own life. He was lying, but to prove his sincerity, on July 27 he delivered 180 men, women, and children, including 2 prisoners bound with cords, the notorious praying Indian Matoonaz and his son. As Matoonaz's sachem, John volunteered to execute him himself. Matoonaz was led to Boston Common, tied to a tree, and shot by John's men. They mounted his head beside that of his other son, executed before the war. Thus did the Lord retaliate upon him the innocent blood which he had shed, Mather exulted. Sagamore John's people were settled at Cambridge under the oversight of Captain Thomas Prentice, who, along with Gookin, had negotiated to purchase Quinsigamond from John before the war. The purchase was finalized on August 20. Soon after, John fled the region. 13. Other Indians tried to escape to New York. A half-starved band led by Old Pomham, the Shawimet sachem, was intercepted by colonial forces near Mendon on July 25. Pomham fought stubbornly even after he was wounded, pulling a soldier down and swinging his hatchet at him before another soldier killed him. 50 of his people were killed or captured. Indians who eluded colonial forces and crossed the Connecticut River faced the dreaded Mohawks, who had already killed or captured some 140 warriors. The Agawam sachem Kospeki reached New York with some people, spurring Connecticut to demand that New York apprehend them, for they had most perfidiously broken their written covenant with the English, and done great spoil upon them by fire and sword. 14. Terror is fallen upon very many, who come in daily with submission, and the rest withdraw into places remote. Flying from justice in small numbers, wrote a colonist. They blamed Philip and other ill counselors as the causes of their misfortunes. 15 By one estimate, more than 1,400 Indians were captured between May 9 and July 26. Everywhere except Plymouth and far to the north, in Maine, the Algonquian war effort had collapsed. 16. The war had come full circle, with Philip back in Wampanoag country, where it all began. Increase Mather recognized that Philip remained dangerous, who knowed how cruelly a dying beast may bite before his expiration. Plymouth followed Connecticut and Massachusetts by offering life and liberty to Indians who surrendered. About 200 did so, some of whom helped bring in dozens more. Several were executed. A warrior who killed his enemy in the field in a soldier-like way might receive amnesty, the government explained, but those who murdered women and children would not. The colony assigned captives to various locations to work for their livings. Children could be indentured to English families until age 25, especially their parents consenting thereunto. 17. But Philip still had to be defeated, and Plymouth's Major William Bradford struggled to make that happen. I have taken such a weighty work upon me, and I see my weakness in it more and more, that unless the Lord uphold and support me under it, I shall dishonor his holy name and damage the colonies, he wrote. He trusted God and depended heavily on his Wampanoag allies, who had already taken some 20 of their kin. But when a captured Pocasset reported 300 Wampanoags, Narragansetts, and upland Indians at Waypoisett, Bradford refused to go after them, even though his men could see their campfires in the gathering darkness as they sailed by. That same day, 30 Indians raided Swansea. They shot a young man named Hezekiah Willett, cut off his head and stripped his body, and carried off his African slave, Jethro. Enemy Pecanicots who knew Willett were sorry for his death and prepared him for burial by combing his hair and decorating it with wampum. 18. On July 6 Jethro escaped and reported that the enemy numbered 1,000 and was preparing to attack Taunton. Colonial forces repulsed the attack 5 days later. Jethro agreed to guide them to Philip's camp, but Bradford moved cautiously, fearing that Philip was of great strength, and we too weak. By the time they arrived, on July 12, Philip was gone, though they captured about 30 Indians. A prisoner promised to lead them to Philip the next day, but again they arrived too late. They followed Indian tracks many miles, killing 15 or 16 stragglers, most old persons that were not so able to follow. Along the way, they found the grievously mangled body of a Massachusetts soldier who had been tortured and killed. On July 14, they followed tracks into a dismal swamp and discovered some 300 Indians. They killed or captured 76, but Philip escaped to Pecasset Neck on a raft. "We have pursued him so close that do we almost despair," a soldier explained to his wife. "We have followed him very close from swamp to swamp, so that he is enforced to fly with a very small quantity of men. It was hard work, but I hope with the blessing of God we shall accomplish our desire." On one occasion, they found a camp with kettles still boiling over the fire, belts and baskets of wampum, and Indian dead unburied. "I look upon these as smiles and tokens of returning again to us, if we can be a humble people and our sins prevent not," Bradford wrote. "I am persuaded and do verily believe that by the many prayers of his, and their sighs and groans, he hears in heaven and will grant, for our mediator's sake, the return of his gracious presence." 19. "We daily long to hear from our army," Plymouth minister Thomas Whalley wrote to John Cotton, Jr. "Oh, that God would pardon their sins and ours and make us all humble, that good may come unto us. A frame of heart suitable to God's dealings with us would give assurance of deliverance, but we are, I fear, far from it, which causeth many sad thoughts of heart." Cotton was more hopeful, attributing recent successes to the Church's covenant renewal ceremonies. But Whalley pointed out that the greatest success, if not the only success, had come where Allied Indians served. "It is a humbling providence of God that we have so much need of them and cannot do our work without them," he wrote. "It should teach us to be wise in our carriage towards them." 20. Captain Benjamin Church, who had recently persuaded the Sakonets to sign a treaty with Plymouth, visited the Sakonet camp at Buzzards Bay to recruit warriors. He recalled finding many Indians of all ages and sexes, some on horseback running races, some at football, some catching eels and flatfish in the water, some clamming. Awashonks, their female sachem, hosted him at a feast the likes of which he had never seen, a curious young bass in one dish, eels and flatfish in a second, and shellfish in a third. Afterward they held a powwow. Their commander danced around the bonfire, swinging his spear and hatchet as if fighting the flames. After naming a particular tribe of Indians, he would draw out and fight a new firebrand, and at his finishing his fight with each particular firebrand, would bow to him and thank him. He thus identified each of the nations and tribes they were to fight. Other warriors followed, committing themselves to service with the English. The 18 Sakonets who joined Church's company of 22 Plymouth soldiers captured many Indians, including other Sakonets, over the next few days. Plymouth authorized Church to promise life and liberty to those who joined his company, excluding murderous rogues or such as have been principal actors in those villainies. His best success came when his soldiers surprised a group of women gathering hurtleberries on the edge of a great cedar swamp. They killed or captured 66, while the Sakonets, operating separately, killed 3 and captured 63.21. Word of Church's exploits spread. "I am heartily glad of the good successes of any that are instruments of God," Major Bradford wrote graciously. The Lord yet continue it, and give him more and more. But Bradford defended his more cautious approach. I have done my duty and neglected no opportunity to face upon the enemy, and I am verily persuaded that if we should adventured without forces, we had either been worsted or also lost many men. Better to be considered slow, yea, even a coward, than to adventure the loss of any of my soldiers. He admitted that many officers would have managed it better than myself, and some chafed at the bit, but I shall not put myself out of breath to get before Benchurch. I shall be cautious. I cannot outgo my nature. 22. On Sunday, July 30th, Plymouth Governor Josiah Winslow learned of a large body of Indians approaching the Taunton River. He called Captain Church out of the morning service, and within hours Church was on the road with 50 men. 21 soldiers from Bridgewater got there first, just as the Indians were crossing the river over a large fallen tree, and opened fire, killing as many as 10. Much to their surprise, many warriors threw down their weapons in surrender. They took 17 prisoners, including Philip's sister, 7 guns, and 20 pounds of bullets and lead. Only later did they learn that Philip had been on the tree, having allegedly cut his hair in disguise. 23. Church arrived the following day. Years later he claimed he was about to shoot an Indian sitting on a stump across the river when an allied Indian shouted that the man was friendly. Startled, the man turned around. Recognizing Philip, Church pulled the trigger, but Philip threw himself off the stump, leaped down a bank on the side of the river, and made his escape. Crossing in pursuit, colonial forces picked up 23 Indians, including Philip's wife, Wotonikanoosk, and 9-year-old son. The Sakonets took another 13 prisoners and killed several of Quinnapan's Narragansetts. Church followed the Wampanoag tracks, capturing people too exhausted, sick, or hungry to keep up with the main body. His Wampanoag scouts overtook Philip's party shortly before sundown, and Church prepared to attack at dawn. He told his prisoners he could not spare any men to guard them, but that if they attempted escape he would immediately kill them all. The following morning, August 3rd, as the first glimmers of light penetrated the forest, Philip's scouts spotted Church's men. They took off for their camp, yelling and howling and making the most hideous noise they could invent. By the time Church's men arrived, all they found were kettles boiling and meat roasting upon their wooden spits. The Wampanoags fled into a small swamp, so Church ordered his men to encircle it. They arrived at the far side just in time to intercept Philip's warriors, who stopped, unsure what to do. When one of Church's Wampanoags shouted that their lives would be spared if they surrendered, men, women, and children began doing so. Demoralized warriors allowed soldiers to take their guns, loaded and cocked, from their hands. But a few held out, engaging in a sharp skirmish, and for the third time in less than a week, Philip got away. Frustrated, Church marched for Bridgewater. He had taken 173 Indians in 2 days, losing only 1 English soldier, but he was exhausted, his health impaired by excessive heats and colds and wading through rivers, sleepless nights, and the strain of command. The Wampanoags were a shadow of their former selves. They could not protect their women and children, let alone feed them, and many decided that they would rather take their chances with the English than continue the fight. At least then they could fill their empty bellies. Church claimed that prisoners in Bridgewater laughed as loud as the soldiers while eating their first full meal in a long time. "You have now made Philip ready to die," they said, "for you have made him as poor and miserable as he used to make the English." William Hubbard later relished that Philip experienced the captivity of his children, loss of his friends, slaughter of his subjects, bereavement of all family relations. Increase Mather agreed. "It must needs be bitter as death to him to lose his wife and only son," he gloated, "and almost all his subjects and country too." 24. The great sachems fell one after another. On August 5, after an Indian helped men from Taunton capture 26 Indians, they found a woman's stark naked body on the shore in Mattapoisett. It was Weetamoo, the Pocasset sachem, and Mattapoisett was her childhood home. Colonists speculated that she had drowned trying to cross the Taunton River, though some historians suspect that she was actually murdered. God himself by his own hand brought this enemy to destruction, Mather claimed, so that she was drowned just before the English found her. Seeing her head mounted on a pole in Taunton, Indian prisoners fell into what colonists considered a most horrid and diabolical lamentation. Weetamu's husband, Quinnapan, was wounded and captured by Rhode Islanders on his way to Narragansett country. Potuck, the Narragansett councillor whom Rhode Island sent to Boston with a safe conduct from Providence, was shot on Boston Common on August 10.25. Captain Church recalled that he had just arrived at the house where his wife was staying on Aquidneck Island when Major Peleg Sanford and Captain Roger Golding came galloping down the road. Reining in their horses, they asked what he would give to hear some news of Philip. An Indian at Tripp's Ferry claimed to have just left Philip. The Indian was bitter because Philip had killed his brother for advising Philip to make peace. He offered to guide the English to Philip's camp at Mount Hope. Sanford and Golding volunteered to serve as aides. Church mounted his horse, dug in his spurs, and galloped toward the ferry. They crossed the river that night. 26. It was now Saturday, August 12. To prevent Philip from escaping again, Church divided his company. One contingent, under Golding, would crawl through the woods on their bellies toward Philip's camp. They would attack at dawn, driving the Pecanicut and his warriors into a swamp on the far side, where Church and the rest of the company would be waiting. Church organized this second contingent in pairs, each consisting of a colonist and an Indian, at such distance as none might pass undiscovered between them. But the swamp was too large, and his men struggled to cover the area. "Sir," Church said, grasping Sanford's hand, "I have so placed them that 'tis scarce possible Philip should escape them." Golding and his men lay nervously in the dark after reaching Philip's camp. To their alarm, a warrior got up from his shelter and walked a few steps to relieve himself. When he had finished, he turned and looked toward Golding. The captain panicked. He fired his gun, shattering the quiet of the early morning twilight. Church was confiding his fears to Sanford when the bullet whistled over their heads. Nervous soldiers followed Golding's cue and unleashed a volley. Startled, Philip threw his ammunition pouch and powder horn over his head, grabbed his gun, and dashed into the swamp wearing only his small breeches and stockings. Unknowingly, he headed straight for Church's men. A colonist pulled the trigger first, but his gun misfired. His companion, a Pecasset named Alderman who once counseled Weetamu, then fired 2 bullets from a double-barreled flintlock. One pierced Philip's heart. Another tore through his chest 2 inches higher. Philip fell upon his face in the mud and water, with his gun under him. 27. Soldiers cheered, "Huzzah! Huzzah! Huzzah!" Wampanoags grabbed Philip's legs and dragged him from the muck. Despising the sachem as a doleful, great, naked, dirty beast who had caused many an Englishman's body to lie unburied and rot above ground, Church decided not one of his bones should be buried. He ordered a Wampanoag to behead and quarter Philip, the fate of a traitor. Perhaps the Wampanoag was nervous about dishonoring a great sachem, but according to Church, he said that as big as he was, he would now chop his ass for him. Church rewarded Alderman with Philip's dismembered hand, to show to such gentlemen as would bestow gratuities upon him. 28. John Cotton Jr. recalled that Philip's head was brought to Plymouth in great triumph shortly after a Thanksgiving service, so that in the day of our praises our eyes saw the salvation of God. 29. When the news reached Boston, the Massachusetts Council exulted in the death of that monster that hath caused us so much mischief. 30. William Hubbard considered it fitting that Philip was killed by one of his own people. Thus did divine vengeance retaliate upon this notorious traitor, that had against his league and covenant risen up against the government of Plymouth. 31. Increase Mather was delighted that, like King Agag of the Amalekites, Philip was hewed in pieces before the Lord, cut into 4 quarters, and is now hanged up as a monument of revenging justice. It motivated him to finish his history of the war. True, some enemies remained at large, and violence in Maine was intensifying. But dead Indians up and down the country demonstrated what a sad catastrophe will attend those that shall magnify themselves against the people of the Lord of hosts. God had wasted the heathen by sending the destroying angel amongst them, that his name might not be profaned among the heathen. 32. Captain Church's company captured many Indians over the following weeks, including Anawan, one of Philip's commanders. William Hubbard claimed Anawan confessed that he could not but see the justice of the great God upon himself. The Nemusket sachem Tuspacan, Philip's brother-in-law, surrendered after his wife and child were captured. Church claimed that he had promised Tuspacan his life. Plymouth executed both men. 33. Few Indians remained in Massachusetts except hundreds of captives scattered up and down, to the great dissatisfaction of many English. 34 Most had fled, having held a general meeting and agreed not to fight the English any longer, a captive claimed. They believed God's hand is against them, the sickness destroying many of them, many more being very feeble and unable for service. 35 We find only some skulking Indians in these parts, which now and then kill our cattle and horses in the woods, Massachusetts Magistrate John Pynchon reported from Springfield. Nevertheless, colonial forces continued seizing Indians and destroying their provisions. Scouts discovered between 50 and 60 warriors and 100 women and children heading west near Westfield, so Connecticut's Major John Talcott set out in pursuit with 120 men. 36 He attacked them on the west bank of the Housatonic River during the night of August 16, killing 40 and capturing 15, while losing 1 Mohegan. 37 Pesicus, the senior Narragansett sachem, and many other Indians had gone to Pakiak beyond the Hudson, though Pesicus was very sick and as like to die as live. Pynchon protested that they included our Indians, who most treacherously ruined this town, and some of them that we know murdered our people without any provocation. He feared their withdrawal was temporary and there would be no peace unless New York delivered their leaders to Massachusetts. Connecticut urged New York to extirpate the Indians at Pakiak for the interest of God and the King and the good people of these parts. 38. At least 70 warriors surrendered to Uncas's Mohegans, according to Norwich minister James Fitch, and many aged men and women and children, and they are daily coming, and I hear of many more coming. Some were Wabquisets, Uncas's former tributaries, but Connecticut informed Uncas that because it was an English war the captives belonged to them. It allowed him to keep some, and many were settled near Norwich, where they were required to attend Fitch's teaching. Others were assigned to the Pequots or Ninigreets Narragansetts or to work for colonists. Those who left their assigned places could be punished with death or transportation out of the country. Connecticut ordered Captain George Dennison to prevent Indians from settling anywhere in the Narragansett country, so far as the line or limits of our charter do extend. Charging that Rhode Islanders had lived dishonorably both to God, our King, and nation and that the war had reduced the region to a vacuum domicilium, it claimed Narragansett country by right of conquest. Indians or colonists with right or possession had to submit their claims, and Connecticut would adjudicate them as may best advantage religion and the safety of the inhabitants. 39. Rhode Island, which rejected Connecticut's aggression, ruled that captives not condemned as notorious persons could be held as servants for 9 years. It tried Quinnapan, the Narragansett sachem, on August 24. Quinnapan acknowledged his role as Canonchet's second-in-command and was charged with supporting the Narragansett attack on Petaquamscut. He and 3 others were executed. 40 In Providence, captives were disposed of by a committee that included Roger Williams. It sold them to various buyers over the coming months, dividing the proceeds among the inhabitants. When an Indian known as Chuff struggled into town, with wounds that were corrupted and stank, the authorities unanimously ordered him shot to death, to the great satisfaction of the town. 41. While praying Indians pursued the enemy, their families remained under English supervision. On August 7, with permission from praying town superintendent Daniel Gookin, 6 Indian women and children went to gather hurtleberries near Concord, escorted by an Indian soldier named John Stu Leomister. One was Captain Andrew Pittime's wife. Another, Pitaime's sister, was married to Thomas Speen and brought 3 children with her, including a nursing infant. While they were working, a dozen Massachusetts troopers confronted Stu Leomister, confiscated his gun, and threatened to kill him, though they released him after he begged for his life. They stayed to smoke and trade with the women, bread and cheese for hurtleberries, before riding off. But 4 soldiers returned, Daniel Goebel and his nephew Stephen Goebel, from Concord, Daniel Hoare, whose father, John Hoare, had supervised the praying Indians at Concord, and Nathaniel Wilder, a refugee from Lancaster. They brought the women and children to an obscure spot, removed the women's coats, and killed them all. Pitaime reported his family missing. 2 days later, a search party found the bodies, some shot through, others their brains beat out with hatchets. The soldiers were arrested, but recent history suggested that no jury would convict them. How could English soldiers be executed for killing Indians in time of war? A sad thing, Increase Mather lamented in his diary. It may be it will occasion the Indians to seek to revenge their blood. And if justice be not done upon the murderers, God will take vengeance. 42. The trial began on September 4. The accused soldiers, probably assisted by John Hoare, a lawyer, argued that Massachusetts law authorized them to kill Indians unescorted by colonists and that they had no idea who the women were, nor that they had permission to be there. As expected, most of their comrades confirmed their story, but this time one, Stephen Mattock, had the courage to tell the truth. He admitted that some mention was made of Major Gookin giving those squaws liberty to gather huckleberries in that place and of who they were. It was Mattock's testimony that made this trial different. The court declared all 4 men guilty of murder. Wilder himself had not killed anyone, but if being present and seeing the fact done and consenting it be murder, the court explained, then we find him guilty. It sentenced the men to death. Many colonists were furious. One declared that there was no fear of those being hanged, for there were 300 or 400 men that would guard them from the gallows. Time would tell. 43. Meanwhile, hundreds of Algonquians made their way to Dover in hopes of preserving their lives and liberty under the terms of the Pennacook-Sachem-Wanalancet's July Treaty. On August 28, Massachusetts ordered Gookin to dispatch Christian Indian messengers to proclaim that Indians who yielded English captives and surrendered would have their lives given them and freed from foreign slavery. 44. Shoshanim, the Nashaway sachem who had been trying to negotiate such terms for months, arrived at Dover saying he heard there might be peace obtained. Major Waldron replied that it was too late and that he would send Shoshanim to Boston. He claimed Shoshanim willingly submitted himself to their mercy. So many Indians were gathering near Dover that anxious colonists implored the General Court to secure or destroy them. The court ordered Waldron to send them all to Boston. A prosperous trader, landowner, and longtime deputy, Waldron did not hesitate to rely on treachery. He instructed the Indians to assemble in a field so their men could be enlisted for service. He offered them food and drink. While they were eating, soldiers surrounded them, 80 fighting men and 20 old men, 250 women and children, 350 in all. Waldron recruited 10 men, separating out their families and some old men and theirs with Wanalancet's relations. The rest, including Wamasits and other Pennacooks covered by the July Treaty, he shipped to Boston. Local leaders, fearing retaliation, protested Waldron's actions. 45. Soon after, the Indian teacher Peter Jethro brought in his father, Old Jethro, and Minocco of Nashaway, believing that Waldron had promised them life and liberty. He also brought Mutomp, the sachem of Quaboag, and 40 other Indians. When Waldron sent them to Boston, Gookin accused Waldron of treachery, but Waldron denied it. I promised neither Peter Jethro nor any other of that company life or liberty, it not being in my power to do it, he claimed. All that I promised was that if he would use his endeavor and be instrumental for the bringing in Minocco, etc., I would acquaint the governor with what service he had done and improve my interest in his behalf. 46. Since Massachusetts claimed sovereignty over all Indians within its bounds, it considered enemy Indians rebels, and the penalty for rebellion under Massachusetts law was death. So the General Court suggested that Indians who had killed colonists be executed. The council decided particular cases, however, and it proved more lenient. In practice, only leaders and those accused of notorious violence were executed. Other warriors and their families were shipped abroad or, if they had surrendered under amnesty, sold locally. Many considered this policy merciful, but the enslavement of so many non-combatants was unusual. It reflected the influence of increasingly pervasive racist beliefs that Indians were destined to be a servile underclass. Gookin was deeply skeptical of the process. All it took was one accusation for a person to be condemned, yet colonists found it very difficult, unless upon long knowledge, to distinguish Indians from one another. 47. One of the most notable trials was of William Wanacao and his sons, praying Indians brought in by James Printer. Thomas Eames accused the Wanacaos of killing his wife and several children. They denied involvement until Magistrate Thomas Danforth promised Joseph Wanacao that if he spoke truthfully, Danforth would speak to the governor to spare his life. Joseph then admitted their presence during the attack but insisted they did not kill anyone and actually protected Eames's surviving children. His father and brother confirmed this, and the other witnesses were dead or in captivity. Nevertheless, the court sentenced them to death. They appealed, reminding the court that it promised life and liberty unto such of your enemies as did come in and submit themselves to your mercy. They implored the magistrates, "We know that your honors are men of truth, fearing God, and will faithfully perform your promises, especially when it concerns so great a matter as the lives of men." True, they had followed Captain Tom to the Nipmucs. But we had no arms and did not hurt the English, as many others have done that upon their submission to your mercy are pardoned. 48. The court rejected the appeal. About 50 Indians were executed in Boston that summer. 8 sent by Major Waldron were shot to death on September 13. 8 days later, William Wanacao and his sons were marched to the gallows alongside the English soldier Stephen Goble. The weather was cloudy and rawly cold, though little or no rain, Samuel Sewall wrote in his diary. 2 impudent women were among the spectators, and one laughed on the gallows, but despite a report that hundreds of men would prevent Goble's hanging, the executions were carried out smoothly. A sad thing, Increase Mather wrote, that English and Indians should be executed together. Shoshanim and Minoko of Nashaway, Mutomp of Quaboag, and Old Jethro were led to Boston Common, halters around their necks, on September 26. The soldier Daniel Goble, being ill, was drawn in a car upon bedclothes. A mad English woman stole the rope intended for Goble's neck, so the executioner reused the rope that killed Shoshanim. 49. Soldiers Daniel Hoare and Nathaniel Wilder petitioned for mercy 2 weeks later, claiming they had not personally killed any women or children. They confessed following the multitude in many of the sins of the war but insisted that they were upstanding citizens. Exhibiting the mercy it had refused to the Wanacaos, the court remitted their death sentence, ordering them to pay £10 each to the victims' families. For Pitime and Speen, whose wives had been murdered, it was a bitter pill. 50. The majority of the captives sent by Waldron from Dover were sold into slavery. That included Wamesets and other Penacooks whose only crime was fleeing vigilante violence. Samuel Numthau was narrowly acquitted for lack of evidence. A woman named Mary Namesit and her baby were sold even though Waldron had recruited her husband. They spent 2 months in jail before Gookin got them out, and even then the council showed more concern that their purchasers be compensated than for the victims. A few other Indians were also redeemed. 51. About 190 Indians, 2/3 of them women, girls, or infants, were sold at public auctions in August and September, with the proceeds, just under £400, helping pay for the war. In Plymouth, 169 people were sold late in the war. Some were purchased by local colonists, but at least 180 were shipped abroad on the Seaflower. Its captain, Thomas Smith, carried certificates from Plymouth and Massachusetts declaring that the captives had been sentenced and condemned to perpetual servitude, being duly convicted of being actors and abettors of Philip in his treacherous rebellion against the crown. They had not only violated their solemn league and covenant without any just cause or provocation, but had committed notorious, barbarous, and execrable murders, villainies, and outrages. They could legally be sold in the lands of any Christian government. 52. Indian soldiers like Punkapoag Minister William Ahoughton petitioned on behalf of family members. They saved some, but many more were never heard from again. 7 years after the war, enslaved Algonquians in Tangier managed to get a message to Eliot crying for help. He urged Robert Boyle of the New England Company to intervene on their behalf, but whatever efforts were made proved futile. A rare exception was Joseph Pettivet, the Nipmuc minister who with his brother Sampson had saved Captain Wheeler's company from the Nipmucs before being taken from Hassanamsid with Captain Tom. Sampson had been slain in fight by praying Indians. Joseph was shipped to Jamaica, but Eliot managed to bring him back. Yet Joseph was still forced into local servitude on charges of having been active against the English. A committee that included Gookin assigned many Indian children to serve in English households, where they were to be educated and taught Christianity, until they turned 24. Gookin took in a few children, as did John Cotton Jr. 53. Plymouth asked ministers for advice about what to do with Philip's young son. Cotton and a colleague submitted a brief report. They acknowledged Deuteronomy's stipulation that children should not be executed for their parents' sins but argued that it did not apply to this case, children of notorious traitors, rebels, and murderers, especially of such as have been the principal leaders and actors in such horrid villainies, and that against a whole country, the whole interest of God, may be involved in the guilt of their parents, and may, salva republica, be adjudged to death. They found several scriptural precedents, Saul's sons in 2 Samuel, Achan's in Joshua, and Haman's in Esther. Increase Mather supported Cotton's conclusion. James Keith, Bridgewater's pastor, disagreed, arguing that such cases were unusual. He invoked 2 Chronicles 25:4, in which a king was praised for sparing the children of his father's assassins. I long to hear what becomes of Philip's wife and his son, he wrote Cotton. I hope God will direct those to a good issue. Let us join our prayers at the throne of grace, with all our might, that the Lord would so dispose of all public motions and affairs that his Jerusalem in the wilderness may be the habitation of justice and the mountain of holiness. 54 But Plymouth sold the boy into slavery, and neither he nor his mother was ever heard from again. 55. While fighting continued in Maine, the war was essentially over. The heathen had attempted the utter extirpation and ruin of the interest of our Lord Jesus, Massachusetts declared in its Thanksgiving proclamation, but there now scarce remains a name or family of them in their former habitations. Nearly every Indian in the colony was dead, captured, or hiding in the wilderness. 56. Epilogue. Tears of water, of blood if we were able, are not enough to bewail the desolations that fire, blood, rapine, and cruelty hath made in New England, wrote colonist John Hall. About 800 colonists were dead, including perhaps 10% of military-age males, making it, per capita, one of the bloodiest wars in American history. Roughly half of colonial towns had been destroyed or severely damaged, producing thousands of homeless refugees, who became dependent on other colonists for charity. By one estimate, 8,000 cattle had been killed, and economic damages totaled at least £100,000. It would take the colonies decades to recover. But the war was far more devastating for New England's first people. The number of Indian dead was probably at least 3,000. Thousands more fled the region, and at least 500 were sold abroad. Dozens of towns were destroyed, never to be re-established. It has been estimated that the war reduced New England's Algonquian population from 11,000 to fewer than 5,000. Nearly a third of those who remained were forced into servitude. Many others were confined to reserved lands, gradually reduced to dependency as wage laborers or servants, and subjected to discriminatory laws. The emerging racial order would leave them exploited, marginalized, and impoverished for generations. 1. This was not what Puritans had envisioned when they first came to America. They had imagined a benevolent spiritual conquest, in which Indians were liberated from Satan's tyranny and incorporated into the kingdom of Christ. Now they viewed the war as Christ's conquest, with Indians suffering Christ's just judgment. The ministers who wrote the war's first histories, Increase Mather and William Hubbard, described it as one of the wars of the Lord, a phrase they took from the Old Testament's description of Israel's wars. Hubbard even claimed that of all wars since biblical times, it was the only one that may truly be said to deserve that title too. While a few Puritans questioned the justice of the war, Mather vigorously defended it. Had Massachusetts refused to help Plymouth as colonists were slaughtered, the Lord would have been displeased and all the world would justly have condemned us, he argued. And it was very manifest to impartial judges that Plymouth was innocent as to any wrongs that have been done to the heathen. It protected Philip from injury, even preserving his land for him when he would have sold it, and it gave him the most precious possible gift, the gospel. Yet Philip's Pecanicots responded with bloodshed. Will not our God judge them? Mather asked. Yeah, he hath, and will do so. Mather did not compare the war to Israel's conquest of Canaan, but he did compare it to Israel's wars against the Ammonites, Moabites, and Edomites, who attacked the Israelites on their way to Canaan. Like those nations, he explained, the Indians treacherously fought to dispossess us of the land which the Lord our God hath given to us. 3. In 1677 Mather published a relation of the troubles which have happened in New England by reason of the Indians there, focusing on events leading up to King Philip's War. Colonists did not always treat Indians justly, he admitted, but the culprits were those who came to America for trade and worldly interests, not those who sought the conversion of the heathen unto Christ. And Christ's kingdom prospered despite such injustice, for while in 1600 there was not so much as one Christian in this land, there are now above 80 English and 6 Indian churches. 4. Mather also published a book purporting to show how faithfully God had answered his people's prayers. How often have we prayed that the Lord would frustrate the counsels of the heathen that sought our ruin? How often had they prayed that he would send his destroying angel or cause Indians to destroy one another? They had prayed that God would avenge the cruelty, treachery, and above all the blasphemy of these heathen, and God had done so. God had fought for them. As a stout Indian captain admitted before his execution, the English would not have defeated the Indians had not, and now he began striking upon his breast, Englishman's God make thus afraid here. O thou Most High, thou hast rebuked the heathen, thou hast put out their name for ever and ever. Mather exalted. Where are the 6 Narragansett sachems, with all their captains and councillors? Where are the Nipmuc sachems, with all their captains and councillors? Where is Philip and Squaw sachem of Pecasset with all their captains and councillors? God do so to all the implacable enemies of Christ and of his people in New England. Mather did not want his audience to be complacent. He reminded them that God would continue judging them if they did not repent. But, he warned, let the world beware of doing any wrong to a praying people. And woe to that man, whoever he be, upon whom the prayers of New England shall fall. 5. Mather's history attributed every victory or defeat to the colonists' state of repentance. The book was welcomed by most ministers and helped Mather become New England's most prominent clergyman. But Hubbard's history was more reliable and successful. Though Hubbard also attributed every event to God's providential control, his narrative was more detailed and nuanced, less critical of the English, and did not attribute every twist and turn to their spiritual state. 6 While Mather lamented the colony's failure to evangelize more Indians and their injustice toward praying Indians, Hubbard fed the rising tide of white supremacy by describing Indians as invariably treacherous and unlikely to become Christian. He shared the colonists' view that Philip had long experience of the gentleness and kindness of the English but rebelled because of his evil and malicious mind. 7. He viewed other Indians the same way. Time and again, colonists trusted them, only to be violently betrayed. Some argued that the ruder sort of the English, by their imprudent and irregular actings, had driven them into this rebellion, but Hubbard disagreed. The Indians naturally delight in bloody and deceitful actions, he maintained, seizing any opportunity that might serve for a pretense to be put up on their barbarous practices. 8. He told story after story to prove that treachery was one of the natives' natural vices. They owed their victories to perfidious subtlety and falsehood, or to the advantage of season, place, and number, than any valor or courage. They betrayed their own kin to save their lives, proving what little trust there is to be put in their words, promises, or engagements. Subtlety, malice, and revenge seems to be as inseparable from them as if it were part of their essence. Like all pagans, they would never deal honestly unless motivated by fear or self-interest. 9. Hubbard viewed the war as part of the ancient conflict between the devil and God's people. The attempt to evangelize Philip's Wampanoags hath given the first occasion of the quarrel, as usually it hath done in the world. The devil instigated war to prevent their conversion, leading to their utter destruction and extirpation from off the face of the earth, which would be the fate of all who rejected Christ. Yet this merely cleared a path for Christ's kingdom, for it may be gathered, as we hope, that God is making way to settle a better people in their rooms and in their stead. It would no doubt appear a work very beautiful in its season. 10. Hubbard did not relegate all Indians to paganism. The fidelity of many Christian Indians, whose salvation was worth far more pains and cost than ever yet was laid out upon that work, proved the Puritan mission had not failed. It was no small thing that in a land that had been in darkness for all ages past, the light of the gospel should take so much place as to cause any number of those vassals of Satan, where he so long hath had his throne, professedly to own the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. What this meant for other Indians, he could not say. Perhaps God wanted the gospel preached to them only to leave them without excuse. Either way, colonial victory was essential, for civility must precede conversion, and civility required colonization. When Jesus went forth conquering and to conquer, it was amongst the civil and not amongst the barbarous and savage nations of the world, Hubbard claimed. The gentle means of courtesy, familiarity, and such like civil behavior had not accomplished this, but war might. Who knows what tendency the present troubles may have to such an end? For though a great number that are implacable and embittered against us in their spirits may be for the sake of our religion found hardened to their own destruction, yet a remnant may be reserved and afterward called forth, by the power of the gospel, to give glory to the God of the earth. Either way, Christ's kingdom would conquer. 11. A few years after the war, at the encouragement of Massachusetts' leading ministers, Mary Rowlandson did what was unheard of for a woman. She wrote a book, The Sovereignty and Goodness of God, together with the faithfulness of His promises displayed, being a narrative of the captivity and restoration of Mrs. Mary Rowlandson. It was one of America's first bestsellers and became the model for a genre of American literature, the captivity narrative. 12. Its primary theme was God's goodness to His undeserving people. I can remember the time when I used to sleep quietly without workings in my thoughts, whole nights together, but now it is other ways with me, she wrote. When all are fast about me, and no eye is open but His whoever waketh, my thoughts are upon things past, upon the awful dispensation of the Lord towards us, upon His wonderful power and might, in carrying of us through so many difficulties, in returning us in safety, and suffering none to hurt us. A second theme was Indian treachery. She conceded that Quinnapan, Philip, and others had treated her kindly, but she took every opportunity to portray praying Indians as false. One day, after the war had ended, she wrote, she saw an Indian who had once threatened to run her through strolling Boston streets. For her, as for many colonists, no Indian could be trusted. 13. Sudbury's minister, Edmund Brown, put it bluntly, According to my most critical observation taken of many Indians and at several times, I assert that, as to the generality of those called praying Indians, I have found them to be very false, whatever they pretend. They were treacherous thieves and cutthroats, and some of those few I judged honest have in these times turned renegades, been active assistants of our common enemy, and some imbrued their hands in English blood. True, some were faithful, but mainly because they wanted to be on the winning side. Brown argued that Indians who killed colonists during the war should be executed. Those who surrendered under amnesty should be sold abroad. The rest should be disarmed and confined to reservations, subject to the wartime law whereby any Englishman traveling the woods and lighting upon such vagrant Indians out of their limits, may either take him or kill him. True, this did not well consist with our declared intention to seek the conversion of the Indians, but that enterprise had failed anyway. Their aversion from the gospel, their deriding, yet blaspheming the blessed name of Christ and his ways, declare such unworthy of the grace of the gospel. 14. Samuel Noel, the former military chaplain, echoed the emerging consensus. The colonies have as fair a title as any ever had since Israel's title to Canaan, he preached. God allowed some Indians to remain, not as members of English society, but to be thorns in our sides as Canaanites were for Israel. Like Israel and Edom, they would always be rivals. 15. Daniel Gookin was one of the few who challenged this racist narrative. Just before the war, the praying town superintendent had written hopefully about establishing an English Indian school, the seat of an integrated Christian society. Now, the very idea seemed absurd, but he could make sure the fidelity and suffering of praying Indians was not forgotten. In his historical account of the doings and sufferings of the Christian Indians in New England, he portrayed Christian Indians as Jesus's most faithful followers and the first professors, confessors, if I may not say martyrs, of the Christian religion among the poor Indians in America. It would not be published for many years, probably because its portrayal of New England was so negative. 16. According to John Eliot, Gookin could have said much more. Here is enough to give wise men a taste of what hath passed. Leave the rest unto the day of judgment, when all the contrivances and actings of men shall be opened before the all-seeing eye of our glorious Judge. 17. Eliot regretted his own failure to record the terrible story of a war that nearly destroyed his life's work. I may not relate such tragic happenings, he had written at the time, but now on second thought I blame myself for it. Lord pardon all my many omissions. 18. Most of Massachusetts' praying towns were never resettled. Massachusetts ordered the remaining praying Indians to be settled at Natick, Punkapoag, Wamasett, and Hassanamsett. There, supervised by government-appointed officials, they rebuilt their communities, heavily dependent on English charity for food, clothing, and other supplies. Many labored for colonists cutting wood, spinning, or building fences. Their children were apprenticed as servants. They continued to suffer occasional violence from colonists or Mohawks, not to mention the loss of land. And some, including Wanalancet, the Pennacook sachem, left New England to live among their northern kin. Gookin estimated the remaining population at 567, half the pre-war total. 19. Eliot believed the devil had used the war to defile, debase, and bring into contempt the whole work of praying to God, resulting in a great apostasy among Indians, especially the younger generation. Many Indian veterans became addicted to alcohol and would spend all their wages and pawn any they had for it. Drunkenness provoked quarreling, fighting, and other ills. He comforted himself that through grace some stood and do stand, and the work is on foot to this day, praised be the Lord. 20. Eliot and Gookin were attending an Indian service when old Waban, Natick's longtime ruler, stood to give voice to his people's suffering. Since the war begun between the English and wicked Indians, we expected to be all cut off, not only by the enemy Indians, whom we know hated us, but also by many English, who were much exasperated and very angry with us, Waban admitted. Then God stirred up the governor and magistrates to send us to the island, which was grievous to us, for we were forced to leave all our substance behind us, and we expected nothing else at the island but famine and nakedness. Thankfully, God stirred up the hearts of many godly persons in England who never saw us, yet showed us kindness and much love and gave us some corn and clothing. God finally moved the council to recruit Indian men, for it was always in our hearts to endeavor to do all we could to demonstrate our fidelity to God and to the English against theirs and our enemies. Yet even after the war, colonists accused them of helping Indians run away from their masters. No matter what they did, colonists charged them with treachery. While the magistrates and many good colonists exhibited more charity toward them, most colonists refused to accept them as equals in the body of Christ. Gookin did not deny it. All he could do was observe that suffering was part of the Christian life. Christ in the Gospel hate all his disciples to take up the cross daily. Jesus was most innocent, and always did good, yet some said of him, he had a devil or that he opposed the government. He suffered patiently, and Christian Indians had to do the same. Gookin did not need to state the obvious implication, their English oppressors occupied the role of Jesus's enemies. "Wabban, you know all Indians are not good," he said. "So 'tis with Englishmen. And this we must expect while we are in this world." 21. At first it seemed as though nearly all Indians had left Massachusetts. Indians who returned clashed with colonial squatters, so in 1681 Massachusetts appointed a committee to negotiate the purchase of all Nipmuc land. Eliot and Gookin assisted its work, while praying Indians, including Wabban and the veteran James Quinapohit, sold vast tracts to provide for their impoverished people. Over the next 4 decades, colonists acquired the entire region for negligible prices. 22. Gookin died in 1687. Eliot continued his trips to Natick well into his 80s. There is a cloud, a dark cloud, upon the work of the gospel among the poor Indians, he lamented shortly before his death. The Lord revive and prosper that work and grant it may live when I am dead. 23. Increase Mather believed that unlike Massachusetts, the people of Connecticut had acquitted themselves like men and like Christians toward local Indians, so God made those Indians to be as a wall, protecting Connecticut from serious destruction. The colony ordered its captives distributed among colonists for terms of servitude, but Norwich minister James Fitch accused Uncas, the Mohegan sachem, of using vile means to prevent their orderly settlement and of poisoning their minds against Christianity. Some hoped Uncas had accepted Christianity, but Fitch complained that despite the destruction which hath come upon multitudes of the heathen for their contempt of the offers of the gospel, Uncas stubbornly rejected it. Fitch suggested that the Mohegans and Pequots be offered the gospel once more, and if yet they reject the things of their peace, their blood be upon their own heads. 24. Ninigret, the great Narragansett sachem, died in 1676, but his eastern Niantic community became a rallying point for other Narragansetts. 25. Connecticut claimed Narragansett country by right of conquest, arguing that the war left the land void and therefore free for others to settle. Rhode Island strenuously resisted, observing that the Narragansetts had always been peaceable till by the United Colonies they were forced to war, or such submission as it seems they could not submit to. The dispute dragged on for many years before it was decided in favor of Rhode Island. 26. The lands of the Narragansetts, Pecanicots, Pecassets, and other Algonquians who supported Philip were turned over to soldiers and other colonists for settlement. Many of the land's previous inhabitants now labored as servants in colonial households. Others lived alongside colonial neighbors or moved to surviving Algonquian towns. Among Indians who had supported the colonies, many such towns remained, especially on Cape Cod, Martha's Vineyard, and Nantucket, and in Connecticut. Across New England, over the following decades, Indians suffered increasing discrimination, exploitation, and poverty. They also suffered disproportionately from disease and war. As their populations declined, poverty forced them to sell more and more land. The use of debt, the courts, alcohol, trickery, trespassing, and fraud to manipulate sales became more common. Even the Mohegans, once so important to Connecticut's security, gradually lost nearly all their land. Many Algonquian towns including Natick, Wamasett, and Punkapoag ceased to exist. Their surviving inhabitants moved to key centers such as Mishpee, a protected reserve that preserved substantial autonomy, or Martha's Vineyard. They often intermarried with African Americans, also considered by white New Englanders to belong to an inferior caste. Nevertheless, praying Algonquians maintained key elements of their identity and culture while adapting selectively to colonization. Christianity helped unite their communities around common practices and beliefs, even as it took on unique Algonquian forms. Many Narragansetts, Mohegans, and Pequots who had long resisted Christianity accepted it in the 1700s, during what might be called the Long Indian Great Awakening. In each community, congregations emerged as central institutions. Native reservations at Mishpee and Gay Head, on Martha's Vineyard, continue to flourish today. By far the largest Indian reservation is the Pequot-Mashantucket Reservation in Connecticut, home to the fabulous Pequot Museum. The Mohegans finally secured a much smaller reservation at Shantok at the end of the 20th century. Rhode Island tried to erase the Narragansett tribe's identity, but the Narragansetts eventually won federal recognition and possess a small reservation with an old Narragansett church in Charlestown, Rhode Island. All that formally remains of John Eliot's praying towns are the tiny reservations at Hassanamsett and Chabanaconkamoon in Worcester County, Massachusetts. Other Indian communities, recognized or not, exist throughout New England. 27. Colonial supremacy may have been inevitable when English Puritans started migrating to New England. After all, the same story played itself out in one form or another in every part of North and South America, regardless of who the colonizers were. What made New England's story unique was how carefully the Puritans tried to live out their version of the Christian faith. They believed Christ was using them to spread his kingdom to America, liberating its people from sin and Satan. And while they hoped Christ's conquest would not require violent conflict, they knew it might and were prepared for it. They were all too confident about this and all too cavalier toward Algonquian culture and lives. By and large, they believed their methods were necessary and just and that they ultimately benefited those native people who, by God's grace, accepted Christianity. The deplorable consequences of those efforts have been the story of this book. Many Indians rejected Christianity and still do. But for others, Christianity became the key ingredient that held their communities together and enabled them to preserve their culture. They lamented, and still lament, the injustices and tragedies that devastated their people and the way Christianity was used to justify it. Yet they were thankful for the gospel and the hope it provided, not to mention the material goods Europeans brought. Many practiced Christianity in ways that preserved their communities and culture, embracing the core tenets of the faith Puritans proclaimed while rejecting assumptions of English cultural superiority or white supremacy. The resilience of these communities, despite everything that has happened to them, is nothing short of remarkable.